Recording in progress.
One, two, three.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you joining us from around the world. On day one of NowFest 2021, we started with a brilliant point of view on the beginning of behavior, the story of a man told from the perspective of a microbe. We moved on to human error, love and sex, disruptive education, and a mind boggling theory of dark matter in the mind that drives our understanding of reality. We ended with the creator of Klingon talk to us about our fascination for languages from outer space and about creating new vocabulary for cultures that humans have imagined, created, and have desired to portray. With day two, we plan to top that. Over to Prakash.
Prakash, you are on mute.
I'm so sorry. What's a live event without a small glitch here and there? Uh, Opening day two for us, our speakers in the Forbes list of the world's most influential CMOs, Mr. Ravi Santhanam, Chief Marketing Officer at HDFC Bank. He heads analytics, brand, and communication, and digitizing the entire customer experience for the bank. With over 20 years of experience, he led the bank's noteworthy response to the COVID-19 outbreak, launching campaigns that were the need of the hour. Today, in an interactive session with you, he tells us about his journey into bringing behavioral economics to the forefront of customer engagement and marketing at HDFC. Over to you, Ravi.
Thank you, Prakash. Great to be with a lot of people who are interested in behavioral economics and behavioral science. My exposure to behavioral economics and science started because I was just sitting in a plane and I found a person reading a book called Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow way back in 2011. And the fonts were, the book was so small. So it got me intrigued a little bit and I asked him, what is this book all about? And we started chatting and he told me about some of the experiments which are there in that book. And I said, why not? Well, let me go ahead, buy it and try it. So I bought the book. I can honestly confess that I didn't understand a lot of it. It was very tough reading it initially. Then I was
We seem to have a small problem with your with the net out there. Ravi, can you hear us? to people who have just joined us in and are listening in. Please, give us a moment while we sort this out. We will get Ravi back online in just a minute. Dear all, thank you for waiting. We've just got Ravi back on.
Sorry, is it enough? So tech glitches. I got thrown out. My laptop just crashed. I don't know what I did.
That happens. But the good thing is, the beauty of being in a country like ours, India is led by an insane amount of tech talent, and everybody knows how to operate computers, fix glitches, and any challenge we have, we just fix it as if we start. So, Ravi, you were telling us about this story of yours.
Yeah. So second time when the same in a similar flight, I saw another person reading it, and I just picked up a conversation, and then I said, "This is fine." Finding it difficult to read the book, he suggested maybe if you're interested, you should read Predictably Irrational. That's a better book to start with. I said, "Why not?" I landed, finished my work, came back to the airport, and I found that book there. I started reading, and that's how the whole story started in terms of how actually, as a marketer, we always want to appeal to the heart and the emotion and the ability to understand neuroscience, cognitive science, and how actually decisions are taken. The more you read, the more you understand, and you slowly start thinking, how do you actually implement in the way you do things at your office, in your work? And what I'm going to share now is not a lot of theory about what we have learned and how are we trying to implement and what a practitioner should be doing, looking at how things are getting implemented, learning from each other and moving forward. So I have a small presentation. I'm going to share my screen and let's start dive into it straight away. You can see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So as I said, we all understand, I'm sure you have been hearing about behavioral economics, and a lot of people like Biju and all talk to you about how behavioral economics started off in the world, how to understand human emotions and all those stuff. So we all have understood that we don't make rational decisions, and there is a lot of emotion involved in the decision making, and there is a lot of research which has gone into show how psychology actually impacts economic decisions. What are the factors that lead consumers to take one action versus another, buy one product versus another? And if it is not rational, what is the motivation behind a person taking a certain action? So, over a period of the last 25, 30 years, multiple studies have shown and the progress of neuroscience and how actually people actually take calls and what stimuli leads to what kind of a response has made actually behavioral economics an actionable science. And it has been actually widely used across many ways. And what we will talk about is only one element of it in terms of how it is currently getting used in marketing and all those stuff. How did our story start? Way back in 2018, we started understanding behavioral economics and how we should apply it. And in 2019, we took our baby steps in terms of looking at our own ads, the communication that we make to our consumers, how to make it work harder for us. In 2020, we looked at all the communication that we make in terms of service communication and error messages and more. How do we actually make it warm and friendly, simple and easy for consumers to understand? And as we embark into 2021, purely because of the COVID wave and the kind of interest which people are showing on digital, we are slowly moving to make it how to make the digital unassisted journeys simple and easy. The first part is how to make our ads work harder using BE. The challenge for the BE to solve, in our view, is while we all design very, very specifically thinking about consumer first products for them, most of the time the consumers are not able to take the call because of what we think are the two specific things that happen. One is we all know the attention span is getting very low today. We have hardly 400 milliseconds for you to engage with the customer, and the decision to engage happens in 400 milliseconds. And there are other theories which suggest now that the decision to actually look at something, the intention to action happens in 12 milliseconds. So if that is the case, how can we actually leverage whatever is available to attract the attention of the customer? That's the first problem that we wanted to solve. The second is, even if I've got the attention, awareness is phenomenally high in the industry, phenomenally high in the consumer's mind. There is a very big lack of motivation for the consumers to take that action. So how do we actually make that action also that can be taken by the consumer? And that's the problem that we have, a low attention span as well as a lack of motivation from the consumer to take the action. And this, I'm sure I will not spend much of the time on this. We all have heard about the system one brain, the system two brain, the elephant and the rider, the subconscious and the conscious. And various theories have now proven very clearly and collectively that 99% of the decisions are taken by the subconscious mind. The simple example which I always remember when I was talking to somebody who was a little bit proficient in this world, what he told me is when you drive a car and when you learn to drive a car, it is your conscious mind which is working in terms of figuring out your gear, the clutch, the accelerator, the steering wheel, the road, the car, the body, and all those stuff. And after a certain point of time, there is too much of workload on your conscious mind. You feel tired. So what happens? It's slowly the mind moves into the subconscious mind. And I'm sure all of us travel from office to work or office to home and multiple destinations we do. We may not even remember that we started the car, but we are actually parked safely in our office or at home. And that's how the human mind has evolved over a period of time. There is the pre-language brain, the reptilian brain, which allowed people to actually push more and more into the subconscious, which has been developed over a period of millions and billions of years. And the latest creation, which is the actual human brain, which is the Mahabharata, the rider, the system, which uses a huge amount of energy and the processing power is extremely slow. We all know about this. And if you see the processing power of these two brains, one is processing at approximately maybe a billion bits per second, another is actually at a 40 bits per second. And the subconscious mind is the reason for our flight or fight responses. It depends on the senses that we have. And this is how the brands have used this phenomenally. It is the eyes to start with, and then the skin, the ears, the smell, and the taste. And how every industry, depending on what you are looking for, what is the consumer problem that you are trying to solve, use one of these as your key push into the stuff. Now, the question for all of us is, when we are designing as brand marketeers, as marketeers to take our product to the consumers, what kind of a experience that we should be designing to communicate with? Our experience, or the ad experience or the consumer experience should communicate with which part of the brain? It should be communicating with the system 1 brain, or it should be communicating with the system 2 brain. Is it be communicating to the elephant brain or to the rider brain? And I'm sure most of you people, if you are part of this room, have to go ahead and do it to the elephant brain. And let me show you some examples of what we have done. Look at this as an example. And this is a very simple way of showing very, very energy efficient communication. 5-star, easy, quick to understand and grabs your attention. Just a small sticker on the product and you know whether it is efficient or not. 3-star versus 5-star, mind immediately understands what is it. Now you have got the attention, then you need to do something as a small nudge or as a behavioral message you have to leverage to actually motivate the consumer to move and take the next step. What has been done by us? Obviously, we are not the professionals in terms of having the full complement of knowledge of everything that happens in the mind. So what we have done is we have experimented and learned as we moved along. If you look at it, our email, which was at an X%, I'll show you clear examples of what are the kind of things that we have done. We've actually learned 3x higher response across the channels that we have, whether it is our website, whether it is the notifications that we do, or whether it is the email communications we do. And across each one of these parameters, we've got more than 3x response rate from the consumers as we applied some of these principles. Let's take an example. This is how it was there traditionally. If you see, it was a segmented communication. It is talking to different sets of consumers. You can see one of the things that is being talked to the college-going people. Somebody is trying to enjoy their day. Somebody is also trying to enjoy the day. Depending on who is the consumer, we are trying to create a lot of actual specific instances of how they can relate to this communication. People who look at this communication will say, yes, there is a lot of interest which has gone into it. We say, live it up today because moments don't wait, get it now. There is a call to action. There is a very clear steps in terms of loan in 1 second, no documentation, flexible payment, available 24/7, and a huge amount of clear thought process in terms of how we design this communication. This is the pre-BE era communication from our side. Now let's see what are the changes that we did and why we did those kind of changes. The first thing we all understood as part of the behavioral economic principle is the belief. People always believe from their past experience, the stories they have left behind, they have in their minds. It actually, if you can just go and tap the subconscious mind of the stories that people have already lived behind, and it can be said in simple and easy to understand words, that is far more attention grabbing than trying to do it in another way. So what did we change? If this was the original communication, see what simple thing that we changed. We just said, instead of putting so many words, we just said, your big day, your big. Just a small change in the wordings, because everybody understands in the Indian context as well as in the whole human context that marriage is a special day. So if you are going to look for your big day, your way, just that simple thing which attracts the belief system and taps the subconscious mind, we got 209% higher response than the original day. This was the first experiment we did. We understood a certain principle. We tried applying that principle as we move. We didn't stop. Familiarity actually increases attention. It also generates stress. How do I bring more familiarity into this whole context of the advertisement? From this, what you can see on my left-hand side, what we moved to is we actually started segmenting customers. And if you are from Maharashtra, you got a different way of seeing the thing, because the familiarity of a bride in a Maharashtrian dress versus a South Indian dress is very different. Maybe the one on the left-hand side, the person from Southern India may not be able to see it as a marriage facility. Whereas on the right-hand side, if you see, by each state, we actually started getting photographs of people so that the familiarity principle is kicked. And based on that, what we did, we got 2 times higher clicks than the previous experiment also. Now, if you can see, it is almost 4 times higher already. We didn't stop at this level. We also said there is too much of information in this, and this too much of information means there is a huge amount of delay in decision. So we also recognize that we need to reduce the information overload, and we need to ask for a lower commitment from the customer so that they can go and take the action. So if you see what we have done, we just removed a lot of this stuff, and instead of get it now, we just changed simply to check your loan amount. So the commitment is don't go ahead and take the loan, just check your loan amount. Your loan on credit card is ready, simpler English. Check your loan amount, which is a lower commitment from the consumer side. And we found this experiment is 2.5 times more than the previous experiment. So from where we started, we're already at 11 times more engagement with the same piece of communication in a matter of some 4 experiments just by applying behavioral economic principles. Did we stop here? We didn't. A few more economic principles and how we applied it into our ads. We also, I just told you about applying for a lower commitment from the customer actually makes the consumer engaged more. We started having a small contest of our colleagues. Anybody who sees any advertisement which brings to life some of the behavioral economic principles, they can come and share it within the group. And we keep looking at what is it that we can learn from others. And then you can see simple, try RD calculator, and it becomes 8 times more. We also believe there is an urgency scarcity principle. A scarcity makes the product more desirable. A deadline makes us act. So you can see what we did. Simple, urgency plus a lower commitment. We got 5 times more engagement with that piece of communication. We understood the endowment principle in behavioral economics that if I actually own it, I see more value in this. So we looked at an example of how people talk about, and you can see the example is there on the screen. If you already own it and you give the feeling to the consumer that you own it, there is a much higher engagement possible. So what did we do? This is our earlier communication. We used to say, use your card 4 times before X date and you get so-and-so gift voucher. We changed it. We changed it to say, hey, you got your voucher. To claim it, just swipe it and do it before a certain period of time to give the urgency also. What happened? Again, a huge increase in engagement. We understood the principle of loss aversion. Loss hurts us more, higher motivation to act, and we should prevent a loss. So what did we do? Simple. We just changed. There is a loss aversion. You will lose if you do not buy this product on this particular card or in this particular place, because that is what is the offer from our side. Before X and side, bring the urgency also. We also understood the anchoring and the reference principle, which all of us understand, say that here are 2 products, side 6 looks expensive, but moment I put an anchor of a 9, maybe 6 looks reasonable. The other way also can be talked about. Moment I put a product in between at 8 and 5 at 100 ml, 8 at 200 ml, and 9 at 300 ml, everybody starts picking up the 9 at 300 ml because the reference of 8 makes people go towards 9. So how did we use it? We said, okay, here is a regular EMI. Because of this specific feature that we are having, you will pay only 1, 2, 3, 4 per lakh. And again, check your loan amount in just 60 seconds, commitment, lower commitment, urgency, and everything. Similar examples, check your loan amount, know it in less than 20 seconds. Your EMI has come down. There is an anchor, there is a reference point so that the price drop is very clearly visible. And you can see multiple examples of what we have done across of moving people to actually start engaging with us in terms of commitment, lower commitment, urgency, and all these principles. Similarly, high interest rates than before at 7, try calculator. Reference point of 7.5 than before, try calculator. So that all of them very clearly tells you that how we are trying to leverage the subconscious mind in terms of engaging with our customers and not trying to apply the rational things about, oh, is it 7.5%? Is it good, bad? Should I compare? All those stuff. So the next question is, if we have done so much, how did we institutionalize the use of the BE? So we said we have to create some rules for everybody to follow. So what we did is, if the 2 problems are attention and motivation, we need to make some rules for each one of us to follow. So we made 5 simple rules. There are 3 rules for us to make sure that people understand for attention purpose. And there are 2 rules for our colleagues to use to add elements of motivation. We created a do-it-yourself poster with a checklist for the team. And these are the 5 simple rules. We said talk stories people believe in. And that's what you saw as an example also. So identify the consumer insight, talk to previous reference points, stories which people believe in. Existing knowledge is familiar. So choose words and concepts people are pre-exposed to. Do not try and invent new things. For example, Pi ka dam, we will not know what it is. Whereas if you say 5 super tea, simple, straightforward, use the same thing which people are familiar with. Reduce the information overload, 80% visual, 20% text, or 60% visual, 40% text. Then, if these are done to grab the attention, now start using all the understanding we have of the behavioral economy to trigger the motivation. Whether you want to use the scarcity principle, urgency, commitment, endowment, trigger the motivation and reduce the psychological pain in the minds of the customer. Let them feel less perceived pain, and if they are parting with their money, make it a joyous occasion than saying, oh, I'm parting. The pain of paying money, the psychological pain should be reduced. If these are the 5 simple rules we followed, this is the kind of poster we created within the bank. And each one of those principles and the biases we said and said, please look at this before you design a communication. We are there to help you. But if you want, before doing your communication and giving it for approval, go through this simple principle, look at this sheet. This was a printed poster which you had actually posted on everybody's screen in the office. This was pre-COVID days. So you're all in office, and it used to be a lot of excitement because people saw something new. They used to experiment. They used to get the kick out of that they got out of it in terms of results. And that's how we moved. Now comes the second question. After we did this and it became something equal, what we said is, what should we do now? We looked at how much of banking communication is happening. And just to give you a perception, what did the consumers perceive about the banking communication is, they said there is too much of legal, there is too much of regulatory messages in that, there is too much of conditionalities. It is not easy to understand. It is abrupt. It is unhelpful. These are the kind of feelings we got from our customers when we had checked about how did he feel about the banking communication. And we said, why can't we use behavioral economics to solve this problem? In the case of HDFC Bank, there is more than 5 billion service communication that goes to our customers. We have a huge consumer base of almost 65 million. So obviously, this kind of messaging that goes out basis consumer actions and some of the information that we provide to the consumer, we said here is an excellent opportunity for us to use behavioral economics, revamp the communication, and make sure that the consumers understand us as a warm, caring, and easy to bank with people. So here is a quick example of what people have done. If you see the left-hand side, here is a tweet of a customer which says, I have got no charge account, but charging various charges. Consumer is actually getting frustrated. And the reply from the bank is, hey, somebody will get in touch with you. Fantastic, if you would argue, saying that, yes, there is a response from the customer. Look at it from the organization. Look at it on the right-hand side. Again, another customer is saying that the flight has been delayed. What happens? And the way this one is engaging with the customer is far better. First is acknowledging. Second, saying that, yes, there are problems and we will do our best. So the insight that we took away from understanding over a period of time and we applied behavioral economics to many of our communications is, the emotions are the ones which are influencing decisions, and the communication is the one which influences the emotion. So we said the communication should actually condition the customer and generate positive emotions when they read anything from the bank. If this is the behavioral insight, how can I leverage going forward? So we said we'll put a 2-hat principle, like the 5 simple rules on the advertisement that we talked about. We said we'll put a 2-hat principle and we'll ask 2 questions. The first hat is about wearing the business hat, and whoever is the person, whoever is the organization or the function within the organization which is actually asking us to send the message, we ask them, why do you want to send this communication? To whom? For what purpose? When? What is to be said in this communication? We ask them so that we get the details from the business perspective on why we need to send this communication to the customer. Then we wear the customer hat and ask the question ourselves, saying, if I am the customer and if we receive this message, what's in it for me? And if there is an action to be taken, how can I do this? These are the 2 hats that we use to wear any piece of communication. First is the business hat or the bank's hat, and second is the consumer hat that we have to wear and see from that principle. Here also, we wrote again a simple 5 rules. Communication is very good when it is very spicy, so we called it our spice rules of communication. S stands for keeping it simple, jargon-free, context upfront. P stands for being polite, being warm and a friendly tone. Intuitive in terms of complete information to do the task if the customer is to do something, full information to be made available. We used to say that we should write in a conversational tone, in an active voice, and not make it very passive. And we should have a lot of empathy in the communication. So we said these are the 5 rules of service communication. These are the SPICE rules. And let's put these into practice. And what did we do in terms of actual implementation? If this is the old communication, you can have a look at it. Dear card member, your request for add-on card ending. It's a personalized communication. So the card number is there, has been successfully processed on a certain specific date. We thought this is not necessarily giving away or fully information. So we said, we changed it to this. You can immediately say that we are benefiting from the fact that we have understood. We made it very active. We had added a little bit of more enjoyment in the communication in terms of empathy, share the benefits with your family, we have successfully attended, happy shopping. Look at it from a complete information. Your advice, this is the old communication. And just because we were wearing the 2 hats and we're looking at behavioral economics and how we can further improve, look at what we have done. Your FTs are booked. We will post it to you. If you want to avail TDS, here is the way to do it. Full information clearly. Saying this is what you do to get there. We also said there is a lot of times banks has to give some negative information. And while it is negative from the perspective of consumer, it is positive for them, but we don't look at it that way. HDFC Bank has a philosophy that if you add a beneficiary, we will not allow you to transfer more than 25,000 rupees in the first 24 hours. This is for the benefit of the customer. But this is the way we need to earlier communicate it. Now, we wanted to change it because of the fact that we have understood a little bit more. So we actually said we allow money transfer only after the first 24 hours. If you need, you can actually go back to the bank, and this is for the security of your account. So negative thing, we actually started framing it extremely positively. Similarly, the social media responses, and that's what we all nowadays go in, we moved it into a friendly tone, and you can see the example here, what was there earlier and what is there now. We make it much more conversational, much more engaging, much more polite, and much more warm and caring. And depending on the audience that we actually talk in the social media with. Even if you look at the service email, this kind of an email has been changed in terms of upfront conversational tone, applying the same SPY rules. How did we get here? If you're using our own ATMs versus using some other ATM, see the way that we have changed, saying that if you're using Pay, you make the right choice, giving them social proofing. Similarly, for using other ATM, hey, there are more than 1.5 crore customers using our bank ATMs in a safe and secure way. Find the nearest ATM of HDFC Bank here. There was this IVR-based OTP that we used to have. If people are not able to receive OTP on SMS and they want to listen to the OTP, we have an IVR-based OTP, and this is what we used to do. And by the time people listen to the whole message, they may not be able to actually catch the OTP. So what we did, we just changed it like this. Your HDFC Bank secret, 6-digit, actually preparing the brain to remember it is 6-digit. Secret to make sure that there is an awareness that you are not supposed to share is the OTP. We repeat, this is it, repeating again, thank you. So what happens is I have repeated the same number, and we also make sure that once you repeat 3 times, we figured out that you will remember the number because you are listening on the phone and then they are going to type it. We said this is the best way to do, and immediately we found 3 times reduction in drop rates at OTP stage. A simple change on an IVR, the way we understood and we implemented, we saw 3x reduction in drop rates. If this is what we done on service communication, the next step for us is customers are wanting to do everything digitally, including buying and purchasing of a new product or a new service. How do we make our digital unassisted journeys simple and easy? And how do I nudge customers to move in the direction that we wanted? In the case of a digital journey, there is a little bit of a pain the customer feels because there is no human touch, there is no assistance. And people, if they have a problem when they're encountering in this journey, they don't know where to go, what to call. And any kind of a break in that journey, it actually creates a huge drop-off point. And everybody who actually are designing journeys, they will know that the kind of drop-off actually that happens between the start to the end of the journey. Even if you get a 5% completion rate, many people are extremely happy in many industries. So we wanted to understand what is the reason, what is the thing that we can do, how we can make it so intuitive, and how do we actually appeal to the system one brain? How do we actually use all the things that we are learning at each and every step till completion? We said there are two things that we need to do from a UX perspective. We have to reduce the dissonance, and we need to make sure that there is a ease, increase the ease in terms of how the consumers interact with the form factors. So whatever we have already learned, we say now we will start using it in the design of a journey and make sure that we actually reduce dissonance and we increase the ease as these people go ahead and move in the consumer journey. Let me show you some examples of how we have done it. We all know people pay attention to stories they believe in. You can look at it from terms of how slow and steadily each one of them has been changed from an earlier version to easy to understand words, lower commitment, belief. All these things have been factored in the pre-journey. Rational benefits have been avoided. Now, stitching the experience using familiarity. If this is the communication that you are getting before you start the journey, you can here say get loan now. We made sure that on the form, when you come in, that experience is carried forward. On the form banner, whether it is in the mobile or a desktop, you are actually carrying the same banner so that there is a continuity and the familiarity carries on. Then, if you see what we have done, when you do the remarketing email, now that we know that the customer has dropped off, again, the familiarity principle is carried forward, and a certain amount of details that we have captured because the customer has selected some details, we pick it up, actually include it, and send it back so that the familiarity of saying, hey, you wanted a 15 lakh loan, this is the EMI, this is the tenor, you chose that, bring them back to the same process by bringing the familiarity of what they chose, what they saw, give them that kind of a feeling of bringing more familiarity in the conversation. We also wanted to write on the default behavior that people do. So we had our OTP being entered in 6 different digits. We thought this is the best way to enter OTP. And actually we found there are a lot of drop-offs, and we found that the default behavior is people prefer to copy and paste the OTP just by clicking. And many operating systems today allow it. So what did we do? We changed it to simple, removed all the stuff and allowed people to copy and paste. And you can immediately see an 18 crore increase in the assisted sale in the month just by just doing a simple thing of ensuring that the default behavior is leveraged. So login, we used to have the customer ID and password, and we actually changed it to multiple things by saying you can log in with your mobile number and OTP or the last 4 digits of credit card. The SMS that goes actually reminds them of the last 4 digits of the credit card, which they can use. People remember their date of birth, people remember their PAN number. And then if you see people are trying to get out, we actually nudge them in the form itself, saying that it will help you decide better, resume. And most of these small things which we have done has resulted in multiple times increase in form completion rate. If you see, the old problem was, if the customer had made a mistake of OTP error, it was not matching, please recheck and try again. We actually changed it to simple, intuitive error, complete info, removed the chat box option because it is not adding value in this journey element. Immediately you can see what happened. People resumed, started again, and we saw an increase in terms of the drop-off reduction. Many people were also going to our homepage, and we said, why people are going? Maybe they're just doing some kind of a thinking at that point of time. So should I allow them to go? So we just added a little bit by saying, are you sure you want to go again? You want to refresh and start again? The number of people clicking, no, I want to stay here and continue this, actually increased by 78%. So what did we understand from this? This is the kind of experiments we have done. We have learned all the way, and we continuously keep learning about multiple things that we do. What we did is, in addition to behavioral economics as a science, big data is coming in, artificial intelligence is coming in, huge amount of work which is happening on all these analytics front. How do we actually use all the power of artificial intelligence, the big data, the communication and behavioral economics? We thought about it and we decided that, hey, who to communicate starts from a lot of analytical propensity. What is also a huge amount of behavioral segmentation in terms of what we need to communicate with the customer, and the product propensity also. The last one is the how to communicate, where behavioral economics comes in, where we are supposed to work on the reduction in the attention span and how do I motivate my consumers to move ahead. We clearly understood that the how cannot be done without ensuring behavioral segmentation is done and the right customer is being talked to at the right time, and what to talk is very clearly noted. For us, we understood very clearly this is the last leg, and before that there is a huge amount of data that we need to crunch to make sure that we are talking to the right customer. Now comes the last 5 minutes of my conversation with you people today. How do you introduce behavioral economics in your organization? How do you actually start the practice of that? I strongly believe in creating a champion who believes in this and experiments. It's not easy for everyone to come in and start accepting it on day one. You have to create one champion. I was lucky. I had a colleague, Rohit Raina, who decided to become the champion. He was very interested. I just have to goad him. And together between the two of us, we used to read, we used to chat, we used to think of various points of view and how to apply. We used to look at examples. We need to keep chatting and pushing each other, saying, let's do something like this, let's do something like this. And that one person who actually becomes the catalyst for everybody, because they want to go ahead and experiment, he wants to go ahead and show it to others. And that actually starts a movement within the organization. The second thing that we have to make sure is, if we can create an experiment within the organization, then immediately it makes other people fall in line. There are hundreds of experiments which we can do, including this famous coffee experiment, where you can just put a small eye and show to people how it works. We ask people to take quizzes in our office, and we said we will not give you any kind of a check on that. You can tell us what is the right answer. Then if you ask to read something about the motto or the 10 commandments or something like a Bhagavad Gita, or say a prayer and then write the test, what happens? How do we do all these stuff to create some small experiments to show to people that actually this works? Please start small, and it is important for all of us to create a test and learn experiment and then environment. We have phenomenal investment in technology at HDFC Bank, which allows you to do an A and B testing on most of the things we do. So we used to encourage, don't bother, at least on 5% of your base, go ahead and do this experiment and let's see what happens. You create that environment and facilitate, do this. Make simple and easy rules on how to apply BE. It is not easy for everybody to come on the bandwagon on day one. Keep it simple for those people. Like we had 5 rules for whether it is communication, whether it is internal service communication. So make it simple, easy, make it visible to everybody and say, just follow these rules to start with, and success breeds success. People will look at it. People will see the responses of the consumers on all this stuff, and then it will create more and more. Showcase the results in terms of what we have achieved to the senior management to adopt behavioral economics in other functions, whether it is HR, whether it is logistics, supply chain, wherever you want. See how we can use this actual consumer experience and the results from the consumer experience so that other functions and other departments can also start using this. The one thing which we are very particular about is you need to have clear checks and balances for ethical use of behavioral economics in your organization. We are a bank. Our purpose very clearly defines as we want to be in a position to enable every Indian make better money choices. We don't want to provide a loan to a customer if that is going to make the customer feel more challenged, more problematic after they took the loan. So we don't want consumers to go ahead and spend recklessly just because there is an offer in the card. So we are very clear about how do we use behavioral economics in the most ethical way by doing the right thing for the customer. So we need to have clear checks and balances so that it is not used for anything else. Just in summary, create a champion, make them the catalyst, create lots of experiment for others to follow, start small, have a test and learn environment, make it simple, clearly small, simple rules which everybody can apply, showcase the results to the senior management to get it across muster the other parts of the organization, and make sure that we use ethical practices of behavioral economics in your organization. The last word that I will leave it with you people on this Saturday afternoon is, this is a journey. You will enjoy this journey as we all enjoy the journey that we are going through. Start and enjoy the journey, and you'll be very happy at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ravi, for the fantastic session.
Brilliant session, seriously.
When
Thank
we kicked off day one of the NowFest yesterday, the kickoff was all around the beginning of behavior itself. And Biju, who kicked off day one, Mr. Dominic, he helped us understand how possibly it's almost 3.5 billion years ago, when the bacteria are trying to fight for food and decide not to go and attack when scarcity, the ones who misbehave, right? The group mind keeps it in, the hive mind keeps that in note.
In and out.
And he moved on. Yes, thank you so much for that. So today, when we're kicking off day two, you're helping us understand how we could almost say this is almost the beginning of using behavioral economics at a large scale, at a big company in India. And we have a good amount of questions from the audience. Some very curious, some have got a different point of view. Let me try to pick them up one by one. But I first want to start with this fantastic suggestion of yours. You said start small, which makes sense. And then you had number two, you say create a test and learn environment. I want you to expand on the test and learn environment. The test and learn. I'm assuming you're allowing for possibilities of mistakes in learning out there.
Yeah, see, I am with you, Prakash. See, at the end of the day, we are all not experts, right? And we are not the subject matter experts on behavioral economics. We are all marketeers. We are all functional experts. We want to understand, we want to appeal to the heart, and this is talking about mind. So immediately people say, like, oh, emotions. Then we need to understand. So what we are planning, not only in behavioral economics, the whole culture in HDFC Bank is A/B testing. We don't do any communication without doing A/B testing. The reason is, I strongly believe there is no God and nobody should be God. God is the consumer. Just because of the fact that I have 20 years of experience, somebody has 10 years of experience, doesn't mean that what I say should carry weight. Equal perspectives can be brought onto the table. Allow people to experiment and let the consumer be the God. Let consumer voice be the God. So put both in front of the customer. You will understand the reactions of the customer. Clearly, metrics are available, and data-based decision-making is far better when it comes to these kind of stuff. While we are trying to use emotions, when it comes to decision-making, whether this is right or this is not right, let the data speak for itself. Allow the environment to be conducive. And if there are mistakes, so be it. The only question to ask is, what did we learn from this? We only saw the success. Obviously, I have not shown the failures that we have had. And next time, maybe I'll share the failures in terms of our own understanding. And then we go back and read a lot about what is it that we missed in this and why this failed. Maybe we'll not find answers for everything, but at least the culture is there to test and learn.
Thank you so much. Maybe one session should be purely around.
Yeah, I think because one of the questions was also kind of around that, because we know that, and there's lots of experiments that you've tried and you've seen results of those. And do you think it's okay to share with us something that that you've experimented with? You were expecting different results, but you realized it's going the other way.
Some of the service communications is a classic example. We actually thought we have applied all our knowledge and we have got a little bit, chest thumping up and a lot of stuff. And then we actually redo the communication. And then when we go back to the consumers and they say, oh, this is not right. There is no sentiment in this. I have not got the complete information. This is not what I was looking for. So it's you have to actually do it, learn only by talking to the consumer again. Okay, and my barometer of success is like, for example, in the case of an ad or a journey, it's easily measurable because you know exactly what was the click rate before, what is the click rate now, what is the measurement that you are metric that you are measuring. It's very clearly visible. When it comes to service communication, there is no response required, right? It's more of a one-way communication many times. There you have to go back to the consumer and keep looking for saying, is this problem coming down? And there's a lot of feeling in that. So you have to go back and test. And there are many times we figure that it is good and somebody else points it out. And there are some people who are very good friends of the bank who keep telling us like, oh, this is what it is. This is what it is. Why do you write like this? Why do you write like this? And that make us think. So on the service communication side, we have made a lot of mistakes as we move.
I wanna go down to a little bit of a difficult zone from here, and we have time, so please indulge us and indulge the members who joined us on a fantastic Saturday morning from India, East Asia. I see a couple of people from Europe, and I'm assuming people from North America, South America are gonna tune in sometime and then watch a show. So this conversation is around ethics, number one, and again goes from there to disgruntled, let's say, customers. Right? No one says, I want to mistreat my customer, I want to make your life difficult. We always say, I want to do my best to make sure that I treat my customer with utmost respect. I understand them, and that's how we plan things around. But when you look at a large base, inevitably, you are going to have a sample of people, a group of people who will say, well, I'm not happy with this experience. You've said A, but my experience is B, right? So these are a little broad. The question of ethics, the question of someone who's not happy with the way their interaction has been. What is the process at your place? How do you, as a leader, look at this? How do you direct your team? What kind of initiatives are there around this?
See, the question of unhappy customer is an opportunity for you to improve yourself further. If you start with that basic premise that every unhappy customer is giving a certain way of looking at things which you have not seen it, that's the first opportunity for you to improve. I had a boss very early in my life who used to get very extremely kicked about a customer complaint. I used to tell him, you're the president of the organization, and I was his executive assistant way back in 2003. One customer complaint and you want to get into the details, let the team solve it, right? He used to say, no. We designed everything and we put in place certain things. Okay. So 1 to 98, maybe we have solved. These are the extremes which you have not been able to solve. And that's why the customer complaint has come. And now that the customer situation, which we have not been able to think through has come, it challenges me. I want to go into the depth and figure out what is it that we missed when we start putting this in actual pen and paper and solve for it. So every extreme is a great opportunity to expand your the horizons of what you can possibly think. So from that point of time, any extreme cases which has missed the normal routine immediately challenges you. Say, oh, there is something that we have missed. Our own human brains, we thought we are all highly educated, highly qualified people, but here is an issue, here is a small area that we have not focused on, and we never thought that this scenario could happen. So that was the reason that made me realize very early that every one of these is actually a great opportunity to go back and expand your own thinking capability and the scenarios planning capability. Once you have that mindset, all these customers, unhappy customers, in my view, are the greatest friends of a brand. They come and tell you what's wrong, what we are doing wrong. Some of them might be pure perceptions. Okay. In that case, you handle it differently. Some of them might be actual real things that we might have been not considering. So here is a great opportunity to consider it and improve your processes, into your products, improve your engagement with the customer. So all these things are great help for the brand. On the ethics part of it, whether it is personalization, whether it is use of behavioral economics, in my view, we need to be extremely clear that we are here. You have a certain amount of influence in the way, for example, a data science is being used for personalization. We have a fiduciary responsibility. Similarly, when I'm taking behavioral economics, I have a fiduciary responsibility to do right for the customer. What is right for the customer is right for the bank. If you start with that principle, both whether it is personalization, whether it is data privacy, whether it is what is it that we do with the data of the customer, as well as the nudge that we are planning to do with the behavioral economics, we are very clear. We want the customer to be with us for the long run. We don't want the customer just to buy a product today and forget about us, say, the next day. So we are not interested in that. It's a learning curve for us. We keep experimenting, but we want to be very, very clear that these lines, these boundary conditions will not be violated.
It is fantastic. You spoke about someone who was your senior at work, and you remember way from 2003. And so I want to take that again one step further and base my next question in. So when we talk about the outliers, the complaints, the dissatisfied customer, right? As a one-off case, we can imagine as people, it's easy for us to handle that. But when you deal with a role and responsibility where there is a good volume of that coming down your way, regularly, because you're going to have a good spread of all kind of reactions. The question here is, how do you make this dealing with them in a proper way, the way you described? There's a risk that this becomes routine behavior. And you say, you know what, chalta hai, let me ignore this. Big deal, you can't keep everyone happy. It is not difficult to imagine that can seep in the way we think. And it is not one person, it's many different people together as a team. Right? So I think the question I'm trying to come down to is, you were lucky because you saw someone who made it a point to say, no, this is important, I need to pay attention. And so possibly you invite it. Is it the person or is it the system?
Both in my view, Prakash, because I was just giving you an example for my individual thing, how one small instance and how the challenge actually made sure that my brain was tickled at that time. And I used to look at it as, what is it that we missed? Okay. Whereas if you expect everybody to be like this, it is not going to happen. So you need to have a system. In HDFC Bank, for example, my managing director and CEO follows up on every complaints. He will not rest till that time, whether it is morning 5 o'clock, update please, RCA please, what to say, the guarantee that it will not happen again, explain to me. Now, when it comes as a culture, I think then it starts following. Because if the senior most person in the organization is going to be that much of anal about this, sorry for those words, that's what exactly it is, it makes sure the system transforms itself.
I think we want to take one more
yes.
couple of questions.
So this is a question that's coming from also the audience and something that I'm very curious about. The fact that you're coming from a place of, this is marketing, it's a place of communication. And communication has always been the baby of creativity. Is putting a framework, and how have you seen that impact creativity somewhere? Or have you seen that there is a way to maneuver it? Because at the end of the day, it's creativity is supposed to be fluid. A follow-up to the same question is also, you are scaring the living daylights out of agencies right now. And the fact that you know how communication has to be, because otherwise I think this is something that is instinctive, that is built into people who, it's instinctive. It is not a science. I'm not talking about the strategists there. They can explain it away, but even that I think is more a justification and a rationalization, is my opinion. I think it's more coming from a place of instinct and coming from a very an empathetic understanding of human behavior. Now that you have a matrix to it, and you know how to operate it. Have you seen, or do you think there is something that agencies need to do, or do you think there's something that
I'll answer it in two parts. These are challenges we have been facing for the last 4 or 5 years. Okay, what we have been very clear is the story should be on a human insight. Okay, behavioral economics is more for post the human insight has been figured. Human insighting of actually, I'm not talking about surveys. I'm not talking about, don't ask questions because you don't get the right answers. I'm not a strong believer in surveys per se, because I think you can manipulate a survey to get the answer that you want. But if you observe consumers and if you spend time with them, you get a lot more insights about what they do and why they do what they do. Okay, the stories which the creative agencies need to bring should be on the basis of the human insight of what makes a story come alive. The insight has to be there. So what we apply as behavioral economics is post that. We don't want to influence that before. You come out with a story, let me see how it is coming out. And after the story, whether it is in line with the problem that you're trying to solve for the customer, whether it is rooted in an insight about how the consumer behavior is happening, that human insight is what we are looking for. Once that is visible to us, and when we actually create the storyboard, and when the final presentation is being made, till the time we don't talk about behavioral economics, we don't talk about any of these endowment principle, nothing. We allow a creative freedom. Post that, we look at it and say how we can add any one of these principles to make it a little bit better. We follow a structure that way. Yes, this conflict is going to arise a lot more because people are now becoming a little bit more left-brained when they want to be needed to be right-brained. Okay, that's the fun of getting data and some of these metrics and rules in place.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ravi. We do have a couple of panels again down the line where you're going to be posing these questions around how is it that behavioral sciences are going to be absorbed as disciplines? Are they going to be separate verticals? Are you going to see the rise of a chief behavioral officer down the line? Or is it going to be a discipline absorbed by agencies of today, the way you have an account planner who is working in tandem with the creative team? Are we also going to have a team of behavioral strategists to come in point of view? A lot of possibilities. The next 10 years are going to be very, very interesting. And thank you so much for taking the time and also for doing this, because this is very inspiring to folks in the behavioral science community. And have a fantastic weekend ahead of me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is known as a revenue rockstar and growth hacker. It brings us great pleasure to welcome to the Now Fest a brilliant strategist, a keynote speaker and founder of Welcome to Natureland Australia, a practitioner with unique perspective on applying behavioral science to business. Over the last couple of years, we've learned so much from her and from her way of looking at business problems and the application of behavioral science to finding measurable, assured solutions. For that, thank you, Sonia. Since 2011, she's successfully applied behavioral science with Fortune 500 companies to startups, and in her own words, anyone in between who's interested in changing the game. Sonia is on the faculty for KPMG Upside Founders Program Australia, and she's the Australian representative to Diversify Global. She's joining us today to speak about using behavioral science to improve the bottom line. I'm taking notes. Please welcome a very special friend and a guru, Sonia Frederick.
Oh, lovely to see you again. So much of a pleasure for me to be here. So thank you so much for your time. And was so fabulous too to just hear Ravi speak about what he's been doing and share with such generosity a lot of examples in business.
Absolutely. And we're looking forward to it from you. Over to you, Sonia.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen. And if you can just confirm that everybody can see that.
Yes.
Great. Thanks very much for having me here. I'm excited to share what I've been working with my clients and the successes they've had over the last decade applying behavioural science to business. And one of the reasons I love working in this space is very much that it's about shifting the game to having measured outcomes. And I think that's the biggest shift in business and what actually brings the fun back into it as well. I think in business we find that everything's going fine until it isn't. And then we all start to panic and think, oh my gosh, how do we find some different solutions? And I think if we can start trying to get out of that place and be more innovative and proactive, you hopefully never get to that place. Yet I find that 50% of my clients are innovators, and then there's another 50% who are in crisis. Some of them are innovators in crisis as well. So there's this sort of even split, and the rest are in the middle. And it seems to make sense with what we know about behavioural science that those who are in their status quo don't feel like they need to shift unless something new happens or a competitive change happens or unless a crisis hits. I think all of us, though, know that we wouldn't be here probably unless there was a success with the original nudge unit. And when they set out, they created an objective. And their objective was to actually prove that there was an outcome associated with applying, as it was termed then, behavioural economics and today behavioural science. And they wanted to see a 5-fold increase in the cost of the nudge unit over a period of 2 years. And for most of us working in this game, 2 years is very much enough time to be able to prove some sort of success. Now, I think if this had failed, we probably wouldn't be actually here today. The fact of the matter is it was a massive success, and that success actually brought in more than a 22-fold improvement to the bottom line. And I'm not sure about you, but if somebody came to me and said, hey, Sonia, there's something that I recommend you try and experiment with and give it a go, and it can potentially give you a 22-fold improvement in your business, would you give it a go? And I'd say yes. Some people wouldn't, and we'd be stuck in our status quo. However, we're spending a lot of money today, and I think the key is to say, well, are we optimally spending the money, and how are we proving that on the bottom line? Because we do know so much more today. I want to clarify as well, my entry point comes in as a marketer. And for those of us who came into this world of behavioural economics, a decade ago, we all came from the entry point of what our career was then. There were no degrees in behavioural economics at that point in time. And so I didn't come at it from an academic perspective. I didn't come at it from a psychologist perspective, a market research perspective, or any other people that I know who came into this field at the same time did. Yet my goal is always to actually be this bridge, between academia and then actually say, well, how do you apply it in business? Because that's the way my brain works. And how do I give some clarity to people who are in business and say, look, there's this wealth of information and there's so many examples that we can piggyback. Why don't we just give them a try and let's experiment and see if we can change something? Now, I've worked with the pharmaceutical industry for more than 20 years. I worked in advertising and was the general manager of an advertising agency here in Sydney. And we've built markets and brands, and hand on heart today, I can say that I would change at least 80% of what we did. And so much of what we used to do that we believed was accurate, I wouldn't even recommend to people today. Now, the reason for that is because we have such a shift in what we understand about the brain. We also have such a shift in technology that lets us measure a lot. However, it's not just the digital space or the AI space. I think there's a whole lot that can go on where we can say, well, is this actually effective? And what is the return on the investment? And most of us never really ask, what is the actual return on the investment? As Reshma said, I work with Fortune 500 companies, and I was very fortunate that when I entered into this array of behavioural science and behavioural economics as a consultant, I worked with one of the largest brands in the pharmaceutical industry in Australia, and we had some major results for that brand. And a bit like Ravi said, is you need a quick win. The quick win keeps you there. And so I was very fortunate to be involved in many of those. The extent of what I do today, though, goes through to startups. And the reason I'm mentioning this is that there's a wide audience here today with the NowFest, and I want to share examples of successes that we've had across the breadth of these businesses. So if you're in a Fortune 500 company, there's some learnings, but the learnings really go across the board. And it's really just to spice it up and share that there's these opportunities across any business. It doesn't matter what size you are, from a solopreneur to a business with tens of thousands of employees. And critically for me, it is about the employee. I really have found over this last decade that I think there are two underperforming assets in business. One is the employee and the second is the data. And I'm not saying, it's a far cry from me saying that people are lazy. They're not lazy. In fact, we're hearing so much that people are overwhelmed, they're overworked, they're not sure which way to go, or they're in their daily grind. And yet when you actually start giving them different tools and you give them this toolkit and you share how to do that and handhold them a bit, and when you start to marry what you can do with data and an employee, you suddenly find some magic happens. And people go from being fearful or frustrated in their job to actually being very confident and very empowered. And I think it's really telling when an employee can come into a manager, an executive team or the CEO and say, I proved it. That's very different on their performance reviews than actually just hoping that something's worked. I think also that many businesses still continue to use this traditional model, the AIDA model, which was around in 1898. And I can also say that until I started working in behavioural economics, I still use this model. So up until just over a decade ago, I was using it, and it was actually how we would plan and spend our budgets in Fortune 500 companies. And people are actually using it, whether they're aware of it or not, often unconsciously, whether they're also in the startup world or in a major organisation. Yet today we know so much more, which says we can actually leapfrog that model and change behaviour. And so it brings in different conversations. And to have different conversations, you have different questions. And with different questions, you need different information. And I think the biggest thing for me is I have never heard anybody in business say, I'm in business to lose money. Yet so much money is wasted in business. And today we go, well, let's actually start thinking differently. We can spend a lot of time patting ourselves on the back, which is a great thing to do, and say, what have I done well? And I say, well, let's actually also reframe it and ask a second question and say, how much money did I lose for the company today? And that can actually be quite sobering and quite confronting, because when we start seeing ourselves as profit centers, whether you're the CEO or the receptionist, and you start actually giving people tools, you start actually getting everybody in the organization working the same way, irrelevant of their title. For me, over this decade, the four areas that I found have been really effective and actually take people on a journey through business and actually help them expand how they apply behavioural economics and behavioural science into their business is the first one is to actually get everybody starting to be a data detective. And a lot of people will say, but there's no data in my job, and there's data in every job. Yes, some champion data people will rise to the surface. And you do want your data nerds to come to the fore, and you want the ones who are already there actually to start to do more than they're actually possibly doing. Because I think that we often actually leave it to the finance people or the data analysts to deal with the data. And so we become very scared of it. And so my job is to help people to actually become data detectives and actually love the data so they can actually make evidence-based decision-making. Looking at how irrational pricing wins and what we know in the space of behavioural science and heuristics and biases that influence outcomes when people actually purchase and why they spend money is a really powerful learning. And I think what happens in all of these areas is that you don't just learn something for the business, you actually start learning something for your life. And so it is this double-sided coin. You start to learn more about you, and you start to learn more about what you can apply in your job, in your business. Then to upskill people in different areas of behavioural science, whether it's in call scripts or communications or any area of a business. And finally, I think we're starting to see, rather than the customer journey being the most important, in my mind, the friction journey and mapping that out can actually make you more money. So what I want to do is I want to share with you some of the way that we can change this and break some of the myths. And the question becomes, how do you make data and behavioural science sexy? Because a lot of people, when you say data, they can just turn off. And what I've learned is that when you start seeing how it actually improves the bottom line, and it does that by either making you money or saving you money, both are equally important, you start actually going, what else is there that we can actually prove and measure? And we move away from this dynamic that happens in business where a lot of decisions are actually just convenient. And I can look back on my role in my career and go, actually, I think I made quite a lot of convenient decisions, or we conveniently rolled out the same processes year after year after year. And so I want you to ask yourself, are you making decisions that are just convenient and easy to do because that's the way we've done it? Or are you saying, if you start hearing people say, I know that's why that we've got that problem, it's because of X, Y, Z, and they don't have the data to prove it, then we don't know that for sure. It's just a convenient conversation and a convenient out. And so our job in the world of behavioural science is to say, how do we change these conversations from being convenient to actually show cause? And where can we do that and run our randomised controlled trials and actually get proof points of success? And so it doesn't matter if we learn something that saves us money, if we learn something that saves or makes us money, we actually know that an effect will give a return to the bottom line of business. So in my book, both are actually important. So what I'd like to do for this next section is to actually just share 8 examples across Fortune 500 companies and startups and franchises that have actually had bottom line impact for business. And I'm not going to go through the exact details of what we've done because I'm conscious of time. I'm more interested in showing you the impact that you can show on the bottom line and how it is variable and hidden in different aspects of the business. The core, though, in all of these is that without the data, you don't actually find that they actually impact the bottom line. And you need that to actually get there. So let's have a look at the first myth that has been blown out of the water. We had a client who said we need to stop employees stockpiling annual leave and long service leave. And yes, that was part of the equation. And so we had a problem we needed to look at. And this was with a Fortune 500 company, and it was an internal cost. It was fine while they were making money in their heyday, but when the actual market was in decline, this actually turned out to be a $100 million problem for this organisation. Now, I was fortunate to work on this project with Cowrie Consulting because they had the contact of the client here in Australia. And we worked on this together, and it was fantastic to actually see where context and cultural differences come into play. I'm not sure in your country, but in Australia, there is actually a tendency to chuck sickies around annual leave and long service leave. And so when we dive into the data further, we weren't just looking at an annual leave and long service leave problem. We found that there was $1 million problem every time there was a public holiday in Australia, where people took another day off either side and they didn't actually use it as annual leave. And so critical for us is actually to go, how do we dive into the data deeper? And my experience has been that when we look at data and when my stats team and the analytics team do, we will find that you have to do this 3-pass effect. The first lot gives us questions. The next lot gives us some more information. But really, when you dig a little bit deeper, you find the gold when you go through the data the third time around. And this is exactly what happened in this instance. When you dig a little bit deeper and you get your team who actually start asking questions and you open that up, and bring in context and cultural differences, you start to actually see that there are other problems in play. However, you do need the data to see them. The next myth I want to bust is where somebody says we're losing revenue to market downturn. And so it's very easy for us to always blame something that is external to the business or think that it is something external to the business. And in this instance, it's to do with a franchise. And the franchise was in revenue decline, and this was a client of mine in Sweden. And interestingly, their board and the management had felt that this is why they were losing money. Now, in this instance, you can understand it because they're the market leader. So you would expect as a market leader, when the market shrinks, it's actually not because of something we did, it's actually because of something that the market is doing. And I think this is an easy conversation for us all to assume. Yet again, sometimes we need to actually ask ourselves, is that the truth? Is that really the reason why? And in this instance, what we were able to find is that it actually didn't have anything to do with that at all. We were able to actually find that there was a reverse in sales because a product had actually been deleted from their product line. And now that we know about behavioural science, we go that this was a reverse decoy effect. I can honestly say, sitting here today, that if you asked me about reverse decoy effects 20 years ago, would I have even looked for this as a solution for this business? And I can say there is no way I would have done it. And so behavioural science gives us a whole new way of looking at any problem within an organisation to actually see what are these heuristics and bias and nudges in play, and importantly now to look at reverse effects. Because the other thing we never did was pilot when we deleted things. We'd pilot new things, but we wouldn't pilot those deletions. And in this instance, we didn't just bring in the kids' cup back, the little cup. We actually changed what we did, but we still actually applied behavioural science principles to that. And within a 6-week period, we're actually able to increase the revenue and the bottom line of this business. The next myth I'd like to bust is investor finance. And I think for a lot of startups, this is such a big issue for them. A lot of scale-ups is, when do we actually ask for money and how much are we going to give away of our business? And you can get to a point where you've given away so much of your business that it actually becomes a really critical decision point because you start losing your majority stakeholdings. And unfortunately, I have seen situations where individuals have given that up and we have then had to fight to actually get it back. So here was a company that I was working with, and they said, Sonia, can you have a look through our pitch deck because we actually need to get $2 million in investor finance. Separately, they had asked me just for some clarity over their numbers, and somebody had said, just get Sonia to actually have a look at your P&L and your numbers and see what she can find from a behavioural science perspective. And so they needed this cash quickly. Going through and evaluating their business, I was able to see that there was a huge opportunity within something that the sales team were not doing with customers. And the problem wasn't actually about needing the $2 million investor finance. If they could actually upskill their sales team, they would bring in enough cash and they'd bring it in early enough, they wouldn't need this manufacturing bridging finance. And so that's what we did, is we upskilled the team and we actually were able to save them asking for this $2 million. And this becomes really critical, as anyone in the startup and scale-up space knows, is that if you can get a quick win by just upskilling your team, it's very different, not just for this, but for the longevity and impact of what happens when they feel empowered to then look at the next opportunity. And the second thing that happens is the next time you need investor finance, you don't necessarily go, we need investor finance. You now ask yourself a second question, which is there another way for us to do that without giving up a part of our business? Critically, it was fantastic. The general manager from this business sent through a lovely testimonial, and I hadn't realised the degree of the impact this had for them because of, and this was actually just pre-COVID and while the COVID situation was happening. And I'm not sure if those of you who actually are relying on manufacturing, but we're finding that freight times have just blown out of the water. So lead times for this product actually were blown out from 3 months to 6 months. And so the bridging finance was intended for that, yet was then obviously not required. The next myth was another Fortune 500 company that wanted to spend between $2 and $3 million on a direct-to-consumer campaign. They had patients who were dropping off therapy. My background was working for 20 years in the pharmaceutical industry. And so my first clients, it turned out many of them were in the pharmaceutical industry, and now it's broad across a lot of category. Here, though, I think is what is very familiar, and I guess the normal and traditional problem solving is using that original AIDA model, which says the first thing we've got to do is throw money at awareness and education campaigns. And I love that we've learned through behavioural science that at best they may change 10 to 15% of consumer behaviour. And so in this instance, it actually turned out that the consumers were not actually falling off therapy and dropping off because they didn't want to be on the drug. We did a market research project where we applied a number of heuristics and biases and 360-degree reviews with all of those who were concerned in this space. And the interesting thing was we were able to find that it had actually nothing to do with spending more money on actually keeping them and getting them to be aware of staying on therapy. This was actually very much probably a decade ago that I worked on this project, and I didn't have a term for it then, but today we do, and it's called friction. And I have to thank Roger Dooley for that, because he's given us this whole space to now operate in of understanding friction mapping. And what happened in this instance was we went through the process that patients went through. We found out that there was one point in the actual process that they dropped off, and it was due to the system, which was outside of the pharmaceutical company's control, that these patients were not able to then jump back in the system. And so there was a process issue that needed to be worked on to actually then change the dynamic rather than spending more money and throwing more money at a problem that couldn't occur. And so I think you can start seeing that there's a thread going on here, which is that the solutions that would have happened were to a problem that didn't exist but was assumed. And so far we've been able, through data and through a little bit more digging and through understanding the heuristics and biases of behavioural science, see that when we dig a little bit further, we actually find the right problem, which means we can find the right solution. The next business myth, which I see so often with my clients, is that we need to discount to attract customers. And anyone who works with me knows I hate discounting, not just because of what it does in terms of the volume required to keep your profit margins, what it does in the brain and what actually resets as an imprint in terms of brand value is so damaging to a brand long term. And so this was actually a startup business, a small business, and it was actually a husband and wife who were running this business. And I'd say they were stressed and on the brink of collapse with their business and collapse with their relationship. And I'm very fortunate that working at the smaller end with businesses, they become very personal and very rewarding to work with. Big business is very rewarding. It's just not as personal. And it's not that somebody's life is on the line. In big business, you're usually spending somebody else's money, whereas here they're spending their own. And so here was a company that had been giving away 30% of their equivalent of 30% of their revenue in discounts and contras. And so one of the first things I get all of my clients to do is I want them to go back and show me for the last 2 years how much money they have actually given away or what they've given away in discounting, in contras and promotions. And so for anybody who's scared of data, these are quite familiar terms because this is what they've done in their business, hoping to actually bring in customers. And critically for this is that it actually starts getting every client to look at data, and it does it in a very easy to do manner. This client in particular, when we actually met, she said, "Sonia, I burst into tears when I saw what I have been giving away. In fact, if she probably hadn't been giving any of this away, she probably wouldn't have even needed my services." Yet we took it to another place and we started sharing what she could do with behavioural economics and behavioural science. And what changed over the course of 18 months was instead of a business falling over, it suddenly actually became very profitable. And then what happened was the relationship was restored because all of that stress disappeared and everyone was actually suddenly very happy. It's very hard to actually get away from this discounting myth. And I think the critical thing I've also seen is that if your customers are relying on you to discount, they will wait. If they're repeating customers, they will wait for the discounting time, the Black Friday sale, or when they know that it's the end of financial year sale or your once a month sale, and they hang out for this. And I have experienced that it can take up to a year to 18 months to wash out discounting. It takes that long to slowly actually bring it back. With some clients, I've had other clients who've actually rebranded because they knew that the entrenched behaviour was so much with that brand that they could not actually get out of their sales that happen twice a year. And then obviously these peaks and troughs, or peaks and then nothing, and then another peak and then nothing again, would happen twice a year. For a number of my clients, I come from this business consulting background. And so I have a team around me and we work together with clients, whether it's from the data analytics or I also bring in often a financial consultant. And this financial consultant now is working with quite a number of my startups and scale-ups because that is a sweet spot of hers. So the way I've set myself up is to have access to experts from around the globe and then tap into them as required, and we work on projects together. And this is what keeps people on track. I think that to have someone in place who's got you back and have a support structure is also really critical in that scale-up and startup space. I had another Fortune 500 company who had heard about behavioural economics and kept hearing about it and was getting interested in it, and then just said, well, why should we do anything differently? And really just put a challenge to me and said, I need you to prove that it works. And so we took a low risk area of the business. And I think for me, what I try and find with all businesses is a quick win. If we can show a quick win in your business, then everybody comes on board faster rather than taking on the biggest challenge of the business. I think that that is short-sighted, and actually you can sabotage yourself before you begin in this space. So what we did in this instance was took something really, really simple. We took an EDM, so an electronic direct mail piece, and we worked with the marketing team. And interestingly enough, this was a global company. And so we needed to get approval from their global team in New York to actually go ahead and do this in Australia. Now, again, this is a pharmaceutical industry example where the pharmaceutical industry often spend quite a lot of money to bring specialists, and they go on what we call a travelling roadshow around the country. And when they do that, then those are recorded, and then those videos are made available to share with GPs. This company was finding that their click-through rate was pretty minimal. And so we ran a number of nudge experiments and got statistical proof with 5,000 GPs. And we were able to show that just by changing what we did, and today I'd say we probably applied the East model by making it really, really simple. Even though we didn't know the East model back then, we applied it and we actually went, well, let's make one of these versions really, really simple and get back to reducing choice overload. I think in a lot of EDMs, we actually think we've got to get out what is our latest and greatest rather than understanding that it's best maybe to just give one or two highlights and messages. And so the click-through rate here for the video was a 6-fold click-through rate. The experiment was to obviously apply it in communication and reduce this cognitive overload. What happened though during this is that I start seeing the cost of actually doing the traditional method of advertising and promotions. And I started to keep a tally of the amount of hours for the number of people that were involved, from the team who designed this to the medical teams to the people in global overseas who did it, to my time and our team's time. And then all up, I could see that there was more than $80,000 worth of just head hour time actually being absorbed in doing one EDM, which made me question, are they getting more than that as a return? And do they get a 22-fold return on this $80,000 worth of head hours? And I guess I put that to you today is, how often do you actually ask yourself how much time it is taking for any individual promotion or any individual tactic to actually be developed? Because we often look at the cost of something without including our internal cost of the employees associated with it. Particularly if we're using external suppliers, we might just go, well, our job is to do that and to work on those projects, and the external suppliers actually give us their hourly rate, yet we don't actually factor in the hourly rates of what we actually cost internally within an organisation. And it can be important for us to do that. Another business myth I want to actually slash is someone thinking that they needed to increase the price by 40% and worried about how they could do it, and having a feeling was that that was all they thought that was possible. Critically in this instance was we ended up going in and doing a top-down and bottom-up forecasting analysis based on the market dynamic, as well as also the conversion rates that were happening and also the profitability of what was going on in this business. And it became quite apparent that they would require a 200% price increase. So we didn't just say, oh, let's just try for a 200% price increase and see what happens. That is not actually how you apply a rational pricing to pricing in business. What we did was to actually understand the foundational needs of the business, the market opportunity, and then marry that with the profitability and the current conversion rates. And so this is what was required to keep a startup going and a scale-up going. And we all know that there are a number of scale-ups out there who have never become profitable. And so in my book, I am a bit of the old school in this space. And I go, well, I'm keen to actually have a profitable business become the unicorn, and the ones that are actually really hitting home and not always looking for investor funding just to get breadth of their customer base. In this instance, though, it took a lot of time and effort, not just to go, well, let's just change the pricing, to actually upskill the team. And so we successfully introduced a 200% price increase to new customers, and we successfully introduced between a 40 and 60% price increase in the renewals to existing customers. I was working here with a call centre team, and so it's really important that everything is done as a draft and everything is done with buy-in from the team, because the hardest thing to do is to get somebody say something new the first time. And we don't go in and say, you need to do this all the time. We go, we just want you to do it once and see how it works. And then when they get proof of concept, their confidence actually changes, and obviously their fear of loss disappears instantly. Separately, though, we also want to be watching and keeping a close eye on things for any backfires. And my experience is that while we actually want statistical proof, we're keeping a very close eye on everything the first 24 to 48 hours and then ongoing, just to make sure we don't have any unintended consequences. So we spent quite a lot of time, not only with the management team understanding what we did was teach everybody about heuristics and biases in pricing. So everybody was upskilled in this space. Then we drafted new pricing, and the way we do that is have numerous. We had probably about 12 different prices. They were all actually the same pricing with different nudges in every one of them, and we were watching our own engagement and disengagement in them. And then we took one of those to market. Before we took it to market, we did a second upskill, though, with the sales team, and that was actually applying behavioural science to their call centre scripts and to the dynamic of the engagement. And in that, we obviously did some research on the current conversations that they were having, so we could actually see what was going on, see where the friction points are, and then actually role play that and have everybody working and learning what worked best for each other. So this was, I think there's a logical sequence sometimes with clients that happens where you might go in and upskill them in irrational pricing, change their pricing, and they see a quick win, and then you start looking at how you can upskill different departments within the organisation and that actually work for the betterment of that organisation. What I love in this instance is that you start seeing a shift in culture, and you start seeing a shift in the conversations that are had, and you move people from being fearful to being empowered and having these powerful dynamics that happen, and obviously successes. Not everything is a success, though, and so you still need to obviously create mini commitments and feedback loops with the employees so that you're checking in and making sure that they're all actually doing okay and they're achieving what they need to achieve. One of the last myths for me to share is this business myth of we don't know why we're churning customers. And so it was interesting to actually have a look at this and see what is the dynamic of what's going on in the churn, and also in actually pulling apart the software program and seeing how the parameters for churn rates were actually set. And so the analysis here was a deep dive into that and working with the customer success team and actually going, let's pull it apart. Now, I think every time you actually say you're going to go in and dive deeper into any part of an organisation, everyone gets a little bit scared because of what you're going to find. And I always suggest we're going to go through some storming, some norming, and then some performing. And so we can all do some storming, and we can understand, in the pulling apart these layers of the onion. Once we actually can see the dynamic of what's going on and people realise there is no threat to their job when we actually start just pulling it apart. The first thing I think is people think they might get exposed for something, when in fact what we're doing is we're trying to give people tools to actually work better and become more empowered and more confident, and so that they do their job better and they feel better every day in what they do. And so in this instance, to reduce churn, we actually did a friction mapping exercise. And the friction mapping exercise was with the entire customer success team. We started by doing a presentation on what friction is about, and also sharing the EAST model and using that as a framework to come up with some ideas. And in that half-day meeting alone, the team was coming up with ideas, particularly around jargon that they use. They started seeing friction everywhere. And I find that the friction mapping, a bit like the pre-mortem, are two powerful tools you can use in business that both allow for dissent in a constructive and positive way. They allow everybody to start seeing what nobody spoke about before, or to say what they think is going wrong, and then actually say it even about their own role or other areas of the business. And so we ran this exercise, and then for a week we had everybody go back to their roles and map out friction, and just every day note down all the friction that they were experiencing, become a customer and do that. Our team became customers as well and went through their process and identified all of the friction. When we regrouped, it was fascinating to see that everyone in the customer success team had the same first friction point. And we didn't expect this to happen. However, we spent the longest time on this. And a credit to the CEO who said, we're going to change this. And it was a design problem at the very first screen, pretty much, that the customers saw when they were engaging with this app, and their administration functions that they had to support it. And so this was going to be a 3-month build, and we had to work with tech teams to do it. But we didn't just wait for that. What happened was we mapped out what else do we want to do from all of these friction points and start getting them into play. And the first one, by the end of that session, we were already changing jargon of the business and starting to see how that could actually shift some of the conversations. It was powerful to witness the space everyone went from, oh my gosh, we're pulling it apart, to actually being heard. And I think this happens every time you run any friction mapping exercise, is employees get heard and they are allowed to say what is going wrong. And to actually then do something about it is really, really powerful. And in this process, we ended up mapping out for the customers what we wanted to actually, the onboarding of a customer to be for their first 3-month experience, and then what would happen after that. This was actually game-changing again for the business, and we didn't set ridiculous targets. I think the target was about a 1%, 1 or 1.5% increase in retention a month. So we knew to get to our goal was going to take a little while, and over a 12-month period, we reduced, on their team, to their credit, reduced their retention, the churn rate, by 7.6%. Which is significant too if you're in a startup, scale-up space and you're wanting a buyout at some space. And this obviously has a massive impact to the value of your company when you can prove that you've actually developed this IP around this space. So this was critical for them, and you can see that we're actually doing some different things in different organisations. We're taking them through this friction mapping process is what actually became, I'd say, the game changer for us even identifying the solution of what we needed to do. We also needed to change how we actually set up the churn measurements and the boundaries that were in there, and upskill the success team and really get them to become data savvy. And so what's happened in this instance, and I think this is where champions rise to the fore, and you never know who they're going to be. And the customer success team manager has actually been this data champion, not just now for this part of the business, is starting to do it for other aspects of the business. And his role is now actually increased as a direct result of this project, because it's actually a skill set that is now applied. And I think every business needs to be quite open to actually seeing who pops up, whether they're a BE champion, a data champion, a friction mapping champion. It doesn't really matter what they are. Just see where the heads pop up, and then you obviously take that skill set and go, how do we leverage that asset through the business? So the aim of today was just to share with you how we can start busting myths. And I guess from tomorrow, I'd say to you, well, tomorrow in Australia is Sunday, so from Monday, I'd say, when you're in your first meeting on Monday, just stop and start observing yourself and say, are we making convenient decisions, or are we making ones that we can actually prove? Do we need to bust some myths in our own business and use behavioural science to do that? Because when you start busting those myths, and when you start saying and letting people be vulnerable and say, actually, I don't know how, let's find out, and how are we going to measure it? And you start marrying the data and the people, you now have two powerful performing assets that get leveraged and really optimise the bottom line for your business. And I think that's what's a key play for us today, is to go, you can know so much and you can spend so much money in traditional ways, yet when you are solving the wrong problem with a big bucket of money, you still don't solve the problem. You're still in the same space of just really being in Groundhog Day and doing what's convenient and going through the same, processes, instead of going, let's have a look and see how we can change them. And I really just want to take my hat off and give a shout out to what Ravi just showed, which is proving this, is that in those few examples that he's shared, they've identified every touch point and they're changing and applying behavioural science to every touch point. Now, if you imagine every touch point in an organisation with your customers, that's one element of it. The second element is every touch point with your employees. And then the third is with all of your suppliers. Outside of this becomes what is it that you learn that you can do different in your life, in the relationships you have in your own family and friends, and how you go about your own world. Understanding heuristics and biases is game-changing in every space and can change your relationships as well. And so I really guess I put it to everyone, if you want to start changing the bottom line of business, and I think the bottom line of behavioural science is that every nudge that we do, which gives us a measured outcome, actually does have a profitability measure as associated with it. You might not always think they do if they're a behavioural change in a different area, but time, effort, anything actually has a monetary association with it and can be measured from that space too, in terms of the amount of energy and effort that is put into it. So when you start actually changing the game, you can start changing what people do. And I don't care whether you're the CEO or the receptionist, as we often have this hierarchy, that you start changing that and you empower everybody in business and you get a cultural shift like no other. And it may take some time. However, it's really worthwhile to do. And so the way we work for business is to actually say, well, let's actually start helping people identify in their area what is the data that they can actually start to actually look at and become these data detectives and make them data savvy. We work with businesses to actually look at their pricing, and this is a sweet spot for obviously a quick win where we really believe that we can impact the bottom line of business. We then apply behavioural science to any problem. And I think you'll be hearing that over the course of the NowFest, that there's a number of, anything to do with a human can have a behavioural science initiative and an intervention to associate with it, whether it's from annual leave to anything. So anything that's going on with an organisation, we're always happy to look at as a challenge. And finally, a powerful space is actually looking at friction. Friction within a department, friction within a process, or friction within an entire organisation. We're currently doing that with one organisation where we're going through the entire company, and we certainly are going through a storming, norming, performing process where we're actually pulling apart the entire company and identifying all friction within the organisation. And we have a 2-year period to actually try and wash that out and increase the profitability of that organisation by doing so. And so thanks very much for your time. I think we have some time for questions if there are any. And so I hope there's some ideas and starting points for you in your business to say, hey, there might be some ideas here we can look at, and let's start delving into the data and seeing how we can employ behavioural science to actually improve the bottom line of business and start busting those myths and the traditional way of doing everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you so much for that presentation. Absolutely loved the ending, especially like empower all for the cultural shift. Yesterday, during one of the sessions, we had a discussion on how there needs to be an out-group for in-group cohesion, and you say empower all. So it's like interesting contradictory perspectives. The audience is loving the session as well, and we have a lot of questions coming in. I'll begin with the first one. It takes a lot for a company to offer discounting. They are often cornered into it by competition or fear of losing market share. What would you say to clients who are fighting low price and deal hunting culture?
So thank you. I'm not saying you don't do a deal. I think we know that with behavioural science, there's different heuristics and biases that we can apply that can even give the equivalent deal. It's just that you don't use the discount. I'm not sure if that person who's asked, and a lot of clients of mine are not aware of what's called a discount margin table. And one of the things that a lot of companies don't do, they're worried about and reactive to the market dynamic. But they don't look at what the volume implications are that they need with that level of profitability. So there's a level of profit, and then there's the amount of discount. And then here is how much you need to increase your volume. And so they need to look at that first, because sometimes you can get a sobering, sorry, I've got a bit of feedback here happening. You can get a sobering shock when you realise how much you need to increase your volume because of that level of discount you're about to apply. And unfortunately, a lot of businesses never actually look at that number before they make this decision. So I think the first step is to actually do that. The second, and then say, well, do we still want a discount? And the second is to say there's always competition. And so if you react all the time to the competition, you're actually not being who you are as a business. Yet we can actually do it in different ways. So if we're bringing in scarcity, if we're bringing in urgency, if we're actually using defaults, if we're using decoys, we can use different things to actually adjust and see whether or not they have intervention, like if they actually have impact in the business. And for me, I go, let's play around with all of them first. Let's just say you were doing a 20% discount, or that's what you wanted to do. Well, for me, I'd go, well, let's look at a buy one, get something free, buy four, get one free offer, or buy five and get one free offer, and you have the same analogy of what you are giving away. Yet in our brain, they do two different things. So one will give me a dopamine hit, and the other will actually change my value association of your brand. And that's the biggest problem for me, is that if I value your brand here and you in my brain, and it's hardwired that this is what I get for that, and you bring me to here, my loss aversion kicks in. I never want to pay this again, which is why we now wait for and hang out for the Black Friday sales, and everything else, which is not great for brands. It's good for everyone's bank account or not. We just overconsume on that day.
Yeah. I was just thinking that. I was like, that puts a whole different perspective on Black Friday and Christmas sales. And what was that? The next question today is, you spoke about humans and data as the lowest performers. How do you look at data to make it perform better for you?
Oh, look, I think the biggest thing you have to see is data as your best friend. Everybody sees it as this weight of something on their shoulders, and they're not. And it depends where you are. So I'm not a statistician. We work with a team of statisticians and data analysts. And if you don't have them in your organisation and you can afford to, I would suggest you have them whether internally or as consultants working with you, because they obviously can analyse the data. What you need to do is firstly just go, there's nothing scary here. And I think the first thing is just to start looking at it and see what happens. And ask yourself, what am I looking at and what is going on here? Are there some trends I can identify? Are there some outliers I can identify? And you start asking, why outlying? Or why aren't these outlying? What are these consumers doing? And I think you just have to start asking questions. I appreciate that all of us, our brains are wired differently, so some of us see different things in it. And so if you're not sure with the data, I also suggest you go, just get everyone in your team, get people from different teams to look at the same information and see what they see, and get them to go away and do it and bring it back together. And you'll start seeing people look at things with different eyes, which means you start to see how they look at it and how they add value that you don't have. When I first started looking at data, I'm not an accountant or financial controller. I actually hired a financial consultant to look at the same. Well, I get access to a lot of profit and loss statements. So just to make sure I wasn't missing anything. And so that we could go, we know what we're looking at here. The other thing I'd just say with the data is just be very careful of dashboards that you get in software programs. And I think a lot of businesses have handed their power over, and I now call this death by dashboard, because we think it's being done because we see these pretty pie charts and line graphs and we go, oh, I can see what's happening in my business. And I say to everyone, if you haven't made a decision from the data in the last week, there's something wrong. If not the last day, if not the last hour.
It's really interesting. It's also like not only putting a timeline on data and working with an interdisciplinary team, but also reframing data. Often we look at data as a validation point.
Absolutely. It needs to be the starting point of what aren't we seeing here? What can I not see, And I think hopefully today I've shared that the only reason that we were able to find the solutions we did for these clients, it was because of the data. And, years ago we didn't have access to that, or more importantly, our processes didn't allow us to look at it. So we didn't bother. We may have even had it, but it wasn't actually the process within the organisation. Whereas today, that is actually what we do have access to.
Yes, most definitely. Being aware of the time, moving on to the next question. Learning from loss, how to convince senior staff this is worth doing.
Yeah. Okay. So I think for me, the first thing is to always find a quick win. And you want to, if you can, find a quick win that is of value to them. If you can do that, it's really, really important. What I've also found is critical is that you want them to have an experiential effect of some sort to do specifically with their business. And so we know that there's some, typical scenarios and hypotheses we can put in front of people that are like the behavioural science quiz, and we can show people's brain doesn't work the way that they thought and they come up with the wrong answers. My experience has been that when you start to solve a problem, you don't bring it to your leadership team as a fait accompli. You bring it to them with how you've gone through your own evolution of the different options. So to give you an example, the pricing, when I looked at pricing with one of my clients, I was working with one person, but we needed to get the whole management team to buy into that. And so we didn't go to them and say, here's the new pricing. What we did was we went, here's the 12 options. We want you to just go through and look at it. And we did upskill them in this instance in a presentation on pricing. But I said, the best thing you can do is to become an observer of yourself. And I want you to just slow down and look at where your eyeball lands and see whether you engage or disengage. And then at the end of it, we asked everyone which one they landed on the most and which one was the best one. And that was the same information on 12 pieces of paper. So they had an experience over the course of a half an hour that changed their understanding of how pricing ought to get presented to a customer, because they just saw that it changed which one they would buy. And so it doesn't have to be related to pricing for anything. I would suggest you actually get them to experience. So the critical thing for me is every solution is always presented in draft form. Nothing is ever presented to anyone outside of being in draft form, because then there's no panic of loss aversion where they go, well, I'm now worried about what I have to do. What it is actually an invitation for people to share concerns, where we need to upskill, or problems. And it's powerful. The word draft is the most powerful lexicon, I think, in behavioural science.
Got it. The draft form, I'm going to keep that in mind for sure, because there's so much pressure when you present in the final form. The next question was actually a follow-up. I wonder if you'd give the same answer. It's, how do you convince clients to look at loss as learning and not quickly resort to knee-jerk reactions?
There has to be a difficult conversation with every client, and you also have to be prepared to take a risk. And so for me, I say to my clients, you're spending that money already, or your staff are doing this already. How much is their time costing you? And you don't know. So the first is to get them to put a figure in their head that they set as a reference point, not me, of how much it's actually costing them. So we go, well, how do you know that that's working or not? So now we actually have seeded that there is a potential that they're losing money or that their employees are not being optimized. The next conversation I have with every customer is, I want you to tell me, and let's say we're talking about customers, it might be something else in the organisation. We'll use customers as an example. I say to them, how many customers are you prepared to lose before we actually know that this doesn't work? And this is a really important conversation to have. As an outsider, it's easy for me to spend somebody else's money. And so I need to treat that money in their business like it is my own money. And so I also have a figure or a number in my head of what I would expect. So while we would love to get statistical proof, our most important is to not lose this business money. And if we have something backfire and go wrong, we need to act very, very quickly. So they might go, I'm prepared to lose 2 customers, or they might go 50 customers. But we have to bring this conversation before we actually roll out a nudge, because you do not want to be planning for this live. You don't want to actually, when something's backfiring and now we're actually reacting, we want to go, okay, if we start losing them, what will we do? So it's like a mini pre-mortem. And so we've had this conversation before we go live. I have had situations, we've had this with one pricing rollout, and where there was something that occurred and was to do with nothing that I've presented today. And so we needed to change an email that got sent out, and we needed to send a follow-up one, which we did within like an hour. You know, it was like we needed to actually change the way that something was worded to, because we hadn't reassured these customers enough. And so if we had just let the experiment run out, we may have lost a whole lot of customers. I think in the end, we lost 3, I think, in total for this organisation, which was not a lot. So it was a small amount for the learning, and obviously then the uplift for the organisation. So you have to be prepared to have the scary conversations with a client, because you are putting them at risk. And I also say, if they are not prepared to take a risk, don't start a nudge experiment.
Yeah, makes sense. It's also something what Matt Wallard says on repeat, that behavior science is a process. It's a science. It's a process.
Yeah.
Our last question in the last 2 minutes, given the numbers and data fetishism, how do you go about humanizing the numbers and tie it back?
Sorry, I missed the beginning of that question.
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that. Given that numbers and data is stressed upon so much for validation, how do you go about humanizing these numbers and tie it back to actual product owner or user behavior?
Okay. So a lot of people don't think they have any data in their job. To give you an example, I did work with a receptionist in one business, and she didn't think she could track anything. And so the first thing is to say, well, what do you do in your day? And then you say, well, what does that give to the company or not? And how do you measure it? You just have to start looking in your own job and go, why do I do this? What's the result? How do I know it's a success? And then when you say, how do I know it's a success? You go, well, what do I measure it against here? Or what could I learn from my business? So I absolutely agree with this person that I think the first thing you need to do, and this does require effort, is you need to handhold people to see where the data is for them. Where is it in their world? And what is it that they could see as a direct result? Then when they go back, and some of them you might go, I want you to go back now and find some more information on this. And you might not even use the word data, but often you use information or data or whatever is the vocabulary they use in the organisation. And so an example, I can share with you a live example from last week. Yeah. I'm working with an agency, and one of the staff has picked up that in their system there's some discrepancies of head hours against an estimate to the system. And there should never be, it's a human error. This is a human error that's occurred. And so she's gone back to actually extrapolate, well, what is the cost of that to the business, because it doesn't get changed. And they actually, when they set an hourly rate, it's set for a year, can't get actually revised for a year. And so when we look at that, she's gone back and actually gone, from her perspective in her business, what are the consequences of this? So when you ask someone what the consequences are and they write down all these consequences, that gets their brain thinking, and then thinking, oh, what else could be going wrong here? And so from that, then we go, well, now let's validate each of those. And now we go, well, what would be the impact if we actually change the human behaviour and the staff actually put the right head hour rate in? And so we're actually in the process of doing that now, where we will then upskill the entire staff. However, we want this baseline measure, because it could be a considerable amount that it is costing the business as a direct result. So you do need to, I do agree with, you don't just go and find the data in your job and that's how you've got to do it. Like, I'm sorry, people don't do that. It's no different to starting someone in their job on their first day. When you train them in a new job, you need to train them in the new job of how to look at data that they then own. And I think one of the most successful examples, I know we're tight on time, is a salesperson who thought that the biggest clients, the biggest value clients took longer to convert. And when she started looking at her own data over the last 12 months, she blew her own assumptions out of the water, which is actually how this term came for myth busting, was from that company. Because they went, we're busting our own myths. And then she got excited and went, what else have I been assuming and thinking about what I do in my business? And to see that happen is a massive shift and a cultural shift for a business, and very, very rewarding to watch that occur.
That's brilliant. Self-reflection. Humanize data through self-reflection. That's absolutely brilliant. All right, Sonia, thank you so much for being so generous with your knowledge and examples. Over to you, Prakash.
Absolute pleasure.
Thank you so much, Sonia and Priyanka, for being here with us today. Sonia, absolute pleasure to always listen to your point of view, and it's very much set in a no-nonsense approach. Always a pleasure learning from you. And have a fantastic evening ahead in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prakash.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey David. Hi.
Now, behavioral sciences through integration with design and a good hard look at context. Outside the safety of the lab, what happens when behavioral science makes first contact with complex entanglements of real life? So little the choices of field come together to answer. Our first speaker is Ms. Afshan Nahid, Behavioral Science Manager at Procter & Gamble, Singapore. Joining her is Florent Bouzon, behavioral scientist and author of the first book on behavioral data for business, behavioral data analysis for business. Next up is David McCann. He's the founder of BCX Design, a behavioral science practitioner that leverages cognitive neuroscience and behavioral science to help organizations make better marketing, product, and management decisions. On the panel, we also have Anand Damani, global speaker, one of India's earliest adopters of behavioral sciences. He's a partner at Briefcase, a company that uses behavioral science to increase marketing conversions, product adoption, and employee performance. Our final speaker is Subabrata Roy, a behavioral science evangelist, is the founder and chair of Behavioral Insights Architecture and Strategy Private Limited, or BIAS. He helps private and public sector clients to leverage behavioral science to create better products and policies. Finally, immense pleasure to introduce the moderator for this panel, Jafar Beg. He's a behavioral scientist with training in applied behavioral sciences and human-centered design. He currently works as a UX researcher, user researcher at Glance, a company that delivers personalized content to the lock of smartphones. Now, this is a powerful, fantastic file. I'm very excited. Over to you, Jafar.
Thank you, Prakash. Welcome, everyone. I hope you guys are all having a good time. So I'll kick off the session in a little bit. Before that, I want to cover a little bit of why of this session, right? And then we'll go through the introductions and then jump into the discussions. And we will have good enough time for Q&A in the end. So please feel free to leave your questions in the chat box wherever you are on YouTube or whichever platform. So when we talk about evolution of behavioral sciences, right, a lot of folks, different folks have different starting points, right? As in, where is the origin of behavioral sciences? I mean, for some folks, it's Adam Smith. For some folks, it's Kahneman and Tversky's paper in 70s, right? And that is, which was almost 5 decades back. And for some folks, it's the natural revolution that happened like a decade and a half back. So I used to think it's the prospect theory, right? And yes, we needed that wake-up call for everyone to realize that, this is not the way to think about how we do things and how we think. But if you follow through history and look into the writings, even a couple of thousands years back, you will find a lot of behavioral science content in philosophy books and even books on wars, right? So in part, it seems like as communities, we forget, we learn again, we unlearn again, and then mess it up and then fix ourselves again. So, and behavioral science is no different, right? And we've been learning and unlearning a lot of these things as to how we understand humans and how we can influence decision making for better. And a recent example is, which I think the larger community still needs to sort of calibrate beliefs on, is the idea of irrationality and stupidity of human decision making. For the record, folks, we humans make many excellent decisions throughout our lives, every day, every moment, throughout our years of experience. The way we have evolved into complex economies, however messy they may be, right? We couldn't have done that without this ability to make super fast, excellent, life-saving, creative, and profitable decisions, right? Yes, there are systematic ways in which we make undesirable decisions. Otherwise, this field wouldn't exist, right? So, and behavioral science gives that lens to uncover those blind spots we have. And there are solutions to some, and for others, we're still figuring out as to what the hell is even going on in our brains, right? And I always say this, we can fly to Mars, but we don't yet know what really goes on in our brain. So we'll talk more about these things in the session going forward. Biases are my favorite topic. I know everyone's, mine probably for little different reasons. We'll get to that. And Sonia was just talking about, there's a tendency to prefer convenience when it comes to practicing behavioral science, right? Applying it and sort of shy away from complexities because that does not make money, right? In this session, we will hope, we'll try to cover some ground on applying behavioral sciences and the best practices. And to understand best practices, what they are, we might have to cover what's going wrong in the process, right? And what happens in that journey between learning behavioral sciences, coming from academia and the labs and applying into the real problems in real life, right? In businesses and other spaces. So to unpack that, we have a very diverse set of folks here coming from different backgrounds and experiences. There are folks here practicing behavioral sciences in CPG, insurance, folks combining data and behavioral sciences, using it in designing user-friendly products, right, in different markets. And folks are also here who have built behavioral science practice from scratch. So look forward to a lot of these insider insights going forward. Now, very quickly, I'm going to let folks introduce themselves now very quickly. I think that's best, right? There's no point me talking more about them. I know Prakash has sort of given a small introduction. I would still like everyone to sort of speak about themselves for a minute each. And as for me, I'm like Prakash said, I'm currently doing user research at Glance, but I come from academia. I did some bit of, in my past life, I was in academia doing research. Then I did a master's in behavioral economics and economics. And I then moved on to private sector consulting with Final Mile, learned loads of things there. I was doing CPG projects and then online behaviors, then moved into development sector. Now I'm in tech sector, right? I'm helping stakeholders understand users better and design better experiences. So I have a bit of sort of experience in hands and legs in different sectors. That's me, and happy to now give the stage away to everyone. Afshan, do you want to start?
Sure, thank you. So hi everyone. I am Behavioral Science Manager at Procter & Gamble. I'm based in Singapore, and I'm in this really interesting space where I get to help P&G apply behavioral science to, have more consumer-centric solutions. I bring some of the exciting research that happens in academia, in the lab, to the industry so that, we provide products and solutions for our consumers that satisfy their needs. I also have a master's in behavioral economics. Prior to that, I was working in an analytics space with Nielsen. So it's a bit of analytics and behavioral science that sort of goes together in my role at P&G. So it's really nice to be here on this panel. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm looking forward to this discussion today.
Anand, do you want to go next?
Hi, I'm Anand Damani. I run a firm called Briefcase with my partner Mayur, which we started in 2013. And around about that time in 2012, when this field was largely known as behavioral economics, we thought that we must give our practice a more consumer-friendly, user-friendly name. So we termed behavioral design as a practice, which is really an application of behavioral science.
David, Florent, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll connect. Hi everyone, I'm Florent Besson. So my bio in 2007, I did a PhD in behavioral economics and science about 12 years ago. There was no behavioral scientist in business back then, especially in science. And so I was a strategy consultant for 5 years. And then after that, I had the opportunity to start and lead a behavioral science team for a large insurance company in the US, which I did for 5 years. And towards the end of that, I wrote, as was mentioned, what happened to be the first book on behavioral design analytics in business. But I have to say that probably because people were more qualified than me fell victim to procrastination along the way, but that's how it is. Thank you.
So my name is Dave McCann, and I run a practice called BCX Design. I'm based in Bangkok, and mostly what I do is I work in the domains of habit formation, helping typically design financial services company, product with financial services companies, product with the health sector and the e-commerce space as well. I describe myself as a journeyman behavioral scientist. I learned how to practice this trade by working with much smarter people than me many years ago in my first career in financial services in Canada. And that was the start of my journey that took me first to Bangalore 6 years ago now, and finally to Bangkok 2 years ago. I work mostly in the software industry. Thank you.
Shivu, please.
Hi, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, so I won't.
Glad you can hear us.
Yeah, I won't start with the LinkedIn one, okay, because it's full of lies. I'll rather be candid about my academic misfortunes and my professional misadventures. Okay, so I have a master's in business administration, specializing in consumer behavior and strategy. Post which, some of my friends forced me to do another master's in design thinking and innovation. And in my later years now, because I got influenced by academicians, scholars, and people like you all, so I'm doing my third one in public policy. Otherwise, professionally, how I earn my living, I'm a serial entrepreneur, and anything and everything to do with intent and action chasm interests me. So I'm invested in Balance, which is a behavior change consultancy firm using behavioral sciences, also evangelizing semiotics through another firm named as Lipfrog. So that's from my side. Yeah.
Awesome. It's so great to have entrepreneurs on the panel, right? So thank you guys so much for introducing yourself. And before we jump into all kinds of challenges and stuff that I talked about, this is one of the suggestions coming from Florent. We wanted to dedicate like 5 to 10 minutes to talk about how anyone sort of can break into behavioral science and how would you go about using it, right? Few tips and tricks, a minute or two each, because I think folks who are listening to this session are from very diverse backgrounds. And I personally do believe that, you know, there are multiple routes to sort of getting into behavioral sciences. One of them is getting a master's in behavioral economics or adjacent sciences, right? but I've also seen a lot of folks coming from wherever they are, whichever educational background, right, coming into behavioral sciences, or even wherever they are in finance or even logistics company, right, trying to apply behavioral sciences. So people have taken multiple routes, and I've seen wonderful behavioral scientists coming out of non-academic backgrounds as well. And it'll be great to hear from you, given you guys are all coming from very different backgrounds and practicing fields, and where you're working now. We'd like to hear from all of you tidbits about, if you had to sort of talk to a young professional, a student, about how you can break into behavioral sciences, what would be those few things? Who wants to go first? Or should I call out people?
Okay, I'll go first because I feel that in my role in insurance, I actually spent a lot of time reading resumes, interviewing people, and recruiting people, and talking to students. One question I often got was PhD or not PhD, and my answer to that question is a bit is two parts. The first part is, you don't need a PhD to do behavioral science, but as I did today, you often need a PhD to get hired. And so the way I would put it is, I would definitely say you need a master's degree to be competitive in today's behavioral science labor market. But once you have a master's degree, I would say start applying to roles you're interested in, while also applying to grad school. And if you get a job, the experience will make you competitive in the long run. But otherwise, I think you should consider pursuing a PhD, because there are people out there applying to PhDs.
Afshan, do you want to go next?
Sure. So mine is a bit of a long story as to how I ended up in behavioral science space. So I was working in an analytics space over a course of about 4 to 5 years, and I noticed that in the analytics research space, where I was looking at the FMCG industry, the questions that were being asked were changing. People were no longer wanting to know consumer trends at a high aggregated macro level only. The questions were becoming more specific about, so what is it about this consumer versus that, and in this shopping environment versus online versus offline. And so I was observing that the change in the questions that was happening, and at the same time I was also reading books. And then at that time, honestly, I had very limited awareness about behavioral economics and behavioral science. But I happened to be reading Thinking Fast and Slow. It was a book that was introduced to me by one of my colleagues. And that book was sort of set me on the path to pursue behavioral science. I got really hooked onto it. I went ahead and read the classic books. Now they've become part of the behavioral science literature, and that's when I knew that this is a space that I wanted to learn more and sort of specialize in and build my career. And that's what took me to the path of getting a master's degree, understanding the science in a bit deeper way, trying some experiments hands-on, which eventually led me to become behavioral science manager at P&G.
Afshan, when folks come to me asking, how do I get into behavioral science, what do I read, right? I always tell, Thinking Fast and Slow is the last book you should read.
It's
super dense,
yeah,
right?
Typically people start with Nudge, but honestly speaking, that was one of the later books I'd read, even though there was this big fad about it. It was so popular. Everybody around me was reading it, and I just never got to reading it first. It was Thinking Fast and Slow. Yes, it is quite dense, and I remember that I had to read a couple of chapters again. When I look at my book, it's filled with notes and question marks, which made a lot of sense later when I studied a lot of the content in the book in my master's program. So yeah, I mean, it's whatever suits you. You can pick up any book in the whole space and start off with it and come back to it, revisit. You'll find that you're learning something new.
It's something to do. I keep going back to. But yeah, Shubho, your experience and tips.
Yeah, it's very interesting because on one hand, at BIOS, I work with the academicians, okay, and they're hardcore professors and all. There's a collaboration. On the other hand, I meet youngsters who want to get into this, who do not have a formal training. And the classic question, as Florent was saying, or Afshan was saying, that, okay, I'm intrigued about this subject, but do I need the stamp of a formal training? The answer that I would suggest at this point of time is that, okay, before you become expert, because expertise might be a function of both experience and education. However, there's no harm in doing a specialization in that, okay? So what I suggest to youngsters is that if you want to do that, do anything, but get some formal reading going on. It might start with a course, or it might start with a two weeks foundation, but just don't get into it because it sounds interesting, not because 3 books, which I can bet, and I always win my bet, Afshan and Jafar, that none of the students finish these 3 books. And I can again bet it with you guys, okay? I've seen everybody picking up these books, okay? Nobody ends. The same goes with Sapiens. The same goes with any other book, yeah. Behavior, or Robert Sapolsky, everybody loves that book, yeah. Everybody wants to become an evolutionary biologist after reading that, but nobody finishes. So my suggestion to youngsters is that do a 2 weeks course, talk to the professors, because it's not only theory, and you will get to understand other aspects of it, okay? The difference between social psychology and behavioral economics to start with, yeah? And after that, if you're interested, go for the master's and then PhD if you feel like that. But I do believe that it's necessary to have some kind of formal education. Otherwise, what I've also seen, Jafar, and many of you might agree with me, there's huge amount of mis-selling in the market too. Because when I started my career in Afghan, I'm very ancient. I started my career with Cantor Group in 2003 rather, okay? Yeah, at that point of time, everybody in India and the Southeast Asia wanted to become an ethnographer. Then everybody wanted to become what they call the social and behavior change communication specialist. Then design thinking became the fad, okay? And now everyone calls himself or herself or whatever a behavioral scientist, yeah? So we might call ourselves whatever we want to. I have nothing against that, but a little bit of formal training into it might do more good than harm.
Yeah, I just want to add a little to that, Shubho. Like you said, before going and getting a formal degree, I've told people this, right? If you've started learning behavioral sciences from books or videos or wherever, I think the first step is to experiment, right, with your own life and to observe your own behavior, try changing habits, or update your beliefs. Experiment if you have a project in your university or a side project that you're doing professionally. Try to implement some bit of these concepts, right, and see how you're feeling. I think the idea is to sort of experiment, learn, and see if you're serious about it, if you have the bent for it, wait for it to grow on you, and then decide, if you want to sort of go and do a formal master's. But David, who describes himself as journeyman, it'll be interesting to hear from you, David.
So I think the value add that I would have here would start with, it depends what profession and what country. So for argument's sake, when you're in New York or you're in London, well, there's going to be stiff competition for roles like that. And so I think there's already, let's call this awareness and knowledge within the corporate itself that such a role needs to exist, and therefore an LSE grad is called for example. But when you're in a market that's, let's say, not yet aware or not yet educated on what it is, behavioral science, then more often than not, the person that has the behavioral science specialization is more generalist. And so I think the first skill set when you're jumping into the profession there is, am I a skilled marketer? Am I a skilled market researcher? Do I have a product skill already? Am I an agile scrum master? What have you? And so in that way, behavioral science is a facet of a demand for the market. And so for argument's sake, if you're in, let's say, for example, Indonesia or the Philippines, outside of, I don't know, 4 or 5 companies, chances are there's not very many jobs that are going to get posted saying, I want a behavioral scientist, unless you're one of those lucky few. So to me, the masters and the PhD are brilliant. I think that is probably for most of us who see a future in this profession to go. But know where the roles are. Like, take a quick scan of LinkedIn and see what's out there. That's my 2 cents worth here anyway.
Awesome. Anand, you've had experience building things from scratch for like more than a decade now. What would you tell folks entering the field?
Yes. So in today's time, there are formal courses, right? So one can do that course, but the focus has to be on what's the practice that you would want to take up. Do you want to get into user experience? Would you want to get into market research? Would you want to get into communication? Where is behavioral science going to be applied? That is really where you need to be focused on. Of course, if you can afford and get a formal education, that's a no-brainer. You should do that. But the focus has to be on application, on where the science is going to be applied. It can be applied in communication, in product, in user experience, in the development field. Again, there are many areas there. So I think that has always been how people have been choosing vocations, and I think that will remain. So behavioral science is like additional knowledge that makes us far better at understanding what we do, why we do. But the eventual goal is on the application. So people need to focus on what area they want to choose. It could be even finance. It could be wealth management. There's a lot of behavioral finance that can be applied there as well. So that's what I would say.
Great. So now let's jump into the themes that we have in mind, right? And the first theme that I wanted to sort of cover is the challenges in taking behavioral sciences from academia into the field, which you guys have a lot of experience in. Things that we'd like you guys to talk about is what happens in between, right? This journey of sort of educating yourself, reading books and research papers and everything, having aha moments and epiphanies, and then also connecting it to the problems that you're seeing in the field in your own practice. What happens in between for you guys, right? And does it happen that you find these insights really useless when you actually try to apply them? And a broader question would be, a question that I think we should also be asking ourselves, if it's a fair question, how much should we be relying on academia to tell us what is happening all the time, right? How much versus how much can we educate ourselves from experience in the wild by trial and errors? So, and guys, do not let me call you out. Do jump in whenever you can, wherever you want to. And a small note here, my signal is very bad. I'm in the mountains. I'll give you a peek of it. I'm like somewhere in the South Indian hills and all that. So if I log out or something, I'm sure you guys can moderate yourselves. So go ahead, guys. David, do you want to go first?
That's quite symbolic, yeah. That's the mountain that we need to climb, at least in India.
Yeah. Guys, go ahead. Whoever wants to chip in and talk about this.
I mean, I'll throw one in for fun. I mean, I love reading academic papers. Love it. They're part of my daily routine. It's why I do what I do. I really can't get enough of these great lab experiments. I think the fun part for me has always been, it always takes longer to train a team on concepts and tools than you think. And so applying lessons that have been learned over here through any model always require a group of people to understand that model and be able to empathize with the target audience. And I have found consistently, the smarter the team is, the harder it is for them to learn the new model and apply it quickly. So everything always takes longer. And so making behavioral science agile is my passion project, and I'm not winning yet. I'm still fighting, but I'm not winning yet.
To bring kind of a counterpart to like kind of the other side of the spectrum from what David said in a way is I don't read the academic literature. I mean, when I was leading my team, I don't think we ever applied a concept that was younger, I mean, more newer than 2010, because I think, I mean, prospect theory is really from the 70s and so on. So I do keep an eye out for replication and see, well, what are, so for example, I've had some slightly embarrassing situation where I introduced people to behavioral science through classic example, and then a week later I realized, okay, that is not duplicate, better take it off the slide the next time I'm talking about behavioral science. But I don't think there is a need to stay at the bleeding edge of behavioral science in academia as much as, and here I will get back to, I will join with David, like really understanding what you're talking about. I'd rather have someone who has a deep understanding of behavioral science up to 2005 than someone who has a shallow understanding of the behavioral science of the last 5 years.
Did Florent just say read less? I like that. Learn less.
Yeah, it does happen. I think we'll cover that going forward, but that I've heard it from so many beginners, right? That there's so much to read and observe and sort of condense that you get lost, right? What works, what doesn't work, right? What should I try? So yeah, sometimes it helps to keep it short and simple, experiment first and learn from that. But yeah, Afshan, you were saying something.
Yeah, I think just building off of what Florence said, right? Like, yes, there's so much content out there, and my role is actually to sort of, transform what research is coming out of academia, make it actionable for ENG. And that's why sometimes even I can get lost, right? There's so much out there. But then the way I think about it is I look at what am I solving for? And what I'm solving for is to provide solutions that are consumer-centric. Because from a P&G lens, we want to deliver superior products, to our consumers, products and services that are meaningful for them. So when I'm looking at academia, what goes on in my mind is how can I make these learnings exciting for the business teams and at the same time actionable for them so that they are able to deliver that superior consumer experience. And that's so in that way, the challenge of taking a whole lot of, research, papers, results, different types of experiments, and just focusing on what the outcome I'm looking for helps in sort of translating that into something that is actionable and helpful.
And then Shivu, how does it work for you guys in the organizations that you have built?
So for me, there's a never-ending base of knowledge base, right? We'll keep learning. There's never going to be a time where it's going to be said that is enough because behavior is so complex. There are so many angles to it. So I don't think in this case less is more. I think in this case more is less, right? But at the end of the day, you need to focus on what is your goal. You want to get consumers to upgrade. You want to get someone to honk less. You want someone to go and take the vaccination. So as far as the goal is clear, whatever tools and resources are at hand are helpful. And the more you read, I feel the more you should be able to at least get closer to become, to delivering a better solution. Because at the end of the day, it's whatever works for the clients or whatever objective you're trying to solve, right? And whatever works, again, you can only know by experimentation. You can only know by trials. You can only know by A/B testing. Now, of course, some countries are, in India, clients are still not used to A/B testing. Even in the digital space, even in the services sector, clients are not used to A/B testing. So that itself, so the teams are not fully operationally geared to do A/B testing. It sounds simple. It sounds like A/B testing. I mean, how could it be more simple? But as part of evolution, even teams and clients will get into the mode of experimentation. It's not just probably Netflix and Google who will be doing experimentation in the future. And applying that knowledge and experimenting is, I feel, the only way. I don't think there's any other way to crack problems and solutions and get better. So both are equally important. I think behavioral science will form the knowledge base, and then I call behavioral design as the outcome, or whatever, the nudge is, and the solutions as the outcome. So that's, I feel it's an ongoing journey. It's going to keep improving. And different parts of the world will be at different levels of evolution.
I'm glad you touched on testing, Anand. Shubho, I would like also to cover some bit on how do you combine these learnings with your own experience and gut feelings, right?
Okay, so
and dealing with clients. Yeah,
it's very interesting. Because interestingly, I'm associated with 3 institutions. One is a pure science-based institution like IIT. The second one, my partner is a teacher and professor at JNU, a social science primarily, and my alma mater is a B school. Okay, and here I am, who very often would be found in 3 different corridors, as I call them, and it's very interesting how we look at it from a corridor of knowledge, as I call these institutions or these academic bodies, where the focus is on the medium, the statistical rigor, the correctness of the science part of it. And the ultimate aim is some journals, some publications, acceptance. Okay, seeking the truth. The moment I shift to another corridor, which is a corridor of, let's say, what I call the corridor of power, or the policymakers, or the influencers, let's say UN, WHO, or government of India, where it's a very delicate balance. And that delicate balance often creates more issues because science needs to be objective. Policy is often subjective. Because no matter how perfect a decision you take, it will be taken from some and giving it to others. Okay. There again, I see a difference between the academia and all the work in silos at times. Though science policy, you'll see, and and thanks to Richard Taylor and everybody, when UN has recently come with this mandate that they will form a behavioral science unit, and they're pushing it, the top bosses, they're starting to work together and they're working. The last is the private sector. It's nightmarish out there. Sorry, no offense meant, Afshan, okay? So before and during the period when I was forming BAS, I was working for Economic Times, hired me to write a series on the CXOs and their leadership styles. Everybody wants innovation. However, the system itself is completely a rational man system, because invariably, if you do the profiling of the CEOs and the decision makers, they invariably would have a finance background, followed by a B school, or they would be engineers, followed by it. And so much so that when you're talking to a gender specialist, and if the gender specialist uses the word rational man model 10 times in a conversation, then you know, okay, things haven't moved so much. Okay, so just to cut back to the story, it's amazing that how the private sector would love what Afshan is doing. They would want more distillers and synthesizers, but they do not want to touch the academic world. So they say, okay, you handle them. It's important, but can you translate it into some actionable ends? So if the academic world is working on the rigor and the means, the private sector is more bothered about finding boardroom solutions. And there lies a classic philosophical disconnect between these two worlds. And it is us who need to, and as I agree with Anand, that at the end of the day, it's nice. I mean, it's so much, and I'll quote even Rizik says that, it has become such a cuss word that people say, is it for some good or is it just for academic purpose? And those are the kind of biases that we need to dispel. Because what is of academic purpose might also have some practical usage. However, whenever I talk to any CXOs and all, they would, and probably Afshan would also at many times get this pushback from the person, okay, you are going to use this money. Well, ultimately, what is it that you're going to, which needle are you going to move? That brings me another question for the larger team, and especially to practitioners, is that, second, the word out here, the currency is experiment. How do you go and sell that to policymakers who, in any nation you go, they would want to play safe? And you go to a private sector who would want you to experiment, and they'll use fancy words, okay, in a brief. Yeah, you can go ahead, do this, do that. Ultimately, they would also want a proof of concept or a success guarantee.
Yeah.
That's
so, Afshan, thanks, Shubha. Afshan, if you have thoughts to respond to that, let me ask one last question as part of this theme, right? There are a lot of beginners and young professionals who might be listening to this and who might forward listen to this recording, right? You spoke about experimenting, Shubho. In the beginning, right, when you're reading, exploring, experimenting, it's very likely that you're failing a lot, right? You guys have built organizations from scratch, the practice. It's very likely that you go through a lot of complexities in an initial journey. You don't understand the complexities and the context that well yet, but that journey is a natural journey to take. And meanwhile, you will see a lot of survivorship bias in popular media when it comes to behavioral sciences, right? As to everyone's talking about, hey, we did this, it worked, it did great things. This worked in Africa, this worked in UK, we brought down the cost, blah, blah, blah. What do you have to say about what happened whenever you're feeling your experience, or what would you say to your what would you say to people listening who are trying to apply it, right? The clients see actionable sites that work, right? Some proof. It's not always that done. If you want to respond to who want to respond to what I just said. Or Shubho, yourself, how have you dealt with that gap in proof when you're talking to clients?
So honestly speaking, there's a clause. Hello, am I audible?
Like trying to experiment. Yeah, you are. Yeah.
Yeah. So because I lost you, Jeff, in a minute. Okay. So there's a clause. There's a clause that you have to put, and it's very sad. And and initially they said, okay, we'll go ahead. And the clause was a success failure payment related clause. So that's the kind of risk one has to take. So if these experiments work, and if we can move the needle from what we call business as usual, by X percentage, you get paid A. If you can move the needle by Y percentage, you get B. And that's where at least markets in India is. Because that somewhere cushions the risks for the user, at the same time gives a chance to firms and practitioners to go ahead and do that. Okay. So that's where things are. B, huge amount of investments, at least advice that we need to do is in-house R&Ds. They don't come cheap, but if you have to go ahead and sell this concept to end users, whether it's in the policy world or whether it's in the private sector, the classic question that they throw at you is that, okay, this is amazing, this has worked abroad and all. And in Hindi it says, mere liye kaam karega kya? Which translates to, will it work for my scenario, my world? So you need to do pilots. So these are two strategies that we follow. Do small scale pilots and have this financial clauses in place. And Jafar, I think I've answered that. I don't, and if I missed something, Okay. Sorry, I couldn't get you because your voice was breaking.
That sounds good, Shibu. Yeah, sorry, bad network. But Afshan, if you want to respond to that, and anyone else about what happens that journey, and we've heard a lot about getting the low-hanging fruits first, right, and then getting the confidence yourself, getting in testing, and the confidence of your clients. What else is there to it, right, that we might be missing out?
Right. I think what you've raised is a very valid point. And when I look at this, like within P&G, it all goes back to what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to deliver those superior consumer experiences, right? And when, yes, it's true that, academic research can sometimes be complex, and you have a situation that it's difficult to transform into something actionable for the business teams. But then that's where my role also comes in, keeping that consumer centricity at heart. We go with looking at the science in a way that would answer our aimed to deliver on that superior consumer experience. So for that, it basically means behavioral science provides us with that understanding of consumer experience. And that's what resonates with business teams. Business teams want solutions that will deliver meaningful experiences for our consumers. And because behavioral science is able to do that and give us understanding, it becomes easier to adopt. So that's one piece of it. And we have, we leverage data, deep insights coming from data. We use technology together with, behavioral science to make and build solutions that deliver to our consumers. So it's behavioral science is one piece of, understanding our consumers. And we leverage data, we leverage technology to deliver on that.
Thanks. Ananda, I know you have to leave soon. Okay. Please do go ahead with your thoughts. And anything that you want all of us to leave with, any message.
Yeah, I think one of the audience has asked a question of how do I see behavioral science progressing in India in particular. So I just want to say that the kind of stuff that we do right now, as in this is obviously from briefcase perspective and not really from India, because there are so many areas where behavioral science will be applied, right? It's not only going to be in the private sector, but I'll just focus on the private sector to make the answer a little more narrow, in the sense more sharper. So in the private sector, what we've been doing in the last few years is we've been working a lot with especially the services sector and the FMCG sector. And the services sector, within the services sector, the financial sector has adopted behavioral science far quicker. They of course have a huge already database of their customers. They have some knowledge and data analytics about the customer much more in detail than even the FMCG or other industries. So telecom companies, banks, insurance companies, non-banking finance companies, these are the companies that are adopting behavioral science a little faster, because there is already a certain set of customer understanding. You add behavioral science to that, you test multiple kind of solutions in real time, you do A/B testing, and then you within a period of few months, you can get to know what the results are, and what solutions are performed best. So that's what has been the work till now. Now in the future, I feel a lot of behavioral science, like even Jafar, you have moved to Glance, which is a service at the end of the day, right? Which is basically a product where you have your content on the mobile, right? Where the mobile is locked. So behavioral science will, I feel, start getting applied across product design. In the private sector, it will start getting applied in, of course, different sectors which have not yet applied. So even FMCG, we're just starting to work with clients in the Asia Pac region, and that too, the focus is on habit building, right? So absolutely new product formats. How do you ensure that new product launches are a success? Because new product launches have a very, very bad failure rate, right, of more than 95, 96%. So how do you ensure that a new product gets successful? and for that behavioral science is getting applied. So in the future, I feel it's going to get applied to many more areas, right from how do you handle your investors by fund houses to of course the government. I mean, government in India is a little different ball game. It has too many strategies which are 200, 300-year-old, tried and tested, divided rules. So I'm not going to get into that. But yeah, as far as the private sector, there are many industries that will start applying it, especially because it's so powerful. Yeah, behavioral science is so powerful. Some things, of course, in behavioral science are intuitive. Some things are counterintuitive, right, in terms of what the studies show up with. But the trick is you never know what's going to work until and unless you try, right? So once that experimentation mode is going to get into clients, it'll explode. The field will explode from user research to market research to all kinds of applications.
Sorry, I was speaking on mute. That is the hope, Anand. And just like you said, I am trying to do that, right, in the tech sector. I'm hoping that product folks will warm up to these applications sooner than later, and this practice sort of gets embedded in everyday practice, right? Be it marketing, operations, product design, sales, revenue, whatever it is. Yeah, and I'm attempting to do that. Let's see where this goes. And yeah, Anand, thank you so much for making the time. And I know you have to be somewhere. Any final words? Otherwise, I want to keep holding you.
It's of course not going to be a linear journey, right? It's going to be lots of ups and downs. Of course, I have seen much more downs that we'll see ups now. Hopefully, in the future, there will be a lot more acceptance and adoption of behavioral design, behavioral science. But it won't be like a linear, right? And like in investing, there is something called compounding, right? So as more people apply, as more people open up to it, as more people see better application solutions and better metrics, in terms of whatever are their own team's goals, it will basically get adopted. But it's not going to be linear. It's never linear. Nothing is linear.
Yeah. I had an insight from Teresa. I think she came in one of the behavioral science club sessions. I was asking her, how can you influence leadership to sort of incorporate behavioral sciences, right? She was like, don't do it. I mean, do it yourself, experiment and show the proof, and then things will follow, right?
I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. Especially with data coming into picture in the last decade, things are going to get so rooted in ground reality, where many of the top management will be disconnected with really what's happening, and on ground is where the last mile is where everything is happening. So the action is going to shift to last mile, and like you're doing your experiments within your company, that's the way to go in every organization.
Awesome. Great. I think we're a little behind time, but let's go to my favorite topic. Thank you so much, Anand. Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye, everyone.
So, guys, yes, biases, right? Now, I wanted to set the context a little here and share a bit of my own experience and thoughts with cognitive codex. I'm sure all of us have seen it, right? Or probably have used it. I admit I have used it like a few years back to go back to that circle and see what's happening, right? What could be happening in what I'm observing and all that. But over time, I learned that it's all well, I'm trying to reserve some words here, right? What it did was it did make sort of easy for folks to remember things, right? But I think in that journey, what also happened was it oversimplified a lot of things, and it became like a cognitive codex style kind of analysis where you, whenever you're trying to solve or understand a problem, you go to this poster and point out and say, hey, can it be this bias? Can it be this bias? Can it be that bias? what's happening, right? And then you find something very similar, what you've read, what you heard from your user in your interview, and then make the connection and then sell that story of this bias, right? And I think that's very, very, very dangerous. I wanted to sort of get your thoughts also on this. Recently, Samuel also had shared a piece on that on LinkedIn. I totally agree. I've been shouting out to folks wherever possible, right, in my conversations that that's a very dangerous way of looking at things, oversimplified. And also, there are like some 100+ biases over there in the poster, right? But in reality, I think this is my grand hypothesis, right? Whatever we observe in our research and the problems that we come across, all that's being talked about in that big circle can be simplified to or explained by just 20 to 25, even 10 concepts if we really, really understand behaviors better, right? If we really are serious behavioral practitioners who want to embrace complexity and not shy away and just explain away concepts by calling it this bias, that bias. And it's very annoying sometimes, people calling out. Recently, I came across an article which said choice overload bias. I mean, does that even make sense? What is choice overload bias, right? It's just choice overload, guys. And that is this whole, I think, that trend of picking up behaviors, isolating and then calling them, hey, this has a pattern, it must be this bias, right? Now, that's a very wrong way of looking at it. I wanted to talk about and get your thoughts on what's going wrong, because I think it's a lack of an understanding of these concepts, right? Because I want to be a little provocative here. If you take the example of confirmation bias, right? Yes, confirmation bias is a bias, but we use the mechanism that is behind confirmation bias is something that we use every day, right? In our conversations, in our decisions. I mean, if I'm speaking to someone, to you guys here, and I respond positively to something that, Shubho has said, in some sense, I'm also using some bit of confirmation bias to improve that argument going forward, build that story, right? The mechanism is there. I think it's our lack of understanding and lack of going into practice of not going into the depth and complexities of it that makes us tag everything as a bias and everything is bad. People are stupid, irrational. We should go and correct people's decision-making process, right? And a lot of this I feel is happening, and I wanted to raise this red flag, right? And I think it's a good stage to do this. I hope people are listening. And do you think, guys, is there like an over-intellectualization of these concepts that are yet to stand the test of time, right? And how do we sort of get over this, have better practices of learning?
We lost Jaffer again, didn't we?
I believe so.
All right, very good then. Well, while he's there, I'll throw in. So many years ago, I was in a room with this CTO character in a bank, and we were complaining to him about how we just wanted this one small change to happen. And as we explained it, he busted out this spider graph. Just this giant slide that had connecting nodes that branched off and connected to show everything else and showed all sorts of dependencies. And he said, listen, this is the scare you slide, but it's also the kind of key communication slide to show you how smart I am and how complicated the thing you're really asking about really is. So it's kind of an educational slide. And so I kind of use the cognitive codex that way, and that's kind of how I see other people begin to understand the complexity that behavioral science could bring, and that you can't just be, as an American would say, an armchair quarterback with this. So listen, the cognitive codex is a great, brilliant marketing tool. I love it. It's fun to play with it. Like, I love clicking around on it and seeing it light up and be cool, but it's very much the I'm really smart slide. I don't know about you guys, but that's by and large how I see it come up. Every once in a while, someone will say, "Hey, listen, like, talk to me about availability bias," or "I heard about the Zygarnik effect," or some weird thing they read like that. But I see that positively as well. They're interested in the domain. So I don't know that I have a problem with cognitive codex being the thing that's out there. I still think it's kind of cool and encouraging that it's helped popularize what we do. Well, that's just my nerdy thoughts. Shiva, what do you think? Oh, sorry.
Anybody can go ahead here. Come on.
No, I just want to plug in a small thought before others go ahead. I hope you can hear me. I think what is creating havoc is a little bit of availability bias itself, right? That whenever you're thinking about problems, the first thing that coming to your mind is that cognitive codex, right? How can I quickly go open up that file and look up what's happening instead of first finding and digging into the problem and then maybe later come back to remember what could be those possible concepts behind explaining these things, right? But yeah, go ahead, Shiva.
Two things now. I mean, it's a very strange question now because I'm happy that you guys are having this conversation, especially when one is running an organization named biases. So it's good. Yeah. However, the key point is that I think it's very reductionist in itself and so simplistic. Because what my team of scientists taught me, and that's where we are invested in, is that there's not only cognitive biases. So currently at BIAS and other way, there are interdisciplinary teams who are working at different aspects of it. So some of them are purely dedicated to organizational biases and the interactions of them. And India is a complex country, Southeast Asia, so socio-cultural biases, where the team is not led by a cognitive psychologist or a scientist, but a sociologist. Then there are design biases and algorithm biases, which is again led by somebody else. And of course, without snatching any credit away, I do work with some of the top cognitive psychologists. It all stems from what you actually want to study and what is it that you are studying it for and relearning. If you think that this behavior needs a sociocultural lens, then that's the way you should study. If you think this is a cognitive issue, then that team takes over while others assist. One size or one discipline trying to resolve everything does tend to create an issue. And that's where I have my reservations. Yeah, because it's very cool to start, And David, I love that slide. I love that slide. I love that slide more than I love Rory Sutherland, okay, or Dan Ariely and all, because they have all made it so popularized. So any client, irrespective of whether it's a CXO or a 3 months into the system, the moment you have a conversation, on one hand, the conversation will start with, we suspect these biases at play. And the second thing would be, can you create some nudge, sludge? And it goes on. It's amazing. And okay, what do you do? It's almost like, okay, I'll give you 2 plates of defaults and I'll throw in a French fries and along with some nudges and incentives. Now, does that make it cool? It's that bad, okay? Yeah, but it's amazing. It's amazing that how clients talk. So I think it has done its job. It is what? But one needs to take a much more deeper look at it and not be fixated only with cognitive biases. B, the point that I would like to, it's costing me a huge amount of money because actually scientists want to measure it. And they want to do the purpose is not to identify and bias and come back and give a subjective answer. But if you want really to understand a bias, somewhere it's not only about the narrative around it, but also measure it. Otherwise, my call is as good a call as Afshan's versus any other board members. Now, what stops somebody calling it by any other name? Hey, at the end of the day, come on here, David, it has 188 the last time I opened that chart. And I think by 2022, it would be 200 odd biases.
Prakash already has maybe the 200th bias. We think we might have found India's unique bias.
Biases, yes. Yeah. So that's where I'm coming in. Third is that we also need to educate our clients because many of them simply fall prey to quirks. There are people who were doing anything. They just simply pick this up and then they start calling themselves behavioral scientists. And what they will simply do is that when they analyze the data, and no matter whether it's quantitative data, qualitative data, or Facebook, whatever you're doing, you see a pattern or you think that you have seen a pattern because it itself is a bias, okay? You think you have seen a bias and you start confirming in your head, okay, I know these 5 biases and I haven't sold it to the client yet. So what's the 6th one, 7th one, 8th one? Yes, this sounds plausible with the data. So let's go to the client. So I do believe it's a good tool, but it's too simplistic and it's not a tool for serious practitioners. I mean, that's where I will, okay, quite a rant, isn't it?
No, that's why I said it's a marketing. It's just a pretty picture that's interactive and nice looking. But I agree with you, Shibu.
Yes.
Great marketing tool. Totally agree. And also, small plug-in here, again, like Lisa Hellman talks about, right? That if you have an emotion and if you haven't yet tagged it, you don't even know it exists and you can't even uncover more of it, right? So in that sense, when you start tagging things, you start off, it triggers you to explore more. And I hope that that more exploration is happening. And like you said, Shubhu, it's not about stopping and just saying it's this certain bias, right? But digging more into it and uncovering the complexities. I hope folks are listening, right? But Afshan, Florent, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, just maybe another quick nail on that coffin is that I have used the codex a lot in the sense that I got a giant A2 poster that was on the outer wall of my cubicle, and so that literally helped people find where the behavioral scientist was on the open space, and they could like, oh, and when people were passing by and they were asking me, oh, what is it? Like, well, this is behavioral science, I'm a behavioral scientist, and then they would go away with slightly more awareness of behavioral science, and also very impressed by how clearly smart and knowledgeable I was. Apart from that, I don't think I have ever read more than 1 or 2. Like, I opened the interactive tool, one or 2 of them said, oh, that's cute and interesting, and left it at that. But I have to say, as a poster, when you're trying to build awareness in an organization, that worked very well.
I think I would just echo what's been said so far, right? Like, the Codex is a good marketing tool. It's like a good hook, right? You show this, there's this entire wheel of biases where you're like, and if you look at it for the first time, you're like, oh my God, do I actually work like that? Does my brain is influenced by this and that as well? So I think it's a good hook. It's a simple way of introducing folks to, the space that, humans are complex beings. We think in a complex way. And we, like the convention that we have that we are rational beings is not true, right? So that way the Codex helps. But I think for serious practitioners, for us, there's no, I don't see any merit in just picking up a bias and sort of explaining behavior. I see it in the other way, right? We focus on consumers, humans, their habits, their behaviors, what motivates them to behave in a certain way, what are their implicit goals, right? And it's from there that you derive, like, how do we sort of deliver a consumer experience, deliver a service, deliver a product or a policy that helps that consumer, that person, achieve those implicit goals they're looking for. And so it can be that you people are biased, and you look at their biases and design solutions to improve their habits, better their habits, provide them with a better policy solution that solves some of their problems. But I think at the heart of it, looking at consumers, their motivations is the starting point to figure out, okay, what are the biases that are impacting them? Because a lot of them are driven by, the context in which we are living and operating and functioning every day. So keeping that in mind is important, and not just getting stuck with like, okay, these are the 5 popular biases. Today I'm going to pick on bandwagon, and then I'm going to see what I'm going to do with it.
Shivu, you have your hands raised. You have something to share?
Yeah, Buzz, I agree with that. And just to build on that, whenever a client or anybody comes back to me and says, okay, now that you know the bias, so this is a confirmation of the bias, okay, as they say, what's next? That's how the story, this part of it, now that you are aware of the bias and you've measured the bias, what is it that we're going to do to bring about the behavior change? That is the more serious part of it. Because biases don't go away. So you need to find what we call counter biases. And you need to create solutions, experiments based on that. Because how do you then work on that? And that's completely a scientific process. Now, the problem is, as Jeffrey was correctly saying, that identification, even misidentification, let's call it for the time being, is half the job done. So let's say I go back to a policy maker and say, oh, these are the things which are stopping people from responsible consumption of electricity. Or I go to Afsan and say, okay, this is the reason why people are not brushing twice. ABC biases. She will say, yes, very nice. What should we do? I think that's where practitioners, that's where people should start focusing. That how do you find alternate set of biases? Because there's also a bias against biases, that biases are negative. It's about how you leverage them, no? So how do you find an antidote? Can you do something about that to counter that? That's it.
It's so tempting to tag and create new biases, right? And I can understand, I was having a conversation with Alok the other day, he's the principal at Final Mile, about non-linearity in processing our thoughts and linearity in expressing them, right? So if I have gone and understood something really complex, and but in the market, in the industry, there's always a need to simplify it to your client, to your stakeholders, to your leaders, right? In how you communicate that complexity. And in that process, we end up simplifying things. And this is, I think, a very big problem, right? If you are simplifying the complexity of human behavior and communicating and implementing change strategies without the caveat of saying that these are super complex things, these are just frameworks that we're going to attempt and try and learn from, then I think it's we are only making things worse, right? And I think it's also part of it, how we understand complexity and how we communicate it. I think it's a broader problem behind that cognitive codex. And I'm tempted to again create a new bias here, right? Saying simplifying bias. But again, it's a heuristic that we use to communicate because we understand simpler things, basic foundations, right? And simpler words. Hey guys, so I'm going to quickly skip through the last theme, but let's give some time to Q&A, right? And I think we do have a lot of questions. Folks, whoever's listening, do type in your questions wherever you are watching this, either on YouTube or anywhere else. But there are quite a few questions. Let me read out one for Afshana, I think. So Afshana, there's a question for you. I think given that both P&G and Unilever and some other players in the market are at the forefront of almost all behavioral sciences taking place in CPG, how do you go about laymanning that jargon-heavy insights in your practice, right, for implementability and communication?
Right. So, well, I think I covered this initially. P&G is a consumer-centric company, right? And business teams' goal is to provide for those consumers, for our consumers. So my role is to take the science and then think about how that science can actually help deliver to our consumers. And that's where, when you, it's not exactly about laymanning the language, right? It's about explaining how consumers or humans make decisions, what motivates them to behave in a certain way, and how our teams, how our businesses, how our products can help consumers, adopt better habits, and get the best possible experience with our products, right? So it's not exactly about laymanning, but it's about breaking down consumer behavior in terms of the motivations of our consumers. What are those goals that consumers are looking for to achieve? What are their jobs to be done, right? And then basis that, we develop solutions that will fulfill those goals. And that's essentially what keeps P&G to continue innovating, to continue leading as in the behavioral science space, in the FMCG industry, and delivering products that are superior.
Great. Thanks, Akshana. And Florent, yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just a quick addition to that. In my own experience trying to sell behavioral science to senior leader in business, quite often what I've done is a sort of bait and switch. So the bait is a simple, relatable, and non-threatening buyer. Like, okay, I explained to them, hey, here's a heuristic or buyer that you and I share that doesn't make you feel dumb. It's just like simple, relatable buyer. And they get it, and then I say, okay, now we're going to do the same kind of thing with the customer, and just trust us with the expert. And so I think you don't always have to explain exactly what you're doing, the same way that a data scientist is not supposed to explain all their code to a senior leader. You want to give them some level of intuition and grounding about what it is you're doing. And I can do it with a very simple example, and then say, okay, let's leave the detail on the side.
Yeah, and David, you deal with multiple clients, right? How has your experience been in simplifying these things to the extent that folks take it seriously, but still not oversimplifying it, that people say, hey, this is common sense, right? I can get this out of just research or online research, yeah.
The truth is, I've not been so successful with educating C-suite that didn't already have some awareness of behavioral science. The reality of it, Jafar, is I've won a deal, but it took 18 months. And commercially, that doesn't make a lot of sense. It works way better when the buyer already kind of has read, I mean, we can joke about it, but they've already read Nudge and Thinking Fast and Slow, and they've listened to a few TED Talks. By that point, they're already engaged. And so they then tend to look for people like me, at which point in time, it's much, much easier to explain how it's going to work. Now, the danger is always talking to organizations that are not used to experimentation. That phase I find to be a tricky balancing act. I tend to do something similar to Florent. I find an example that's relevant to them, that they understand right away, that might be industry specific, and say, hey, listen, you've just felt this happen, or you've experienced that in the past. And then I use that to explain, how we would actually move forward. But when it gets down into, let's say, for example, project team or product team level, usually the challenges are more, let's say, convincing someone that research needs to be done beforehand tends to be where I struggle more than anything else. And I think she was laughing over there, having experienced the same thing. Afshana, I'm sure you've raged against that machine as well. Business guys want to get right to solution right away. That's what they want to do. They want to build a thing and make it work. And it's always my struggle to say, whoa. We need a little bit of time. Just let's investigate a little bit more about what's really going on, and to get over that barrier. Usually, I tell a story. So I'll grab some small piece of experience that we would already know anecdotally to exist in the life of that target audience, and explain. Let's say, for example, a day in the life of a guy driving for Uber. And you spend 5 minutes explaining that, and then all of a sudden they get it. It's okay, in order for us to build this product properly, we need to understand that. Okay, cool. And so that's how it works for me. It's guy already knows or girl already knows, sorry, woman already knows, and project team just needs a story. And I know it sounds low tech, but that story is powerful, and the buyer already has sold me for them. I don't need to convince them at that point. And that's maybe because I'm lazy. Maybe I don't want to fight the good fight and convince the CEO that he should hire me. Maybe I want the CEO to hire me instead.
But I agree, David. Good stories actually embrace the complexities, right? Whichever practice we are in, wherever we're communicating, right? We are trying to tell a story, trying to sell a story. But that story doesn't need to be simplified to the extent that we shy away from complexities, hide them, at the cost of.
You need a little bit of that, 100%. Like the mechanic explaining why your engine's not working properly has got to use some of the proper nouns to describe why the compression ratio's off because the turbocharger, blah, 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 blah. There is some element of, let's just say, trade speak that is necessary to gain the trust of the buyer. But if you sound like a guy trying to explain chaos theory, then you're never going to get the decision made. There's a balancing act to be found in there, and maybe I just intuit. Maybe I don't really have a solid answer for how I gauge that audience and their needs for nerd words.
One of the things that often I hear from my friends and colleagues, and I'm sure you guys have heard it too, that in our discussions, we tend to be very, very esoteric. But I also wanted this conversation to sort of inspire a lot of non-behavioral science practitioners, behavioral science enthusiasts, right, to take this up, be a little more curious and try to apply it, right, read more. What in the last few minutes before we hand it back over to Prakash, from each of you, what do you want to leave folks with, right? What thought about practicing behavioral science, about doing justice to it, being sincere in learning and practicing behavioral science wherever you are, right? And I've also seen that people tend to put blinders on careers and stick to just one career and think that behavioral sciences can only be consultancy. But we see here, right, that there's a whole big spectrum where you can apply it. People here in this panel itself are from very different backgrounds. So what would you tell listeners about practicing behavioral science wherever you are? What would your last thought be? And yeah, let's close with that. Yeah, go ahead, guys.
I would say that behavioral science is a brand new field, so really no one knew what they were doing from the get-go. So just go for it, figure out what works for you, and have fun. I mean, I had a lot of frustration, but I had a lot of fun living a behavioral science team. And yeah, like just try things and enjoy yourself.
I think I would say that ask yourself what's the problem you want to solve for, right? And that should be the motivation for you to pursue behavioral science. It's a very cool, very interesting space. And I've already shared my journey as to how I started with it. It's, as Florian said, right? It's an evolving space. There are lots of new developments that are taking place. It's still a new space, so there's lots of scope to learn more and research more on. But I think at the heart of it, you have to think about what is that problem that you're solving for, right? Like why, what's motivating you to study human behavior? And what are you going to do with that training? So you can read those books and you can watch those TED Talks, but at the heart of it, keep asking yourself this question, because that's what motivates me. And that's what makes me interested in the work that I do, because I'm looking to find solutions. Start with why, exactly. That make consumer experiences, our experiences of everyday products better. Yeah, so I leave it at that.
Shivu, David?
I'll let Shibu have the last word.
No. David, go ahead, please.
No. You go for you anchor us home, man. Let's say it this way: it's a new field. Be entrepreneurial. That's the best that I can say about it. No one has yet figured out how to conquer this beast. We got a long ways to go before behavioral science is normalized and everyone around the world uses it and it's formal and we know how to do it. So for now, I would say behavioral science is a space for the innovators, people who are ready to take risks and spend a lot of time being angry and frustrated, and then every once in a while have a fun win that we can tell stories about. That's my take on the field.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be very candid, guys, and I keep dealing with younger people. It's an additional hat to have. If you think that in India and in Southeast Asia, you're going to get a great job after investing huge amount of money in Warwick or in LSE, it might not happen at this point of time. So if you're into 2-3 years into your job, you have a job in place, you already have a degree, you can start, as Afran and everybody else is saying, explore more. And if you're interested, then invest the money in the further education. So that's my most candid answer. That, in today's time, as David had started with it, that you won't find a job because there are not too many people who are even aware of behavioral science. But what I can vouch for, at least in Indian context, give me 5 years and you will be making money. And give us 10 years, I can bet that PNG is a very evolved organization, that every organization would need a behavioral scientist. So start investing, but don't make it your lifeline for the time being. But start investing in it in terms of skill, experience, and risk. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. And we all need to be asking why all the time, right? And it's great to be in an evolving field, and probably even better if it's always evolving, right? And also, just to add to Shubho, I think it's not just making money, and also that's great, right? And we are all trying to do that. I would add to that learning behavioral science can help you understand yourself better a lot as well, right? You become more efficient, you become more observant of your behaviors. Then you go on to do many other things. I will leave it at that, not going to speak more. Prakash, the stage is yours if you want to close it. But thank you so much, guys, everyone, for joining and such a brilliant discussion.
Thank you all for being here. This is so good to listen. Regardless of whether you're a student, curious about the field, or you're a practitioner just about starting and struggling in this part of the world, this side of the time zone, yes. Or whether you are someone working in a corporate role, very curious about a marketing product department, you want to bring in the conversation, but maybe you are not in a position yet to make those decisions because budget and all those come from a different place. I think for all of us, there was something in the discussion today. And, there is this beauty. When you see a TV ad, a 30-second commercial on TV, it's amazing. The hero, the heroine, the product shot, boom, the music on wacky line, and it looks so cool for all of us. There is also that kind of allure from behavioral science right now. It seems magical. We all love magic. We loved it as a kid. We still do. And if you ask any producer, director, guy on the creative team, behind the 30-second ad, it's almost, I think, 60 to 45 days, sometimes even 15, 18 days of intense, crazy work to come up with that, right? And the world sees that. So when we see a case study or solution which works out, we may lose the perspective of what goes behind it, because that's the compressed effort at the end that goes to the and when we talk about accessibility of the field, there is also something very curious. Like you want to make the field like accessible. You want everyone to talk about it. So many people talked about thinking fast and slow, being the gateway book to it, and then predictably rational. And it's a phenomenal field. And we all know human behavior because we're humans, right? And it also is worth pondering a little bit. And I hope to be able to ask you your point of view next time on this question. Because if you bring it to religion and you talk about God, we don't really need anybody between us and God to talk about it. I mean, you can just talk to God straight up and say what's in your heart. God has heard you, right? And yet we have got priests, rituals, churches and mosques and temples around it. And then we have got folks who will come down, with a certain language around it. And the language is something which is not accessible to you. So the question is, do you need the language to be able to speak to God? Does God still listen to you? Do you still can you still do behavioral science without that? This is technical stuff kind of attitude, or do you actually need that go between? Where does it lie? I think that is something I would like to have your point of view whenever I'm able to catch up with all of you next time. For people who are here in the audience, Florent, David, Shubho, Zafar, Afsan, and Anand, they're all on LinkedIn, they're on Twitter. Find them, send them your questions, connect with them, regardless of whatever your role is right now. They will probably respond to you. If they are not responding, it means because they're just busy, which makes this panel even more awesome because they found the time to come down here and sit down and talk with you all. Thank you so much all for being here. Have a fantastic weekend ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Pleasure.
me probably 6-7 years old, wearing shorts and banyan and walking down the streets of Assam. I was born in Assam, northeast of India, and I sang Hawa Hawa, Hawa Tilko Pata, and I think that upset my neighbors a lot, and my parents got some complaints saying, your son has gone out of hand. Right, so this is one of the earliest memories which I have burned all right. So I'm not supposed to do that. And Hawa Hawa, of course, is Hassan Jahangir's contribution to world, fantastic stuff. And then growing up, it has all been around discovering, Sayoni, that
boom boom and
yes. Yes, and so there was Junoon which came in live. There was String, and college was all around Purani Jeans with Ali Haider, because that's your go-to stuff song, right? You have that one guitarist in your group, and then everybody else can chime in because everyone knows the words to Purani Jeans. But it's not just this side of it; it's also realizing that there is Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan with his Afreen, there is Jula Jule Lal, there is Lambi Judai, which is almost from the early 80s from the movie Hero, and there was Reshma singing from Pakistan. And so looking back at it, realized a huge influence growing up in life has been these fantastic words, music, lyrics, and thoughts which came down.
They are an integral part of our pop culture as well, and I think that's something that we want to talk to you about. The fact that in a way because all of these things, they shaped the pop culture for India for the 80s, the 70s, the 90s, and then came Coke Studio, which just did the same thing all over again. But we know what it meant for us. But we've missed out on some nuances. The fact that Coke Studio, what it brought also to Pakistan was the traditional poetry. There was a certain amount of culture that almost was revived with this entire movement, and we've lost out on those nuances because we possibly learned about it later, but we didn't have that. What we would really love to understand from you, Zara, is what did Coke Studio stand for Pakistan, and what was that perspective?
Really good to meet both of you. Thank you for inviting me. It's so nice to be able to talk about these things. Of course, it's meant something for the world, but it's really meant something for South Asia also. In terms of really, Bollywood is one thing which brings us together, and then Coke Studio was the other thing which is bringing us together in the last several decades. What is Coke Studio meant for Pakistan? When these things start happening, and while you're in the middle of it, you don't sometimes know what's going on in what the ethos of that moment is. You're able to realize that much later in retrospect. When Coke Studio started, it was a terribly violent time in Pakistan, and we thought that when we were in that stage of, it was after 9/11. There were drone attacks, there were bombings every day. And sometimes it felt as if we'd never known any other life, and we would never know any other life in future also. So this is the moment, of course, this music began. Things were happening, concerts were, because of all the violence, the danger of the political violence and the danger of having mass gatherings, concerts were nearly dead. Public concerts were nearly dead. And it was at this time that we see Coke Studio really reviving. Is my voice clear, by the way, to you? Or I could try adjusting it.
Your voice is clear, Zaira. There's a bit of a feedback, though. However, I'm just trying to verify from our audience if they all can hear us. So folks who are in right now, please be kind enough to just pop in with a quick response on the YouTube chat replay or on the LinkedIn side if you can hear us, or if you cannot, can you help us with that, please? All right, I do not see any, yes, okay, I can see people saying they can hear us. I think things are fantastic. Okay. If any of you cannot hear us, it could be that you need to possibly put the speaker on out there, crystal clear.
Fantastic. Please go on.
Back to you, Zara.
Excellent. So, it was at this moment when this very niche activity began. Coke Studio was actually something that had happened elsewhere abroad. I believe possibly it began in South America, not to the scale that it happened in Pakistan, but it happened in South America at that time. Then the vision of Ruhel Hayat, you know that Ruhel Hayat was part of Behavioural Science, which is possibly the most successful pop band that has not only emerged in Pakistan in history, but perhaps anywhere in South Asia. Behavioural Science was a huge pop band, and like many pop bands, initially, these people were experimenting with Western music and they were singing English things, but there was not a market out there. And producers asked them to sing Urdu, and then they sang Dil Dil Pakistan, and then they ended up becoming, you see, that's the entire thing. The influences are Western, but you have to produce in order to become big in South Asia. You need to produce in the languages of this region. And if you produce in Urdu, Hindi, of course, then that's a huge audience for you. So it was a niche project that started out, and it was an experimentation. It might have been something that he was, he reached a certain age. He had been doing Western music. Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan already had become very big. These people had been meeting the other big stars of Pakistan who were more classical or folk. And here he started to, his band was over, and he started to, just experiment with various things. And I don't think that he could have possibly thought it would become this big. But because he's a perfectionist and he brought certain kinds of resources to the forum, it's very important to note that Coke Studio produced very few original tracks throughout this decade, and its claim to fame are not the original tracks that it did produce. It was really the covers. And when I mean the covers, it's not just that it's using traditional poetry, etc., and giving it a different direction. Literally, not just the poetry was used, old poetry, but the old compositions were used. And what was happening was that they just, it's not just, now just is not a good word. They really gave it other musical influences, and that sound was more, I would say, let's say, if there's something called the apartheid of musical tastes, there was a big audience out there who was listening to their folk music without modern instruments, right? Without modern producers' input. And then there were people who were hearing totally like popular bands. But here they brought together the material of one audience and put the resources of another audience in it. So more people started hearing the same thing across class, across region, and there were so many languages that you would hear for the first time, not just the really high-end restaurant or the mall playing the same thing, and the rickshawala playing the same thing, and the mohallas playing the same thing. It's also very important how Pakistan received this thing. I know India received it totally online. How Pakistan received this thing was that it was used to be a Coca-Cola advertisement during the summertime or the autumn time, right? And they would buy slots on TV and they would play the music. So you see, it's really ends up reaching through the national broadcasters and all the channels. So that's how things would be launched for us. And those would be launched before the online launch at times. So that was really how it happened. And so it was a time that was very, if you think, very painful, very divisive. There had been these, in the cities, we would understand that there's a war next door. There have always been forces. In Swat somewhere, the Taliban are emerging. In Pakhtunkhwa somewhere, the Taliban are emerging. In Peshawar, we are feeling the effect of something that Afghanistan had felt during the 90s, that musicians were being threatened for doing music. So it was a terrible, for the national psyche, it was a terribly painful time. And it was a time where the state was sometimes being called upon to act against its own people, or maybe some other shadowy individuals who are carrying out terrorism. And there was this awareness that these people who were doing these activities which were murderous had some horrible baggage of their own. They were themselves victims of terrible violence and economic decline at one time. And then, so while we were calling the state to control the situation, there were also calls, and we could see the point of that, that you should not attack people with too much force, who are themselves, they are violent, but they are victims of their own circumstances. So it was such a divisive time. At that time, the president of our country, Musharraf, had recently there had been assassination attempts on him. So we didn't know what was happening exactly. It was a terrible time. So I want to really show you that in this time, when appearances of people, when ideology comes into question, there's someone who's modern, Western, trustworthy, who's not a terrorist, and there's someone who has a beard, who wears a desi clothes, someone who's looks like a folk musician, but to someone else he might look like the definition of a terrorist, right? So these are the cleavages in the cultural cleavages, the class cleavages. In all of this, a program emerges, and I'm not saying deliberately, but it's probably the ethos of the time, where people are like, oh, let's meet you. Let's try to understand you. I'm from a particular class. I'm anglicized. Let me try to figure out the languages being spoken outside my studio. Let me try for the first time to really seriously go out and see what music is being done, what my own traditions are, what's my relationship to the West. We have war, but of course we don't want the Taliban, but what about the people, what is the US to us, right? Are they also people who, are we comfortable being totally allied in their war on the many parts of the world? What is our position? Who should we ally with? So in that circumstances, when people from different linguistic class backgrounds, etc., and these are very different worlds coming together on the Coke Studio platform, come together to produce music in very unlikely times, very challenging times, then that's what it means to us. And then when that music is beamed out to the world, which we don't necessarily expect. So, quality doesn't always get the audience. We've had quality music in our part of the world for a very long time. One of the strengths of, Pakistan's national language is Urdu, and Urdu is one of the strongest poetic languages in South Asia. So and many other languages here also rely greatly on, on really good poetry. So we've always had that. But through these resources, through the use of social media, a particular kind of marketing, suddenly there's so much international interest, and that just keeps growing. And increasingly, we see ourselves as a global product. And so we see there's an image of us which is like, oh, what is this place, Pakistan? We can't visit it because it's too dangerous. Even people from other cities are scared of visiting the big cities, where there can be smaller cities, because there can be more bomb attacks there. So we were like, okay, we can have two images. One is in the news media, the carnage, and the other is Coke Studio. So not only does it help build national identity, but also national dignity to a level, because we don't have to be reduced in the headlines or in the external, the foreign imagination only to carnage, which we are suffering, and which our people are suffering it, our people are perpetrating it, but we are both, what are we? Are we victims or are we aggressors? So it was, now this, after so long, the way that in the past few years, the bombs have gone down, many things have gone down, and we hope now with what has happened next door, that things don't become worse. A new conflagration doesn't happen, as things go towards stability. But we couldn't even have imagined this 6-7 years ago, when Coke Studio was really coming out. So it was, just to sum it up, I would say it really affected in our national imagination. It helped give us a new national imagination, which is going to impact, have an impact for decades. At least decades. And secondly, it really helped us see, okay, bring various kinds of Pakistanis from various classes and various appearances on one forum. And secondly, what it really did was it gave an alternate image of Pakistan to the world, which was, any country has many things going on, but not all of that is projected. But Coke Studio did help project, that there are other things also happening in this country.
I think you're absolutely right. That is it's such a beautiful history and an amalgamation of that, all of that context in which Coke Studio becomes another facet to look at Pakistan through, and what a beautiful facet. I cannot think of another more beautiful imagination in the face of so much uncertainty. I mean, it's a beautiful mirror to look at, and thank you. I'd never ever thought of it like that. That's absolutely beautiful. I think that tells us in a way what it is that Coke Studio we fell in love with as well. I think it was also. I think this is from one perspective, but I would love to hear yours. I think this exact imagination that you show, because the music obviously was beautiful, and a lot of it. The rest of the world, not just us, the rest of Southeast Asia, the rest of the world may not have understood the nuances in all the nuances of that music. But
it's like a college senior would tell a junior when he's introducing you to the music, saying, "Is music mein passion hai. This music is passion," right? So that's in college 1 year senior is also quite elder to you. As you grow older, that doesn't happen, right? So this elder introduces you, saying, "This is gold. Hold it." So a lot of us, when you have had this introduction to the music of Pakistan and Coke Studio, that is how we have known it, minus the larger context which I spoke about. But I think
that's exactly what it is. The fact that on one side it was the music, but it was the fact that there was also another facet that you're suddenly looking at and falling in love with every time that you listen to it, with every time that there's that song playing in your head. That's absolutely beautiful. Zara, there's this question that we have, because when you look at Coke Studio, you see that there is exactly like you talked about it. There were so many dialects, there were so many languages. There was Punjabi, there was Urdu, there was so many different tribal. There were so many beautiful nuances. And how did you work with them? Can you talk to us about your experience with all of these different dialects and piecing them together?
It was such a very rich experience. You can say, in principle, I respect all the languages, but until you really have a chance to work with them all, you don't necessarily feel very close to them, because you're like, okay, yeah, it's nice. But when you really get into the words, and I was so lucky. Of course, I tried to bring my understanding to everybody, and I hope to an extent successfully. But my own experience is just to talk to an artist really about his language. For example, when I talked to Akhtar Chanal Zehri, I don't know if you remember, there was a song which I think is one of the most interesting songs ever to be done in Coke Studio. It's a bit close to, in some ways, to rap. It's a traditional Baloch thing called Narbet, right? Which is like, a war song. And it's like so it's in Brahwi, which is a very interesting language. It's in Balochistan, but it has features which are not in common, which not similar to other Indo-European languages in Pakistan, because other languages in Pakistan are almost all Indo-European languages, yes, but Indo-Aryan languages, yes. But here, this language has elements which are much similar to Tamil. It's all the way in Balochistan, but it is. So if you hear, the language, Moni Ravane Sangatas ko Sarana Zoravare Maste Kanoke Deo Behat Kutsare, so it's I don't know whether, but it's got a different element to it. Yeah. There are words which are common to South Indian vocabulary. So, when you're talking to him, when you really, my conversation is much beyond the words themselves. I enter the world of the nomad for just a few seconds. And that's a very special experience for me, because how often do you have like a conversation, a 10-minute or 15-minute conversation about a single word in someone's language with them? What incentive is there for that? And I remember Chanal Zeri once said to me that, he's got a house and he's got a home in Quetta and elsewhere in Balochistan and one in Karachi. And he's like, I'm in Karachi, and because I'm used to the open plains, and I was feeling today so close in the Karachi homes, like such a feeling of claustrophobia, that I went to a mosque, and a really huge mosque, and prayed there. Just socially, I'm like, okay, I lived in Karachi all my life. I don't feel claustrophobic like that, So it's just those kinds of conversations that were happening, a lot has to be, I had to approach these people, so humbly, because I'm asking them such basic questions about their language, the words, have I understood you correctly? And they're very patiently trying to explain to me. So it was a very humbling experience, and you had to be very humble to approach them in order so class, education, so what is important socially, those things disappear in that moment where he's the one telling people how to do this in the studio, very anglicized people, this or that. So really it really helped me, whether Balochi, when we were Mai Dhai, I think Mai Dhai was there. This is her. She sang with Atif Aslam. She sang a Marwari song. Yes, in that she couldn't speak, of course, not English, and she couldn't speak Urdu either. So she really spoke Marwari. So I had to use a team of translators in order to even communicate with her about slight things. And it was really interesting because some of the artists, they heard our requests and they're willing to do a remix, but they don't necessarily see the worth of a remix or a modern remix or a fusion, right? For them, the original is enough. And that's something to take into account also, because it's not like, oh, now we're doing fusion, we have arrived. No. Fusion is in its own place, and the original stuff is its own place. So to observe the expressions on their face when they're like, fine, we'll do it because there's a lot of money involved, but you know what, like, what's the worth of this? And you could see it on the expression. So all of these various undercurrents and other things, and the artists were by and large very willing to come, because you see the exposure that it would get them. I remember I told one artist, look, your song is about, you're a very famous artist inside Pakistan in many ways, but after your song is going to launch next week, and your life is never going to be the same again, ever. You're in your 60s, you had a long singing career, but here you're going to have a huge transformation, because not only will a much larger segment of Pakistan know you, people abroad will know you. They will be, and there will be invitations, and financially it will offer you so much. And he rang me a couple of weeks later, and he's like, Zara Baba, you were right. Things are never the same again. So people were, it really meant somebody like Rohel Hayat, who's a pop musician and who knows how to package things in a way which is highly digestible for urban and foreign audiences. He can bring such a change in the life of folk artists who are otherwise reliant on folk producers and small town village producers who make videos for them, which are, you would ignore the song because the video was so bad. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. That's what it all meant coming together. So yeah, it was a very, very rich experience to learn the script, because we don't have translation agencies sitting to, translate from Burushaski or even Kashmiri or all of these things. You had to, not only talk to the artist, but also other people, not to triangulate the accuracy of your understanding. So I had to reach out to experts all over the world, Srinagar, Rajasthan, Delhi, various Turkey, so many places. So it really helped build, so many conversations with diverse individuals resulted from this while I was holed up at a library, doing my PhD dissertation, which is fun, but it's just a different experience, Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Zara, for taking us on that lovely journey, right? Which is actually good because it's helped me formulate this next question which I have in mind. And you talked about this language in Balochistan, where you have this rap element of South Indian languages. You talked about the single sang in Marwari. You talked about your work with translation. And like, I'm thinking with so many tribes, right? So many different traditions. They're all packed in the same geography. It's intense. So are there different expressions of beauty, love, valor in these different dialects and poetic traditions? Is one more softer, other more aggressive, or
more intimate?
More intimate. What has been your experience there?
That's very interesting. I was teaching Urdu literature to a student here in Karachi many years ago at a university, and he told me that he was from the Punjab, and he said, Urdu has very, let's just say, I think he indicated that it has romance, which is very worldly and not so mystical. And that's a marker of Urdu. And in our Punjabi, he said, it's mystical poetry, which is, considered deeper poetry than just, I could have had a girlfriend or she could have been my wife. But he's like, I could have had a spiritual master, or that is considered deeper in that way, and then or I could have had God, right? And he said, so this in Punjabi there's so much more mystical poetry. And Shamsur Rahman Farooqi, who is a really big Urdu critic, very popular in India, he got awards, I think the national awards. He just died earlier this year of COVID in I think was it Allahabad, and he said that Urdu was actually different among other Indo-Muslim languages in South Asia, that when it began to become big as a literary language, it was much more what we can see secular, in the sense that it was not the religious poetry, the percentage of religious poetry in Urdu as compared to Sindhi, Punjabi, and many other languages was less, right? And other kinds of human romantic love was more. So it was an interesting observation. And this is the same thing which a student of mine without any training just picked up again. So what is softer and what is harder? I would say that in sometimes Urdu can be more cerebral. Urdu poetry, more cerebral. It is stricter to write poetry in Urdu. It's hard, the rules are stricter, ghazal rules, etc. They are stricter in both Persian and Urdu. So they're kind of urbane languages to some degree also, urban centered, urbane, and that it has that sensibility, which is can be a little, even in wildness, it is cerebral and restrained, right? While Punjabi, it's almost like the word they use is kamli, right? Main kamliyan, hadika ke aani. And really it meant, it was like, I'm like, okay, I hope it doesn't come across as weird when I translate it as I'm crazy. Main kamliyan, right? Main kamliyan. So to say that, in Urdu, word the divana, which doesn't sound as wild as Kamli, right? So it's a little more, polished and stylized. So it's a little removed from your most base and wild. Was really wild in that manner. Really just, you really feel, Bulle Shah, you really feel moved to a different extent, and both have their value, right? But really moved to a different extent. And then Pashto, I found it really funny. This is a song called you must have heard it, Zeb Hania and Fakhir, Dilruba narazi, bakhanda narazi. So the lyrics, they're all like my beloved. He's not coming. He stopped talking to me. Beloved is not almost when they sing it. Dilruba narazi, pakhanda narazi, khalko baud yar milado bewafa. So my listen, everybody, my beloved has become unfaithful. People ask, they're like, why are they happy about this? So I'm like, okay, it's like, it's the form of defeat and love, which is like, and I think like Bollywood watchers and South Asians in general would relate to this more, because defeat and love is something which is a great preoccupation. It's like, oh, I haven't yet experienced defeat in love, which will give me something to do and compose poetry in love, for which I need to be defeated in love, which is, in the film, Bollywood film Rockstar, he's saying, dil, in order to make better poetry, main dil todne ki machine dhoond raha hu. So it's like, you learn that there are certain things which are so wild that they break you. There's a level of pain which is wild and it breaks you, and there's a level of pain which is just fun, at some level. You know what I mean? So it really does reveal that. So yeah, I think, yeah.
When you're talking about it like, so the urban-esque languages are, so they're a little more like, okay, let's not enjoy our pain so much. Let's describe it and leave it out there. Whereas there is something else happening.
I think the urban language wants like Twitter amount of pain, one line, 140 characters, that's enough for me to handle.
I think I'm wondering if it's the actually no, Zara will be able to tell us better, because I'm imagining that actually no, there's a little sharpness, and there's far more sharpness in a Punjabi, or in the kind of grief, or in the kind of pain, or in the kind of anger that you can feel there, versus an Urdu.
Reshma was helping me understand another song once. She had introduced me to this song, where I think the guy starts, I think it's Noori, the band.
Right.
And he's talking about his love, his feeling, and eventually saying, Tere ghar ko aag lag jaye. This is a lover who's pining for love. And he's saying, I hope your house burns. And I said, why is he saying that?
I think it was more maybe like, if your house burns, perhaps, then a scenario where that happens or something. But yeah, I think I would say that I wouldn't say the level that one language is capable of expressing pain less than the another, no. But I would say that the adab of that, they would what happens in poetry also doesn't necessarily reflect what happens in society. People understand two things very differently. But there's a thing definitely that this if there's a death that happens, right, at the rural level, I've seen in Punjab, people actually ban karte hain. They lament in a singing way. Oh, he's left me, what will I do? Oh my God. And it's very sincere. And they're like, oh, and then they beat their head or they beat themselves, and people come and grab them, look, get her water. But if somebody is like much more urbane, they might just sit like this in terrible pain without expressing it. And just their stillness would be, a reflection of how deep their pain is. So when you went soft and hard or passionate or less, so it's really like maybe about what's allowed in expression. Like in terms of class also, lamentation and all, education levels, these things, they become different, right? And also let's talk a little bit about one thing which is, very big in the rest of the languages in Pakistan, and not in Urdu, which is essentially really not a Pakistani language in the sense that it was not born in Pakistan. It's an Indian language, yes? So I think Javed Naqvi, who is a journalist in India, he wrote an article for Dawn. He was reporting that there were some qawwals from India who were visiting Pakistan, and there were people in the Pakistani audience requested them to sing Heer Ranjha or Soni Mahiwal or something. So these are people. These are pairs of lovers, which are very famous at the folk level in Pakistan. Heer Ranjha, Soni Mahiwal, Mumal Rano, Sassi Punnu. So, from Balochistan, from Punjab, from Sindh, these are pairs of lovers, right? Marvi and others. So they are not known in North India, they aren't. So when they heard about their love, so it's also an interesting thing because of course, India and Pakistan have so much in common. They have three major languages which are in common today. One is English, into which we are able to understand each other and read each other's materials. One is English. The second is Urdu, Hindi. And the third is Punjabi. These are the three really major languages. Sindhi to a much, much less extent because it's not as important, right? There's a much smaller community of Sindhis in India. So, so these are the three major languages. But when Indian Muslims, sometimes if they're in Pakistani, then they're interacting, they have even more than other South Asians, they may have the element in common of religious and cultural and literary elements in common, but at the same time there's also like we are two different countries, so we're competing a little bit. So they're little fun taunts to each other because they are two different countries, they are two different experiences. 70 years, it creates certain kinds of commonalities on between citizens which other citizens can't share, right? So they were like, they heard these stories of what happened in Heer Ranjha, Sassi Punnu, and so they're like, okay, so do all the girls run away for love in Pakistan? So the Kawaz asked, which is a kind of a taunt, in the mehfil. They're like, okay, so they're like, if you fall in love, then you run away from love and you run out in the field and then you die for it. But it's a little this thing. But the interesting thing is there's a writer called Laura Ring. She's written a book on Karachi, anthropological book on a Karachi apartment building about many ethnicities living in an apartment building. And she said that, even though it's extolled so much in our poetry, in Urdu poetry, you see, because it's got a more Persian, like a Perso-Arabic sensibility. So it really doesn't talk about the South Asian earth so much, the soil so much. It takes the grammar and the vocabulary of South Asia, but the image is very like classical Persian. That's the sensibility of Urdu. That is the sensibility of mainstream Urdu poetry. So they talk about Laila Majnu, who are Arab lovers. They talk about Shirin Farhad, who are Iranian lovers. Yes. So they talk about these pairings, but they don't talk about somehow local lovers so much. But Sindhi and Punjabi and these other languages, Siraiki, they do talk about local image, local myths and folklore to quite a degree. And in that, prominent thing is that there's a woman, the song Khediyan de Naal, Mein Jana Khediyan de Naal. So Heer and Ranjha, and Heer is she wants to be with Ranjha, but they are marrying her off to Nahi Mein Jana Khediyan de Naal. They're marrying her off to into a tribe called the Khedas, right? And she says, I refuse to do that. And and actually she does die because she can't stand that experience of being untrue to her love of Ranjha. And so it really is a parable for divine love, right? That I can't leave the straight, the truthful path, and I can't be distracted by the world, and I must go for God, right? So these things are parables. So even though going all out for love, it's totally celebrated completely in this poetry and extolled to like cut off all ties and like attract bands of people who are trying to kill you because you're trying to run away with someone who you love, is so much extolled in the poetry. People on the ground, somehow it's understood to be poetry. And this is what this anthropologist Laura Ring observed, that you don't this is not the behavior which is promoted traditionally, where you expect it to make practical choices. And so it's a parable. Yes. So this is the entire thing. It's like to go crazy in love. So these are this is the mizaj. This is the temperament of this kind of poetry here, but it doesn't necessarily reflect on a total picture of the social values. Poetic values are one thing, real social values another thing. However, of course, you can use it. There are people who might choose to live that way, and they will use the example of this poetry for that. So I hope I've answered your question. I think I went on a tangent, but it was a point to make.
It was incredibly fun. I think it was a beautiful journey, and I think it's leaving so many questions. I am conscious of the time, but I'm not able to stop myself. I think it's beautiful the way you talk about, like, there are these poetic values, and there is a poetic dharma of sorts that you follow your love on that path, and that is the righteous path. That is the path to follow, and you drag the world down with you if you have to, for the sake of that love. Whereas on the other side, there's completely something else happening in society. And is there something that as someone who studies language and as someone who is able to decipher these things this way, when you saw it coming together in Coke Studio, becoming something of, you're bringing back something to cultural consciousness that is around the sidelines. It's there as literature and something to say, hey, this is our heritage, but let's not go too deep into it, which is, I think, a case the world over. It's not like we're celebrating Madame Bovary, right? It's not like we're saying, oh, what a beautiful, that's how women should be. No one's saying that.
Yeah.
Anna Karenina. No one is doing that. We love our Shakuntala. We don't want any in real life. When you were bringing this to a modern time, right? That can you do you know what it must have been like, or do you have anything you can tell us about the times in which these stories came out and they became popular culture and stayed up to here, and then now they've gotten dug a little bit into whatever is the scene right now, and then when you're bringing something like Coke Studio and these beautiful almost sweet rebellions come out, did they have an impact? Did you feel that they were doing something to open up minds, to bring back that why not in society? I know it's a two-part question, it's a very large broad question, but however you interpret it.
I think it's just your sensibilities are not completely transformed. Really, it's whoever wants to go how deep into it. On the music, they say music is a universal language. Yes, I think music is possibly the only universal language, because words mean different things to different people, right? So possibly music is somewhat something which helps everyone. In Kangna the Kavali, or other kinds of things, they help people reach a particular kind of plane. A lot of people say it's like a trance effect, right? So that's something which is quite likely. But in terms of I'd like to say one thing. It was a lovely experience for me, for everybody. I'm so happy that this entire thing happened. Of course, I would be happy. But it's also the fact that it became the most popular thing rather than just a popular thing in a time period is also a reflection of a dying culture. So our culture, the reason why covers are the most popular thing right now is because originals just cannot compete. If Coke Studio had emerged like 50 years ago, I don't think it would have had the same, occupied the same space in society. Today, just in the last 4 months, I've been going to a lot of school events and college events, and I'm like, okay, I've heard 90% of the songs that are being sung here, 95%, even though, I'm in my 30s, but I've heard 90% of the songs these young people are singing, the Desi songs, and I've translated 80% of them. So, which is like, I thought that's kind of like a huge number, which is, and these are songs which were originally created like many, many decades ago. Yes, at least 20 decades, if not 50 or 100 or 200 or 300. Yes. So then it can also be something pessimistic. So I would say that it has led to a change in the sense that modern artists are more interested in doing folk than they would have been otherwise. Bollywood has taken a turn towards Punjabi folk after Coke Studio. You see mystical Punjabi folk showing up in Bollywood in ways which were probably not happening to that extent before. Bhangra music was happening, but not this kind of mystical, music. However, until and unless we do stop the educational processes which are leading to a loss of language in I wouldn't say South Asia, because Bangladesh is apparently it's an ethno-national state which really has one main language. They're able to safeguard Bengali in a way which is much better than India and Pakistan is able to safeguard any of their languages. So we are, unlike Afghanistan, where Persian and Dari and Pashto are doing much better, unlike Iran, where Farsi is one of the strongest languages, and all of the Middle East where Arabic is doing well. India and Pakistan have a really bad situation. It's going to impact all the arts. We're not going to be we're not capitalizing on our cultural strengths, and we are listening to Coke Studio, we're absorbing some of it, but until and unless we stop this educational drift away, this aesthetic and psychological drift away from local literary culture, which is happening to the education system, we're not going to have a very full understanding of even Coke Studio music by the people who are the musicians who are playing it, and the artists who are singing it, and the people who are going to be listening to it later. So it's going to be partial, I would say.
An interesting point of view that the reason that they become such favorites is because they're dying. And
because everything else is dying. That's why. Because actually music is dying. That's why old music is repackaged. Old music is becoming that popular.
Very interesting. Very interesting point of view. Do we have time to take questions?
Yeah.
Let me see. Yes.
We do have some time to take some questions from the audience.
Okay. Clearly, there are lots of comments here. I think they've
helped me a bit. But while you go out there, one important question we heard some story of you. Was it refusing to write the lyrics in the song in a Roman script?
We were reading an article and we were reading something we were talking about how when you were writing the lyrics of something, you said, no, let's use the actual script, or let's not use the anglicized script or use a Romanized English script, or let's use an actual script that's there. What is the impact of reading in your own script, and what does that do to?
Yeah. So, India is linguistically probably the most diverse country in the world, perhaps. It's a huge, we always, when we talk about multilingualism, we use the example of India, yes? Pakistan is also significantly linguistically diverse. And here, Urdu is the national language, and Sindhi is the only other official language in a major way. Unlike India, which has many other official Bengali and others. So because there's somehow the major reason is that the demand is not many other languages, there's so much in common with Urdu, there's not so much demand for other languages to occupy official domains. So in Sindh, there's Sindhi. So the thing is that many people, that's true for probably the smaller languages in India, who speak Pashto, the vast majority, one could even say 98 or 99% of Punjabi and Pashto speakers don't have the experience of seeing, their language written. So they learn from the air, they speak, and they never come across it in writing. Of course, specialists and universities have these books which are related to their language, but they don't. So we thought that this would be a way that Roman is okay, good enough, but in order to consider that language as important as Urdu, why should Urdu just be like given special treatment that, okay, Urdu is written in Farsi or something like that. But they should be able to see these languages written in their script. So when we did Bengali a little bit with Alamgir, who was, the cross-Pakistan artist, we put it in Bengali script with the generous help from Bengali friends from India or Bangladesh. So we wanted people to see that, to be able to increase literacy in their own language. Because unlike in India, you see what happened in India is that each language, I think the scripts are not mutually intelligible. They're based on it's like the Devana, like a Devanagari, and then Bengali is written in and Punjabi is Gurmukhi and Punjabi. Is that you can't just because you read Devanagari, you can't read it. But because you read Urdu, you can read Pashto. There are a few extra letters, but then you can. So you just should see your word represented, how it looks, on paper or on a screen. So this was a project where we tried to do that. And because when people get used to reading it, they already speak it, then they know how to write it one day also. So they'll be able to read books in it also once they get practice. So that was that angle. Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, brilliant. Then I feel like we need to have one fest where we can just have like one 12-hour-long conversation with you. I feel terrible that we're out of time, guys. I would urge you to get in touch with all of your questions, with anything that you want to talk about with Zara. She's absolutely delightful. This conversation was just so mind-opening, and there are so many more questions. There is so much, and I'm really hoping that we'll be able to get in touch with you again and just have a conversation and talk about this, your profound knowledge and your experience in this entire thing, and bringing something that is so distant and so old, and bringing it up to right now.
Thank you. It was really great conversing. Thank you for your lovely questions, and for it's just you feel so close to be able to share love for a common thing. So it's been a lovely conversation. Thank you very much. It was lovely to talk to you.
The pleasure is all ours. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Zara. Have a fantastic weekend ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
The next panel covers a topic we've been fervently discussing for the last 2 years. New work culture, hybrid models, long-term remote work, what is the future going to be? 2021 is started as the year of the Great Resignation. Anti-work is a movement gaining traction, or is it the smallest set with the loudest voice that has no effect on the millions of unions, factory workers, medics, and the blue-collar jobbers who keep the city rolling non-stop, even through these unprecedented times? While some reports say that the pandemic has opened doors for women and parents to work, others posit that the blurring of context has made their lives harder. Moderated by NowFest Priyanka Khatri, social scientist and context architect at 1001 Stories, this session discusses the concept of work, life, and the illusion of balance. Our first speaker is renowned life coach and facilitator, Dr. Ramya Ranganathan, also adjunct faculty at IIM Bangalore. Our next speaker, Michael Brown, is CEO at Associate. He is also the best-selling author of the book I Don't Agree, a fascinating exploration of new, powerful, and surprising solutions to an ancient problem, why we disagree so much. Over to the panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Pavitra, for that very, very kind welcome. Following through on an incredibly mesmerizing session where we discussed how Punjabis find joy and write poetry when someone breaks their heart, coming to work. As Pavitra very rightly put, we've spent the last 2 years trying to discuss what the future of work would look like. Would it be a new work culture, hybrid models? Will everyone return back to work? No one could agree, just as Michael puts it, whose version of the truth is a lie. In May 2021, Google opened its offices. 60% of its employees on voluntary basis returned. This is in complete contradiction to the Great Resignation and the movement of anti-work, where people are out there posting their dissatisfaction, resignation letters, and identifying as leftist, anti-capitalist, and abolishing the very concept of work. We have with us today Michael and Ramya, as introduced by Pavitra, to discuss the work and the workplace. Before we begin and dive into the questions, Ramya, Michael, any words, any introductions, anything you'd like to share about yourselves?
Ramya, do you want to go first?
Ramya, you're on mute, I think.
I'm just happy to dive straight into this context and this content. So this content is actually very close to my. I've been running programs on this very theme for over a decade now. And what we're going to be talking about is pretty much at the core of what I do as a coach and what I've been doing as a professor as well. So I'm just excited to get into the exploration. And I'm also very happy that in a strange way, thanks to COVID, the whole world is now looking at these issues, which I thought I was one of the weirdos who was exploring it before. So I'm just happy to dive straight in.
I think that is an interesting point you raise, Ramya, for sure. I think the way we did business, the other side of the pandemic, if the pandemic is a watershed moment, which it undoubtedly is, and the way we did business back then at the other side was definitely a different perspective. This side, as we emerge from the pandemic, hopefully, we're a more inclusive, a more equal, a fairer, cleaner, greener, and a kinder version of business is now demanded. So I don't think you're no longer on your own, Ramya. I think so. You make a really good point there. Absolutely, for sure.
All right, then, let's begin. Before we begin, I would like to point out that Michael is helping to design the world's first mental health drop-in center in a soup kitchen, and I hope we'll expand on that experience later in the conversation. And Ramya actually is catalyzing aliveness. Never heard of the term before, but I think I'm a fan. So to begin with, what does work even mean today?
If I could start the ball rolling on that, because I think landing it in the notion of the Great Resignation, and I can only take my own perspective, and obviously my own perspective doesn't necessarily mean that what's good for me is good for everybody else in the world. But the thing that's overlooked is the joy of work and the purpose of work, isn't it? Work provides purpose, and what it means to each of us, what our purpose or our individual missions, our personal goals, steps are uniquely different, which is why I do have a problem with the anti-work movement as you described it. And I know we're going to get into that later, because certainly for me, work has provided a whole load of purpose, aside from being the means in which I'm able to clothe myself and my kids and feed them and have a roof over my head as well. So it's an interesting dynamic that we're entering into, I think. And for me, it's about finding something that I've actually enjoyed doing. So when I get up in the morning, I don't necessarily feel I'm going to work. And I know that's a difficult thing for most people to achieve. So I don't want to sound too smug, when I say that sort of thing. But I thought it's an interesting start point.
Yeah.
Ramya?
Yes. So this question is actually very close to me, and I'll tell you why. This question happens to be the reason I decided to do a PhD. So many years ago, I was an engineer, MBA, and working in banks, Citibank, ICICI, and, looking at technology and process reengineering, and I was depressed. I didn't like my work. I didn't enjoy what was happening. I also had all these, I recognized that the world of work was not like the world of physics. And I was in this constant complaint zone of, this doesn't make sense. What am I doing? This doesn't compute. And I was very lucky that amongst all the people who heard my complaints at that time, there was one ex-professor of mine from IMA, who actually said, you know what, Ramya, the real questions in your head are about the relationship between people and work. You should explore that. And I was like, oh, there are real questions underneath all this angst and complaining and, desperation. And I took that leap. I took that leap of faith, took that question. And that's what led me to London Business School and doing my PhD and my entire journey, the career journey beyond that. It's literally been about exploring the person-work relationship. And there's tons of stuff that I've found in it. One is, a whole body of research that I've participated in. And apart from the research, I also want to bring to the table what I've found from people. So one of the workshops that I have been teaching for over 10 years is called Personal Values, Goals and Career Options at IIM Bangalore. And I also have an online course on edX called Crafting Realities, Work, Happiness and Meaning. So you see where all of this is converging. And one of the exercises amongst many there is actually where we begin to redefine work for ourselves. So there's an entire module called Redefining Work. So just looking at this construct of what have each one of us assumed work is, it's just a word, just a label at the end of the day. And what does it mean? Because in essence, it's just another activity, like sport, like art, like anything else. And we call it work, but in calling it work, the term itself begins to absorb tons of what the world projects at it in terms of work is this and work is this and work is this. And we use that in our internal sense making. So unpacking the meaning of work right now, for me, it's just a label, but it's become a beautiful vehicle of transformation because the way I work with myself, I've worked with myself, and the way I work with my clients now is to look at just the mental models of whatever you've defined work to be, to allow that to open up and then redefine it in a way that you'd want it to be. And let me tell you, in all these years, I've not come across any two people redefining work in exactly the same way. So, yeah, you can make work whatever you want it to be.
Michael, you're on mute.
That's interesting observation about values. There was I've got a personal methodology in when it comes to values and a viewpoint on them, because that is personal values. Your personal values framework is really intrinsic to your relationship with work. And so prior to the business that I'd now founded, Associate, I founded an international market. It became an international marketing agency called MKTG. In fact, we had an outlet in India called MKTG Fountainhead, and we employed 4,000 people, and all of those individual viewpoints of what work is, and that became my job. So I founded a creative business, and it was about creativity, and that's why I got into it. But what it became was about managing people's expectations of work, and in particular the work-life balance, and it was a huge task trying to decipher what work meant to each of those people who essentially worked for me and the rest of the leadership team. And I arrived at this, I started looking at our corporate values framework, and looking at the values in those and how they might align with all of the people who worked in the business. And that's a ridiculous task when you think about it in context of a world that now demands inclusivity and diversity. So I got to thinking, is it right that we should expect all of our people to conform to a fairly narrow framework of corporate values? And would it be better to, and I called it values outing, would it be better to out everybody's personal values framework, and then be able to, in identifying that, be able to match up teams with complementary values and therefore get a better culture, a more equilibrium culture, sort of balanced skill sets and balanced qualities and characteristics and personalities in teams within the business, and then in that way increase the joy of work, and that did work for us. So we ripped up our own corporate values framework. And in fact, in the book, in I Don't Agree, I step everybody through that particular exercise, but it certainly was transformational for my particular business. And as I said, we ended up with 32 offices in 20 markets, including India. So it's interesting, the whole values framework thing. And when you get down to it, not many people are able to, off the cuff, identify their own personal values anyway. We might intrinsically know when something goes against the grain, we disagree with something from a moral point of view, but having to hone our values down into 4 or 5 descriptive adjectives is a difficult task for most people. They have to go away and think about it, which is a mad thing when you really, really think about it.
Ramya, like, considering you are a coach, how do you go about getting people to understand what work means to them in that case?
Oh, so I use a very simple, it sounds simple, but it's actually a stepwise process, because I never get into work straight away. So in fact, one of the things, and this is what I've learned out of experience, right? In a first session or in a part of a program, if I just ask people, hey, what does work mean to you? Redefine it. They're like, what are you talking about? What's going on? So we don't start there. We start with the bigger questions. We start with definitions of success. Success is something everyone understands, right? So we start with success. We start with people articulating what success means to them, and then exploring that, and then looking at why are they even looking at success. And then, people organically, and this happens over weeks, this happens over sessions, but I'm just breaking it down for you. And then this leads to notions like happiness and satisfaction and meaning and the why behind. And there somewhere along the line, I bring in values. And then, okay, now what do you do with these values? That's the being. Where do you go into the doing? And then I bring in goals. And then we start talking about the action. And then when we're talking about the goals, when we're talking about actions, that's when I actually piggyback off. I'm sure you've heard about the framework of flow. It's being the zone, created by Michael Chisholm. So one of the fascinating things that people like, flow is popular, but a lot of the background research that led to the discovery and coining of flow is not that popular. And one of the things that Chisholm did before he even came up with this idea of flow is he was actually interviewing people and doing experience sampling in terms of, catching people in the act of doing something that they're doing with pagers, because at that time you didn't have mobile phones, and asking, and this is across countries, across places, what are you doing? How are you feeling? What are you doing? How are you feeling? And then therefore looking at people when they're engaged at, and put it in quotes, work, leisure, different kinds of leisure. And then he came up with, classifications, active leisure, passive leisure, just tracking. So basically getting an awareness, getting people to become aware of how we feel when they're engaged in certain kinds of activities. And that's what then I bring, and that's what I bring in, and I make people do that. And through that, recognizing and looking at work as yet another thing that they do in this entire portfolio of different things. And I think that's where, that's why even I don't like the work-life balance, because work and life are not these two separate things. It's like life, all the activities you do. And some of them, we call them work. Some of them we call them hobbies, some of them we call them art, some of them we call them play, some of them we call them sport, parenting. And for me, actually, if you ask me different things that I do, this, for example, us talking, it would take work for me. It would take conversations. It would take a kind of party, getting to know new people. It would take a whole lot of different boxes. And that's where, finally we get into work. And by that time, people themselves have been, so they are the ones who ask me, so what is this work? Like, what is work? Then what makes work different? And so I don't tell them anything, but I just gently lead them into the state of exploration. And by the way, since we're talking about COVID, I feel COVID has done all of that. The lockdown has done all of that. And I'm fascinated because people are asking that question right away.
Got it.
Absolutely.
Anything to add, Michael?
Well, yeah, a couple of things. So the work-life balance thing, I certainly, you and I discussed this, didn't we, Priyanka, yesterday, about work-life balance. Yeah. It's not black and white like that, is it? You can't separate the one from the other, really. So you've got life is the overarching theme, and as Rami said, there are strands underneath that, the stuff that you do, one of which is work. However, for me, if there were pillars, so there was life and then work, art, hobbies, sport, all those kind of things, I would start to take the pillar out of work and put it as a sort of fundamental sort of foundation underneath that, because in many senses, work empowers you to do those other things. It not just from a financial point of view, giving you the financial power to engage in art or sport or going to a gig, etc., but it also fundamentally empowers your personality, your drive, your ambition, and all those sorts of things. So while there should be no such thing as work-life balance, and that phrase itself has helped, hasn't it, to polarize opinion against work. And then in context of that, because I'm speaking as somebody who finds it difficult to switch off because I love what I do, so I can't find a gap between all the things that I do and work. That it's just a part of me, and I think and then bringing COVID back into the picture, COVID, there are some, let's look at it, there are some positives to take out from it, isn't it? One of which is how it's reframing work and life, but it's also there's a negative in that it also becomes more difficult if we want to switch off from work to do that, because of the way we've reframed office life. Let's face it. But and then finally, there is one other point that I want to make, is that when it comes to COVID, and I think where Rami is going, is that the whole notion of remote working, agile working, working from home, that only applies to a very small subsection of global society. Because if you're a nurse or you're a doctor, you're in the fire services, you can't work from home, you can't Zoom that in. And so I do feel we have to be mindful and concerned when we talk about remote language, because working remotely, because that's what seems to fill all the business journals, all the newspaper columns, all the media interest, is about how society is migrating to this remote working, and it's just not true. It's true for some of us, but not the significant majority.
Beautifully put. That topic's close to me, Michael. Like, what about dehumanization? What about the obscured sections of society, which is the majority of it? While we talk about work and personal values, does this even apply to them? Like, we have it established that work has two primary purposes. One, of course, it gives you the purpose in life. It's an activity that's part of life. It's a subset. But there's the entire division where it does provide financial services, allows you to engage in life. And that actually brings me to an interesting question with respect to what's happening now. So over our discussion on education yesterday, we will come back to who work is for at the end of the discussion, but like going this way, they spoke about, it was on upskilling and education. and education going online. And they said something beautiful. They said that the concept of a job or work before was you get into one company or you have your own business and then you do that for the rest of your life. That shifted. The next generation came where you stay in the same industry, but you keep changing jobs every 2 years, every 3 years. And then we have the now context, wherein we're changing not only jobs, but we're also changing industries. I know I myself in the last decade have not exactly shifted out of psychology or social sciences, but each job has come with a completely different profile. And I don't know what the profile of the next one will be. So you're always restarting, which also means you're always constantly in the need to relearn. The statistics I learned 6 years back are of no use in front of the big data science right now. So we're constantly relearning. I'm constantly relearning. Our entire generation is constantly relearning. So there's also a concept of time, and that's where the work-life balance question, I think, comes in. So I would like your inputs on that, because if you're constantly learning and you're constantly working, where is the time for life? Yeah.
Okay. So I have an interesting take on that because one of the things that I'm actually very passionate about is helping people find and craft careers for them that they enjoy and brings them alive. And that's why I created, my organization called Crafting Our Lives. And when I look at that portfolio, it's like careers is part of all the other things. So in fact, what you're talking about, which is, the old school or what it was earlier, I'll take my father's example, right? So he worked in Tisco, Tata Iron and Steel Company, which is like private, but he worked there and he worked for 40, 50 years, retired. And yeah, it was the linear career trajectory. And that no longer seems to be the case for many, many other people, many of us. And that's actually very, very exciting for me, because what it symbolizes to me is more degrees of freedom. So going back, so when we're in a linear career path, what happens is that I'm sure, everyone who's embedded themselves into a linear journey in a career path, they've found some degree of resonance, right? There's a part of them that aligns with a part of what the organization is doing. And they found that alignment, good, it's nice, it's a win-win. And they do that their entire life, which is fine. But if we were to look at human beings not as having, just one or two qualities, because no human being has that, or one or two interests, but being multidimensional people with different qualities, what it then does is it sort of almost cuts off these other aspects of our being, all the other things that we might be interested in. And I actually believe most of us are multipotentialites. And so therefore, the picture that is emerging where people are exploring different interests, me included, I've changed my career several times. And right now I'm actually exploring a new line of work, which is doing things in nature and outbound retreats and stuff like that, because I was like, okay, this part of me is not getting nurtured. This part is not growing. So I don't see a problem in it at all, because here's what I'm going to put, Priyanka, and I'll tell you why some people might see a problem, and I get that, and why I don't, right? So it's about what is more important, and it comes down to why are we here on planet Earth? If we believe that we are here to do something, to achieve something, and this could be making steel, it could be developing the economy or whatever, right? Then there's a certain model that makes sense. But if you take an alternate model that we are just here, we're here to play, to grow, to explore, to keep ourselves, you talked about catalyzing aliveness. Yes, being alive. Why do I work? Because I want to be alive. I'd taken a 2-year break when my kid was very young. And of course, I was looking after him, and that was work. But it wasn't work enough to engage all aspects of me. And I wasn't fully alive. I actually found those years difficult. So I like to do different things. And when I'm a growing, changing person, at different times in my life, I'm going to get interested and curious about different things, and I want to explore that. And that's what I see in all my clients as well. And I've also started interviewing people recently as part of a series called Beyond 9 to 5, specifically focusing on people who were in this linear, done like about over 10 interviews already. And you can find it on my YouTube channel. and it's titled Beyond 9 to 5. And these are all people who were initially along the kind of career that Priyanka talked about, which is one organization, one hierarchy, the 9 to 5 job. And at some point they were like, this is stifling. This is not giving me space to be all of me. And they started looking at different things. And it's not just this one other thing, but as they grow and evolve, there's another, and there's another. And it might, for many people, it might land up being a portfolio of different things that they do, as me included. And that's where also the blurs and the labels between what is a work, what is a hobby, what is a passion, what is charity and social service, what is contribution, what is giving back, what is learning, they all begin to blur. They all really, really begin to blur. And I think that's a good thing, because we create these labels and categories, because we want to have a conversation and talk, but we don't want to become the victims and get boxed into those very categories that we create just for an ease of sense making and conversation. So I think we're on a good trajectory there.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Ramya. Sorry, Michael. I do have to ask Ramya this before I let you in. Actually, I'll let you in next. I completely understand what you're saying, but those categories also help us in some ways, because there is a concept of time that we live in, and that is where the whole work-life balance. And while I understand the whole exploration, there is that, and like what Michael said earlier as well. This is
I'll address that right away. The thing about time. Here's what I tell all my clients, including myself: don't try to manage or over-manage time. Look at managing energy. Okay, because time is finite. We all have 24 hours. Even when I was doing no work, I have friends who don't work. They're very well off. Their husband brings in all the money. So they have maids and cooks and helpers doing things. They're actually not working. And even they have an issue with time, So forget about time. Look at energy. And I'm equating that, right? So, and just try that approach. And I don't know how much time I have here to, do justice to that explanation, but I'll give you a very short thing. Think of any work any project that you do. Okay. The output or what you achieve is, it depends, like whether you have 1 hour to dedicate to it or 10 minutes, it's going to make a difference to the quality. But it also depends on the kind of energy that you bring to the work. And I'm talking about physical energy, the quantity of energy. I'm talking about emotional energy, the quality of energy. Are you doing it like, I have to do it, or hey, this is so exciting and interesting? I'm talking about mental energy, which is concentration and focus. Am I doing one thing at a time? Am I immersed and engaged, or am I like phone, WhatsApp, this, that? And I'm talking also about the energy of the spirit, which is, does this mean something to me? Can I bring in my own energy of the spirit into that work? And believe me, Priyanka, I say this from experience, mine and my clients, when you start managing energy, managing time is not a problem. And I'm not making this up. I don't have a shortage of time, because here's what happens. Energy is replenishable, and it also, you can switch, right? So for example, you're not when you're looking at time, you're saying, do I need to spend time with this? Do I need to spend time between this or this? It's like a rationing and a compartmentalization. With energy, it's not the same way, because when you work on something, let's say I spend 20 minutes playing with my son. I'm not saying I have to allocate 20 minutes to play with my son. I'm saying I have an opportunity to play with my son and get so energized and playful, and he recharges me up for this accounting work that I then have to sit quietly and do on my computer, because my body is being all moved and I'm all excited. And now I can sit and do the math quietly, right? And that then prepares me to take my dog out for a walk, which is a different kind of thing. And so that's what I have to offer there. Forget about time. Look at energy.
Very interesting. Now, Michael, all yours.
I'm going to offer a counter view to that, and I'm going to look at it through the other end of the telescope. So while I certainly empathise and agree with a lot of what Rami just said there, but we're grounding this in the context of business, aren't we? And I'm now speaking as a business owner in marketing services, and we'll come back to that, because so I'm in the advertising, setting aside my position as an author, I'm in the advertising industry. And we sell creative ideas, but we do that in time-bound constructs. So everybody who works for us has a salary, there's an hourly rate, so we have to charge that. We have to recoup that to keep in business, and we have to have a markup for profit to maintain the business and grow, which means we sell time. And in fact, most people in working life, and let's set aside blue collar workers, the only option they have when it comes to work is selling their time for labour. So you can see where work-life balance that notion comes from. But I have to be very mindful of time. So I want both time and I want energy, because it's energy that delivers the quality of your services to your clients. So I need to sell the time and I need to manage the time. So time is critical. Otherwise it starts eating into our profits if we sell more time than we're actually being paid for. But I also want that energy, because I want everybody who's working in the business to be motivated. So therefore they over-deliver, if you like, or deliver the objectives of an individual project that we're being paid for by a client. So I don't think you can forget about time. And I would also ascribe that to my personal life as well. And obviously it comes back to what I do in life, which is essentially creative. So time and energy are the same thing for me. Again, is there a time and energy balance? I'm not quite sure, or a split. I think the two things go together. So I think what Rania offers is actually fabulous from a personal point of view and a personal development point of view. It offers a challenge to business, and we are talking, aren't we, in context of the new way of doing business. So it goes back to the same point. So in order to get that energy and the time, we need to find the purpose in work, and that comes back to the problem in marketing services. The Great Resignation, if you like, actually profoundly has affected that particular sector of industry, because when you work in marketing services, what you're actually doing is, if you're good at your job, is that you're stimulating mass consumption. And we all know, don't we, that just can't continue in the, well, even before the pandemic, but now post-pandemic, we just can't take that sort of
Michael, before we move
financial growth.
Before we move on to the Great Resignation, I just wanted to add something on the notion of time, before we wrap that out. Because in the context of business, I also do corporate workshops and I train people to get more effective in their business world. And here's what I'm going to point out two things. Increasingly, there is a trend. I understand that in your business, you're still selling time. But one of the things many organizations, including technology and service providers and various organizations, are waking up to is that if they continue selling time and buying time, right, and paying their employees on the basis of time and hourly work, it's not really working out for them. And again, working from home and COVID had a great role to play from that, because they cannot monitor the time. And even back in the days, I'm going to talk about times when I was working at Infosys, where, we used to swipe in and swipe out, and we land up, we go and sit in the office, in the office workplace, in front of a computer. We've sold our time, but nobody knows what I'm doing there. Am I daydreaming? Am I working on somebody else's project? Am I working on something else? So organizations are actually moving away, realizing and recognizing that selling and buying time is eventually not what they want to do, because that's not what is translating into money. What's translating into money, which is eventually the bottom line that they're interested in, is the quality of output. And that's not coming from the trade of time. So there is a shift in the business world, in organizations, and it's a long overdue shift which is accelerating now. And we really need to think beyond selling and buying time into selling and buying the impact.
We're not in disagreement, Rami. I was offering the challenge to business, which is that selling time, but it's the energy that you need on top of that to deliver. And there is a model. So and what you're talking about is not about the time; it's about the objective. So what is the objective of this?
And it's the result.
This campaign that I've sold to a client, and the result you say, yeah, and therefore the achievement of that result is what is being paid for, not the time.
Yeah.
So that's how all agencies actually work, generally speaking. And the beauty of sort of remote working in my line of work is that compared to organisations at the centre. So if you are commissioned by a client, an advertiser, to X millions in GBP to achieve X targets, they don't then insist that everybody who works in the agency delivering that service goes and works in their office to deliver it. They trust the agency to deliver from wherever they are in the world. But sadly, certainly before the pandemic, that wasn't and as you point out, Ramya, that wasn't how corporates existed. They insist everybody comes into a central place, clocks in and out, etc. So we're not in disagreement. All I'm saying is the challenge is, big business is still operating on instinct carved in the other side of the pandemic. They're still operating against a mission statement and vision and values forged the other side of the pandemic when the world business was a less kind of place. Now, nobody's rewriting their mission statements and visions, or their values in context of what we now know about the society that's emerging post-pandemic. So all of that stuff, those mission statements, they're not fit for purpose in that society I've hitherto mentioned. And so it just needs a great ripping up of the rule book, which is what you're suggesting. And I was just offering a practical viewpoint in terms of having driven a business that operates in globally. So so we're not in disagreement. I just wanted to point that out there.
Well, that was quite a interesting perspective. But I think what we can agree on that even though we should be, from a person context, looking at time in the form of energy or balancing our work, but no one can get away from the practicality that there is time.
Absolutely, yeah, yes.
With that in mind, do you think we're constantly living in a state of loss aversion? Specifically for workforce that is part of the Great Resignation, that is part of the anti-work movement. Do you think that is a contributing factor? Also, while no one knew what they were doing when they were at the workplace, we do know from literature that people are opting to return to workplace, even voluntarily post the pandemic. So what's going on here?
Well, loss aversion is interesting in context because that loss looms larger in our minds than what we stand to gain, and that's an evolutionary trigger point, really. So that's what that's why lots of us are risk averse. I think it was Daniel Kahneman, wasn't it, who proved that that the threat of losing $100 had greater significance than the potential to gain $150. I think he did a whole lot of clinical psychology around that. So he's proved that, and the concept of loss generally triggers our instinctive threat system, doesn't it? Which is the stuff that motivates us to, it's the stuff that causes fear, aversion, terror, anger in some cases, and they're the things that tend to move us forward. And in context of myself, because I'm of a certain age, I'm half a century old, so time becomes more focused. You think it is a finite resource. How much have I got left? What's my legacy? And that become, for me, and I'm only speaking personally, I'm not saying it's right for everybody, is I've become more focused around what I might have left and what I've wanted to achieve, and have I achieved it? More pertinently to this conversation, what is my legacy? So for me, time is very limited, if you like, but it's a finite resource and it has a value, not in monetary terms. It has a value, so I can't keep giving it away, if you like, and I have to be really, really mindful about the things that I say yes to, shall we say, and so that for me is becoming more focused, whereas as a young man in my early 20s, I would be more likely to throw my time at everything, because I believed it was an infinite resource at that point in time. So it is a life stage thing, isn't it? So I think your question, Priyanka, it depends on where you are in that life journey. So it would be no good preaching my point of view now to an 18-year-old or any of my children who were 21, 18 and 16 respectively, because they just go, oh, yeah, Dad, yeah, well, you're about to shuffle off this mortal call, what do you know? So, but I do think loss aversion is it's just how we've evolved. It's the stuff that's so we have to keep. One of the things I try to motivate people to do in I Don't Agree is to actually try and look inward whenever you react to something with fear, and say, is this just an evolutionary trigger? So therefore emotive or instinctive, but what might be the rational point of view, to try and take a different perspective on that and look at things differently, and try to turn loss into an opportunity intellectually, as opposed to obeying those instinctive impulses that are evolutionary in nature and genetic to a degree. Did that make sense?
Yeah. That does make sense. It actually makes me ask another question. Like, when we speak of loss aversion, it's not just time, though that's an important part. Recently, I think one of the videos that we even came across is the CEO of Better.com firing 900 people on Zoom.
Oh, yeah. Yes, terrible.
Yeah. So that's another form of loss. So just
Priyanka,
comments, perceptions, what's happening. Yes, Ramya.
Priyanka, so I have a way that I use, and I share this with my coaches as well and clients, to overcome loss aversion. So like Michael said, loss aversion is ingrained in us. Okay, so it's pretty much evolutionary. Yes, it's triggered. Now, we can't do anything about the phenomenon of loss aversion, but here's the beautiful thing that we can do with our brain. We can trick it in many other ways. And I'm talking about trick with all the love and compassion and good intent, right? Like, I would trick my son into doing something that I truly believed was good for him. So I'm all for tricking our brains when it works against us. Now, here's some of my favorites. So I have a bunch. I have lots of ways to trick our brains, but here are my favorite to work around specifically for loss aversion. Now, if you look at all the research and studies on loss aversion, for example, like the ones that Kahneman and Tversky did, they would all be measuring things along one dimension. So, for example, specifically, the body of research that got them the Nobel Prize, right, which is, it was just monetary. They were just offering people, if I gave you an option where you could gain this much or lose this much, they're only talking about the money, right? One thing, one parameter. And I do know that, similar things have been done, for example, replicated by others using time and other things. But it's always been one, loss and gain along the same thing. But now when you look at us and real lives, we don't operate with just one thing. So for example, one of the exercises I make people do is, in terms of work, since we're talking about employment, suppose you want to think of work as just the time that you spend in office or your energy that you spend and your effort. You're spending something, your time, your energy, your effort, your investment. You're investing yourself. What's the return? So in a very simple way, simplistically, people think of it as salary. And sometimes even the HR goes with that, right? So it's compensation. What is your compensation? You are spending this. You're giving yourself to us, your time and energy. This is your compensation. But it's not actually just that, right? Nobody works just for money. And I've done this exercise with tons of people. Sometimes they're not aware of it. And I was not aware in my first few jobs. So for example, I'll give you a typical, it's called return on time invested, or return on investment at work would be salary. Yes. It could also be joy. It could also be companionship. It could be opportunities for self-expression like this. It could be opportunities for creativity, for networking, for learning, for growth, a whole bunch of things. And again, it's never the same for meaning, for purpose, to contribute. It's multiple things. So when loss hits you on one of these dimensions, what we do is train our brain to look at this is not a situation in which I'm just losing this one thing. If I'm losing something along one dimension, let me explore the others. Am I gaining something in terms of experience? Am I gaining something in terms of learning? Am I gaining something else in terms of meaning or contribution or whatever? And that is one way to overcome this whole trap of loss aversion. There's another really great way to overcome loss aversion, which is to bring in the dimension of time. Now, again, for an economist, it's very simple. Gain, loss, done. But just look at the stock market itself. There's gain, loss, and then gain again, and then loss again, and then gain again and loss again, right? And look at our own journeys, the things that we thought were losses or failures. Let's say you lost a job, but because you lost that job, new opportunities came up and you started upskilling or you started looking around and then you found something else. And in hindsight, you could say, I am so glad I got fired from that one. Or I am so glad that, that particular loss happened. And really recognizing that these losses and these gains in real life are not like these economic experiments where they end, and it's definitely. And there's a life ahead, a future. And that reframing is, again, another very powerful, you can call it a trick, you can call it an antidote, you could call it a reframe, work with whatever works for you, but way to get around what loss aversion can otherwise do to us, which, like Michael said, any kind of loss is going to trigger fear. Fear is going to get us into stress. Stress is going to get us into the fight or flight mode, which is not our most effective mode for any of us.
All right. Thank you, Rama. Michael?
Well, yes. No, I'm tempted to talk about. I love what Rami was saying, and it sort of landed it landed with me in contrast of my own personal values framework, because I am an eternal optimist, and being an optimist it can get you into a lot of trouble, and it's also can help you deny the reality of situations, because you're always looking at the sunny side, you're always heading towards the horizon where the sun shines, and so pessimism has been a valuable tool for humans to get to where they are as well, really. So we all need a degree of pessimism, and I'm speaking as an optimist and find it difficult to be pessimistic. But it does go back. Pessimism, I guess, is linked to loss aversion quite profoundly, and then carrying those losses with you is also a different thing. So this is fairly personal stuff, and it was brought about by the pandemic, and it brought me to the situation, as Ram said, getting fired, if you like that, and you can turn that into positive. Of course you can, and you have to a degree, because there's no going back. You have to move forward. Look, when I founded not associate, so that's my new business. When I founded the business that became MKTG, an international marketing, I did that as a joint venture with an absolutely global media conglomerate called Dentsu, who are Japanese owned, so which was interesting, and we could come back to that because there's again, without being too generalistic, so Japan is a collectivist society, whereas they did a joint venture with a Western individualist society, and I am a Western individualist with collectivist aspirations, and so that was an interesting dynamic. We could probably come back to that, but anyway, but where I'm getting to the loss thing is that, so I founded that as a joint venture, and we grew that over the course of a decade from a standing start with just me in our London offices to as I said, there were 32 offices in 20 countries. And I'm not claiming all the credit for that. That's not down to my superior leadership skills. Doing something like that requires quite a wide leadership team and a lot of somebody else's money, because we grew it by acquisition. However, it felt like it was my baby all along. And in fact, the centre, Tokyo, did leave me to it when times were very, very good. And of course, it was a JV, so I was a shareholder, albeit a minor one in comparison to the mothership. Now, we had exponential growth for a long time, but we were a project-based business, and we we specialised in large-scale live events, experiential marketing, as it was called, is called. So dreadful ad agency, ad world buzz term, that experiential marketing, and the sponsorship marketing. So we were profoundly affected globally by the pandemic. Because we were projects, clients started looking with a very near-term view, and started cancelling all of the major projects globally, putting us under immediate threat. We got to positions around needing to shrink the staff base, and obviously that asked questions of lots of loyalties. You know, lots of my team had given so much, and I found it exceptionally difficult to do. In fact, I couldn't do it, and because who knew how long COVID? I was thinking, well, it's a short-term spike. You know, let's just hold a nerve and trade out. And of course, it didn't turn into that, did it? So that did end up with me on those principles leaving the business that I'd founded in December 2020, because I didn't like the direction that I was essentially being, in my view, and I'm sure, as I say, as is always the case, and as I stipulated, I don't agree, the perspective from the centre would be very different, and I understood it completely. So I'm not being angry towards those, but I did come away from that, and while I saw it, because I'm an optimist, as an opportunity, because I had an idea for another sort of business, another sort of marketing services, it felt like I was handing my baby over to parents who cared less than me. So so there were peaks and troughs. So there was a huge loss there. And then another day I might wake up and go, excellent, there's opportunities here. I'm free. Let's move forward into the future. But managing those peaks and troughs, personally speaking, is a difficult exercise. And it is about your own personal values framework and how you've evolved as a human being. So other people may have just crumbled, I don't know, and I'm not saying I'm particularly resilient or more resilient than most, but it is a uniquely personal thing. And so it's difficult for me to subject to a set of rules that prescribes the same thing for everybody. And also coming back to lots of other people who are only able to sell their time, and I do so, and increasingly more so, in a succession of part-time jobs. So where career's not a thing, it's just keeping a roof over their head, keeping food on the plates for my family. So they're not focused on career, personal growth development. And there's lots of other, this is a systems change thing we're talking about now. So there's lots of reasons why many of us, and potentially no one on this call, falls into those brackets. But, so we have to remember that we're talking about, in this context of this, who are these sorts of conversations going to benefit? Well, on a global level, not many of us. And that's the thing people like us have to help change. So I thought I'd share that as a personal thing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sure it's relevant now I've said it.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Now, being mindful of the time, actually it leads beautifully into my next question that's coming from the audience. Is the work-life balance we talk about truly a global phenomena, or is it a hype of a larger corporate world? What are the implications of it on smaller industries in today's times? Michael, Ramya, open to you.
Well, that's interesting because that's where I was going with the conversation. So that is, I think that whoever asked that question, it is for me, it feels like. So look, I know that it's going to sound mad, but I'm a lefty. I'm left wing politically, and which is an odd thing because I am a business person too, and I do think that now capitalism is under threat itself, and obviously with that comes obviously corporatism that is also similarly under threat, which is why business is now is accelerating to change, because they've now recognized that the big large scale global big business is in terms of the audiences that are emerging, what we'd call generation alpha, so the people who are immediately behind people like Greta Thunberg, for instance, and I don't mean behind politically, I mean generationally speaking, so how those audiences are changing in context of their view to large scale consumption. So I do agree with that viewpoint expressed by whoever asked the question, that it is a construct that can only apply to a slim minority of the global population. But it might also be the case that in that slim majority is where the power to change big business and to make it kinder, fairer, more equal, more greener, cleaner, etc., lies within that slimmer majority for sure. So yes, I am in full agreement that it's a construct. Yeah, and it doesn't apply to most of us when most of us are. And I don't feel too. My understanding of poverty and my experience of it, from what I've actually seen and experienced from working being a trustee in a soup kitchen, but also from my own personal background. So I would come what by UK standards, and I know would be considered a poor background. I left school without any qualifications, and education wasn't a platform in my household. I'm not trying to denigrate my family. They did a great job. We just came from a different space. Now, that level of poverty is nowhere near comparable to anything that we might see in the global south. And in the global south is where we need to focus our attentions, because for many people in there, that work-life balance, well, if only, that's an aspiration, isn't it? So that's my 10 penneth worth.
Ramya, you're on mute.
Yeah. So I do think work-life balance is, I like the word that he used, which is hype, right? Whoever asked the question. Yes, it's a hype. It's always been a hype. It's just a word and just a phrase. Now, when I'm curious about which segment of society this person is really interested in, because, like Michael said, the answer here is going to be very different. If you're talking about people living below the poverty line, it's going to be very different if you're looking at blue-collar workers. They're going to be very different if you're looking at people like, our domestic health, for example. And it's going to look very different for people who are white-collar workers and, possibly the people on this call. I'm going to restrict my answer to the white-collar workers and people on this call. And that's also, the kind of people that I've worked with, and I have data and information about my clients and coaches and participants. And here's what I will say. There is a trend outside, which is the hype, which is what everyone's talking about, the HR is talking about, the media is writing about. You see the blog posts and the LinkedIn. That's the outer world. And then there's an inner world inside each individual's brain. And these labels, this thing of what is my life, what is my work, what am I doing with my time, am I happy, am I satisfied, what was I want to do I just have to work all the time, what am I doing? These questions that happen in our inner worlds, now this is where I see an awakening. So, and I see this because this was sort of, and I really see this because this is sort of the work that I do, getting people to inquire within and unfold and ask these questions. And what was taking like a long time, if it sort of not forced, but semi-forced interventions and reflection ideas, that's happening spontaneously, more and more spontaneously. So I see an awakening around these themes that's present inside. Could this be triggered by the hype or the fashion and I'm calling it fashion, right? Because it's like fashion. It's like, saying, okay, pink is the color of the season. So everyone's wearing pink or looking at pink. So, work-life balance is the hype of the season. So we're all talking about it. But if talking about it outside triggers the awakening inside, why not? I think it's a good cause, for a good cause.
That's actually interesting because one of the next questions from the audience, and I know we have a minute and I want to cover these two questions for sure. So a quick one. What do you think people are trying to seek when they seek balance?
It's a philosophical one, but I'm going to talk about that and I'm going to let the data speak here. So I will not speak for myself. I will speak to the loads and loads and loads of assignments that I have from everyone who takes my courses and workshops, because I peer through their reflections with all the curiosity of a researcher, right? Well, everyone's seeking happiness. I'm sorry. It's so simple, but that's what they're seeking. So even the meaning and the purpose, is often sought as a pathway to just feeling happiness. And now I'm not saying that's the only thing there is. There are people, and there is a segment. I have come across people who are like, we do not want happiness, but we want the meaning. We want the validation. Why am I alive? There is that segment. It's in the minority. But the majority, if you want to look at the end variable, it turns into happiness. There are people, and I've seen, like, there is distinctly, a segment of people where, in fact, who also believe that I should not be happy and I should, be a martyr. I should be of use rather than be happy. And when that model is very strong, for these people, the end goal or variable is contribution, meaning, purpose, reason for my existence.
Yeah.
So I've never seen it end at any other point other than this in 10 years of my work.
Thank you for sharing. Michael?
Happiness is, I think it is. It's certainly as simple as that, isn't it? For sure. And of course, what happiness represents is subjective, totally. And then the other thing to bear in mind is that the universe doesn't serve to make. It has no obligation to make any individual happy, so we can't be happy all the time, can we? And for me, I couldn't say I've ever been 100% happy, and that is, I guess, my driving force in many ways. Because while I think I certainly know who I am and have achieved an inner balance of knowing my weaknesses and understanding how I may come across to people in a room, and also on the other side of that, to give myself some credit to also know my strengths and when to deploy them. I know that in there I'm never 100% happy, and I've learned to live with that, but also seen it as a driving force. That's not to say I can't be 100% happy with the people around me, who I've chosen to have around me, if you like. But I do think that happiness and purpose are related, because I don't think you can have the one without the other. Again, that's uniquely my viewpoint, and I'm not saying it's the case for anyone else on the planet, but for me, those two things. So having that sense of purpose, and I'm going to use the soup kitchen actually, Priyanka, if I may. So I started getting involved in the soup kitchen because it was under my office in central London. So when I say under it, it's literally sort of next door. And we would often, I'd often go out and get myself a £6 sandwich from Pret-a-Manger. I don't know if Pret-a-Manger exists in India. And then come back and go past a queue of what would look like a lot of people who needed some help. And then I thought, in context of looking at my sandwich and looking at the people I kept seeing before me, I thought maybe there's something that I could do. And I stepped in, went to see what someone looked like the manager, and said, how can I help? And a sort of relationship was born, and I started doing lots of front of house stuff, because I wanted to get to know the people who'd fallen on these hard times. And there's some really interesting characters in there. And now I run the place, and as you've mentioned earlier, we've kickstarted the world's first mental health drop-in centre inside that soup kitchen, because homelessness is uniquely linked to mental health. 80%, and this is a global figure, of all homeless people have a mental health condition, and 45% have been diagnosed. Now, I'm no psychologist, but in all of and this is anecdotal, in all of the conversations I had with our guests, and there's about 200 on a daily basis, the one thing that they want is a sense of purpose, but in a specific way, given to them by meaningful work. And of course, that's difficult once you've become homeless. And our ambition for the mental health is to therefore then upskill people in here, if you like, to deal with their mental health problem, to face it. And then with a view, you can then think about getting back into meaningful work. And for those people who've been stripped of it, mainly through no fault of their own, and this is a challenge to the systems that allow homelessness as well, is when it comes back down to the very basics, what they want more than anything, and again, it's anecdotal, it's unique to our soup kitchen. I suspect it might be the same for every soup kitchen, but I've got no evidence to suggest, is a sense of meaning, purpose, and they think their shortcut to that is work. And that's interesting for me, and it's certainly interesting in context of this conversation.
Right.
Yeah, does that make sense?
Makes sense. Thank you for sharing your perception. And we're over time, but I do want your inputs on this last question for a minute before we let Prakash back in. The Great Resignation. What's going to happen? Are these people just going to go on a break, or do you think they're going to come back to work after this break?
Okay.
So want to go first, Michael? Go first.
Okay, yeah. Well, the Great Resignation, and I think we discussed, didn't we, Priyanka? It's getting a lot of undue publicity, because it is only being the people who are resigning are the people who are questioning their purpose in life in context of the pandemic, and mainly the people who are resigning are in and around the areas of stimulating mass consumption. So it is people who work for Amazon, it is people who work in advertising, it is people who work in media and entertainment to a degree as well. So I know loads of CEOs now of ad agencies who just can't get the people in. They're paying ridiculous amounts of money to attract that sort of mid-level management, what we would call account management skill sets, because nobody wants to come back to it just yet. Whether economic circumstance may dictate that they do at some point in the future is a separate question. And then certainly in healthcare in the UK, we are obviously getting lots of resignations there, but that's for an entirely different reason. It's because they believe that the reasons that they pick the people who work in healthcare are a different breed, aren't they, obviously, to people who work in media like myself. But we are getting lots of resignations there, but that is about pressure, work pressure. So it's a different philosophical standpoint, because there's an absolute deluge, politically speaking. Government in the UK austerity measures have just seen cutbacks in the National Health Service, so people can't cope with the workload. There just isn't enough people, and that's being exacerbated because more and more people are resigning because of that. So there are fewer and fewer people to deal with hugely expanding health problems. So that's a different reason to resign. But the people who are getting the most publicity are the people I previously described, and of course going back to the fundamental roles in society, like in health, like in public services such as the fire service. Those people are generally going to resign for those reasons, and would hold fire from resigning, despite how disillusioned they were currently. So I do think, because of what I said earlier about capitalism being under threat, those people who are resigning from my line of work genuinely do need to look at the future, repurpose it away from stimulating mass consumption, and become green collar workers. So people, who work in sustainable industries. But on that, are the people who are working in renewables, wind energy, clean energy, as it would be called. Nobody's resigning there because they've got a purpose and a future, and they can see that what we're doing is saving the world. So I guess that's a fairly wider construct, isn't it? Saving the world, but we all have the power to save the world in our particular sphere of influence, no matter how small that sphere of influence is. And so for me, that sort of there is undue, as I said, to recap and let Ramya back in is a blip. There's too much publicity around it. It's irrelevant to a global to the global majority, if you like.
Got it. Thank you so much for that, Michael. Ramya, any parting thoughts?
Yes. So like Michael said, and like the Great Resignation applies only to a certain segment of society. And talking within that segment of society, I'm going to categorize people into two buckets. For one of them, for whom this is a conscious choice because the pandemic has actually made them question what they're doing, why they're doing, how they're living, why they're living. This is also the Great Awakening as I see it. And these people are going to transform their lives. They're going to live differently, work differently, marry and have raised their kids differently. And they're going to start changing the equation between the employers and employees. And in those spaces, I do see the possibility of literally the organizational landscape within these industries changing and shifting and reaching a new equilibrium. There are also people who are part of the Great Resignation because it's a fad, because it's a fashion, because it's an in thing, who are not really contemplating about it, but just doing it because everyone's doing it. For those people, it's likely to just be okay, when it goes out of fashion, they might just bounce back. And I still don't have data on how many people are doing this because of what I'm calling the Great Awakening and an inner awakening, and how we are just following the fads. So in absence of that data, I'm not going to make any crystal ball prediction of where this will go. But for the segment that is awakening, I do believe they hold the potential to disrupt the industry and the equation between employers and employees.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, Michael.
I'll be trying really brief on it because what I just from that and I think Rami is right, is that I don't think we need to abolish that notion of taking sides between employers and employees. You know, the conflict that's implied in that, and go back to I don't agree, which the book I don't agree is about. So it takes the viewpoint that all organisational culture is flawed. No matter how good you claim your culture to be, i.e. Google. But it's all flawed, because if organisational wasn't flawed, there'd be no plastic in our seas, there'd be no environmental degradation on a massive scale, there'd be no gender pay gap, there'd be no institutional racism, there'd be no zero-hours contracts, etc., etc., etc. And therefore, once you accept that all organisational culture is flawed, then that paves the way for changing the world. And I do believe, and for me, I don't agree, is a 10-step guide to saving the world by sorting out flawed organisational culture. And how can saving flawed organisational culture save the world is, well, the fact that all human endeavour is organised. So by dint of sorting out organisational culture, you save the world. So that's so that I thought it was just a nice thing to end on, I guess. But and it is a plug for the book, of course.
Yes, most definitely. Highly recommend everyone to read the book. I still am a fan of the quote. So I know we are 10 minutes over, and I have to hand it back to Prakash, as fun as this conversation is. So thank you, Michael. Thank you, Ramya, and thank you so much for joining us today. Okay.
That was a fantastic session by Michael and Dr. Ramya. Thank you so much for sharing your points of view with us. It was lovely listening to the two of you go back and forth on so many different topics, so much relevant in today's time. And when people heard about this particular session, a lot of them had this question saying, there you go again talking about life, work balance, and all that jazz. You people living in AC rooms. Yeah. You who have the luxury of talking about it, and you command a disproportionate share of voice, because for the majority of the people, there's a lot more people in the world beyond you guys. So there is that perspective. They wanted also to bring us that perspective in the session, but we have a limitation with time, and so I would like to say thank you both for being here, and I wish you all the best, Michael, for your book release out here in India. I don't agree. Very happy that.
Hopefully you'll buy a copy. I know you've got a copy, but I hope you've got a copy already from Amazon, so I can help get it up the charts there. Yeah. So it was great, and Dr. Ramya, it's such a lovely to meet you and converse with you. It's great. So if you don't mind, I shall stalk you on LinkedIn and connect with you.
Absolutely.
Dr. Ramya, thank you so much for being here. a lot of folks from IMB students, they reached out, pinging me saying, I need to know the exact time when Dr. Ramya is coming online. If I cannot make it, send me the timestamp. If you're going to record it, upload it, let me know about it separately. You have a huge amount of respect out here for your work. Please keep inspiring us, both of you. Now I want to wish you all both a fantastic weekend ahead while I share the details of a small competition to the students who are watching the Now Fest. Thank you, Dr. Ramya. Thank you.
Signing off. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Cheers, Rami. Cheers, Prakash.
We had promised that there was going to be a small competition. And here we are. We ran a poll. People said yes, and we got it done. At this point of time, we have registration from around, I think, 15 or 18 teams from different corners of the world. I saw a couple of people from Peru, one team from, I think, South Africa, a couple of them from Europe, and then from India and Asia. Around 45 members overall spread across 18 teams. And I'm told a couple of people are joining more. So we're going to keep the link open. But here is the brief task. Task number one. Okay, before I go with the task, here is what's happening out here. Number one, this is open to students who graduated on or after 2019. So if you graduated in the last 2 years, you can join in out here. And we've got two problems. One is a problem on a social challenge. The other is a commercial product design. And your solutions, there should be around addressing the behavioral barriers to both these problems. You can choose to participate in either one of them. You can choose to participate in both of them. As a rule, we can have a max of 3 team members that can participate. And there is obviously, beyond the ability or the opportunity to solve a real life problem, you have an opportunity of earning recognitions. So your solutions will be passed on to the teams from where they originated for them to evaluate. And obviously, there is a certificate of participation for all those who have. But beyond that, if the teams from where these problems originated decide to go ahead with their solutions, they will be in touch with you separately to let you know about it and possibly find a way to work with you on this. You can mail in your solutions to now@1001stories.in by Christmas. That is now@1001stories.in. These problems are going to be mailed down to your email ID also, so please do not stress. You will have them in your mailbox too. Problem number one, this is a very commercial problem. Almost 68 to 70% of the items that we add, as e-commerce shoppers, we kind of abandon those carts. The cart abandonment rate is around 68.60%. So, 2 questions, right? And you have to understand it from, obviously, from the behavioral lens. Question number 1, why does this happen? The question number 2, what behavioral science or behavioral design interventions can you think of, can you come up with to improve the conversions, right? So 2 simple questions, a little broad. It is intentionally kept broad to give you room to maneuver and play around with. So please get all experimental, go as wide or as deep as you want on this question. So this is a commercial problem. The second is a social sector challenge, and anemia is the world's second leading cause of disability and responsible for about 1 million deaths a year. It's a serious public health problems among pregnant women, infants, young children, and adolescents, right? So now you have 2 questions. Question number 1, how can counseling on anemia be improved? How can you break the myths associated with it? And there is a background data which is going to be provided to you in your email separately. And question number 2 is, how are you going to use behavioral interventions to increase the use of IFA tablets? So there you go, your 2 questions. All the best. Your deadline, like I told you, is Christmas. So all the best, solving those. And we are now going to be back with a surprise guest from the land down under, someone whose work I respect a lot. We'll be back in less than a minute.
Hello.
Pleasure in inviting our next speaker, a widely published policy economist, entrepreneur, and commentator. Nicholas Gruen has advised cabinet members, sat on Australia's Productivity Commission, and founded Lateral Economics and Peach Financial. He is an angel investor in various other Australian and international startups, including Breeze Dogs, Slant.com, HealthKit, and Lendable. He is also a member of the Council of the National Library of Australia. Thank you, Nicholas, for being kind enough to take up our request on such a short notice. Over to you.
Okay, now I'm going to put my screen on. Hopefully that's going to work. Then I'm going to turn it on show. So let's see how that goes. So let's see if that, okay. So is that working? Can people hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I am that's my topic there. And what I'm going to present, I suppose, is a kind of challenge to behavioural science, and the outline of what I want to talk about is set out there. Our problems and the insufficiency of our means of addressing them, the sort of standard nudge kind of stuff, and this is an argument about how we need to move beyond what we are most comfortable with, the easiest bits of nudge, and how we might do that. So I better get on with it because there's a fair bit to get through. This is just one of the enormous problems that we face, global warming. We're not doing a very good job of staving off some pretty bad circumstances for our children. We've now, all of a sudden, after decades of wondering when it might happen or whether it would happen, I certainly, whenever I heard this stuff about superbugs, I kept thinking to myself, well, we keep being warned about superbugs, but they seem to be on top of them, and now we have rolling pandemics. So maybe that's the beginning of a new era. I suspect it may well be. So we have huge problems. In the last session, some of those problems were mentioned, and if you ask what are our means of addressing those problems, well, all you can see are more problems. Our methods of our political system is in a terrible state. I could go on about that, but perhaps I better not at this stage, but happy to talk about that later. But I will be offering some thoughts on that. So here's a quick official history of nudge, behavioural sciences in economics and policy. In the academy, behavioural economics is this nifty thing which replaces the assumptions that are lying in economics, that human beings only seek their own self-interest. That was always, it wasn't exactly an absurd assumption for a model, but it was a kind of hilariously simple-minded thought that because economists' models have a very cut down version of human beings in them, that economists are somehow supposed to think about human beings in that way. But there you are. That's what happened, and it replaced that with it pointed out the way in which human beings have lots of cognitive biases, and they also have pro-social motivations. And here's a nice little quadrant giving you the idea of some of the things that the nudge revolution or evolution brought about. And in many ways, what it brought was just an excuse to do what should have been happening anyway. I mean, greater attention to getting the data, greater attention to testing things, prototyping them, to practice. Well, those should have been there all along. Pretty extraordinary that they weren't, but we had a new name, nudge and behavioural insights and so on, and we were able to address some issues. Here's an example. It's a fairly cliched example of what nudge units did, and this is an example of a tax arrears notice. And if you just add this sentence, 9 out of 10 people pay their tax on time, when they tested it, it lifted responses. Up here, that's a pro-social motivation. Who would have thought? Well, plenty of people would have thought, and marketers had been thinking in that way for a century or so, but now it found its way into policy. And here's another example of the progressive testing of messages in correspondence, all designed to improve response rates. I had a quick look at David Halpern's book, Inside the Nudge Unit, to prepare this presentation. This is a rather nice, all the pictures are black and white, which is a bit sad for a presentation, but this is a pretty nice little result, which is that behavioural evidence suggests that if there are eyes around, people tend to behave more honestly. That's one of the reasons why, in case you're interested, there are usually mirrors in elevators or lifts, because it lowers, it subconsciously gets people thinking that someone might be watching and they ought to do the right thing. And so many of you will have heard of what work centres in the UK, and they do what one might have hoped universities would do but don't, which is to apply a translational layer. So they try to look at what information we have, what research there is, and identify particular interventions which might improve performance in various ways. And there's a table and it tells you how much evidence there is, how strong the effect is, and so on. So nudge, the basic idea of nudge is that that to a very substantial extent we're after discrete actions, things that work and these things can be bolted on to an existing operation. It works in academia because it's a discrete experiment which will give you something that you can publish. And so this agenda often produces a fairly detextualized bunch, a list of, if you like, knowledge nuggets, usable knowledge. And then you ask, does performance pay work? Do school vouchers work? Do charter schools work? And there are literally hundreds of papers by econometricians dedicated to these questions. There are a few critiques of this, saying these questions are too binary, too crude, too reductionist to be much use. And I think that's they can be useful. I certainly don't want to say that all this work is useless, but I think we could be doing a bit better. But one way to think about this is that you have the system, and the system remains pretty untouched, but you can do a whole lot of, you can apply knowledge at the edge, you're not going to upset anyone, and maybe you'll get some better outcomes. What is there not to like? Saves us from the crudeness of theory, but it remains instrumental. This is a big deal for me. In other words, it takes its values from the system, from the system that exists. It's hardly surprising that this is a well-formed agenda to do well, as opposed to more ambitious agendas, which might upset some people. And the other thing is that it can't answer Eleanor Ostrom's question. I still haven't told you what that question is, but it relates to the topic that I gave earlier on. I will remind you of our problems and the insufficiency of our means of addressing them. And this is Eleanor Ostrom, and she too spent her life wrestling with this very cut down view of human beings that was dominant in economic and policy thinking at the time, which essentially preached that we should assume people are selfish and we should build systems to try to make the best out of that situation. And certainly markets do that very well when they work well. And it's certainly something you need to keep in mind. The American Constitution, if you read Alexander Hamilton or a number of the other founding fathers, they tell you that one of the most important things is to try to construct a situation where the people who have power are going to think of themselves as doing best with that power when they do the best thing for the people. So they took their thinking very much from the market. On the other hand, Eleanor Ostrom says something that I very much agree with, that a core goal of public policy should be to ask this question: what would facilitate the development of institutions that bring out the best in humans? Now, I don't think many people spend much time thinking about that. There are plenty of people who propose ideas, but I think that's a pretty good way to frame what it is we should be thinking about. And I'll go on to, I'll add further that Eleanor Ostrom, this is something she said in her Nobel Prize lecture, and Eleanor Ostrom herself didn't really do very much about this. She put it on the agenda, if you like, and it describes her own work, but really only as an alternative to this dominant approach. And so I think there are much wider questions that we might start asking, and I'm going to, rather audaciously, put some of those things to you. And if you think about those nudge things, if you like, they're like little apps on an operating system. But there are times when systems are changed, and one of the ways you can tell something fairly serious is happening is that if the principles of the organisation of those systems change. And the two things I want to talk about, these are pretty fundamental to our world, the principles of our meritocracy, the way in which we decide who is identified as meritorious and is therefore given more authority, more power, more resources, more money in our system, and the principles of our democracy. And those principles are actually common principles. These are two very central principles. There is competitive selection, and we'll go back over these a few times, and that competitive selection is subject to accountability. What could be wrong with that? Well, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not enough. And if you rely just on that, you can get yourself a fairly toxic situation. In fact, that's what we've got. So that's what I'm going to talk about. for the rest of this talk, and I'm going to suggest some things we can do. So here are the common principles working in a market. That's a fairly simple story. I'm hoping you can see my mouse. We have producers here. We have competitive selection, and their accountability is to customers. If customers like what they see, they'll buy more of it, and this mechanism is made good by endless choices. There is, to some extent, it isn't just choices, there's also words. What do I mean by words? You'll see words turn up when I look at bureaucracies and things. But what I mean by words is that in markets, you read what you're being offered, and there are certain circumstances where you have to trust what you're told, and that can lead to problems because people can not tell you the truth. But most of the time, there is a healthy and endless process of pretty direct feedback. Producers produce stuff, they try to produce stuff for customers, not because they like the customers, sadly, but because they want the customers to choose their product. It's called competition, and in the right circumstances, it works tremendously well. Here are common principles in a bureaucracy, and again, we have leaders in the bureaucracy. They are competitively selected. So if a secretary of a government department is appointed, there will be a competitive process. People will be interviewed and somebody will be chosen. There is accountability. Now, interesting question relating to this point about words. We're just using words here, and words can mean different things to different people. But when I write accountability, well, who's accountable to who? That's an interesting question. The leaders are supposed to be accountable to the people who chose them. Maybe there's a board, maybe there's a public service commission. Who are the employees supposed to be accountable to? Well, kind of to the leaders. It's an interesting kind of a mess, really. And in some sense, we hope that there is accountability to the people. Well, there's a mechanism for trying to bring about some greater accountability to the people, which is, of course, this other part of our society, our political system or a democracy. And so we have leaders, we have competitive selection. That's called elections. People compete to win votes in a very similar way to the way firms compete to win customers. And then there is accountability, and that accountability is, you can say, well, it's mostly through words, and it's also through choice, but choice is only exercised once every 3 or 4 years. So that's a bit of a problem in terms of accountability. So what could be wrong with those two nice things? Now, I'm going to show you something which is a bit of a first. I've been working on a series of videos to capture some of the ideas that I've been developing, and this is the first introductory video. It's not absolutely, I'm going over it this afternoon. I realised there are 1 or 2 more things I want done with it, but I'm going to play it for you now, and I hope you find it of interest. It runs for about 3.5 minutes, and I'll see you on the other side of it, hopefully.
Here's a moment between the very best in men's tennis. Are these people competing or cooperating? You might think it's pretty obvious, but there's something we're missing. Of course, our 2 players are competing, but how come they only serve when it's their turn? Why don't they serve from the net rather than the baseline? Then they could smash one ace after another. They can't do that because it's against the rules. And it's around those rules that the players cooperate. We take their cooperation so seriously that if one player won't cooperate, the umpire is there to make them cooperate. A game like tennis is the departure point for these videos. It allows us to explain our rules of life. The first rule is this: the world is an ecology of private and shared purposes. We think of private competition versus sharing and cooperation as opposite ends of the spectrum. But in our example of tennis, they mutually define and reinforce each other. We use graphics like this to illustrate the private and the shared aspects of our lives. The private individualistic elements always arise in a context in which fundamental things are shared. Here are the players, but as you can see, they can't play tennis without sharing two things. One, resources, the court, the lines, the net, the balls, and two, governance. That is, agreement on rules and how they're applied. Now we knit all these elements of the game together. If the private and shared elements complement each other, our graphic captures this by giving equal space to each. Where they balance each other, their ecology is healthy. In sport, where competition works within the rules, the fiercer the competition, the better the game. But what if governance is weak? Imagine a Wimbledon final without an umpire. Now the players compete harder, but only by arguing about line calls. As the shared aspects of the game decay, it degenerates in two ways. One, it's worse to watch and play, and two, it's less fair, rewarding aggression ahead of skill. This illustrates our second rule of life. Where private and shared purposes reinforce each other, their ecology is healthy. Where they undermine each other, that ecology becomes unhealthy. An invitation to inefficiency, an obstacle to excellence, an on-ramp for cheating, a leg up for the pushy, an engine of oligarchy. This series gives us a new way to see how these problems fester all around us. Just as a game of tennis is its own specific ecology of private and shared purposes, so too is a school, a job, a profession, social and mass media, a government or a nation. Today, the shared aspects of each of these institutions are being colonised by private interest and by one faction ahead of another. That's driving those who feel left out crazy. With our planet at risk, so is our capacity to make sane political decisions. With new ways to see the problem, new solutions arise. So join us as we explore our economic, social and political worlds. We're thinking of big systemic problems, but we always start by exploring the everyday. And it all starts with another ecology of private and shared purposes, a conversation.
So, oops, now how do I've moved on, that's right. So I want to, hopefully that's given you a bit of a snapshot of a line of thinking that I've been developing for some time. I now want to talk about particular problems, both of which emerge from those two common principles of competitive selection and structures of accountability. Now, the interesting thing is that these two things, the absence of these two things, I'm going to use a word from the ancient Greek to explain what they are. We don't have these concepts in our own politics, in our own democracy, and the Athenians regarded them as fundamental to the health of their democracy. The first is called isegeria, and it's occasionally translated as freedom of speech. It means equality of speech. And one of the things that's most striking about our approach to democracy is that there is a different class governing compared with the class that is governed. For instance, 95% of those in Parliament or in Congress have got higher degrees. Under 50% of the adult population have got college degrees. And as a result, those people can't hear their own voice in the deliberations in their legislature. I have an expression which is that campaigning is subject to fast foodification. If you think of what McDonald's did with fast food, it makes pretty good fast food, but it is endlessly optimized for sales. And if you need to turn the sugar or the fat or the salt content up a little to get more sales, you do. And that, a lot of your marketing manages to attract a lot of people who now eat too much of this stuff, and it turns poison. Something similar is going on quite widely in our culture with the help of social media, but it was certainly well underway before social media. And I would go so far as to say that our party political culture, I'm not sure if this is true in India, I don't know, but the party political culture of the English-speaking West is essentially uninhabitable. Everyone knows that everyone is spinning, and there is just constant news management, news optimization, and so on. And so democracy descends into spin and counterspin, and there is collapsing trust in institutions. And then there's another Greek word, and this one is often translated as freedom of speech, parrhesia, and it doesn't mean freedom of speech. It means something much closer to the duty to speak truth to power. It's what Socrates got himself executed for, and we don't have a lot of parrhesia. We do not have a lot of truth being spoken to power, and that's true in politics. And in many ways, it's arguably even more true in bureaucracy. And I want to say something pretty old-fashioned, which is that a polity needs virtue. We've spent in the West 250 years with the idea that maybe we can do without that, because we seem to think that markets more or less do without that. In fact, markets require a kind of minimal level of virtue to function at all well, and politics needs virtue far more. But I'll just leave that as an assertion, and then I'll read you something which was an anonymously. These are the opening words of an anonymous article by a middle manager in the United Kingdom. I'll read it and skip some of it. You can see it on the screen. I spent 10 years of my life writing. I wrote neighbourhood plans, partnership strategies, etc., funding bids, monitoring documents, and so on. I have a confession to make. Much of it was made up. It was fudged, spun, copied and pasted, cobbled together, and attractively formatted. I told lies in themes, lies in groups, lies in pairs, strategic lies, operational lies, cross-cutting lies. I wrote hundreds of pages of nonsense. Some of it was my own, but mostly it was collated from my colleagues across the organisation and brought together in an attractively formatted single document. Why did I do it? I did it because it was my job. I have never read that to anyone without a kind of shock of recognition arising in them, and that includes not just bureaucrats. It includes quite young people who feel this every time they go for a scholarship or anything like that. They're having to spin to the selection committee because they know that that's what they're expected to do, that's what their competitors are doing, and it doesn't make anyone feel at all good. And so let's have a quick look at what Aristotle said about these different forms of government. Monarchy, government of the many by one, oligarchy, government of the many by a few, and democracy, government of the many by the many. Now let's just revisit that diagram, that chart, that picture, and let's just say a little more, because those leaders are quite like the producers in a market. The people, and they are really the producers of politics, and the people are the consumers of politics. and they are engaged in a competitive struggle, competitive selection. And what that means is that we actually have a different class of people producing politics to the class of people that consumes it. And Aristotle would have said that is not a democracy, that is an elective oligarchy. And he had a lovely expression for what a democracy was. One of the elements of democracy is that it's a kind of government in which citizens take turns in governing and being governed. And in fact, we still have that in our systems today, this idea of taking turns, and it's in a legal jury. And now I want to spend the rest of the talk talking a bit about a political version of that. This is actually part of the constitution of East Belgium and Madrid. These types of randomly selected groups are starting to make their way into government, and they do an immense amount of good. They operate without those features of competitive selection, and they are not subject to accountability in the sense that I've used it here. They are subject to self-accountability. That is, people rise to the occasion in these circumstances. If it's entirely possible that one or two people don't, but most people do. And we get a much better performance out of this than we have been getting out of our electoral system. In citizen juries, 95% rate those people who've been involved in citizen juries, 95% rate the experience as good. About 90% accept the decision and the bona fides of those disagreeing. Now, I come from a better functioning democracy than, say, the United States, but compare this with what's going on in the United States, which is a democracy tearing itself apart. Half of those half of the 90% really experience this not just as a good experience, but as a revelation. That is a large percentage. They get this idea, this is what politics could be like, or as I like to say, human beings survived on the African savannah by becoming the species that solve problems in groups. This is in our DNA. This is what we're kind of literally, it's in our DNA. This is how we survived. We're very good at this. Of that 45%, some of them, a minority, pursue the idea elsewhere. They bring it up at work, they bring it up at school, and about 5% of them regard this as a life-changing experience, or potentially, that's a large number. 1 in 20 put their hand up and volunteer to stand for local council at the next opportunity. Compare that with the system we have. Here's some voting records here's some voting records before and after citizen juries. In a citizen jury, people were asked, were they willing to pay a small amount more for renewable energy? And there was there was a large minority for against. Sorry, that's wrong. Anyway, it was split roughly 50-50. And then after the deliberation, most people saw that it would be a good thing for them to do that. And in mandatory sentencing in Oregon, 70% of the state were in favour of this statute. They hadn't read the statute, of course, but that was how many people were in favour of it. It sounds like a good idea when you find, it was for people, third offenders, drink driving, people on their third or fourth sex offence. So it sounds like, it isn't such a bad idea. When they looked at the detail, 21 of 24 people voted against this. I'll include what happens with Brexit, with a citizen jury, not because I want to argue you get a swing away from Brexit, not because I want to argue that Brexit is somehow, or Remain is somehow more virtuous than Brexit, but because it illustrates the extent to which the Brexit campaign was won by convincing people, excuse me, with less education and older people that Europe was some kind of conspiracy against them, that it took away their sovereignty. And as they deliberated, as they spent time out of the toxified, competitive atmosphere of people spinning to them and were able to call their own evidence and talk among themselves, they swung quite comfortably away from Brexit. So these things, now I'll race through this, but these are quotes that speak to what I was saying before about how salutary, how terrific the people involved in these processes find the experience. You might want to have a look at these things from my slides. I will highlight that. Their opinion of each other, their opinion of people who disagreed with them went up. Their opinion of politicians went up. They understood what a difficult position they're so often in. Their opinion of officials, bureaucrats went up. Their opinion of the media started low and fell further because they realised that they were simply, that they were sort of everything is fodder for other people's entertainment with the media. And of course, their citizen jury and what they were saying in it was covered in the paper in the usual sensationalised, decontextualised way, and they were infuriated by that. So I'll move on from that, and let's go back to the principles of our. So that's, I've just given you a snapshot of this idea of the principles of our democracy, and now I want to talk briefly. I want to conclude really briefly with the principles of our meritocracy. And by that, I'm really talking about within organisations, within bureaucracies, how you get promoted, but also how you, how you become a successful politician is also relevant. But how you get to be CEO, even of a an NGO or something like that. And in there was a large citizen jury in Adelaide and was looking at the question of whether Adelaide should, or South Australia, having exported uranium, should take back nuclear waste. And they had 340 people in this citizen jury, and the organisers decided that the organisers decided that they needed that a body of 340 people obviously needed spokespeople so they could represent the 340 people's conclusions in the media and so on. So but the people who were organising this citizen jury were very wary of saying, well, why don't we have an election? For reasons that hopefully I've tried to explain, because these are people who are very keen on trying to get these other mechanisms going. So they thought to themselves, how will we select spokespeople? And this is how they did it. They said, who wants to be a spokesperson? We want about 15 spokespeople. So some people stood up, about 15 people stood up, and then they said, okay, you can sit down now. We'd like the third person on your right to stand up. Then they said to that group of people, we're going into we're going to go into it. This was on the last day. We're going to spend 2 hours in a room, and we're going to consider the criteria according to which we should choose spokespeople. we're then going to consider who we've met in the citizen jury, who we think best meets those criteria. We will then confidentially ask them if they would be happy to accept. If we choose them, we will announce it, and then we will allow discussion and seek the group's agreement. It was a huge success. The group was very happy with this. One of the nice little bits of icing on the cake was that the spokespeople the group of spokespeople chosen were gender balanced, but that was not one of the criteria that they used, which of course I hope you agree with me, is the very best way to achieve gender balance if you can. Again, what's good about this? I think now when these two people came up with this and told me about it, I basically flipped my lid. I thought it was a fantastic illustration of so many things that we just don't think about because, you know, fish don't know they're swimming in water, and we don't know that there are other ways to select people. But it seems to me that one of the things that's turning our society toxic, not just, and I guess I mean our workplaces, I don't so much mean at home, but our politics, our workplaces, is this monoculture of self-assertion. If you can't assert yourself, you can't hope to do well in our structures of merit, and I think that's a mildly catastrophic state of affairs. It creates pro-social incentives. So if you know this selection mechanism is going to happen, and you'd like to be a spokesperson, what incentives does it give you? Well, it doesn't give you incentives to spout your mouth off. It gives you incentives to be pro-social, to help other people, to consider other people, and so on. It's not competitive. It encourages the best from people. Shouldn't there be a place for this kind of mechanism pretty much everywhere? I can imagine that a business might want to use it rather less than an NGO or our political institutions, but I think it might be a pretty powerful thing to have there, selecting some people. And I will leave you, as far as this part of the talk is concerned, with the example of William Muir's super chickens. And William Muir is a biologist who has been investigating the productivity of chickens on farms and looked at the process and looked at a mechanism for selecting the most productive chickens, which was to simply breed groups of chickens and select out the most productive of each of the chickens. And that's a huge problem, because if you do that, one of the reasons that each chicken is productive is that they're actually more aggressive than the other chickens that they beat. And if you breed that up, you end up with chickens attacking each other and laying a lot fewer eggs. And I think that's a pretty nice metaphor for what's going on in our society. So I haven't, in this part of the talked that much about behavioural science because I don't think behavioural science has spent much of its time thinking about these things, because I think behavioural science is trying to kind of do things for bosses and for people and to qualify for publications in journals. But I think this is kind of more important, much bigger canvas. And I think it could be a very exciting agenda. So I'd be interested to hear from anyone, either in questions or if they want to contact me afterwards, if they want to try and pursue that in some way. And so that I will leave you there, because as you can see from these images, if we do these things, then maybe we can undo some of the damage that is unloosed upon the world right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. Thank you so much. And I've been looking at the comments from the folks out there. They have blown, and many of them have got a couple of questions. Since we're running out of time, I'll just make time for one quick question, and then I'm going to direct the remaining questions to your Twitter or your mail ID. So this one question is from Arvind, and he's asking, is the fundamental question Nicholas raising is this: number one, there is one question to hear. Do we allow the general public to have free will while equipping them to make the right decisions, or do we make decisions for these people because they're idiots? And that's the one question you can take away, Nicholas.
Well, look, if you're a philosopher king, I think you'd better become our dictator. But the way you framed the question, you've somehow got some wise person who might be able to make better decisions than the people. That usually works out very badly. I would argue that on one occasion in the 20th century, it worked out rather well. That was with Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore. But that's a 1 in 100 chance. So, yes, it would be nice to have wise people running us. It's just that as we depart from democratic norms, we get people like Donald Trump and worse running us. And it doesn't sound like a good idea to me.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. It's always a pleasure listening to you, learning. And it's almost, 11:30, 12 midnight in Australia right now?
It's 12:06.
All right. Well, apologies for keeping you late this night.
That's okay.
Thank you so much and have a fantastic weekend ahead. I'm going to direct all the questions to your mail and to your Twitter.
Sounds good. Okay. I look forward to having a look at them and I'll reply to everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Research from Richard Nesbitt from University of Michigan has shown that on viewing a computer screen, E stations are more likely to gaze around the entire picture. If culture shapes our thinking, attention, and beliefs, what does that mean for the application of behavioral science? Do E stations not fall prey to the fundamental attribution error? Join us for an important discussion on a nuanced lens on behavioral science with researchers from Ireland, India, Arabia, and Italy on applying behavioral science to the cultural perspective. Our first speaker is the Deputy Director, Behavioral Design and Impact at Center for Social and Behavior Change, Diksha Radhakrishnan. She works with government stakeholders to institutionalize the use of behavioral science in policy and in creating evidence-based interventions in health, nutrition, and education. Next, Fatima Kuik, behavioral scientist with more than 10 years of experience in international organizations on development projects. Joining her is VM Hasnain, advisor, Al-Nada Society, with a 20-year track record in behavior change, CSR, and policy development. Adding another perspective, Martina Cecchini is a behavioral scientist at MIDA. Her doctoral research studies the impact of environmental crisis on energy saving practices. This panel is moderated by Louise Ward, the co-host and manager of the Behavioral Science Club. She is a market research professional and has chaired several committees in her 30 years of professional experience. Over to you, Louise.
Thank you so much for that super introduction, Pavitra. And welcome everybody who joins us here in this great Behavioural Science Fest. Welcome to the audience. Thank you to Prakash and the team at 1001 Stories doing a fantastic job. Welcome to our super fans who have followed the festival so far up to this point. You know who you are. And of course, the super previous speakers that we've had, Tim Houlihan yesterday, talking about Klingon. I'm glad I wasn't nominated for that particular job. I'm now a specialist on Coke Studio in Pakistan. Yeah, the wealth of speakers that we've had on so far has just been absolutely superb. And I've spent the last 24 hours walking around with my earbuds in, listening to the talks. So after that lovely introduction by our host from 1001 Stories, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask each of our speakers who are joining me today to introduce yourselves to the audience. I'll go to Diksha first, then we'll have Fatima, Martina, then Wiam, and let's just tell everybody who is Diksha, what work you do, Diksha, and what keeps you excited about behavioural science. So over to you, Diksha.
Great, thanks, Louise, and excited to be part of the Now Fest. I think the last year's festival was also so well received. So I'm glad we're keeping that going. The who is Diksha question, I think, is definitely a hard one. I'm still figuring the answer to that out myself. But just to kind of go through what my at least professional experience has been. So as I was introduced, I'm Diksha Krishnan from India, and I've been working in the international development space for a little over 10 years. With a lot of my experience being around designing and evaluating behavioral interventions, and of also having worked very closely with governments to institutionalize and scale behavioral interventions. A lot of my experience comes from the public health and nutrition domain. So you'll see a lot of my examples that I hopefully will talk about later on will come from that same space. Currently I serve as a deputy director at the Center for Social and Behavior Change, which is a behavioral research and design center affiliated with Ashoka University. I previously served as the founding lead for the establishment of a behavioral insights unit with the central government's think tank called Niti Aayog. So this was a pretty exciting opportunity to actually set up a first of its kind BIU in India. And I'm getting to kind of directly interact and understand the government's appetite and attitude towards behavioral science. Since then now I've shifted my role, and I serve as the I serve as the lead for the Behavioral Design and Impact Lab at the center, which really looks at ways to adopt a behavioral design approach for generating solutions for various forms of developmental challenges. What keeps me excited about behavior science? A lot, but I would say if I had to pick one thing, it's definitely the multidisciplinary approach of behavioral science, of how it's been able to bring together ideas from so many other fields of like cognitive neuroscience, sociology, economics, psychology, and being able to really bring that together to create a very rich and relevant approach for solving very, very complex problems. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Diksha. So over to you, Fatima.
Thank you, Louise. And I would like to thank also Prakash for inviting me to be a speaker in this event. I'm very excited to be here today. So my name is Fatima Kouek. I'm currently a behavioral science consultant at the IMBAT team with the World Bank. The behavioral science team of the World Bank, and we're currently working on several projects. I was previously a staff with the UNDP for more than 7 years, United Nations Development Program in Kuwait. I've worked on several projects. One of them is to support the establishment of a behavioral insights unit, the first insights unit in Kuwait, the Kuwait Policy Appraisal Lab, along with other projects related to Public Policy Center and development plans. In addition to this, when I graduated from LSE and Masters in Behavioral Science in 2016, I helped founding the first NGO in the Middle East, Nudge Lebanon, and it added so much to my experience in applying behavioral science to policy issues and development challenges in the region. I was also involved in several projects in the region, from Bahrain to Qatar to Lebanon and Kuwait, on applying multiple experiments to try to really nudge for good. I'm currently also a PhD candidate at London School of Economics, and I'm working on something very exciting to me, which is the social norm, and I'm happy to speak more about it. So basically, I'm trying to see how social norm not only is a tool to change behavior, but also a tool to understand better how we perceive our actions. What keeps me excited about behavioral science? So many different things. First, the master's in behavioral science and knowing about this field transformed my career and transformed my life on a personal and a professional level. So I've always been very interested in people's behavior and the psychology of why people behave the way they do. And then this field has opened a lot of opportunities for me to apply this in the government and the public sector. And this is really where I feel I can make the change. So I really feel I'm impacting real challenges and real policy issues. At the end, also being an Arab woman and trying to bring this to the region is one of the most exciting things I've ever worked on. And I feel that just bringing this innovation to governments in the Arab world is very challenging, but at the same time exciting. So that's why it keeps me really thrilled. And then thank you.
Thanks, Fatima. Already seeing crossovers between, just the two of you work that you do, and both super enthusiastic about the subject, which is great. Martina.
Yes, thank you, Louise, and good day, everyone. I'm really excited and a bit nervous to be here. I remember that last year around this time, I was in COVID lockdown in my hometown, which is a small seaside town in Italy. And I was watching and tweeting about the NowFest 2020. And now I'm really happy that Prakash and the team gave me the opportunity to actually actively participate. So my name is Martina. I'm from Italy, and I'm a behavioral scientist and a consultant working at MIDA, which is a business and organizational consultancy based in Milan. Before transitioning to the industry, I did my PhD at the Singapore ETH Center, which is a research center based in Singapore. And there I was studying the impact of extreme environmental conditions on energy consumption behavior and also related energy consumption social norms. So I hope I can bring my perspective, which is somewhat in between academic research and industry practice, and between East and West, since I practiced behavioral science on both sides of the world. And what keeps me excited about behavioral science is probably that the field allows me, in a way, to connect better with people, even to have a more empathetic understanding of their motivations and the drivers at the basis of their decisions and their behavior. Also because I tried to gain this kind of connection and this kind of understanding from the field of economics, because my undergraduate studies were in economics, but needless to say, the way that orthodox economics tries to model humans didn't really sit well with me, so here I am in the field. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Martina. You're very welcome. And finally, William, if you'd join us.
Thank you, Louise. And I want to thank my fellow panelists. I'm very humbled to be speaking here with you today. And a big thank you to Prakash and the entire team for inviting me again after last year. So just a little bit about me. I'm a social impact and behavioral science consultant. I actually started my career utilizing behavioral science to change consumer behavior. I was working at Unilever and looking at incorporating strategies so that we could influence the youth in particular to drink more tea instead of soft drinks, or change their behavior from utilizing a bar soap to liquid soap. It seems like very long ago now. After I earned my MBA at Berkeley, I shifted my focus to actually try and change behavior utilizing either CSR programs or more on the policy front. And this is where my interest in behavioral science utilized for unemployment, or actually for employment, I should say, came about, especially looking at it from the various angles of the unemployed youth in specific, their parents who are the gatekeepers that really form those social norms for them, as well as the demand side, which is the employers. And hopefully today I'll get to speak to you a little bit about that. And after earning my master's in behavioral science from LSE, I had the opportunity to work on one of the first behavioral science units in Saudi and actually run a few trials. So it's been rather exhilarating. To answer your question, what keeps me excited? I'd have to say twofold. The first is this incredible community of behavioral scientists and behavioral practitioners. It is really lovely and quite rare to find such a supportive community of people from around the world who just want to work together and just work for the good. And the second thing is, it's a very exciting time, especially in this region, for behavioral science. It was quite a nascent industry, I would say 7 years ago. And today we see, behavioral science units and programs mushrooming all around. So I'm very excited. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. And as you can tell, it's a very talented panel today. I'm absolutely honoured to be with you and hearing all about your experiences. And our topic today is applied behavioural science, a cultural perspective. And most certainly, we do have a very diverse cultural perspective here today. So it's hard to get a natural conversation going when we're in this kind of environment. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go around the four panelists again and just give them a little opportunity to develop a bit more on the particular subject that they're interested in. And then hopefully after that, we'll be able to develop a little bit more of a free-flowing comment. So I'm going to call back on Diksha with her unique perspective in India. And Diksha, you have the experience of applying behavioral science in India, the specific ways that decision-making differs in such collectivist cultures. So would you like to talk a little bit about that, Diksha?
Yeah, absolutely. Over the last couple of years where I've, been working across multiple states of India, and as you might know that India itself is such a diverse, culturally rich country. So every state brings its own kind of different culture along with it. And having worked across that and building a deeper understanding of what really goes into a cultivist culture, which is a key kind of signifier of India. And here, when I talk about cultivist cultures, we're talking about cultures which really emphasize about group identity, about observing tradition and hierarchies, and where there's a lot of emphasis about fitting in. So this is not, of course, unique to India. You see a lot of such kind of cultivist cultures with a lot of global South countries as well. But working in this, what I've really learned about that this culture influences the way people make decisions very, very strongly. Some key insights that have come up from this has been one about really the power of the household unit. So, in such cultures, the household unit plays such a key layer in how decisions are made, because the individual agency and decision making is usually quite limited, and most decisions are actually made at the household level collectively with key kind of players. Now, of course, when I say collectively, it is not equitable distribution of power within a household. There is clear power dynamics within it, but it is usually at this level when majority of decisions are made. So though we talk a lot about individual cognitive and biases, it's quite interesting when we think about actually group-based decisions, which is what is happening here. And this way, this actually becomes a lot more relevant when you think about especially programs targeting women, like maternal and child health, because a woman is usually in such scenarios, usually with very limited agency, and it is usually the in-laws which make most of the decision for her. So it's almost to look back and say, why are so many programs directed towards the woman itself when there's actually limited agency at her part to be able to influence these decisions? Two other kind of key insights that came out was, one is, of course, high reliance on social networks for information. There is, though, both in the sense of having local influencers itself and their role in kind of spreading information is, of course, more well known, but also really looking at the social networks and their practices for kind of informing your decision. So it's not just about, who is giving you the information, but what is happening around you that we see really influences people around them. So how much ever COVID-19 vaccine has been a key example of how much ever the government has tried to kind of give mainstream information about the safety of the vaccine. If you've seen anyone fall ill in your social network, that highly influences your decision making more than mainstream sources of messaging. And the third insight that I would bring in is the high motivation to conform to social norms. These are, again, cultures where social capital is an extremely important resource, because social capital opens up a lot of other economic opportunities. Who you know matters a lot more than maybe skills that you bring for an economic opportunity. So this makes a non-conformity in this case is, very high cost for people in such kind of societies. Of course, hopefully we'll get to engage through all of these insights further. But I think what all of these also say is that when you think about decision-making in such cultures, there is a real need to look at what is the specific approach that you're taking. It can't just be about replicating what we know from weird context to non-weird contexts. And maybe that there is a greater need to really look at a behavior science approach which is more norms driven than driven by nudges.
Thank you so much, Diksha, highlighting so importantly that there's diversity within our own country, besides even just talking about globally, touching there on gender, decision making, an enormous subject, and then of course segueing into social norms, which is perfect for Fatima in Kuwait. So let's open with your research, Fatima, on social norms, how they have different effects in different contexts.
Thank you, Louise. And I would like to also build on Diksha's point related to conformity, especially in a collective culture. So what drove me to work on social norms is really because the context I've been living in and what I have been really exposed to. So social norms are, as I said, have been used as a way to change behavior. I'm looking at them in a way to understand how we perceive our actions. I'm going to give a simple example that I'm currently testing. If we go to a context where queuing is the norm, and it's socially expected from you, I would stand in the queue and I would feel neutral about myself and about my morality because it's socially expected from me. But if I go to another context where standing in the queue is not the norm, then I'm more likely to feel good about myself, feel more moral. So how these difference in self-perception and difference in moral self-image will affect subsequent behavioral spillover and subsequent decisions. So if I stand in the queue in a context where nobody is expected to stand in the queue, I might feel licensed to behave or transgress maybe, or perhaps sometimes I feel more consistent. So I'm at this stage, I'm trying to understand when and why are we consistent with our behavior and how does social expectation play a role. And to move from my topic on social norm, I think that also being in a collectivist culture, conformity and the tightness of the social network plays a big role when we try to implement behavioral interventions. And I would like here to mention 2 points. First, that context matters. And the first thing that we learned when I did my master's in behavioral science at LSE was, and Am could also agree with me, was that context matters. But I want to add 2 things to it. That, context matters when designing intervention, and I've seen it when I applied the first RCT in the Arab world was in Lebanon. Right when I came back from LSE, we tried in Lebanon to run an experiment to increase the payment of electricity bills on time. And we replicated what the UK did in their experiment on taxes. And we tried to have a treatment group on social norm. And we really thought that because we have tightness of social network in our country, this would lead to a bigger effect. But guess what? We had another treatment on highlighting the ego and that we are Lebanese and we should pay our electricity bills on time, and it outweighed the social norm. So one conclusion here that context matters, And another conclusion that I wanted to bring on the table is that the different context is not only about the different effect of interventions, but also the availability of the infrastructure, the availability of data, the availability of people working with you on the intervention will affect the outcome of the treatment. It's not only when we, as a behavioral scientist, think of the design of the intervention, but also it also comes down to what availability of the infrastructure, of data, and of really being a successful having successful implementation. And here there is also a report that World Bank wrote on tax compliance, where they compared 6 countries from 6 case studies and showed that different contexts led to different intervention and different behavioral change. I want to also conclude with one example, going back to social norm, that we have seen a lot of application of social norm around the world. And I showed you the case in Lebanon. It worked, it might not work, but there was a lot of emphasis on descriptive norm. So telling people 8 out of 10 have paid their taxes on time. 80% of people engage in organ donation. So the descriptive norm or the dynamic norm was really highlighted in these interventions. I would like to highlight a recent study done in Saudi Arabia, and it became so famous, not only because of the results, but also because of the design itself. What they did, they didn't focus on the descriptive aspect, they focused on the normative or the injunctive aspect of social norm. So what people expect other people to do, or what people expect other people to approve of. So it's different than what people actually do. It's different than the descriptive norm. And what they did, they run an experiment to increase female labor force participation, because in Saudi Arabia, the descriptive norm back then was low. Only 15% of women were in the labor force. So what they did is they tried to change the perception of man, to correct the misperception of man about what other men expect women to whether or not they want to go to work. So what they worked on is correcting social expectation. And they found that there's a difference between, so all the men agreed that, yeah, I want my wife to, so they had a positive personal norm that, yeah, I want my wife to go to work, but they had a low normative expectation of what other men expected other wives to join the labor force. And by simply correcting this perception of social norm, it led to an increase in women applying to jobs. So here just wanted to highlight that not only context matters, but also the way we need to apply these behavioral interventions should also be contextualized and changed drastically when we want to think about behavioral interventions.
That's fantastic. Thanks so much, Fatima. It really is fascinating looking at the level to which, when we just look on the face value of social norms, but no, it's, you've got to peel it back. And something like you highlighted at the start, something as simple as queuing, so different in every culture, and we've seen so many marketing mistakes, for example, where things have been translated literally over for another country. And so it's just so important. That was really interesting. Thanks, Fatima. So turning to Martina in Italy. And Martina, let's hear about your experience. You mentioned earlier in your introduction transitioning from academia to consultancy in Italy, and then how that differed from your experience in Singapore.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. It's actually very interesting to hear all of these perspectives from my colleagues. I clearly bring the perspective of a weirdo, so somebody from a weird country. But again, since I practice the behavioral science both in Eastern and Western countries, that is Singapore and Italy, I think I can try to bring my point of view on both worlds. So for my first contribution, I'd like to give you an idea a little bit of the two different levels of maturity, in a way, of these two countries in terms of the application and the common understanding of behavioral science. So in Singapore, I found that the use of behavioral science principle is really embedded within the social environment. in that there is really an extensive use of interventions and nudges to regulate different aspects of social life. And I'm thinking, for example, of labels on food packaging to encourage healthier food choices among individuals, or the all-power style social norms intervention on electricity bills to promote electricity savings. So you can see that this language and this method of the behavioral sciences is really understood and embraced really at all levels of policymaking. And of course, we also see the activity and the presence of big entities like the Behavioral Insights team or the BBA Nudge Unit. It's interesting that in Italy, on the other hand, the field of behavioral science is much less known and applied. We have, of course, a series of academic endeavors at high level in this direction, but really the language and the method of behavioral science has not really been extensively picked up by policymakers as a tool to really improve individual and social decision making in this country. And one of the strongest barriers, which may sound trivial, but as you said, is about trying to literally translate to interventions and languages to different contexts and different countries. So I think one of the strongest barriers is really language in Italy. That is the fact that the field has been made and crafted from the bottom up in the English language. And I feel that Italians at large are still really not comfortable with adopting the English language at all levels. As you may know, we have a tradition of great dubbers in this country, in Italy. So we dub all of our movies and TV series. So we typically don't really have many opportunities to get acquainted with the English language. For example, if I think of the book Nudge by Taylor and Sunstein, in Italian, we don't really find a good translation for the concept of nudge or nudging. So the title of the book was translated as La spinta gentile, which literally means the gentle push. And I feel that in Italian, in the Italian connotation, this conveys the idea of somebody pushing me in a direction I don't really want to go to, or which is really not in my best interest. But this may be in the interest of the person who is pushing me. So there is this idea that there is this very patronizing connotation behind the language that is being used. So in trying to talk about behavioral science in Italy, I often encountered this language barrier. And interestingly, the ones that I found most receptive to the use of behavioral science have been private entities, which are the companies that I interact with in my consultancy work. So I really feel that the behavioral science revolution in Italy may come first in the private sector, where companies try to either win customers with the use of behavioral insights, or, and this is what I usually deal with in my consultancy practice, companies that try to improve their employees' lives and working conditions with the implementation of behavioral change programs. So to summarize, I remember that a few years ago, somebody in the community said that behavioral science as a field was in its adolescence. So this may be true for Singapore, But I think in Italy, behavioral science is really still in its infancy, and there is a long road ahead. And it's really interesting to get different perspectives from different countries, which are at different level of maturities.
So interesting, Martina. Thank you so much. I had a thread going in Twitter recently, which was sharing of the spelling of behavioral science in various different languages, which was fascinating to me. But now potentially I'm interested to see how nudge is translated in the various different countries, because I certainly won't quickly forget that in Italian it's a gentle push. So that's very interesting, Martina. So over to William, you're very welcome. And what a wealth of experience that we're hearing from our panel, William and Riyadh. William, maybe let's talk about something that you identified to me as a special interest of yours, which is bias among hiring managers, how culture, gender, language comes into that.
Sure, thanks so much. And if you don't mind, Louise, there are a couple of points that Fatima and Martina had made, so I'm just going to address those first so I don't forget.
I'd love that. Go ahead.
To your question. So to Martina's point, I'm fascinated to hear that that's a translation of nudge in Italian, because actually one of my points for recommendation when it comes to behavioral science in the Arab world is to have a lexicon in Arabic. Just as a comparison, our translation of nudge is actually tanbih, which is alert. And that's not quite the same thing as nudging, right? So there is this sense of, fright. And the technical term that's used for behavioral science is behavioral guidance, or behavioral change is behavioral guidance, because behavioral change, when it's said in Arabic, at-taghyir as-suluki, it does not come across as something that is positive. It comes across as something that would serve others, for example. As that's the point about language. Fascinating that it is also the case in Italy, which is a non-weird country, which is a weird country, as you had mentioned. And then just to Fatima's point on the University of Chicago study on the misperceived social norms in Saudi, thank you so much for bringing it up. It is an often cited study, and it should be. It's a very well documented study and was very well done. But I just want to point out that that study was done in 2017, and the social norms at the time were extremely different. So as Fatima correctly mentioned, the women's participation rate in the labor market was at about 15%, whereas today, 5 years out, it's at 33%. And what has mainly caused that is the slew of government policy reforms that have taken place that have addressed both the social norms and the structural barriers. So women's access to jobs has been equalized, the restrictions on employment in certain sectors were lifted, male guardianship has been changed, driving is now allowed, policies regarding harassment and daycare have been implemented. And so all of these together have changed the social norm. And I think if we were to replicate the study that Fatima had mentioned that was done at the University of Chicago, we would not see the same results today. And that's only because the context has changed around it, and the misperceived social norm would likely not be there anymore. So I just wanted to quickly address those 2 points before I forget. And then back to your question, Louise, regarding the biases and biases in unemployment. My keen area of interest is biases and how they affect unemployment. And so one of the studies that I had worked on happened to be with hiring managers and to look into whether or not they are biased. Normally, we tend to look for in-group biases. So are they looking to hire people of the same nationality? But here, it seemed from the qualitative evidence that there might be an out-group bias where they were more apt within this particular sector and those that partook in the study to hire individuals from Western countries as opposed to locals. And in fact, the study confirmed that there was a perception that Westerners were more qualified for the jobs, despite the fact that the CVs that were showed to them were matched. And all of the qualifications had been matched. And when we looked into why this might be the case, well, it is likely because there are perceived dominance amongst applicants from certain countries. And because of that, there is this bias towards hiring those who are from other countries as opposed to locals. Now, the same hiring bias, I think we can also see And it's always difficult for us as behavioral scientists, but we have to look at ourselves as well and see, do we have these same biases and do they apply to us? And so part of our job is to ensure that we debias ourselves and those within our realm. And qualitative evidence suggests that there are similar biases when it comes in certain sectors to hiring firms. There is a preference towards hiring the Western firms as opposed to the local firms, most likely because if that erroneous decision was made and there were consequences, there is a risk of image and there is a risk of the cost that is associated with it that the decision maker will have to bear. And this, I think, goes back also to Diksha's point upon collective decision making. It's not a single person that's making a decision, it's made by a committee, and therefore no one within the committee wants to bear the consequences of hiring the wrong firm within this company that would then lead to negative potential consequences. And so some of the research that I'm looking at is actually looking at how we can debias. Within the first case, for example, we ran positive statement testing as well as instructions, and we found that the positive statement testing worked much better, whereas the instructions were a complete failure. Thanks, Louise.
Thank you so much, William. Another example of the importance of language, and so important as well, William, that you touched on the date of the research. I mean, it's so relevant now. So you hear so many people talking about how even very recent research is no longer relevant from the period of time that we're particularly going through. So in terms of, we're all aware of the replication crisis, but those things are out of date now. It's such a relevant point to make. So what I'd like to do now, if it's possible, if you'd want to unmute yourselves so that you can just comment a little bit more freely. We've brought up so many great topics there, and I know that there are further things that you would like to add. So bringing it back to our topic title of a cultural perspective, I saw you sort of making notes there, Diksha, and there's various nods between the four of you, feeling that even though we are talking about different cultures, there's so much that does draw us together. And even just from your initial comments, it's making me think the value of these sort of get-togethers between people of like minds has so much value. Diksha, would you like to comment on anything that went on in those conversations?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, it was just very interesting to hear all these different perspectives. So I'm learning so much from the panel itself. But I just wanted to actually go back to one of the things Fatima said about the application of social norms and the various ways it's done. So, of course, you have the more standard way of kind of putting forth the descriptive norms itself. And I also wanted to talk about one of the ways that we did this in India for COVID-19 response, where at the center that I work for, we took an approach of actually, to encourage mask wearing. What we did was take an approach of actually promoting respectful enforcement of the norm. So instead of just having a communication strategy which talks about compliance and encourages compliance to everyone to wear the mask, what we looked at is now saying that there is a transfer of responsibility from the formal institution to the society with the end of a lockdown and other things. And now it is a chance for you to kind of take the responsibility to respectfully remind and reprimand people for not wearing a mask. So what we're trying to do is to actually make mask wearing a norm, not just by telling others about it, but by saying that there is a cost of someone else kind of reprimanding you if you don't wear the mask. And then that becomes a social expectation in itself. So our entire communication campaign was really focused around that and using, to kind of reinforce the respectfulness of the reinforcement so that, or the reprimanding, so that it doesn't turn into anything aggressive. We used children as messengers of this to kind of also layer that down. So I think that was another idea I wanted to put out there of how different ways social norms in itself can be applied.
Thanks, Diksha. Would you like to comment on that, Fatima?
Yes, thank you, Louise, and thank you, Diksha, for the nice example. And just wanted to make 2 comments. So first, the reason I mentioned that study is not because of the result, but because just to show the different application and use of social norm as an intervention. So we don't need to, because sometimes you have a challenge that people are not paying their taxes, and you don't have a social norm to tell them that 90% of people are paying their taxes, because they actually aren't paying their taxes. So another way to look at the problem is also to see normative expectation, not just the descriptive expectation. And there's a lot of things to be done on that side. And I wanted to add one thing on the definition of social norms. So the more I learn about social norms, the more I feel that we need to distinguish different types of norms. Sometimes what is descriptive and available is not a norm. If everybody is wearing an umbrella when it's raining, doesn't mean it's a social norm. It becomes a social norm only when we expect others to do it, and we expect others to expect us to also do it, and to approve of it. And this is and you should have like conditional preference to do the behavior based on the expectation of other people. Only when you meet those expectations, it becomes a social norm. So when we try to design these interventions, we have to also keep in mind, again, the context and whether or not we have these kind of social expectations. And this leads me to also one comment on what my colleague Wiam was mentioning on the biases. And remember, in my first intervention, I said that context matters when it comes to designing intervention. But also we often forgot that context matters also when we try to diagnose and understand the biases. If we take the different biases that we learned about in behavioral science, we know that they are quite general, like they are the loss aversion, confirmation bias, even social norm, present bias are just really biases that could be applied to everyone. But when we try to contextualize them, we find that in some regions, sometimes some tribes, some social network or reference group have tendency to have a confirmation bias more than other. Maybe they are loss averse more than other. So the importance of not only contextualizing the design or the intervention, but also the diagnosis and the biases. And we do this through a rigorous behavioral diagnostic. Rather than jumping to interventions, we try to understand better the context and contextualize the cognitive biases that people are facing. And this would lead to better intervention. Then you would know, social norm is not the right kind of intervention for this culture or this context. The confirmation bias is not really the thing here. This is rather like a moral norm. Then we tend to choose another type of intervention. And I've seen it happening. We tend to jump into conclusion and to interventions. And as Louise said, we replicate what happened in other contexts, keeping in mind some kind of variability in the treatment group. But this is not the way. We need to go back and better diagnose the problem from a cultural context perspective to better understand it. Then it would lead us to specific interventions. What I've seen different context, different experiments or different countries. What they do is that, okay, I will use social norm like the UK. I would use ego like, let's say, India, and maybe we add another treatment if the sample size would permit. So they only test different intervention rather than going back and do a rigorous behavioral and diagnostic. And the final point I wanted to make, behavioral science is not only about changing behavior, it's about understanding behavior. So I could be a behavioral scientist and not run intervention to change behavior. I can come in and help you understand your challenge from a behavioral lens. Put a behavioral lens on and try to see the challenge from a different binoculars, if you want. So just to make it a point that running into solutions and really seeing the difference between treatment and control group is not just what behavioral science is trying to bring to the table. Thank you.
Great point, Fatima. Thank you so much. And I mean, I'm quite aware of the fact that we're all talking and focusing our stories on our own culture. But of course, we all run projects that are across many cultures. And that really is a challenge. Maybe I could bring you in there, Martina, just to comment there on the sort of the challenges of running multi-country studies.
Yes, actually, I have a very good experience about this specific topic that I can share, which also connects kind of with what Fatima was saying about the importance to conduct a behavioral diagnosis and also a cultural diagnosis early on in the project to guide the definition and the design of the behavioral change program. So the experience that I want to share is about a behavioral change program that we conducted in the consultancy organization that I work with. It was, again, a behavioral change project with the goal of promoting the adoption of a specific technology, a specific communication technology, that is Microsoft Teams, among the employees of a multinational company, in order to ultimately establish more sustainable work habits and routines. And one of the decisions that was taken early on in the project, which is relevant to the need to push through language and cultural barriers, was to we decided to translate the materials related to the project in the 5 or 6 most represented local languages in the participating countries, because this behavioral change project involved over 10,000 employees across more than 40 countries and 5 continents. So we had really a lot of cultures and countries and different languages represented. So this decision to translate all of the materials and all of the contents related to the project in the local languages, I must say, in one way, it was also a double-edged sword. Because if you use a common language like English, this kind of flattens all the local nuances and all the local meanings. And this, of course, can reduce the effectiveness of the intervention. But in a way, if you end up making a cultural mishap, or if something is not clear or is not coincident to the local expectations, people may the participants may think, oh, maybe this is something that was lost in translation, or something which I really don't understand about this content. So I think there is more room for the researcher and the behavioral science practitioner to make mistakes. But if you use the local language, you really need to be careful about the nuances of what you are saying and the cultural context in which you are operating in a way. And this is where I think the involvement of local intermediaries becomes really fundamental. In the case of our project, this was a network of local we call them change agents that we involved and that we were directly communicating with. And we asked them to themselves translate all the contents related to the project in their local language. So they could freely change words or change figure of speech to better match their context. And this was an opportunity, first of all, for international contact and networking, because these were people that in some cases never met each other and never had the opportunity to talk with each other, but also the opportunity to increase the sense of empowerment and ownership of the local agents towards the project. So we made them, in a way, identify much more with the goals of the project, and I think this gave them a higher intrinsic motivation to really promote the project among their peers. And this, I think, was one of the factors that contributed to the success of the project, and can really take away this connotation of, in a way, of a bit of a patronizing attitude that some behavioral change projects can have.
That's really fascinating, Martina. I worked on a Teams project myself in a company here in Ireland, our biggest challenge was actually getting the people who were tech side to actually come to the trainings, because they felt that I know all of it, or I learn it very quickly. So that was just within our own culture. It became another divide. So I find that really interesting, Martina. And Wiam, you also had some comments to make in relation to the trend in private sector towards behaviour change. Is that right, Wiam?
Yes, thanks for reminding me about that. We are seeing a rise both amongst the private sector and the nonprofits in the utilization of behavioral change within their programs. So within the private sector, we have seen several companies incorporate it within their CSR program. So for example, if it's a health-related company, they would create a CSR program. Historically, they would call it a CSR program. Now they're calling it a behavior change program, wherein they are trying to utilize the principles of BI to ensure that individuals can showcase, eating habits, they can get their steps in, sleep, etc. On the other hand, we're also seeing it amongst companies that are dealing in the automotive sector, for example. So previously, traffic is an area that policy is usually talked about in, how can we lower accidents? How can we ensure that seatbelts are worn? But more and more, we're seeing that automotive companies, car rental companies, etc., insurance are looking at utilizing BI to lower traffic accidents, ensure that the baby seats are being utilized, and so on and so forth. On the other hand, we are also seeing the nonprofits play a pretty large role in establishing the data and really sharing it. So, for example, the nonprofit that I work with, the Nahda Philanthropic Society, recently ran a study that highlighted there is a gender bias in employment practices. So this was a very large study across the private sector in certain industries, and they found that men earned 43% more than Saudi women within the companies that partook in the study. And this was quite revolutionary for us because our public policies dictate that men and women must get the same salaries. However, here is a study highlighting that there is a discrepancy between what the policy states and what the private sector firms that partook in the study are practicing. And so this is now leading to a whole slew of interventions by the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development, as well as the Riyadh Behavioural Insight Centre, to try and combat the practices that are employing gender bias. Thank you, Louise.
Thanks so much. I mean, the fact is, it's an enormous subject. It's so multi-layered. We're talking about our own cultures. We're talking about how we manage many cultures in multi-studies. We're talking about language. Of course, we haven't really talked deeply about it, but we're talking about gender. It's an enormous subject to unpick here. If I was to sort of do a quick fire round at this stage and go round the four of you, would you be able to say what you think is the biggest issue or the most important aspect, or your really sort of top of the head thought on this, on the cultural perspective? What would you call out? So, Diksha, what comes to mind when I say that to you, to just top of the mind, what's most important to you?
I think the toughest thing about when you think of cultural aspects is, of course, the validity or external validity problem of solutions, right? So if you are, or what we would call generalizability of your solutions, right? So in the sense of, we know that the context affects how you make decisions. So does that mean that every time we conceive a solution and then we move on to a new context, do we have to start from scratch and then re-understand the context and re-look at it? And there isn't enough evidence right now to be able to talk about how generalizable are various forms of solutions and how do you really look at that. And that is something that I think is definitely important for us to learn more about, because it is very resource intensive to try and understand how to keep, how to keep looking at this. How do you keep kind of designing for various contexts? Are there ways for us to be able to pull out core values which kind of affect decision making, which are similar across certain cultures, and then be able to kind of use that to drive solutions across, or is there too much diversity for us to be able to do that? So this, of course, does open up, I think it becomes a key challenge for us to address when we talk about this. We've seen that there is definitely some of these cognitive biases that are kind of the foundation in the behavior science are similar, right? We even try to replicate some of these across different contexts and say they hold. But what becomes different is when we put those decisions in specific cultural contexts, then what happens and how does that change, and how do social norms of those contexts then affect those decisions? So I think it becomes important for us to be able to really think of the generalizability aspect of our solutions and see how that can be looked at.
Thanks, Dipti. Yeah, I mean, that's so relevant. I mean, in one way you think to yourself, oh, you're nearly jealous of the research that was done 10 years ago. Everything was so simple. It's like, okay, let's just get 100 white guys in Harvard and do it. But now, of course, it is so much more exciting as we become more and more aware of the layers that things need to be studied under. It's just sort of unpeeling another level. So we are luckier, really, for our alertness and our awareness. What would be your comment on that, Martina, your sort of top of the head thing that you think is important to be considered under this sort of topic heading?
Yes, I think one of the most important factors, one of the source of issues and also the possible solution of some of the issues that were mentioned is actually the availability of data, of good quality data, of more diverse data, more granular data. This has been the issue so far of very skewed data that was taken as the basis to make decisions. So to integrate more diverse source of data will be really an important factor moving forward. And actually, after we spoke about this, Louise, a few days ago, after you nudged me, I watched the documentary on Netflix, Coded Bias, which I found really interesting. And I think the most interesting factor that I picked up is really how similar the parallel between how AI make decisions and how humans make decisions in a way. Because one of the things that were pointed out was that the way in which AI take an input, which could be, for instance, a CV to evaluate, digest this input and come up with an output, which could be the evaluation of the candidate, is kind of a black box still. So we really don't know what goes on in the middle. And sometimes we humans make decisions in a very similar way, in that what goes in between our appraisal of a situation or of a person and the evaluations, the beliefs, and then the decisions we make is really unknown, sometimes even to us. So it's important to increase our awareness of our own biases and our own distortions. And one of the ways that we can do this, that we can keep both the machines and each other on check, is really data, is really self-monitoring, is really looking at the output data of these decisions, looking at the distribution of these behaviors, and looking at whether they are somehow skewed towards particular categories. So I think this will be further and further important going forward.
Yeah, they're great comments, Martina. Availability of data, of course, and as you're saying, we're all very aware that data itself can be biased. So it's very important to always ask what is the source of the data. So that's an enormous subject. And Sonia was talking earlier, Sonia Friedrich, about the huge role that data can play and how some people think they don't have access to data, but then it's surprising when you start to look around in whatever role you're in, that actually, oh yes, this is information I've got available to me, and what can I do with it? She was talking more in terms of helping companies to be profitable, but of course it's important to all of us, and an amazing amount of information we can find from it. Great comment. Thanks so much, Martina. What about yourself, William? What would you say, would you consider to yourself the most important things that come to mind when we're talking about just the sentence, a cultural perspective?
Thanks, Louise. I think when we're talking about cultural perspective, it's important to maintain the balance that each context is unique. And even within one country, as Diksha had mentioned, you might have specific nuances to various regions. But at the same time, as Martina showed us earlier in her example, there are times when you are looking for the same behavior to be applied across multiple countries and multiple continents. And for that, I think while we do need to maintain the balance and ensure we always keep a lens for the individual context, recently Katie Milkman et al. At Wharton had published a study or an article on mega studies and how there can be several interventions that are run at once across various countries, if we add the overlay that Martina had mentioned, to see between 10 and 50 interventions in the real world, quote unquote, and see really which of those is going to make a difference. And I think that's where behavioral science is going to go. It's less and less about the silos of our interventions and more about how they will work in conjunction with one another. But we also have to balance that with our own cultural nuances.
Yeah, they're great comments, William, and the study that William's referencing there, the multi-country study. I think there were maybe about 50 researchers, certainly 13 countries. I'm not really certain, 13 countries, I think. But yeah, I mean, it was a huge amount of data there, and there's been enormous traction of that particular study throughout. What I found really interesting was, I mean, that was disseminated all the way throughout popular press as well. It was all over Twitter. So I just thought that was fantastic that it was bringing a study of that sort of caliber and something that Katie was heading up coming into popular press. So it's a great sign for behavioural science. So thanks for referencing that, William. Fatima, yourself, with that sort of top of the head concept for yourself.
So for me, when I think of the cultural perspective as behavioral scientist, I feel that like context is really what drives each and every challenge. And in particular, as behavioral scientists, our job is very dynamic and iterative. So it's not like you learn how to code and then you can just code different websites and you can code it in the US, and then you could go to weird and non-weird countries. When you're a behavioral scientist, even if I have 20 years of experience running experiments, let's say in Kuwait or in Saudi Arabia or in the region, doesn't mean if I go to India, I'll be an expert in running interventions there. And this is why the culture and the context really matters. And if I take this example, because when you work on public policy and changing human behavior on the macro level in a country or in a region, as my colleague Wiam was pointing to, it's quite complex. Let's just take an example and mirror it in an organization and see how the culture affects really any intervention you would do. So if you want people to be more expressive, maybe you hired the wrong people, maybe they are not expressive, or maybe the place is pushing them not to be expressive. So this is where the context is playing a role. So you as a behavioral scientist, you cannot just replicate what you have done elsewhere. You have to really see how the place is driving this. And when we mirror this into a public policy or government or country level, you could see how complicated it could be. And this is, again, how social norm and conformity play a role. And one last point on cultural perspective is also to keep in mind us as behavioral scientists and as policymakers, because what we do is we go to policymakers in government and we help them better take decisions, right? We complement traditional tools and we try to help them make more behaviorally informed decisions. But we have to be very careful that policymakers policymakers themselves have their own cognitive biases, right? Me as a behavioral scientist, I have my own cognitive biases, and this is what Martina was also hinting to. So we have to also be careful that in different cultures, explaining this is quite tricky, and then we have to keep in mind the context in a way that we need, like when we try to explain these kind of biases. You can't come and just tell a minister that you're also biased, and then you have your own. So it becomes quite tricky, and this is where we keep in mind the cultural perspective whenever we do this on all levels of the behavioral change.
Thanks so much, Fatima. And context is definitely the buzzword between Fatima and William there. And I'm thinking that it's a hardwired part of the LSE learning there, that context, that's really, really interesting. And as you say, being dynamic, being adaptable, so many people working in this subject are each of them, each time creating new approaches, new ways, new understandings. Everyone's understanding new things all the time. And that's part, of course, is why it's such an interesting subject. I don't work in the subject. I'm just an enthusiast, but I can see how dynamic and fast changing it is. I think they were talking on one of the other panels about how you come into behavioural science, and some of the just top line advice was just start looking on LinkedIn and recognising the sort of people who are working in the area, or just people who have that title. And I think that was pretty good advice. So for all of the people who are joining us as viewers watching along this great conversation today, do please, if you have any questions for the panelists, I can see here the chat in YouTube. I can't see on the other platforms. So if you have questions, please do put them to our panelists. I don't know if Priyanka or Pavitra can join us if they have spotted any questions that have come up on any platform. So do please jump in there and tell me if there's anything I've missed. So we're coming towards the end of this great panel today. And just sort of diverting off what our subject is, because I just personally would love to pick your brains myself, and just changing the subject somewhat slightly. It's obvious this is a female panel, which is something I've tried to avoid saying, because nobody says, oh God, it's a male panel. But it is a female panel. And maybe you could each tell us who you feel, it doesn't have to have been a woman, of course, who you feel has been most influential to you in your learning of the subject. Or maybe you might like to tell us the name of a book that was very influential to you. Or so I think everybody would be really interested to hear the types of influences that you took on. So maybe I'll come to you first on that subject, Fatima.
So for me, I
put you on the spot. Sorry there, Fatima.
No. I don't want to be biased. No, it's fine. I don't want to be biased, but I have several. But maybe whenever I give training in behavioral science, or I give courses on behavioral, just to like workshop to introduce people to behavioral science, the first thing I present is the dual system model, and like system 1, system 2. And this brings me to Danny Kahneman and his book, Thinking Fast and Slow. And I believe that if I don't start with this, I can't explain well why we're doing what we're doing and why it's effective. And the reason is, even if we don't have like really physically two systems in our brain, but just understanding that we have one system that is very cognitive, very slow, very iterative, can compute, and we have a system that is fast, automatic, unconscious. And if just knowing that 90% of the time we're using system 1, and 90% of the time governments are using system 2 to change behavior. This is fascinating by itself, and this is once I say this to people, they start, okay, I grab their attention. And from from there, we could better understand how behavioral interventions are important and why they are effective. Because they are automatic, because they are unconscious, because we're doing them by changing the context again, by changing the processes, by changing the environment in which people make decisions. So I believe that there are a lot of books that were very influential. I'm interested in so many different authors, but I believe that the dual system model really explains a lot to people that are not behavioral scientists. Why is this important? And keeping it in mind whenever government officials want to think about intervention is very important, because they start thinking, okay, I'm training schools not to put sugar in their canteen because to reduce child obesity, and I'm trying to do training and information campaign. It will not work because it's targeting system 2. So it's easy for them to really understand when and what interventions to use. So yeah, this is my...
Yeah, I love that, Fatima, that you've sort of referenced the core text, as it were, the Bible. But I only heard David McCann in one of the talks earlier, and he was saying that in his particular situation, when he's trying to sell the idea of behavioural science in the private sector as a consultant, if he's got somebody there who's read Thinking Fast and Slow, or maybe a Predictably Irrational, something, read a few things, and he says, that's it, I'm over the hurdle, I've got a sale in as much as somebody's in my way of thinking. Whereas starting from scratch is obviously much harder. But thank you so much, Fatima. Wiam, what would you say to that particular question?
So I think I have a more personal answer than Fatima's. There are 3 individuals who influenced my career in behavioral science. The first one, I call her the godmother of behavioral science as far as I'm concerned, and she's Joan Young. She works out in Australia, and she's done a lot of great work in behavioral science. And her utilization of the COM-B model is actually how we first did our studies on the unemployed youth, and we uncovered their heuristics and biases back in 2010, before this was a trend. And so she had the right language, I would say, to speak to the policymakers, but also at the time I was much younger. And so she really taught me the basics of how to sell it in, as you mentioned. And then the second one would be Kelly McElhaney, who's a professor at Berkeley and just one of my mentors. But I rely heavily on her when I'm designing courses around the introduction of behavioral science, because she leads a course on equity fluent leadership, and she really springboarded from CSR onto that. And then the third person I would be remiss if I didn't mention is Dr. Fadi Makki, who along with Fatma, he co-founded the Nudge Lebanon, as well as running the Qatar Behavioral Insight Unit, because he's someone within the region who actually brought behavioral science and is able to speak the language while at the same time doing good just for the sake of doing good. So those are 3 very, I would say, important people within my behavioral science career, and I'm forever indebted to them.
That's lovely, Wiam. Thanks for sharing that with us. And I saw that Fadi Makki was actually very supportive to you, just in terms of your sort of posting about today's event. And that obviously is, it's extremely important, sort of feel people are behind you. So that's really lovely. And also your comment about Joan Young. Yeah, it's lovely to have a person to sort of look to. It's sort of the concept of when people say how instrumental a particular teacher was in their lives. So I think that's really nice, that personal reference. Wiam, yourself, Martina, what would you say, do you think have been particularly influential for yourself?
Yes, the first name that comes into my mind, which is maybe a bit trivial for somebody with a background in economics, but I would say anyway, and which happens to be a woman, is actually Professor Elinor Ostrom, which was really a big influence of mine, and her book Governing the Commons, which in a way brought us out from this seemingly inescapable tragedy of the common the commons, which was waiting on, I guess, on economics and social sciences in general. But I'm really grateful that in a way she gave us she really showed us that self-governance and a more distributed governance of common resources without the necessarily the force of law was possible, and that people were actually naturally brought to cooperation, and this was something that was more intrinsic to human nature that we thought before.
That's lovely. Thank you so much, Martina. And over to you, Diksha. What do you think has been sort of influential for you, books or people or?
Yeah, so I would say like one person who definitely comes to mind is Professor Esther Duflo. I had the opportunity of, getting to work with her for 2 years during my time at the Poverty Action Lab South Asia team. So other than, of course, just the personal learning that I got to kind of gain from her in terms of her real principle of keeping impact at the forefront of anything that she does and never wavering from that, I think her contribution of really kind of driving evidence-based policy, I think, has been extremely crucial in terms of how we think of now poverty alleviation and programs. And I think even from the point of this talk of looking at problems in specific contexts and measuring the way that solutions work in those contexts and getting that and using that to drive decision making, I think has been quite instrumental in how we now think about policies and programs. And even in the case of behavioral science, how we need to kind of contextualize it and measure in those contexts, I think is something that I've personally always seen her as a big contributor for driving that.
Thank you, Diksha. Now, I've just spotted a question that I rather like from the audience. And somebody said, any encouraging words to beginners in the field from our diverse countries? It's a rather nice one, encouraging words. Would anybody like to jump in with their comment to that? Yeah, Leanne, go ahead.
Thanks, Louise. So I think I would just say, if you're interested in the field, go out there, read up on it, and take your chance at running your own first experiment or your own first trial, as well as don't be afraid to reach out to people in the field. As I said at the beginning, this is a very welcoming, supportive community. I have found myself, if I just reach out to someone across the world on LinkedIn and say, hey, I'm interested in this paper, they will definitely give me some of their time and have a conversation. So just don't be scared of it. Just go for it.
That's lovely, Leanne. Martina, you're nodding in agreement there.
Yes, absolutely. Do engage with the community as much as possible. I remember that while I was pursuing my PhD, I was really head down on what I was doing, focused on my topic, on my research. And when I finished, though, and I defended my thesis, I suddenly raised my head and looked around me and realized there was actually such a welcoming community where things were happening and people were involving each other. So I would say do this since the beginning, and this has been really the most enriching aspect for me.
Thanks, Martina. Fatima, what do you say to that? Encouraging last words.
Yeah, I wanted to add one point. So I agree with Martina and Leanne, but one thing is that behavioral science is one of those fields that you would not forget or throw whatever you have been working on before. So if you're new to the field, whatever you have done before will add to it. So it's complemented. So it's a complementary tool. So if you're a marketing person, you will add more to your field by being a behavioral scientist. If you're even technical person, it will add to your field. So this is what I like about behavioral science. Again, it's dynamic, and then you could really invest in what you have worked on before, learned before, and be a better behavioral scientist. Yeah, this is how I see it. So yeah, go for it. Don't be scared. Just ask anybody in the field, and everyone is very welcoming. Yeah.
Very, very relevant comments, Fatima. As you say, you can be in any field of industry, and as we know, there's behavioural sciences scientists in insurance, in health, of course, in banking, behavioural economics. Every field in HR, every field has its potential for this as an addition. Final words from you, Diksha.
Yeah, so completely agree with what Fatima said. I think a lot of times people come and ask, what is it, like, what skills sets do I need? What experience do I need to target? I think really the idea should be to, that anything kind of is complementary. And I think the one other point I would add is around starting off to find opportunities which allow you to be in the field and really kind of doing a lot of field work. It's where you really get to learn about how decisions are made, what behaviors look like in various contexts and cultures. So, definitely find opportunities that let you kind of start there and learn directly from the field itself.
Thank you so much, Diksha. Thank you, Diksha, Martina, Fatima, Wiam. We've come to the end of our time here in NowFest. It's been an absolute honour to be the moderator of this great team of people. And back now to Prakash and the team to introduce our next guest. Thank you, everyone who joined us. Goodbye, and you are now going to hear from Prakash and our next guest. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks a lot, Louise, and everyone out there on the panel out there for your fantastic points of view and for being kind and take up questions. I believe Pavitra is going to join us in a minute to help introduce our wonderful panelists for the next session. Over to you, Pavitra.
Our next panel today is one that we've been excited about since the beginning of the planning of NowFest. Praying that none of my expressions spark a viral meme. A meme librarian, a meme documenter, and a meme himself. These are the members of our next panel. They're going to help us decode meme culture, its utility, and why it's such a strong language in the digital era. Our first panelist today is a meme expert, famously known as the Internet Librarian, Amanda Brennan, focused on making the world understand the deeper reasons behind why we share content online. Starting at Know Your Meme, she researched the history of internet phenomena and niche subcultures, after which she spent 7 years at Tumblr to spearhead the Fandometrics, a ranking system of entertainment fandoms. Our next panelist, Hayley Garrigus, is an independent filmmaker who, inspired by Kirk Packwood's book, Memetic Magic, made the ambitious documentary You Can't Kill Meme, a look at the intersection of occult belief and the internet. It embeds with people devoted to political meme instrumentalization and examines the obsession with figures like the alt-right mascot, Pepe the Frog. Our final panelist is a celebrity who has taken the strange experience of sudden fame in his stride. Please meet the happy, pleasant human being behind the meme, the disappointed cricket fan, Mr. Sareem Akhtar, speaking to us about what it's like to be recognized as a meme. This very interesting panel will be moderated by Reshma Tonse and Prakash Sharma, co-founders of 1001 Stories and crew at the NowFest. Thank you all for joining us. Over to Prakash and Reshma.
Thank you so much, Pavitra, for the lovely introduction. Ray, we begin with you.
First of all, I have to say, I've been waiting for this panel. I am so excited to speak to you all. It was some of the most interesting people we've met over the last 1.5 days. And I've really been looking forward to this conversation. This is a panel that is going to help us look at the concept of memes, something that we're literally using every day. We see it every day. You pass it on social media. news. And it's something that we're literally looking at every day, and we would like to understand it a little more. So I'll go one by one to each of you, very interesting people. So to start with, we have Amanda Brennan, and you started your career as Pavitra has completely put it over. And Amanda, I have to tell you, I was waiting to have this conversation with you. So thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. This is amazing.
This is going to be, I know this conversation is going to be so much fun already. Yeah. Okay. So you started your career at Know Your Meme, and you've been researching internet culture ever since. What does it mean to be a meme librarian?
For me, it's really interesting because I went to library school and I knew I didn't want to work in a traditional library. So I had some really amazing professors at Rutgers University in New Jersey who supported just me exploring the internet as a library. So I was able to study like tagging systems online, communities online, and bring that information science into my career that I still use every day. So I constantly build databases, I do a lot of metadata, and it's just super fun to look at the internet as just pieces of information instead of just photos we're sharing, you know?
Interesting. Yeah, I think in a way when we're looking at memes and when we try and look at all the images that we collect every day and collect as part of our vocabulary, collect as part of our consciousness. It's so interesting to look at it as a library and as something of a curation that you're doing is not just for entertainment, but something that becomes actually part of your vocabulary. I think it's an interesting point.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's a way that we can all speak to each other and have this same level set, no matter what language we're speaking, because we can speak through the memes.
Right.
Next, we have Haley. Haley, you are a documentary filmmaker, and you've just released You Can't Kill Me. And it's a fascinating project. And, in a documentary, I think it's 3 years of work, and you've explored right-wing memeing. And it almost goes down to ask this question: did we meme Trump into the presidency? How?
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here. And when you reached out, it's the film just came out and is able, to be rented on iTunes and Apple. And so it's really just for the public now. But my focus was, less about the history of memes or just meme culture in general, but very specifically this idea of, or practice of meme magic, which originated, I think Kirk Packwood really brought it to these like esoteric circles. And, his book was then popularized on 8chan and 4chan. And so they took this idea, and it's a blending of chaos magic and meme culture. And so they thought, why not try to put our ideas and our ideology into, this image of Pepe and say, why not? Let's try to, get Trump elected, spreading this meme.
Thank you so much, Haley.
I think just that in the little that you said so much, and there is so much to unpack. Haley, just for all of us here in this, and it's interesting because we're here from all over, from India, we've come from parts of Europe. There are people from everywhere, and if you can talk a little more about mimetic magic, about what inspired you, but what is it that you were looking for, it would be great.
Yeah, so what inspired me was I think I somehow, as it is on the internet, you find a book, or you find a phrase, and then you just do more research. And I think somewhere I stumbled upon the term meme magic, and just started researching, and was led to Kirk's book. And from there, that I learned that it's the power of imbuing an image with a collective intention, perhaps has some repercussions and has some power. It's this idea that's written about of like an egregore, which is a collective body that becomes unified with like a one intention that then can be used to wield results. And that is
like prayer. It's almost like
prayer is exactly. I mean, it's this power of collective intention. And whether you're a skeptic or not, that is essentially what magic is. It's like having a very focused intention, and it becomes even more powerful when it's a collective that has the same intention, and then something maybe happens and it becomes materialized in the physical world. And so that is the idea behind meme magic. So, of course, there's skeptics about magic, about prayer, about being able to see physical results from essentially nothing, and you just either believe it or you don't.
Fantastic. Okay, this is such a beautiful spectrum. It's going to be really fun to cover. Next, I want to move to Sareem. Sareem, you're a manager at PwC. You live in the UK. You're a family man. You went to the amusement park recently, and you're a three-dimensional human being, and the face behind the disappointed cricket fan. And these are two completely different things, and yet the disappointed cricket fan in its own way has become some sort of an identity. Please tell us how this happened, and please tell us how you went about it. How did you deal with it? You're on mute, Sareem.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, it's a very interesting question. I'd like to take it up. Obviously, let me start the journey from right at the beginning. It was, as you described, a working class man, a family man who has just moved to UK, and he was offered to go and see a match in a World Cup of cricket. It was a worldwide broadcasted event, and I had to probably travel over for probably 3 hours, one journey, one way, all the way to see that match. And coincidentally, I was very close to the playing area where the action was happening. And my country, which I was supporting, Pakistan, was playing a little bit behind the game. And at that moment, when the incident occurred, we were probably lagging far behind. And I was really hoping for Pakistan to capitalize on that particular moment in the game. And when that didn't happen, that's what the disappointment on my expression was caught on the live broadcast and became instant pain. I didn't realize as much. I just sat down and started getting calls from my friends and family members. Oh, we seen you on the television. I said, wow, very good. Just try to keep a recording of it. I'll try to catch it up after the game. But then after 30 minutes or so, the broadcasting team came up with a camera crew and a host, a very well-known host in the cricketing fraternity. She came over and introduced herself. Can we interview you? Do you know that you have gone viral all over the world? I said, what? Why? What happened? So then she described that the disappointed look that you gave us has really gone viral and people are using it. And then I started getting memes from all across the world on my Facebook. People started sharing it. That's when the realization hit. Oh, something has happened. And it was strange at start because I never imagined that look what happened to the probably a simple guy and becoming an instant fame, and just seeing my picture all over the internet was really awkward at first. Then people started coming to me to take pictures for me. That was also awkward. One guy came over, kissed my head, That was hilarious at that time. But yeah, I swallowed my pride. I said, yeah, I put some kind of a smile on my face because it was really, really awkward. I'm very introvert by nature, so it's totally out of ordinary for me. And then when the game finished, people still came up. When I was walking towards the train, people recognized me and took pictures. So that was that day. And I thought, okay, that will be it. That will be finished. But then my name came on the broadcast, and people started searching me on or your social media, and they came across my Facebook profile. It wasn't ready, so all throughout the night, I got so many thousands of friend requests over my Facebook. I thought, no, this is not on. It's my family is there, my sisters, my mother, everyone is there. My private pictures are there. How can I use my Facebook to interact with my fan following? So that's when I created my Twitter and Instagram handle, and since then I've been using them to interact with my fan following. And to date, Facebook is still my private one. But and this is just my humble beginning, you can say, to stardom, and it's all virtual. People do recognize me in person when I go around, probably communities where people are aware of cricket or they have seen my memes. I do recognize, but in virtual world, I get so many fan mails right across the world. I mentioned Botswana, Nigeria, Bosnia, Serbia, you name it. And these countries do not play cricket. They are not in that sporting fraternity where the meme was born, but it has taken up all an aura of its own. And I don't know what the reason is. And then onwards, after 1 year, after the second year, people started celebrating. Oh, this is the day that the meme was born. I thought, why are you celebrating? So the memers were the primary ones who were congratulating me. So they said that, thank you for giving us the best meme template ever. I said, why? They told me that look, it is so neutral. It can be fitted. It can join any kind of thing that we want to make a meme out of. And probably that's the nut crust of what my journey has been so far.
That's fantastic. I think there's something very interesting. It's also how you talk about how your Facebook is private, and I think it's an interesting thing to talk about. I want to ask this question. Maybe start somewhere in the beginning. And I know that between all three of you, that were just a completely different perspectives looking at this whole concept of the meme itself. What is a meme? I mean, what really is this phenomenon? And does it have? I mean, is it a purely digital? Is it a digital visual concept, or does it have like some sort of offline ancestor? Or anyone, whoever wants to start, whoever can take it up.
Yeah, one of the earliest memes came out of one of the world wars. It was Kilroy was here. So if you've ever seen it, it's like a little drawing of a man with a long nose, and it just said Kilroy was here underneath it. And this was this way, it originated in like the Boston area, people making ships. So there was a real Kilroy, and he would just draw this little guy and write Kilroy was here to let people know that he had done his work and he had inspected the thing that he was working on. And when people got overseas, this image and drawing, they would put it up in places the soldiers had been, as kind of a way to communicate, like, hey, US soldiers have been here, you're in a safe place, or to say like, hey, your people have been here. And it was this way of communicating without the typical words. There's this amazing podcast called Endless Thread out of WBUR Boston. They did an episode on the whole history of Kilroy was here. They talk to Kilroy's descendants. It is incredible. Highly recommend listening to it. But that's one of the earliest memes that happened long, long before the internet. And the definition that I have for meme is something that travels from person to person and changes along the way. So whether or not it's an image or a sentence structure. I think of like Doge and lolcats, the way that people would form a sentence around those things, like that's mimetic. The way that some people will say like SMOL, small, instead of small, like making words cute like that, that's mimetic. There are mimetic sounds. The beginning of My Chemical Romance, the Black Parade, all you have to do is play that one note and it'll trigger that thing in people's brains and be like, oh, when I was a young boy. And then the lyrics itself, that's mimetic too. There's anything really can be a meme as long as it's being shared. And that iteration is what's really important. The way that people change it and the way that people make it like custom to themselves or change for a community. It's that making it your own is what makes it a meme.
That's a lovely perspective. Haley, would you join in?
Yeah. So just echoing Amanda, it's obviously did not just start on the internet, and we can also just like trace back to the Dawkins talking about memes culturally, and it's like the way that I've seen it is, it is something that can be replicated and recognized and related to by people across cultures. And when it's something that hits that, I think that very like human part of all of us that transcends barriers and borders, it's that resonance. And I don't necessarily think that can even be quantified or necessarily like, figured out using any kind of scientific method. It really just is, it hits that core feeling of either remembrance or relatability. And obviously some things maybe are more like cultural memes that may be more recognized or related in the United States, or something that's maybe like UK specific, and those might spread more rapidly or readily within certain communities. But then it's like you see those global memes that can spread and people can share, and those are the memes that really are just about like that hit that human essence. And so obviously the memes that I studied and talked about in the film are very specific to a certain community that wanted to, see their person elected. And so they hit on those issues and those images that related to this maybe more specific like 8chan and 4chan community online. And like, we're able to rally because they felt it more. And, they wanted something so badly, but also, as I talked about in my film, they also just felt like they had nothing to lose. And so it's like they had, and I think I also talk about this in the film, and it's this feeling of like, many things can help, and emotions can help spread a meme or have someone share a meme. One of them also obviously being humor. And so that was the sort of foundation of like, the Pepe spreading and being, CAC, and saying, Trump is going to win 2020. It was this collective, like, we don't really care. We'll do anything at this point. Ha ha. It's like our group against yours. And it was that sort of shared sense of laughing at the other guy that helped spread that meme and made them really believe, or at least a lot of them believe on the forums, like, oh wow, was this us? Like, did we get Trump elected because we've been doing this campaign for the past year and a half, and all these coincidences? And with each coincidence that happened, it really helped strengthen their belief in the power to spread these memes. And also it's been, they tried to replicate it, afterwards. And it wasn't the same, in their community. Like, nothing really happened in the same way. And one of the analyses of that phenomenon, and maybe why it didn't happen the same way, is once they got results using these memes, the result that they wanted, they started caring too much or putting too much weight behind it. So it became like the focus and the intention was too desperate. Whereas like before, their focus was more diffuse, was more lighthearted, was more, again, haha. And so once like the desperation came in, or like the care, it sort of took the whimsy out of those memes.
Is it kind of like how when they first started it was still humor, it was still sort of a badge of your either disagreement with the other side, and it's sort of like a badge of that. I was just voicing that opinion that I'm not on your side, and the next time around, the posting of the meme itself was an action towards electing a leader. Is it a bit like that? Is it like that?
I think for this specifically, it kind of, because meme magic is obviously a blend of memes and then the tenets of magic. If you go into like the history of like what is magic, how do you do magic, one of those, and also prayer. Like you brought it. It's great that you brought up prayer, because it's also it's the same. You know, it's like when you're praying in so many different religions, it's like if you, and very specifically like Judeo-Christianity, if you pray but you have this sort of like disbelief that it's not going to happen, or that you don't have a total faith in your God, that what you're praying for is possible, then it doesn't, like, you're not granted this prayer, because then your faith is shaky. So it's sort of very similar in that, and you kind of just pray and you go along your day and you don't really hold on to it. And so it's a very similar in magic. When you are trying to do magic, it's a lot harder for the magic to materialize if you are putting too much focus into it. And it may seem counterproductive, but that's how it's been sort of, passed down and taught, that you have the thing that you want, you put your intention into the world, and you let go. You just keep going on your day, your life, and then it's like then, the universe gives you that thing because you're not coming from a place of lack. And so when they were doing this first meme magic round with Pepe, again, I think what they made it so powerful for them is that they had no result yet. So because they had no result yet, it was still kind of a game. And so I think it was a lot easier for them to sort of, rally on the internet and say like, CAC 2020. And it was very, okay. And it was lighthearted, and they were able to like let go, because, and then once it happened and they attributed his election to a lot of their meme magic, it was a lot harder for them to then, take this and apply the same formula to the next thing, because they were looking for the same result. They weren't letting go of the final result that was necessary in this magic to materialize.
Sarim.
No, that's an interesting aspect from both Amanda and Haley. I can relate to it quite a bit as well, because the general awareness and adaptation of a particular meme, I have been personally witnessing that. The countries that I mentioned there, where I have received these memes, and people tell me, "Oh, your meme is being famous all over the world." And in Iran, for example, they tell me, I have not seen any memes coming out from there, but when I receive someone and I am curious, this is in a different language. Are you aware where this was born? Oh, they tell me, yeah, it's been going on in our circles, on our WhatsApp. So many people, variations are there. Then I ask also, and sometimes wonder, okay, why does it happen? Because the ones that I share is something that resonates with me. I receive 50, for example, memes in probably a week's time. New ones that I've seen, some repetitions. I choose a few and forward it on my social media. for some, I really think that, oh, this might resonate with my followers, but it doesn't. It hardly gets any attraction, any emotions, any of that attention, that sort. But for some, where I just casually forwarded, oh yeah, this is a picture in some museum, for example, in Hong Kong. I never imagined that it will resonate with so many people, and it became viral. Then, because people have used my meme template and superimposed a politician's face on my face, or an actor's face, or a sportsman's face, just to display the disappointment that they had faced on that particular day. So that's normal. Probably in 2 years' time, this was become a norm, and it wouldn't have surprised anyone if somebody had done the similar thing. But in recently, a Euro football cup, the Duchess and the whole family was there at the final when England lost. And they had a very cute picture of them looking somber when England lost, and all three of them were there. But somebody creatively put my clothes on their son's picture. And that picture just became viral and went on for probably 7-8 days. So you don't know what people like and what will they fancy on a particular, just browsing through their Instagram, and this one picture would find their fancy, and they will post it, they'll share it. And that's how the viral thing happens, that people start sharing. Unless they don't share it, nothing will happen, right? There is no monetization behind it. There's no enticement for them to share it. It's just that they want to share that feeling with their friends, and then their friends. And that is a cascading effect.
I think that's the interesting thing. When you talk about they want to share that feeling, what is that feeling? Why do we mean? Why?
Yeah, I want to actually add into that same thing. Right? I was observing, Haley was saying it. The first time around, it was magical, and they all came together, and they were able to create this phenomenal thing. It's so empowering. And the second time, they were not. And it comes to you, and you forward them, and you're curious, why this one? There are times when you do it, nothing happens. So I want to bring in Amanda here and say, Amanda, why do we need memes? Are these universal? Why are they working sometimes? Why are they not working sometimes? Is it?
Why do we share them?
Yeah.
What prompts us?
Why do we share, and why do things work sometimes, I think, are very different questions. Because why things work, it's a big mystery. You never know what's going to land. And I've been in the business of social media now for almost 10 years, and you think something will land with an audience and it won't, or you post something and you're like, man, this is going to be just too weird. And then that blows up. So it's really a gamble, and even the best social media professionals we can't even predict what's going to pick up. But the why do we share, it's going back to what Haley said about, that thing that makes us really human at our core, and that essence. And it's something that sparks, it could be anything that sparks a feeling in you, and that feeling, you want to be the first one to share it with someone. And I think there's an essence of memes, and Haley's research is very different from where I am, because most of what I do is like the interest that people enjoy sharing. Like it's a lot less like, can I curse on this? It's a lot less fuck around and find out, and more of like, I made this wonderful thing and I want to share it with you. And I think when you find something that resonates, you want to share it with your friends because you want them to feel the feeling that you're having. Or when I think about like mental health kind of memes, you want to share that because you want to be vulnerable with your people, but maybe you don't want to say the words. I'm in the queer community. My partner is trans, and there's a lot of memes about the trans experience that are shared just because like you don't have words for these feelings. But there is a meme within the transgender community, especially people who are taking like female affirming hormones, that you really like pickles, because one of the hormones that you take depletes your salt intake. So you really just crave pickles all the time. And it's this very unique experience to this specific medication, to this like specific way of living, that you'll see all of these memes about trans girls and pickles, and like you got to be in the community to talk about it. But it's like a hard thing. Your body's going through all this stuff, you're going through all these changes, and then on top of it, all you want to do is eat pickles. It's like this weird, absurd thing, but there's so many memes about it because it's a feeling that so many people have that they might not have the words to say. But, you know, a dumb joke about pickle juice, yeah, it puts the viewer into this lens that they have in the world. And then me as like an associated person, I really got into pickle juice while she was well, my partner, she was really into it. We were like making pickles, we were doing all these things. So I was able to see it from my own lens, but like be on that journey with her, kind of see that experience and find humor in these memes too.
I want to butt in here for a moment again and go a little more deeper into this question. So around a year or two, this thing memed across the country here in India. And essentially someone discovered a currency note, 100 rupee note or something. And on that was written, Sonam Gupta Bewafa hai, which says Sonam Gupta, she's unfaithful. But that's about it. There's no picture. There's a currency note. Someone scribbled it. Some guy took a pic, and in less than 10 hours, the entire country was talking about it. Sonam Gupta Bewafa hai. And then that line was there for I think almost for a month. Everything was around it, and then poof, it's gone, right? It just come in and go, right? Have you been seeing anything like that when you catalog memes? Is this more common they come in waves? Do you have any insights around this?
They definitely come in waves, and they definitely like can stick to communities. When I was at Tumblr, there were all these memes that would come, and the whole platform would be talking about it for like several days, and it would never hit another social media platform, which I think was really fascinating. The meme you're describing reminds me of the "Please Don't Eat" emailing my wife. It's that same kind of sentiment of like talking about a partner in this very like public way. And I think there are moments, what you're describing also reminds me of the dress. When the is it black or black and blue or white and gold happened, it was just one of those things that was so absurd, and it touched everyone. I knew that the dress was blowing up when my grandma texted me about it. I was like, have you seen this thing? Because we're just in different parts of the internet. I say this to my team a lot at my agency. We all have our own internets because of algorithms. Like the internet is so tailored to what the algorithms think you want to see, that there is no monoculture anymore. Like you can have this unique culture in your own little space. Like for me, I'm a queer millennial, and I see a lot of things that are in that space that maybe, Suriam, you would probably not even hear of half of the memes that I am seeing. And that's okay. It's not good or bad. It's just a fact. And what I do in my current line of work is just making sure that like the younger people I work with are thinking about the internet like this, and thinking like, oh, I have to see these patterns because not everyone's going to see the same pattern.
Everyone has their own internet.
Yeah.
That's
so true.
That's a very deep insight. I never imagined, and so true as well. My father, my mother, they would have their own kind of box, right, where they would interact with their social media and contacts. Probably, I'm assuming similar ages. We would interact with similar ages as well. My wife would pull my leg. Why are you behaving like a teenager all the time on your Instagram? You are absolutely right. This is so true.
I do know that my father-in-law's social media feed is all about the papaya seeds or chia seeds, one of those things.
That's every I think, Southeast Asian, I think above the age of 50. It's about curry leaves, curry patta, papaya.
Yeah, warm water in the morning, stuff like that. Haley, I want to bring you in here, and I want to touch a little bit around, the whole behavioral science aspect of it, right? There is obviously, you're talking about this meme that we're trying to create, this magic, this hex that we're trying to put on those images. And there's a lot of, this is not new. We've always believed in magic as cultures, like since a long time. But then you look at today's time. I mean, we all are speaking with each other, talking with each other right now, and we've got 1,000 people across different worlds who are watching into this. And this is magic, right? But this is, while this is magic, and they would look at it and say, wow, that's magical. They can do that. People from 100 years back, 200 years back. The moment you have someone who says, I believe in magic and I'm going to put a hex on this to make this happen, I think possibly we look and say, well, are you all right in the head? So the question goes from here is, what's happening in these communities here? And you have studied them in depth. Are they all naive? Are they innocent folks who are, who just believe in things too fast? Or
how did the belief just become real?
What's happening behaviorally for this belief to become this strong, really?
Well, I mean, that's a big question, and I think there are a couple different answers. I mean, wherever you are sitting, obviously in every generation, sometimes there is this idea that like we're at the end of civilization, right? Or like we are about to enter a really like unknown period of time, and some are more fraught than others, throughout at least the modern history. And I think if you look at like at least specifically in like American culture in the 1960s, there was a lot of turbulent times with the Vietnam War and social change. And so that a combination of those things, you saw a resurgence of, astrology, you saw a resurgence in the occult practices, and that at some point became in less favor once you hit like the, excess of the 70s and 80s. And like capitalism became and consumerism became a bigger driver. And that seemed to quell this anxiety that we had as a society. And now, post 9/11 in Western culture, this steady and but consistent resurgence of also, again, astrology. We see in the last like 5 to 10 years, it is now not just you like, oh yeah, sun sign astrology. It is, way more important for a lot of people in this society. And also then that is coupled with a resurgence in magic or the belief in magic. So it really is, I think, in a lot of ways, like an attempt to not only make sense of things, but also to feel the sense of personal agency in a world where you have no agency. So you're able to create, materialize things that you would want in the world. And I think it gives back some sense of, personal power to, either enact change, to do something, or to see something in the world that you're not seeing. And I really think that when it comes to like, if you're looking at this from, a sociological lens, I think that has a lot to do with it. At least the resurgence of it, the favoring of it, the discussion of it without much like, it just is so now kind of coolly embedded in the lexicon that it's not like, oh, whoa, wait, what? like, what are you talking about? It's more accepted. And I just think that comes from, a very chaotic world and trying to place some meaning in it. And whether or not it's real or that's all, again, it's like asking someone if, who is religious or believes in God to try to explain their faith. It's sort of, you're never going to be able to do that. And if someone is skeptical or doesn't believe it, either if it's magic, astrology, or God, it's like they're already not going to believe it. There's this sort of like, there is that barrier to entry because you either have experience with it and you've seen it happen, or you've seen, coincidences that are actually maybe, someone might see them as miracles. Someone may see them as like confirmation that their magic is working. And so, that's my view on that.
I'd like to share something really, because I think this is an interesting, it's such a beautiful thing that you talk about. So in India, there's this interesting thing that we've seen occurred over period of different periods of time. So there was a cholera outbreak. When was this? In the
100 years back, possibly?
Around, at least more than, about 100 years back. So there was a cholera outbreak. And at that point in time, there was this emergence of this goddess figure called Shitala Devi. And so she was worshipped at the time to ensure that you either could save yourself from cholera or that you were cured. So there were multiple times when this happened, when Shitala Devi came up in different pockets whenever there was some sort of illness. And then during the times of Corona, suddenly during COVID, in a couple of villages, Shitala Devi emerged again. Now, because she hasn't been around for a while, there were no one, at least whoever knew the rituals from the time of 100 years back of how you're supposed to worship Shitala Devi, there was no documentation. There was no place you could Google it, and there was no one told you how you were supposed to pray to her. So these new rituals emerged in these couple of villages where they started tying. They said that only the women can worship Shitala Devi, and one of the ways to do it was to tie a thread around a tree, and there were lots of things like this that came about. And why did it come up at this point in time? It was interesting because we don't know if that is because of it. You can't claim causality, but there is definitely, it happened at the same time. There were vaccines that essentially came up at that point in time. And at that point in time, at least, there was some amount of vaccine hesitancy. And the men in the village apparently would, so there's this river called the Sarayu, and apparently they would jump into the river when the ambulances or when the vans from the hospitals came with the vaccines. So they would rather jump into the river than take the vaccine because it was something that was scary. It was scary because of a bunch of things. We'd recently had, because of the lockdown and because of the lockdown and because of COVID, a lot of these people were immigrants and they had left cities and come down to back to their villages, and the lockdown was pretty harsh on them, and they couldn't live in the cities, so they came back, and a lot of them walked for hundreds of kilometers till they reached home. And there was a sort of rejection from the cities, and they came back, and everything about the vaccine, the semiotics of the vaccine, everything about it is very alien. It's white, it's hospital, it's sterile, it's clinical. There's a person in a doctor's suit who speaks a language that you don't understand, and on the other side is a Shitala Devi who is home, who the women of the village worship, and then she can make sure that you're safe. And there was a sort of safety in that. And I don't know, I'm just seeing there's a lot of parallels in that sort of magic that was created in Shitala Devi as an image, as a belief. And it's not like she's not, we worship many gods, but no one remembers her really, but she just suddenly came up during Corona and then became a thing. It's interesting. I don't know. I just thought I'd share.
So thanks for the story, Ray. Now, the question I was trying to go down to, right? I listened to Ray's story. I listened to you, and it is almost sympathetic in a way. I'm not saying that's wrong or that's right. I'm just trying to understand your point, right, Haley, out here, because you've done this research in depth. So on one side, we have got, Amanda, as she's saying, people are sharing memes, they're happy, they want to share stories and moments. On the other side, you got you, and you've seen on the really darker side of it. And one is going to possibly argue there might be more than just, rejection from society or disappointment with the economies or failed policies. So in the course of your research, right, apart from the confirmation biases and feeling of being a part of this in-group, have you seen any other trend which connects these communities, Haley? I'm trying to probe for something more. I mean, you've already spoken a lot about it, but I'm trying to see if there's something more than that. Because it is very easy to come in and say, oh, well, they are possibly sick. Like, someone goes and says the earth is flat. Our reaction is easy to say, oh, he must be dumb. End of story, right? But then you have an entire group of people who believe in it. And
oh, yeah. I mean, and if when you see my film, I think you'll also see that, like, I am not someone who just will write them off as sick or, needing help or crazy. Because, who am I to disregard someone else's perception of reality? I think a lot of that damage has been done in a lot of our cultures where it's, someone may be over-medicated, because they're experiencing some kind of mental health issue. And instead of being understood by our society, they're just dulled down and forced to fit into a certain mold rather than things being a little more fluid and having more of a symbiotic relationship between person and society. Mm-hmm. And so the crossover between sharing of memes that are light and made to just laugh and connect to that human essence, and then the other quote unquote darker side of, wanting to enact some kind of power dynamic or create something in the world that isn't there already. I think in some ways one is conscious and one is unconscious. So one is like consciously trying to create something or spread something for their own end. And the other is, still doing that, but it's unconscious. And it may not be to get someone elected president, but it's to, they're obviously sharing, maybe from a deep down for a reason. Like maybe you're sharing a meme to a friend or to a group of people because it really hit you, and you may not even know why you're sharing it. And so it's like that, in that unknown of why you're sharing something, that's maybe the place that people who are trying to use meme magic are tapping into or wanting to tap into. And maybe it's unconscious for them as well. So, and also meme magic has not just been relegated to people on 4chan or 8chan, but I think it was also tried to, repurpose in different magical communities in social media that are more liberal leaning or, are trying to bring something into the world, like, defunding the police or, and so that crossover is there. It's not just in one community.
Interesting. Okay.
I want to actually take a minute more out here and this idea to Sareem, because we just spoke with Haley about groups of people trying to affect a change, a magic through a meme. And have people forwarded you stories? Have people forwarded you something, Sareem, in the last couple of years? It stands out to you and you say, okay, I did not know that also has happened. Have you come across something like that?
Not as such stories, but different perspectives of why they found the meme attractive or what attracted them to the meme. A majority of them sometimes do say that, look, you brought a smile, or your meme brought a smile to my face. That's why I'm following you and reaching out to you. Some do say that I just broke with my girlfriend, so I needed a smile and your meme just was available. So that's why I'm reaching out to you. Some reach out to me for financial help. So many of them on LinkedIn, it's a different ball game. They reach out to me to give them jobs. I end up saying, oh, please seek alternates. I'm not the hiring manager in my company, for example, and that too. Why would you reach out to me? But it's on Instagram. People will share with me their perspective. Oh, this is going on. Please, can you use your persona or your profile to spread this word to help someone? That does resonate with me. I do that whenever there is an opportunity, and I think that this is where I can help someone, where I see there is a genuineness. For example, if someone is ill, they need to generate funds, for example, or during flood times, they needed to get a lot of financial help. So I retweeted it, and whatever someone was doing, I found it genuine. I supported that. But these are the different kind of forums, but not stories as such. But yes, with each, I think a set of people that I do get direct messages from, they approach me for different reasons. Then a majority of them wanted me to answer them why I'm not gaining financial help out of this, or my memes in particular, why I'm not monetizing it, why is there not an NFT out of that meme? It's my choice, right? I don't want to sell it. I don't have the ownership of it. There are so many different dynamics to it. Why would I just sell it out and not be part of it? Because if I sell it, somebody else owns it, right? I won't have the satisfaction of then receiving it, sharing it. Similar, I can go on. There are so many stories. For example, one fan approached me from Iran. She made a fabulous mug with a kind of a sculpture with my pose on it. She said, I adore that image. I adore that meme. I use it so often in my WhatsApp group that I made a mug out of it. She must be a creative person by nature. Then I received a direct message from an Indian fan. He said that, look, and he sent me a picture of a keychain. I said, wow, that's a different one. So why would you put my picture on a keychain? He said, I didn't put it. My office gave it to me because I use your meme in so many ways with my colleagues and in office emails that they associated with me, and they gifted me as part of my congratulation bonus or something of that sort, and just a memorabilia. Then the most interesting and jaw-dropping thing happened. One of, I think, a European country citizen, he approached me, and all out of a sudden, and I clicked on his profile. There was just hardly any follower, and he didn't follow anyone. It was just probably an ID that he might have created. But the request just blew my mind. He asked me for my permission to put my picture on his credit card. I said, what? Why would you do that? Is it in my mind, it is so out of an ordinary request. Is it a scam? How would he gain financial benefit out of this? I was thinking on that while I was conversing with him. He said, no, it's just that my bank is, because it's someone else's picture. So my bank is asking for permission. And so I asked him a few other bits, just being curious about it. I said, why do you want to put it? Why don't you put someone else's or an image or something? Why me? He said that, look, you become famous. and this is an association with you with disappointment. I want to put it on my credit card so that it prevents me from using it so often. Wow, that's so unique. And then, I was still not convinced. So I was trying to push him back, but I was not finding words or convincing way to push it back. I said, look, it won't come cheap, and I'll charge you for that. He said, yeah, no worries, I'll pay you. I said, what? So I thought, I told him, give me, I charged him $10 or so. I didn't think about it. He said, yeah. What's your PayPal number? I said, hold on, I'll set up a PayPal. So that was my only collection to date, where in order to push him back, I had made up an argument, but I ended up collecting £10 and for giving him permission on putting my image on his credit.
This in itself, right? The fact that, Amanda, you spoke about this yourself. You spoke about how these are, there are some emotions that don't have words for them. And then these images start standing for them. The whole, I am disappointed at myself if I have to use my credit card, and that's now the face of my disappointment. Or this person who has used your picture, Sareem's picture in emails at different places, possibly pointing disappointment at different places. Why do we need a picture for this? I mean, we've got 100, we've had culture and language for like 50,000 years or so now. I think what I also want to come down to, do we have time? We have some time. Yeah. Okay, great.
Amanda and Haley, I'm presuming on your behalf, I can stay for a couple of minutes more.
Sareem,
yes.
Do you? Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I have like 5 or 10.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Great. So the I think the question is, so first of all, if you look back, if you just go back a couple of years, then there was when the whole rage comics became a thing. And then you'd see all of these memes that came out, like there was a picture, there was the usage of a picture, and then you would follow up with what is that? Yeah, I be like, and then there would be this picture, or there would be the this is how I see myself, and this is how my mother sees me, and that it kind of was like, first it felt like an evolution before just now, a feedback mechanism of a picture and then that expression. Amanda, would you please chime in on that? This is just an observation, but I'm sure you'd be able to look at it.
I think about this a lot, especially not only rage comics, but advice animals, how those used to be like your scumbag Steve, your disappointed parent, your like insanity wolf, all of those, like the impact font at the top and bottom, like they're all archetypes, and they're all, and going back to like what Haley says about magic, like I love tarot. I love the idea of the archetypes in tarot cards. And I see so much of mimetic culture in that same setup of like, you got this image and you could take whatever you want from it. And like, there are things that are standard to it. So in the case of Sareem's photo, like that disappointment, that is the key moment. But whether that disappointment is directed like you at yourself using your credit card, or you feeling a response to an outside feeling like your partner broke up with you, the way that we interpret our relationship to these feelings is that kind of magic that we add to the meme archetype. And I think a lot too of like, if you look at the pattern of the archetypes that we've used and as a culture, there's the advice animals, the rage comics, the reaction gifs. And I feel like now we're in this spot where people are very into emoji and like taking emoji because it removes so much language, and it removes so much like relying on other people. It's just a very flat, like, these are emotions, these are the archetypes for the emoji, and we can relate to them how we want to. And I think there's a layer of cultural awareness there of like, well, maybe we shouldn't, appropriate digital blackface is a really great example of GIFs of people using Black people reactions in GIFs when they are not Black and they are trying to like tap into these emotions that are more stereotypical. There's a really good article in Teen Vogue about it for a couple of years ago that I love that author's opinion on digital blackface. Their name's escaping me. But I think our move towards, using these archetypes of emoji or like memes that are less based on making fun of a person for like something that is inherent versus like a reaction. I think there is a larger awareness of what it means to use these memes in our lives. And that's why like we're moving away from, or we're moving towards better understanding our emotions, and thus having like using emoji instead of something else is like a deeper understanding that you don't need like someone's face necessarily. You've got this emoji and like that can express the emotion.
So doing away with language in a way to react, to respond, and to, communication is so based on feedback and right? And if a feedback is turning into templatized reactions, whether they're gifts, whether they're intentions, whether they're intentions in a mimetic, in a Pepe the Frog, there's an intention there, a very deep intention there. And that's what that image stands for, or whether it's a funny meme or whatever that is. Coming away from language and then relying on a template to give feedback. This is open to all of you. What does that do for us as communicators, as people who use language to connect? What does that do for us? I would love to hear your opinion, all of you.
The first thing that comes to me is like there's so many templates that we use that we don't think about. I think of, especially with the word feedback, the compliment sandwich. Have you ever heard of this term?
Yes.
Like that's just a template, and it doesn't necessarily like affect what we're saying in the compliment sandwich. It's just giving us a structure. And some people like just get more comfortable when they have these things to hold up their ideas. And sometimes that structure could be an image or could be an emoji. It just allows people to funnel their feelings differently.
No, you're right, absolutely. I think it's just a different abbreviated kind of a language, like GM for good morning. And NFT world has its own vocabulary of its own. Just see their chats and what they have. It's all abbreviations, similar to texting. And all these kind of, I think, emoji use of memes is just sharing emotions rather than writing it, because then obviously when you write an email, only 60% of that gets consumed by the reader of that email or words that you have used. But if you put an expression, I think the communication mechanism and the adaptability of a reader of who's receiving that image increases manifold. I think the conveying of that message is powerful when you use similar as Amanda, you use the word template. I think once you recognize a template for being used for a particular subject or particular emotion, then it's universal. You can't miss it. So your conveying of your message is 100% rather than cut down by 30 or 20% while writing the words or sentences to explain what you are feeling.
Right.
Haley.
Yeah, and just echoing, it is, obviously language is always evolving. So it is just this generation, last generation, future generations will have different, probably their memes will look a lot different. If you look at memes from 3 years ago, they look very different from the memes today. There's obviously different trends that come and go within meme culture. And again, it's just like it's just in language. So it's just something recognizable today and may not be recognizable in 2 or 3 years.
There's a lot, we are asking, but I'm also aware that there's a deadline occurring. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, I think there are a bunch of comments. There are some questions in the audience, but because I think we're out of time, and
we'll find a way to share those questions with you. We'll find a way to.
And I would urge everyone who's watching to get in touch and ask away. Right now from Sarin, it's $10 to get his picture done.
No. It's free of charge. As long as it's not the credit card.
It's your picture and you say it doesn't belong to you. Fantastic. Please check out You Can't Kill Meme. It's out on iTunes. And watch the trailer. Actually, we put it up on the comments here. Watch the trailer. It's an absolutely fascinating dive into this world. Amanda, thank you so much. Thank you, Haley. Thank you, Kareem.
Thank you guys so much. Such a blast.
Yeah, this is wonderful. Thank you.
This has been so much fun, and we'd love to be in touch and continue this conversation and learn some more.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
And for people who are right now in the audience from different corners of the world, please do wait with us because we are going to take this conversation a little further. In just 1 minute after a short break, we are going to talk about deep fakes, disinformation. We're going to talk about mistrust. We're talking about virtual reality. We're going to talk about the possible future. Is it the Star Trek world or is it Terminator? But in a minute from now, stay tuned.
You can hear us?
And you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Following up on the panel on memes and whether they nudge the presidency, we have with us Dr. Sean Guillory, an expert in robotics and cognitive neuroscience, working as a senior robotics process animation expert at Booz Allen Hamilton, a US management and information technology consulting firm. Sean is here with us today to discuss the implications of fake news, deep fakes, and the metaverse from the societal lens, advocating for more civil cyber defense forces and national security lens. In conversation with him is Priyanka Khatri, crew at NowFest. Over to you, Priyanka.
Thank you, Pavitra. Thank you for that kind welcome. Hi, Sean. Nice to have you with us.
Wonderful to be here.
Yeah, it feels like quite an honor to have a conversation with you again.
Me? Thank you.
To begin with, I think just before we begin, I would like you to tell everyone what exactly it is that you do.
That is $1 million question. What exactly do I do? Which, Again, it really is an honor to be here to view all these different folks in terms of, just the lineup is incredible, in terms of banks, in terms of like auditing, a lot of stuff in terms of private sector, and even hearing out and kind of learning perspective. So anybody that's even just like coming into like this video afterwards, I highly, highly encourage y'all to check out some of the other videos, because in terms of like, not even just like cross-cultural, but just, again, like what kind of also attracts me to the space is the kind of like, chats you would have like at dinner or kind of like in a coffee. And like, I've actually been seeing something like, oh, okay, that's the kind of, stuff that we talk when we really get together. So that's kind of some of the specialness of this conference I'm seeing, where it really is just a bunch of, behavioral psychology, psychology nerds just really kind of like nerding out and talking about that. So definitely encourage folks to kind of check it out. But again, the question, what did I do? It really is kind of like a mishmash of all different things. I guess in terms of like my educational background, my PhD is in cognitive neuroscience, where I was just afforded the ability to, I actually had 2 lines of study, and it's going to be kind of weird, on first glance, maybe how they kind of mash up to the kind of stuff I work now. But our 2 lines of studies of this, looking at the neuroscience of humor and laughter. I wanted to go, again, if I wasn't going to study that, I wasn't going to go to grad school. Like, that's how, like, in the weeds I wanted, again. So in terms of looking at stuff in terms of neuroscience of humor and laughter, and then the other aspect is different ways to map for neurosurgery patients to find the functions and things that are just personally important to their quality of life, get those mapped, and help neurosurgeons be like, oh, you may want to avoid here, here, and here, and just coming up with good methods. But that really was just the application of like good methods that you see in terms of basic science, and trying to get it where it's like actually helping like people kind of like a one-on-one basis. So that was a lot of fun doing that. So that's kind of like the background. Eventually, like, when I found out that this kind of like background was helpful for things outside of academia, because as silly as it may seem, and I'll try to get a little cop out. I was like, this is 2012, 2013. But again, still, like, it's still naive, where we're doing stuff with like machine learning algorithms, but I had no idea that like ML was like useful outside of academia. I swear I didn't. But when I saw it was helping out with kind of like startup incubation, when I saw kind of like that background was helpful to things outside of academia, and I'm immediately helping folks, not even just to get funding, but again, like, okay, like, get you the stuff where now you have 2 years to really build something that can like change the world, help people. Okay, this is actually kind of fun. It's like, that's kind of what slid me to like the data science kind of lane. And the kind of things I love doing in data science was just kind of like for the audience. I really wanted to do, like, I really got in terms of data science of like sales strategy, marketing, digital marketing, even search engine optimization, which I think it's better now, but at least at the time, data scientists were like, ew, sales. But when I saw that sales was like psychology with a scoreboard, I just got hooked. And there's just so many things, which I'll be real quick on this because like the real experts have been throughout this in terms of this space, but there's so many like natural experimental scenarios that if one has that kind of methodological background, they can utilize that and really study things to get you like good results, to be like, okay, that is like a good method to use in terms of utilizing that. The simplest way would be like A/B testing, but you could do it in a multivariate kind of setup where it's even kind of like more than that. We're doing stuff with like Latin squares for like, okay, because you'll see this perennially online in terms of, like, is emailing dead? Is cold calling dead? Like, you can like set up those kind of like experiments like per person, enough, strong enough N, a strong enough statistical power to see like, okay, like for this person, they're crushing it in this methodology versus others. And so again, it just affords you so many like natural studying scenarios that I really just had a blast with, and across a whole bunch of different verticals as well for the kind of work I was doing. Now, getting closer to the kind of stuff that I do now, but again, I think this kind of like going through this journey is helpful to also show folks. I think we have a whole bunch of kind of like folks not afraid to cross silos, but I kind of even want to like expand further. Like there's all these different, someone with like a behavioral science, behavioral economics background could be helpful in. And the next step to that evolution was, I came across this book called The Psychology of Intelligence Analysis. It's by Richard Hoyer. You can find it online. Like it's just a PDF, and they even like it's fine. So it's not like one of those illegal kind of downloads. And it was using like early cognitive science to help intelligence analysts what their biases are to try to come up with a more objective analysis. And they were doing this in like the 70s. And that's stuff that I felt like was even kind of missing in data science at the time. It's a little bit better in terms of folks kind of sizing themselves as scientists and analysts, and that could be better. But these folks have been kind of looking at that. So like, all right, yeah, just for like learning's sake, let's see how I can be helpful. I was like, by the way, here's what I'm bringing, all this background, all other things. And it ended up being some of the stuff for like search engine optimization, even the sales that ended up being helpful on some of the automation. Because you have that kind of background as well. Like, yeah, it was nice enough to have good mentors kind of show me these things. So that's kind of what got me into cahoots in terms of the defense and national security space. After that was kind of stuff with like cybersecurity, where again, I'm going to throw these terms. Feel free to look them out or even reach out to me. Stuff around social engineering, which is kind of it's using psychology, to hack into different systems. Very in a low tech, no. Get you scared and like making expeditious decisions. They can put that in an email and like get into your system. Or get you to wire them a couple 10 grand. You don't have to like make on the screen. It could be as easy as just holding up a box at the door and.
Okay. Hello, folks. Just give us a few minutes. I think there's some internet issues on Sean's end. I think Sean's back.
Oh my goodness.
No
How long have I been gone?
Less than 30 seconds. We can continue.
Okay. Worst case scenario, how am I going to be resilient to this? This is when we apply said analyses to ourselves. How absolutely terrifying. Okay, that may also be kind of like the unforced cue to be like, hurry up and tell them what you do. So other stuff in terms of this space, again, like after this, like the cybersecurity, social engineering, and even kind of like adversarial machine learning, the aperture has kind of opened up and like, okay, so I'm just a single person. There's a couple of us, but I'm here to kind of say like there's, there should be more of us that see like, okay, how can these things in psychology and neuroscience be helpful in terms of defense and national security kind of scenarios? We've been talking about things in terms of the use of memes, the use of information, and again, like in an entertaining way as well. So again, I haven't heard anything where folks are kind of like hee and malicious sort of things, but there are folks that kind of use that exact same technology, the exact same things to push an agenda, either to do stuff in terms of vote count, get folks out there like really angry and surly to cause discord. And sometimes, this sounds bad enough, but it can even be much, much worse. So same kind of thing, same kind of technology. They're studying, and then, other sort of ways to kind of like help kind of combat that, help kind of in terms of behavioral kind of technology, and even folks kind of like utilizing both in a good way and in like terrifying ways in terms of like using our nervous system either for us or against us. So I'll leave it kind of broad like that, not to be like, oh, what is it? But just in terms of time, just being quick. But if there's any kind of things that you want to like expand upon, especially with the topics that we have here, I'm glad to.
Most definitely. Thank you for sharing that. I think I understand slightly better this time. Next time we have
you can ask.
I'll know what you're to. So to dive into the top, before we dive in, I know you heard the last bit of the meme conversation, and since you have was on humor and laughter, anything you'd like to add before we begin with our key themes?
Well, I'll add two things. I was pleasantly surprised to hear some of the stuff in terms of folks looking at stuff that would be quote unquote like considered magic or that kind of quote, which a lot of things in terms of like scientists, they'll hold their nose up to like a lot of that, be like, okay, wait, where's the rigor of that? But even in terms of looking at that, both historically, in terms of, okay, they may have been using different words, but they're talking about the mind, and they're talking about the mind sometimes even like thousands of years ago. You're like, let's pay attention a little bit to see if there's even insights, not only in terms of those people, but even things we could use ourselves. So I at least encourage folks to take either a historical eye to those things or in more present day things in terms of a cross-cultural eye to that. And one of the things I kind of use, which I don't know if I said it out loud, at least online yet, but in terms of understanding older cultures, their belief, if, a good litmus test is when they talk about things that come off as magic to you, like how do you take that? If it's something where you dismiss it, you're not doing cross-cultural understanding. So even in terms of understanding, in terms of, I guess, and this is like your audience or whatnot, that's important kind of thing to, I think, look at and consider. And even if one, can't wrap, like a scientific mind around some of these things, there are things that I think that like need to be considered for a multitude of different reasons. Really pleased to see that topic brought up within this conversation. How to kind of like get it more in the conversation, I'm not sure, to really kind of integrate and look at that, but I like that was brought up. The other thing that maybe it's kind of like, I guess, jumping into the, like it's very pertinent to this conversation. I don't know in terms of like our ordering how we wanted it to be, but when Amanda brought up the stuff, which is digital blackface, the things that I thought were even interesting, because again, like in terms of just like folks kind of like, joking on like Facebook or some of these other kind of things, or kind of like using that to be somewhat funny, I would have folks almost kind of like expand, because I'm not going to name the name of the company. It's not too hard to find. It's like a week or two ago, but a company that specialized in doing kind of interviews, cross-cultural interviews to help folks in HR to better understand different cultures. But they're like, all right, let's do this like VR style. And they'll have the folks that you're kind of working with either, they're not, like in terms of like their, setup, they look like they're black, but they'll have these folks either do stuff, like act like a certain culture or ethnicity they're not. There's some things where folks were pretending to have, like autism where they clearly did not, but they were doing the acting in the virtual environment to help folks doing it. Again, that's pretty silly. Again, some of their excuses were, we couldn't scale it unless we had, folks kind of acting like they're not. They're like, what's the point of this? Again, like part of the thing that you need to be doing are bringing these folks from like certain cultures to, have that kind of engagement. It doesn't have to be like you put them in the Petri dish or the Skinner box, but just having folks actually like, interacting with folks from actual cultures is a good start. So folks kind of exhibiting that kind of laziness in the name of quote unquote scaling or whatever the sort of reason is unacceptable. So I just wanted to kind of put it out there that even in terms of using digital blackface for business models, it's going to be some things here and there. And unfortunately, I think it's probably going to be as much of an issue in terms of if you're going to more metaverse, we're like, oh, okay, like I'm free. I can be, I can pretend to be black here. I think it's going to be just as much folks that think they have somewhat noble intentions and putting on these kind of, like skins that they clearly are not and clearly are just appropriating. So those are two things I saw in terms of like the last conversation that I thought were sticking points for, I guess, the kind of topics we wanted to talk about.
Most definitely. It ties into I know we're going to delve most of the second half into national security, but two questions before we get there. Mm-hmm. And to ask those two questions, I have to share this quote with you. Like you said, go back to history. So this quote is from a 1992 novel by Neil Stephenson called Snow Crash.
Okay.
He turns off the techno shit in his goggles. All it does is confuse him. He stands there reading statistics about his own death, even as it's happening to him. Very postmodern. That's the code. To begin with, from the beginning, what are the latest developments? What's happening with technology, deep fakes, augmented reality? You just shared the virtual reality. What is happening right now?
I would say that, I guess, well, if you want to start with virtual reality, it's one of those things where it's here. I guess it's like always kind of been here. It's like a very old technology at this point, but again, it almost was like, all right, where is it like finding its footing? And let me also kind of frame this in terms of my question and put a couple asterisks. Again, I'm very American. It's going to be like that perspective. I try to get like, at least in terms of ally country and like other sort of things, like, okay, where is this being used? But that's always going to be for me as an outsider. So I want to put that out there. And while I do my best, and again, it's from folks like Priyanka, it's for like folks from Prakash, it's, to see like, okay, like what's outside, like my little bubble in terms of like defense and national security. A lot of that's going to also be kind of like framing for at least what I kind of see in that. And with virtual reality and like augmented reality as well, the most I'm seeing in terms of use cases of folks buying would be around things to help out with training. So I talked about the HR sort of thing, but it's training in, again, like in my space, it'd be to help out with kind of like exercises and whatnot. Like, let's even take this public information. It's all going to be public here. Promise. That Microsoft, this would be a couple months ago, but it's over $22 billion that they spent on, no, it was the Army that spent $22 billion on Microsoft HoloLens. And there's some things in terms of like the synthetic training environment, or STE, where it's like a group kind of shared VR experience that you can kind of do training. It really is the closest thing to the Matrix that I've seen. This predates, again, some of the stuff in terms of the metaverse sort of conversation that came up, but again, highly impressive. And the kind of things you usually can do that are being able to train both on vehicles, artillery, and different things that you usually don't have like access to, or it's very expensive to like fly or do the training. So usually training for that, and then also for tools that you can't just like fire these things anywhere, but in the VR environment you can. So helping kind of train, like utilizing different biggest use cases that I'm seeing in that, and then just infinite potential of the stuff in terms of like some of the more like metaverse conversations. I'm trying to keep my like ear to that as well. And yeah, like so different ideas of kind of foot, but again, usually it's me looking at it in terms of like a national security lens, like, oh Lord, what are they going to use to like like mess with these folks or mess with that. So again, I know the eternal optimist. I apologize. So yeah, looking at that, but usually the most things I see is really game changing in terms of some training where you're not able to like be like with the tech necessarily, or you can use it for places where you necessarily can't just you can't fire like an anti-drone weapon just anywhere, sort of thing, but you can train for it in like a VR environment. So stuff like that.
Okay.
So that's the VR, but feel free, like if you want to go down the list with like deep fakes and all that, but yeah, that's at least on the VR and AR.
Yeah, sure. Even with deep fakes, like I think, like you pointed out, that the metaverse is not new. It's been there. It's been there for a while.
Yeah.
So do we, and in light of the code, do we cognitively and behaviorally process the metaverse differently? Like you spoke about virtual reality and training in virtual reality. Is it different from a tangible reality? Do we understand it at all?
It's a weird kind of mishmash, but that's not a good answer. Let me give you one that's like kind of positive in training, because that's one of the perennial questions. Like, okay, is the training am I actually doing the virtual reality? How does it translate in terms of like physical space? In terms of public kind of studies, I haven't seen too much. In terms of things, in terms of training and looking at that, like, okay, like before and after, or this test group did use it, this test did use it. You get some things on that, but probably the best examples of like, okay, this training really works is actually from the folks who have to make the software and play test it themselves. Like some of those virtual reality folks and like the folks who like coded an Unreal Engine, I'm fully confident that like, okay, go do it, they would be able to do a checklist for a B-52, or they'd be able to do that kind of checklist just because they trained so much and never touching like the real thing. But I'm confident in terms of the folks who had to actually like build the technologies, they'd be able to go through like the checklists and the trainings and all that. I'm fully confident. So that's probably the best. Treat it as anecdotal, but that was kind of the most convincing to me. Like, okay, these folks who had no training and probably don't even fully understand the context of some of these things, since they had to like build the space themselves and play test it and train it so it was good enough for the customers, they're like really, really proficient in it just from doing that. So in terms of some of the stuff like translate into physical space, that's probably the best example I can think of. Now, in terms of, let's go in terms of like the deep fakes, because I guess it's like, about like, is it convince you or not? It's the weirdest thing. There's a couple of things in like the behavioral science space like this, but this is probably one of the better examples of there's both concurrently underestimation and overestimation of like what deep fakes can do, which sounds weird. Because again, like you have some folks saying like, oh, can you do this in deep data? Like, whoa, no, you cannot. But then there's some things where you almost don't need that. Like there's already folks that, again, they have like a, like a pit crew or some kind of like anime, like profile, like, and, they could do enough damage convincing folks like that. There's a reason why some of the, again, like these more goofy, like hyper spam kind of, emails go out to folks. Because again, if you send it up, it ends up being like a numbers game. And sometimes it only takes the one. But if you're asking me what I see is kind of like the most impressive, in the space in terms of like deep fakes, some stuff with, usually the best deep fakes is actually like voice deep fakes. And one of the better ones, which again, I have no doubt, like I said, they are not sponsoring me, or if I mention a company, it's not. So this is like real, like organic kudos, I promise. There's a company called Well Said Labs, and some of the stuff they're doing with like voice and like, again, I can sound like Obama right now. Like it's actually amazing how quick and how easy it is to train those things. Not too much like weirder kind of like looking under the hood in terms of like, but I think the voice deep fakes are probably going to be like the first and foremost. And again, like in terms of national security, again, like if I could sound just like your boss and be like, wire me $20,000, I'm in Vegas, it's like, that's trouble. Voice deepfakes are good. If we're talking about metaverse, Unreal, which is like company that, again, you can make video games. Unreal has a meta-human creator, and it looks like really good, like scary good. So yeah, in terms of like, again, I need to look up more like, okay, like besides video games, whatever kind of context they're going to use it for. But I saw that and like, yeah, like that's a good fake human right there. Because again, like more and more you're going to be seeing, you're already seeing it in, what do they call those things? Like VTubers, like these kind of like really virtual avatar kind of personalities. And, like people like, treat them like a real thing, even if it's, like 10 or 20 people like helping out with the rigging, helping out with kind of like the shading. And, there's a lot, you can even replace voices and, like folks can, none to be the wiser. It's really, again, like folks that can like stand the test of time and stay forever young. You're probably going to see more, again, like these virtual influencers, but like really, really looking like people, so to speak. So that's getting better. But again, in terms of like how we process this,
does it exist?
Oh, say that one more time.
Uncanny Valley? Right?
Uncanny Valley. Yeah, like there's again, at least that kind of anxious feeling some folks feel like, okay, this is getting close. Yeah, Uncanny Valley feels like, again, like, it's usually say is like a feeling like, oh, I really can't tell the difference. And I guess another thing to kind of bring up, I'll bring it up in kind of two contexts. One, let's go back to defense and national security. Again, like some of these sort of things that you're going to get, sometimes you're only going to get stuff in like night vision. So that's going to occlude some of the stuff that you see. Some of the stuff, again, like, say it's like raining, it has night vision and, like signal's really bad wherever you are. It's not like coming in. Okay. Is that thing a drone robot? Yes or no? Sometimes it's like, okay, like that's a fake, or that's kind of like the power station. That's but again, there's some times where like it's kind of hard to tell, but exactly what's the pixelation or what's the sort of thing. I haven't seen too much studied on that, and that'd be something in terms of like, all right, what really are the variables that make me think that's a real thing or think it's a fake decoy? But let's take this more back to the consumer. Again, we got to talk about this in terms of the differences in terms of just ability, just like naturally folks. So some folks, again, they're not seeing in 20/20 or not even close. They may better buy that or not, or something in terms of like hearing, like, okay, or if it sounds grainy because, they may not have like, the best kind of like sound card or video card. Like it may seem more real that way. So again, I guess in terms of both means in terms of technology, and then just the differences in ability that we have to kind of like understand it or whatnot. And again, sometimes it's not only that, sometimes it is both the smartest person in the room and the person who thinks that they're the smartest person in the room, where it's easy to kind of pull the wool over their heads. Even in the social engineering space, like one of the kind of things that's just, said, and I've seen kind of prove over and over, the folks who think that they can't be fooled, they're usually the easiest ones to fool. And I've seen that aphorism kind of like repeated again and again. So folks that think that they can always tell what's real or not are usually ones that kind of need to be wary. Again, I'm not looking for folks to be, staying up at night like, oh gosh, was that a real thing or not? But again, it's some things it's kind of harder to tell. But then there's some things where people are looking for something bigger, or like, no, it's not even close to that yet. It can be eventually, but yeah, hopefully that was helpful in terms of the different answers to your questions.
Most definitely, Danny Kruger persist, I guess. So I'll move on to security. So this is the quote. This is from a recent article by Patrick Fagan. This is why vaccines vaccine passports will destroy liberal democracy as we know it. They will be like Cambridge Analytica on crack. I used to be the lead psychologist there. Yet, vaccine passports, ramifications for data privacy, and psychological manipulation are so concerning that even I have a problem with them. Thoughts, feelings?
Yeah, and this is where some of the things where, again, everybody that I saw here has the best intentions, not only just to their shareholders, not only just in terms of like their nation that they may be doing kind of behavioral architecture for, but yeah, I think like people in general, I think everybody has a good heart, but there needs to be this acknowledgement, which I think a lot of folks do in our space, but then it's kind of like, what can we do? I think that usually freezes folks, but there does need to be acknowledged that, again, these same tools that can be used to help people like take their medicine better, or remind them to kind of like make a payment, or do this to kind of save energy or even their life, can be used to do almost the opposite of those things. Knock out power systems, make it so folks don't want to take vaccines for different sort of reasons. It's the same principles, technology, and yeah, that's the kind of thing that I think we have to, it's dual use, at least in the military context, that's what they call it, dual use technology. And there needs to be kind of like an acknowledgement of that. Again, I think part of it is, and again, this is like folks are like, what can I do? I hope to be somewhat helpful in that in terms of being a hub, but yeah, like it is one of those things which I see like some folks definitely have the positions where their legislators and representatives would listen to them if they want to talk about that in terms of if that is something that's like a driving thing that you want to do in terms of helping out your society and stuff like that. So just know that there's some folks that are out there. Funny enough, you would think it would just be ideological reasons. They want to push an ideology or they want the world to be a certain place. But interesting enough, I'll just give one example. There's a couple you can look at. So this is it's actually like in the run up to the United States 2016 election. So this stuff you can find it on BuzzFeed had a really good article on this. But look up like Macedonia fake news Trump. Just look up something around that. It was there were like towns and like places like Macedonia in Europe where they took a strictly business eye to this. Where they saw that clicks from Americans, you get 5 times the money on Google, not AdWords, what's the other one? But you get it from in terms of like Google payments, you get 5 times more for clicks. Like, okay, we're going to focus on Americans. What gets the clicks? Wow. Folks seem to be going bananas clicking on things on Donald Trump. So they would make these kind of fake news or they, roast stuff like it. And again, it's not because they're like, we want, Lord Emperor Trump or, like any sort. It was purely like we make more money on clicks to Donald Trump. We tried to do stuff. They said they're like, oh, let's try Bernie Sanders. Nope, that's not making us any money. We're not going to do that anymore. So it wasn't because like, okay, they had some sort of nefarious sort of reasoning. It was purely just a business decision. So it's not always the case in terms of, like it's an ideological sort of thing. So you want to look at folks, who are really kind of radicalized. That those folks certainly do exist. But I've seen some very efficient operations where it purely was the best business decision to go after. And again, if certain platforms or whatnot aren't going to regulate it, I won't pick on too much, but again, like you saw these sort of things in terms of folks. I'm not going to name the platforms. They're like, oh, we always have less users in this company. If we get rid of all these fake users, we're going to look like even less. That's going to make us look bad in terms of our investors. So we're not going to do that right now. Or you got the other folks who are like, okay, like we only have so many people that we can, police this kind of thing. So let's start from just the folks who aren't giving us money And we'll eventually get there, promise. But let's just get the folks. But again, the folks who were doing the negative stuff, they had ad spend, even if it was a little bit, so they didn't get touched. So again, it's kind of decisions like that can lead to. I don't think it's not over to say catastrophic kind of results for some countries. Again, we're talking about votes, but you look at places like Myanmar, like mass killings, being generated by this stuff. But I don't want to bring the mood too down, but that's the kind of level where this stuff can go. So yeah, just something for everybody to consider. And again, like everybody has the skills, or even more skills than me, to be helpful for these kind of issues. So yeah, like I said, I'd love to see like more movement in that space, but yeah, feel free to continue.
Yeah, that's actually where my next conversation. I know you shared about the crisis in Belarus. If you'd like to talk about that a little more.
Woo! Okay, that's hot off the presses, and this actually has a well, I want to say happier ending, but it's actually a happy point right now, a better point, I see. But when we're talking about like Belarus, we're talking about a country that's had kind of like a, I don't think it's too hard to say, like we'll call him autocrat. We'll stop short of a dictator, but been there for years. There was an election maybe about close to 2 years ago. He's like, I'm still not going. So sanctions up the wazoo, and he's like, okay, I'm really like mad about these sanctions. So what am I going to do? I'm going to do stuff where I'm going to divert flights that should have been like going over Belarus. I'm going to let them land in Belarus. And then you're going to have to like go to wherever you need to go in terms of like crowding the border, or letting folks just go through the country to mess with places like Poland and Lithuania and all this. In a sense, which shout out to my collaborator, John Carolla. He came up with this term. But doing something that's akin to like a social DDoSing, which, DDoS is kind of like overflowing a website with kind of like users or botnets. But you could do the same thing in terms of like physical borders, in terms of like overloading folks' resources and attention. And also, again, that kind of stuff could erode trust from your own people. Like, can our army actually like take care of us or not? I don't know. But places like Poland or whatnot, they really kind of stood their ground. They did something, and at least that attempt, as of like kind of like news I've been reading 2 days ago, I don't want to say thwarted, but it's in a better place where, again, there's not like pulling their hair out, like begging folks for help, but they're taking care of the issue and getting these folks to like where they actually need to be. So again, not leaving them astray as well. But that's the kind of stuff that folks can utilize in terms of like social, like social media, be like, hey, feel free to come on through, or these other things, these other kind of methods, which if you're looking for keywords, sometimes they'll call them like gray zone tactics, as in gray zone's usually the kind of word to use, like, okay, it's not armed conflict, but we're definitely at peace. Again, that whole dichotomy of war and peace, like the book, like, no, like it's all squiggly in the middle. So you see other things in terms of like gray zone tactics, and which I'd highly recommend. Again, I'm just recommending Elizabeth Braw, B-R-A-W. She has The Defender's Dilemma, which is actually still a free book. It's probably one of the best I've seen in terms of folks looking at both like these kind of like economic sort of ways that folks can like drive sort of decision makings, and these sort of things that folks can do in terms of countries as well. So highly suggest Elizabeth's book on the Defender's Dilemma. It probably not even a month ago. Absolutely fantastic for some of these different kind of use cases, and how, again, like different countries have kind of different techniques. So there is kind of like a cultural component, but yeah, really, really fascinating stuff. Like I said, I want to allow for kind of more questions as well. So I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole.
Right. So I do have to ask this. And I shared back the case of Sudan, where essentially when these technologies that allow for surveillance onto people in general are available through private companies for purchase to use, what's happening when politics and technology entangle, and when technology, the metaverse technology, goes public through private? What is happening? Optimist and realist point of view.
Give you the optimist answer? Oh, I feel like I'll try to make this optimistic, even though it's going to sound terrifying at first. I'll frame it like this. You'll see a couple countries, they'll have stuff like, they have offices like, it sounds frightening, psychological operations, like, oh my gosh, they're burrowing into my brain. There's very little difference between like a psychological operations and what you would call marketing. You also may see strategic communication, a little bit more than PR, at least this time in terms of public relations, but it's around that kind of scope. And let me tell you, in terms of things of psychological operation, in terms of like different kind of country and kind of defense sense, they're always trying to look to like, what is industry doing in this space? And they're always kind of looked at in terms of industry being the leader on that. And things that are kind of learning, kind of like around that space. Like I had somebody just the other day who was talking about like, all right, how does Nike kind of do like its like audience analysis sort of things? In terms of, like someone that's, really important, high up, but that's the kind of curiosity and looking towards that. Now, I say that, you can kind of phrase it one of two ways, but there's actually going to be a secret third way that I hope to be positive. This is where it gets kind of scary. All right.
Yeah.
What we call psychological operations is something that, again, that's like marketing, that they look to places like industry. So you're like, okay, you can either look at it in terms of psychological operations not being as scary as you thought, or you could be absolutely terrified where industry is doing stuff that's like deeper and kind of like further out there than, what kind of like militaries are doing in terms of like their marketing or whatnot. They're like, that would be like the WMD version of that kind of space. So what they have in terms of looking at industry is seen as, again, like something to actually kind of like aim for in terms of potency, so to speak. But in terms of turning that into a positive, again, that's why I wanted to reach out to the folks kind of here. Because again, I've also been in that context where, folks are like, okay, like, are we really doing the best? Like, I always try to look over the fence to see like, all right, like, is there somebody doing it better out there? In a lot of ways, y'all really are kind of like at the apex, the tip of the spear of a lot of these sort of things. So the more kind of interaction with folks in industry, with whatever kind of like, government kind of local organization, it's something that would be seen as appreciative. Now, there's probably some reasons where, again, like that ravine is still there. In a lot of countries, kind of like procurement, which is kind of like getting these things sold, are extremely difficult. So some of that does need to be crossed. But as much as we could just get, like things like the NowFest and more things that kind of enable these conversations of folks to get in the room with each other, they got to hear it out and swap recipes, so to speak, swap behavioral science recipes. That's going to be better in the long haul. So that's, again, something encouraging, I hope, where, again, like in terms of example, like, okay, they're pulling stuff from the private sector to help out and, sort of these different things. Again, like the stuff that even Cambridge Analytica has looked at like ooh and ah. There's folks in industry have been doing the same thing like for a while to sell, or, get purchases on that. So they're just, again, folks like that were just translating stuff that, that could be helpful in terms of, like political campaign space. So again, there's folks that kind of like would use these things in terms of different contexts. And again, I guess another thing that even in this space, you see it less. You see it a lot in terms of government ways to kind of, counter these things, in terms of the defense sort of thing. I guess less so kind of talk about an industry, but yeah, like if there are kind of like more sort of thinking on like, okay, how to counter it, the kind of countering effects that you would see, like, okay, folks have a habit in like smoking, or folks have a habit in that. How can we like, get them in terms of like nudging or forming kind of tiny habits that can help them get, off these sort of things. So you kind of see it like that. You just don't see it usually framed as like countering of a certain habit and whatnot. And that would be something that'd be extremely helpful in terms of in fact, NATO just had their kind of like big innovation challenge. This happened maybe 2 weeks ago, and the whole focus was on countering, they straight up call it cognitive warfare, but countering cognitive warfare kind of techniques. 10 of the top of the line folks kind of like around the world showing off their kind of like wares and whatnot. And they were good. And like I said, some were absolutely phenomenal, but I would not be surprised if some of the folks in this audience or some of the folks that you had on the panel look at these things and like, that's it? Yeah, that is actually kind of where we are. Please help. Like, you can see where you could be helpful now. Please, sort of thing. So, yeah, hopefully I could be, so as you see, I tried to make it positive and then like in terms of like a call to action, but yeah.
So I won't bring up quote from 1984, but there are tons of questions coming in from the audience, and
feel free to bring them up.
I'll take another. I think I know. I'll take 10 minutes extra, and I'll go through the questions with you. Question 1: do crypto and NFT projects pose a threat to national security? Because fundamentally, they undermine the importance of the dollar or any state-issued money.
So NFT and crypto, as of itself, could, if one wanted to, again, because another thing that's not talked about, it's probably even talked about less than like cognitive domain sort of thing, and that's economic warfare. And how the things, like folks want to think of, oh, it's just a sanction. That thing can have folks like not eating and not like infrastructure. You can like, it could be just as bad as a carpet bomb. And that's just the beginning when you talk about economic warfare. One could do something in terms of, leveraging this kind of, crypto or this kind of sort of thing, or, making some kind of like mandate on that. And, it could have cascading effects on the foreign exchange. So that's the sort of thing. But, and there's certainly malevolent state actors behind some of these kind of goofy currencies. But for the most part, it's more just, something like more for like consumers to look out for, because again, it would be folks like Elon Musk, like, get Dogecoin, it's gonna go to the moon, and then he probably already piled out, like his positioning on that while it's going up like a rocket from, like people in the audience, like, oh, okay, Elon Musk is a genius, sort of things. So it seems to be more of a danger, I think, more on the consumer end at the point. There's some things where, again, like some crafty so-and-so could probably do something where it can really kind of like take a hit and, like a foreign exchange, and that can have cascading effects. But yeah, that's, like I said, I think it's more of a danger for the consumer. Now, on the other end, let's talk about in terms of like, there have been some things in terms of more on the positive end, in terms of like trying to understand blockchain in general, and at least just on my end, like, sure, Bitcoin exchanges have been hacked, but Bitcoin itself has not been hacked. And when I hear and see that, I'm like, something that's like really that hard to hack? Like, so again, in terms of that kind of like cybersecurity, I'm intrigued in how to kind of use that in different ways to make things like really, really difficult to hack. Something that, again, like I'm paying attention to that space. So yeah, I'm not trying to draw out the baby at the bathwater on that one. So again, I see some potential, which I'm going to throw out another name, Thomas Ackerman, who's one of the actually like father of cognitive warfare. He's the one that's kind of like get me really paying attention in terms of like the blockchain space and like how that could be helpful in terms of security. But yeah, in terms of like NFTs and like coins in general, yeah, again, I treat that more as like more consumer risk as it is right now.
Got it. All right. Thank you for that. Moving on to the next question. Any country or global laws on the horizon to safeguard against deepfake videos, audios?
If you want to look at places that are really kind of taking the charge and are kind of like ahead, you really want to look at NATO countries, like stuff that, like Estonia, who's been, like going on over 10 years in terms of having kind of actors outside themselves, try and manipulate and whatnot. So way before in terms of the United States or whatnot, going up even to like the presidential level, like they take the issue seriously, and they're really in terms of like different sort of both laws. And again, like it's not going to be something where it's just a government thing. I guess I'm saying like, please help the government, but that kind of like civil military conversation, it's an absolute necessary, including folks in industry as well. It's an absolute necessity. So you got folks like, all right, I'm going to throw like I just love seeing people's reaction to this. Lithuanian elves. You're like, okay, we going back to magic again, Sean? No, Lithuanian elves are people in Lithuania who fight quote unquote Russian trolls. So again, it's like elves versus trolls. That's adorable now. But these are folks, they're not like commissioned by the government or anything. These are folks who are like, okay, I'm tired of this influence from like outside my country messing up. And it's just like these kind of like militias or privateers, kind of like, like just regular citizens, like, okay, we're going after that and we're taking care of ourselves. Militaries and whatnot are trying to study how you can get more stuff like that. But again, that's civilian populations kind of, like taking charge on their own. And yeah, like I said, those are things I kind of see helpful. I think France maybe earlier this summer have some stuff in terms of fighting like disinformation, misinformation. The name is escaping me, and like I said, I don't want to butcher the French language and even try but I see France doing some really good stuff. And again, like I see some things again, like even in terms of like the United States context, a lot of the stuff again is coming from like academics and things of that nature, because at least in America, like academics and then folks who are just like, okay, like I'm tired of, like these right-wing hit squads, like, messing up my neighborhoods or whatnot. And a lot of the reason I think governments, unfortunately, kind of like their hands are tied in some of this is a fear of quashing people's like freedom of speech, which at least in the U.S. context is taken like very highly. So there is fear of like overdoing it on that, but then how do you take care of like some of the knuckleheads? And again, like the thing that's also like really hard and like part of the nuance is, okay, there are going to be kind of like these like these state actors that are going to be posing and sock puppeting and doing that. But some of these folks are just generally angry, and they are citizens, and their voice does deserve to be heard. As long as it's not like advocating for like huge kind of like, like big scale violence, and you're going to get a visit from the Secret Service. But how do you kind of like weave and pull apart and like that? So that's what's kind of it's like either real or imaginary red taping some of the stuff I see in the U.S. context. But there's certainly folks that are looking to be helpful on that. But I really do think that the more that folks in terms of like the cognitive, behavioral, and psychological bring up as an issue and want to do kind of like this more collaboration to show like, okay, like here's how we can tell based on like profiling this, and this. And again, salespeople, same kind of stuff that you use to kind of understand like a bigger company and what's the real hierarchy and whatnot. That's the kind of stuff that we need. Like, again, like I'm one person kind of introducing this stuff, but I'm not the expert. Again, I put all my experience points on breadth and, but I need some real deep thinkers and some of these sort of things to, be helpful in this. So again, another call to action to that. But yeah, just to kind of answer a question, stuff I'm seeing and kind of like the folks have been like dealing with this issue for a long, long time. Like I said, like Sonia and Lithuania come to mind. France is doing some stuff that I'm really admiring right now. NATO itself, like I said, like in terms of like really trying to be like ahead, like I'm, it's their efforts I usually point to in terms of the American context. Like this is the kind of stuff we need to like look and try to get, even more ahead of, because we have the like resources. It's just for whatever sort of reason the inertia is there. We got to try to find a way to push past it.
Yeah. Thank you for that. There's a follow-up question. There's a company called FakeSpot that detects fake Amazon reviews.
Okay.
Is there anything similar in the works in relation to deepfakes? Any software that can detect it?
All of them. So. All right. If you're talking about just technology as well, yeah. In terms of it being commercial, here's the kind of issue of that. It's a perennial cat or mouse game. So you have a deepfake detector. Then you have folks like, okay, I just made a deepfake that beat your deepfake detector. Well, I just made a deepfake detector that beat your deepfake that beats the deepfake detector. It becomes like really kind of like, again, like 4D chess, kind of like cat and mouse game really quickly. And staying on top of that is something that, again, like trying to get a handle. So it'd be really hard for a commercial company to like really stay ahead of that. The kind of things I've probably seen like the most where I'm like, yeah, these are the experts you need to bring, folks, would be, there's some, and the name has escaped me. It's not because it's like secret. The name has escaped me right now, but there are some liaisons between, say like Hollywood and the government, not just like, okay, we want you to make like, this, agency look good, but it's like, okay, y'all have like, can you bring in like your special effects experts to like see this and see if it looks fake or what they may be doing here? So they're bringing like the experts with the top of the line in terms of like CGI to look at these things to see if it's real or not. Those are the kind of things that like, again, that ends up being like bringing in people from kind of like outside the silo to be helpful. So yeah, I guess to answer a question in terms of like either the technology, yes, is there. In terms of like in the private sector, it being kind of like freely available. Again, like I wouldn't be surprised, as soon as you put it out there, a month later or less, there's going to be like things where folks kind of break it. That's just what, so in terms of like test bedding that, it's good to see kind of like what people turn into, but in terms of building like, trying to have a business model off of that, like it'd be too much, I would think so. But again, that's it. If someone has a fortitude, I suppose, not even just like technical savvy to do that, I'd highly encourage it, because stuff like that is needed. Like there's, what? Even in terms of like the private sector, if there was more things on like AI busting or machine learning busting and kind of showing, which the field is usually called adversarial machine learning. If there was more stuff to kind of show like how fragile some of these things are, I can see that being kind of like in a business sense. Again, you want to do it in terms of, I'm advocating for white hat sort of things. Like, okay, like just like how I showed you how your physical security or these kind of things in your network map do seem to be kind of like a vulnerability. If folks can do that the same way with like their AI and their kind of like automations, I think it'd be helpful as well.
Thank you for that. 2 quick questions. I know we're up on time.
All right, I'll be quick too.
The audience, and the last one's from me. I do want to ask you that. So this one's from the audience. We went from flying planes to landing on the moon in some 50 years, which is crazy advancement in tech. Looking at the progress of tech now, what is the next major explosion of a similar nature coming in the next decades? Deep thought.
We'll see where the kind of like the metaverse stuff goes. Well, I kind of fear that kind of some of the metaverse stuff, again, I'll be quick, this and quick answer. I hope that certain business interests don't kind of spoil it for other people. Because if it gets too businessy too fast, people are not going to want just to experience that. But that kind of immersion and like feeling you're really in a new place and your body has gone there, that kind of immersion, like I said, I think that could be something there. And incorporating that with, no, I don't think in terms of like drilling stuff in your head and like in terms of like those kind of electrodes. That's another conversation. I know it's going to be a longer answer, but there is going to be some incorporation of different kind of biometrics and neurotechnology, I think, incorporated in terms of these immersive experience that could be kind of like next level. That's not even 50 years. That's like more of like a 20-year sort of thing, I think, on that. So that's the kind of like quick thing I see on that. And like I said, I'll stop it there. But again, other things like 5G and even 6G, what that can enable in terms of if people have seen like, drones, but do you know swarms? Some of the things I've seen in swarms have been like absolutely amazing. Some of the stuff in terms of like big, like in the sky, kind of like holograms, or like, whoa, is that really there or not? Like just like floating there. That's extremely impressive. But again, I can't even begin to fancy what like 50 years is going to look like. That's more still like in the 20 years scan. So if we had again like like more time, we can kind of like like thread the needle a little bit more. But I want to get to your last question.
Sure. Thank you for that. So I will read this quote. It's kind of related to what you were saying. This quote's by Glenn Greenwald. It says, Internet freedom, the ability to use the network without institutional constraints, social or state control, and pervasive fear, is central to the fulfillment of its promise. Converting the Internet into a system of surveillance thus cuts it of its core potential. What is the ethical way forward?
It's very, like when you're talking about Glenn, you're talking like a very kind of like libertarian view on a lot of things. Even though I don't know if he would like, he probably wagged the finger in terms of me even using that term, but that kind of freedom. Well, I'll phrase it like this, but again, like, could it be better? Sure. I think folks treat the internet as a face like, okay, I can put on this mask, not like a blackface, but just like I can be this mask, or I can really say what I want to say, or I can like do this. And again, it's just a place where I think folks really want to be like free and expressing. And again, in some ways that's a beautiful thing, because there's some, like countries where it may feel like oppressive for, if you're LGBTQ to like come out, but you can really kind of be yourself on the internet. So there's some things in terms of like the freedom where, like folks can really kind of express it. So that is a beautiful thing, but they express themselves in certain ways where there are predators out there who want to like get that information, maybe eventually blackmail you, or steal your identity. And these folks are out there. And again, as free as you want. Again, like these folks are out there, and like sometimes they take it without you even knowing, until like so your account is drained, or you're getting knocks on the door like, what do you think that I did? Or unfortunately, they literally show up at your door and want to take you away somewhere. I'll leave it at that. So there are these predators out there. So that kind of idea, like it's truly free and everybody, like it's a true township and everybody's respecting each other. I don't think it's ever been like that. And I don't think in terms of phrasing it in terms of that freedom. And I'm certain someone like Glenn, he's not talking about that kind of freedom of folks kind of preying on each other. But it's never going to be a thing. Now, in terms of, again, like the surveillance and whatnot, I kind of protect, you kind of know what side I'm going to be on that. But again, the more help we can get in terms of like, no, this is like a citizen. They're expressing themselves, and they may even throw virtual tomatoes at, kind of like government kind of folks, but they have that right. Yeah. Differentiating that versus the predators or the folks who are trying to like literally like uproot your society. How do we kind of get into that? So again, I lead that back to the call to action. Y'all, y'all and us as a community of behavioral scientists and behavioral economists, I hope to see more folks in and of that circle to be helpful in that. So yeah, hopefully that was a fair enough answer.
There is an ethical way forward.
I hope so. Yeah, I think so. Like I said, I'm gonna keep driving forward. So, but yeah.
We're there with you. All right, I'm gonna thank you so much, Sean, for always learn a lot in a discussion with you. I'm gonna bring it to Prakash now. Prakash, over to you. Okay.
Thank you so much, Priyanka, for this fantastic series of questions. Sean, always a pleasure to listen to you talk.
Oh, gosh.
I was listening in, the conversations went to 20 different places, and one of the questions which came in No, I mean that as a fantastic compliment in the sense you have the ability to talk about so many things and to tie a coherent story out there. It's fantastic to be able to do that. There was this question around, which Priyanka did ask, this explosion of tech that we saw. Let me. So this question is, again, I'm going back to the same question, right? There are some themes that we all, I think, keep on going back to. Why are we here? Where are we going? The same old questions. And the question is, we seem to have an insane amount of computational power right now. And if I look at, let's say, tech in India, a good amount of this computational power, this tech mine is, in a funny story, is being right now devoted towards making sure that you can have groceries delivered to your home in less than 10 minutes if you apply, if you use an app, right? So I'm not saying 10 minutes apps are not a good thing. I'm sure they're helpful for someone. But, and then someone did lament once saying the best minds of our times are working at Facebook and Google trying to get people to click on ads, right? So what I think this lamentation of sorts that people have, I think it is going down saying, you may have to put yourself probably on mute, possibly there's an echo somewhere. I don't know where it is from, but never mind. The point is, let's assume, these minds are put together, right? And then you reach this point, not singularity, but kind of close to it. Where do you go from there? Like, what happens once you reach there? Do things change so fast we are not able to grasp, keep up with the change? Because on a daily basis, you've got a lot of change coming in. Or are you going to do the equivalent of the 10-minute grocery delivery app 50 years, 100 years from now? And where does it go? That is one question. And then lead it a little bit more from there and say, if we look at our future in a sci-fi literature, right? Because we are not there yet, all we have is imagination. And these are typical types. Number one, it is, give me a moment, I'm not sure if the echo is coming from my own machine.
No problem.
Hopefully this should help me. I don't even know, but the point is, if you look at literature for guidance, so you have either a dystopian future, like a Terminator kind of a world. And or sometimes you also see a utopian Star Trek kind of a world where nobody has to work because you have developed a new kind of economy and there's, in a way, unlimited energy and you can replicate stuff and you can have holodecks to make your dreams come true. So if you're doing what you do, being privy to the kind of things that you are, the kind of experts that you meet, and the kind of grasp you have on trends and pop culture and this larger narrative, where do you think we are going? I think that's the one last question that you want to end this thing. And it's a big question, talk as much as you want. We're all here to listen and learn.
Oh gosh. All right. So for the first one, in terms of, again, like the best and brightest minds, a lot of that goes into the incentives of how these things are. Again, I don't know the equivalent of like Sand Hill Row like it is in Silicon Valley, where it's just a bunch of investors. But yeah, if you want to be, the Uber of shipping brownies to people quicker, you could probably get $1 billion for that, versus some things that may help people, but it doesn't scale as much, or you're not going to make as much money. They're not looking to fund these sort of things. So both in terms of the funding and where they think, again, but why do they fund it? Because they think what's going to make the most money or become the next unicorn in terms of valuation. And these kind of consumer level products where people want to keep using it or keep on it or keep buying stuff off of it. That's the stuff that seems to be making the most money. And I think that's going to, like, if that still ends up like being the case, that's going to end up what's driving, you know, and with the most money, again, not even in terms of like, okay, I want to make the most money as an employee. I want to work at these places. That does play into a little bit. But also when you're talking about some of these computational things, a lot of things this is becoming more of like out there, but a lot of the secret sauce to that is the GPUs and like the computational power that you have, and it's so expensive. It's really expensive. That's why, again, like versus, okay, you want your computer, you know, working 3 months on one model versus at Google, it'll take them maybe like 3 seconds to do that same model, so they can keep iterating because they have that kind of access to the computational power that's extremely expensive. So that's why, you know, so if you make a lot of money, so you can have that kind of computational power to do that, again, it based on the incentive, like what's going to end up making the most money versus, you know, not necessarily like helping people in the biggest way. So I think that's some of the drivers towards some of those kind of things, like brilliant minds wanting to go there. And again, like in terms of like why companies or kind of things want to invest, because it ends up making the most money. That's kind of the punchline, I think, for some of these different things. So again, like how to kind of disentangle that, and that would be the nudge of the century. We could talk about that, you know, like offline, not just because of secret, just because time. But where are we going? Oh my gosh! Like I said, that's just such a.
Let me also jump in here. Let me also jump in here and add this point of view. Right, with all this advances in technology that we have, and we talked about deep fakes and distrust and misinformation, because you know you see these things, and it's also fantastic because yesterday we had Professor Dan Everett, and he was. Okay, the contrast, here's the contrast, right? He was talking about his experience with the Piraha tribes in the Amazon forest. Until he said it didn't even occur to most of us. He says, we are so used to this three-dimensional world represented on a two-dimensional world. But all right, I think Sean had an issue with his machine. He's dropped off, but he will join back in a moment, I think, because, okay, he's back. If you can hear us, Sean.
I froze again. All right. So I didn't hear the beginning of your next question. So feel free to go in. I'm sorry.
I was saying, let me butt in here a bit as we talk about the future, right? So I'll take you back to like a couple of 100 years. And the best way of doing that is to share with you what Professor Dan Everett told us yesterday. He was saying, if you look at us, like we're so used to seeing two-dimensional representations of the world, like pictures. You know, that's how our kids know it's a lion, it's a tiger, it's a tree, right? We're sharing pictures and we see our picture. So it's a 2D representation. But then look at the Pirahas. The only 2D in their world is when they see themselves in that stream of water, the reflection. Everything that they know is three-dimensional, right? It's a secular tribe in the Amazon.
Yeah.
So that is one part of the world. Right? That's where we were from. And I hope I'm not misremembering it, but I think Reshma was telling me about the story of the tribe. And this says, in the tribe, you believe something only if the person who's telling you the story has seen it or has met the person who has told it. So you can go like, I think 1 or 2 degrees. Mm-hmm. Right? That is what is required for something to be believable. So from there to today, where we already have Photoshop, deep fakes, and then possible future, where people talk about possibly uploading your consciousness to a tablet, internet, or something, right? So if you have to simply speculate, now this is a larger context I want to help us play with a bit, saying, what kind of a future are you looking at? Or is it all this too much nonsense we are talking about because, we've got nothing better to do? Where does future lead us?
I could add to that. Are we headed to Jetsons, Harry Potter, or 1984, or something completely different?
Oh my gosh. So let me make it outstanding that I truly don't know. But I'll just keep talking and think of something kind of like on the way. The reason I kind of don't know is because basically history, again, like it's one of those things where it seems like the same for a long time, but how long, like, it changes again. But it could be like one event that can kind of like divert or revert these different things. And I don't know, again, like when those events are, what exactly they're going to look like. Some things you try to do your best to kind of mitigate some, real horror shows. Then there's always just going to be those surprises. And all I can really talk about would be, I guess, the kind of like future I'm just like helping to like cultivate in this really kind of like small little bubble. And it really is just, I think it would be for the best if there was something, like not just interagency, but like real multinational kind of effort around kind of like this space. And again, I don't know what the name's going to be. You see like information operations, information security, cognitive domain, cognitive security, cognitive warfare. Again, there's so many different names for it. All these sort of things, but get all those different folks with the, different name tags, different kind of job stuff, and get them together. And like, how can things be helpful? Again, in terms of what that looks like, again, like something like a UN or something like, it doesn't have to be like military, like a NATO, but more kind of conversations like that. I think it will lead to less surprise. And I think it can lead to a lot of things like, oh, like I didn't like consider that. Let's make sure that we do consider that, because I really do think, and again, here's another buzzword for folks in terms of like, what's this moment, at least in terms of the US kind of thing, like what we're talking about, and like all these different, they call it great power competition. That's kind of one of the buzzwords you're going to see around that. Where again, it's going to be more that gray zone kind of tactics. It's going to be less, like warheads on foreheads. I'll see stuff in little green men. Like, are these actually like soldiers or not? Well, they're acting kind of soldiers. They swear they're not, or no, they swear it's a fishing boat. Okay, let's build up these islands in South China Sea. No, this is our territory. These islands are like here. This is ours. And they keeps moving like meters. And you're going to be seeing more of that. You're going to be seeing more of, okay, I don't like what the NBA is saying, so we're going to take our money away, sort of thing. That's how the kind of like warfare is going to more look like. There's going to be some folks where, again, it's going to get, real kinetic in terms of like fighting and violent in that way. But I think it's going to move more towards those kind of aggressions. And again, the kind of world that I'd hope to see would be, again, like this real kind of like multinational effort where folks can come together. Because again, I'm only going to know from my background and what, good folks like this community kind of tell me in terms of like what's their cultural context or what's their kind of like professional context. Again, I'm just one single person. We need kind of more of those kind of conversations and like bring in good ideas that folks have already thought about in different contexts, kind of help each other in that and help, protect each other, and that to hopefully get to even that world of, like freedom and whatnot, and without kind of as much, like bothersome, like kind of like, bothering of that. So that's all I can kind of say is, so the bottom line of that is just, I know the world that I'm trying to bring out, and I know it's not like a fully formed, again, no robot Rosies in terms of Jetsons or whatnot. So I truly don't know. And all I kind of know is what I'm trying to aim for in terms of my efforts. And if anything surprising comes around, helping at least the folks who look at this, be as resilient as possible. So, yeah.
Thank you. That was an intentionally large question. and fantastic answer to that. Thank you, Sean, for being here with us today.
No problem. Thanks for the invite.
Have a great weekend ahead. We'll be in touch. People who have got questions, please shoot them to Sean on LinkedIn. He's not on Twitter. He's not on WhatsApp, but he will answer your question on LinkedIn. Have a fantastic weekend ahead, Sean. And we'll be back in 1 minute with the final session for the day.
Thank you all.
Stay in line. Thank you.
All right, I'm gone.
Our final panel, true to the theme of NowFest, celebrating the global behavior science community, brings together practitioners from South Africa, Brazil, UK, USA, Germany, and India. Discussing the development, application, and future of behavior science, this diverse panel from 5 continents will be moderated by Latizar Ivanov, a behavior scientist specializing in its application in marketing and advertising. He is a PhD candidate in marketing with 2 publications in International Journal of Advertising and 1 in sustainability. Our first panelist is Kristen Berman, who is the CEO and co-founder of Irrational Labs, a product design and behavior change lab. She is also the co-founder and principal of Common Sense Lab, a Duke University lab dedicated to applying behavior science insights to design and test solutions that increase the financial well-being for low to moderate income people living in the United States. Our next panelist, Flavia Avila, is the founder and CEO of In Behavior Lab and chief editor of the website economiacomportamental.org, designed to promote the area of behavioral and experimental economics in Brazil. Postgraduate degree in behavioral economics in Brazil in 2016 at ESPM Business School. She has over 18 years of experience studying and investigating individual and group behavior using both lab and field experience. Next, we have founder, CEO of Kauri Consulting and secretary of Diversify Global. With over 10 years of experience of practically applying behavioral science, he has established himself as one of the world's leading practitioners in the field. He is the author of a new book, Ripple, The Big Effects of Small Behavior Changes in Business, and is an honorary research fellow at the Department of Psychology at City University, London. The founder of the Behavior Change Agency and Red Chili Communications, Pat Govinder, is our next panelist. He has over 30 years of experience crafting communications and behavior change programs, especially in the digital environment. He established South Africa's first specialist behavioral science and digital agency in 2016. And joining him is Prakash Sharma, co-founder of 1001 Stories, crew at the NowFest, and president of Diversify Global. Over to the panel.
Thanks, Pav. I would like to say a warm welcome to the audience that have joined us from all corners of the world. The title of this session is What Now? And it is about the future of behavioral science. Thanks for the warm introduction. I just want to specify one thing about me. As already announced, my name is Latizar, and I completed my PhD at the intersection of behavioral science and marketing, and only yesterday I received my certificate, so it is official now. And I've worked on topics like advertising, health communication, and pro-environmental behaviors. So the outline for today's session, we will do the following. In the first half of the session, we will each of us, the panelists, will answer the same question: what is the future of behavioral science? And we will try to cover different aspects. And in the second half of the session, we will discuss in greater detail some important topics. We will try to cover growth, education, and ethics. So, the future of behavioral science, what does it hold? Behavioral science typically draws on insights from psychology, behavioral evolution, and neuroscience. And psychologists like Kahneman and Ariely have made behavioral science a popular field. But I believe that in the future, the field will progress because of advances in behavioral evolution and neuroscience. Shout out to the work of Robert Sapolsky and Andrew Huberman. Understanding selection, like individual, kin, group, genetics, and neuroscience will be the key. And probably today and yesterday we have heard on many occasions that context matters. And concepts such as gene-environment interaction explain why context matters and what constitutes and counts as context. Another example from my field, marketing. Lesbina and Peterfield have told us that long-term brand building as compared to short-term sales activation benefits from emotional messaging and broad audience targeting. What might be the underlying biology behind these effects? So we know that the limbic system is not only central to emotion, but also to learning and to memory formation. Hence, when your goal is to instill brand codes in the mind of the consumer, it might pay off to activate this part of the brain through emotional messaging. And we also know that the neocortex carries out an executive function and is involved in decision making. And consumers often don't want more choice, but to be more confident in the choices they have already subconsciously made. Rational and narrowly targeted messaging close to purchase might give cognition the confidence to rubber stamp the emotional decision. So to wrap it up from my side, to provide a quick summary, I believe that the future of behavioral science will have to do with behavioral evolution and neuroscience. And I would like to invite our next panelist to talk about the future of behavioral science and answer the question, what is the future of behavioral science? Kristen, would you like to speak next?
Sure. Hi all, my name is Kristen, co-founder, CEO of Irrational Labs. Irrational Labs, we think about behavior change and work with companies like kind of large ones, small ones. So we're based in the Bay Area, so get access to folks like Intuit, LinkedIn. We talk to the Microsoft's, TikTok, and focus on doing field experiments and behavior change for good. So I'll be biased in my answer, and I think the future of behavioral science is really around field experiments with companies. They have the most access to data at this point that is real world data. And so, you know, we went from a world of lab studies where it was college kids being brought into the lab to MTurk and online studies. One of the reasons online studies took off was because it's easier to recruit people than a lab study. It's cheaper also. And so the hope is that, and maybe my prediction is that as companies become better at rapid experimentation, A/B testing in their frameworks and their infrastructure and their tech, that academics and applied behavioral scientists like us will be able to work with them to do more experiments. And we'll have to set up some third-party IRBs to do this, and we'll have to set up some kind of data sharing agreements that are easier than universities have. And we'll have to protect the company's interest and yet protect science. And so there'll be an all new set of challenges to deal with. But seeing how much data these companies have, real world data about actual behavior, just trumps anything else that I've seen in a in a lab or a online study. And because of that, I think we'll get a lot maybe more robust and also more noisy findings. So we won't be reading papers that have under 100 in their N or in their condition. But we will have to look at context, right? Because each company's context will be wildly different. And so it'll be much harder to control these variables. And maybe that's okay. I think, looking for a universal theory of human behavior is tough. We haven't done it yet. And so one of the answers may be context dependent is the answer, and that we're not going to find things that replicate across cultures and across time in this uniform, law of human nature. We're not physics. There is no universal law of human behavior yet, or at least maybe that's what I predict we'll have to come to. So excited for the future and hope that it's more data, real world data.
I'm excited about the future that you described as well, because quite frankly, me personally as a scientist, I have also run small scale experiments with mTurk, and this is the one spectrum when we look at marketing science, and on the other side we have the modelers, which deal with big data, but they model them only, and we have this emerging new field of big experiments where you can have not the typical 2x2 design, but very large scale experiments with many participants and done rigorously and with a lot of insight. So, Flavio, would you like to go next? What is the future of behavioral science according to you?
Perfect. First, it's amazing, Kristen. I totally agree. And we here in Brazil, in Behavioral Lab, we are a consulting firm that have been working also a lot with the private sector, but also with the public sector for the last 6 years. And it's amazing how much data they have and how many opportunities. And it's a new perspective that you bring to the table. And in a few minutes, they have so much information, all that a researcher would love to see. And I've been seeing how much we can do if we could do a good behavioral mapping, behavioral diagnosis, how much we can offer to them. Yeah, and it has been a great journey. And one thing that I want to bring to the table here, although we have people that are not in Brazil that are part of the team, one reflection about the future of behavioral science is that I believe that non-weird countries, specifically Brazil, Latin America, we are in a different temporal circle. I know a lot is being discussed in the US, UK, Europe, but here, I can see that we have done good studies and experiments and international experiments, but most efforts are still in capability and building this capacity in the companies so they can make the right questions and they can implement successfully. So I think we are in different stages, but I'm very excited about what is to come here because so much opportunities there are of cultural adaptation, experimentation, scalability, that it's many of the experiments here and experiments in the companies are not scalable, like they are a lot of, how do you say in English? More design, not design thinking, but some methodologies, that MVPs that are created go to the field and they bring results like very blurred results. And I think there are so many opportunities to bring the experimentation idea, the causality effects, and what causes what in the companies nowadays. We have a lot of data, we have a lot of technology, and it's increasing ever more. So, like artificial intelligence or machine learning, and everything that they can do there. So as behavioral scientists, I see that we are getting to ask more complex questions, and we have tools to help them solve many of those questions. And I don't think we were how do you say, getting the most of this information. And I agree with Kristen that the future, I feel that this is going to be bigger and bigger. We'll have more information, more behavioral mapping, so we can design scalable solutions that are impactful, not only for the private sector, but for the public sector and like main topics that are being discussed right now. I also think that things are getting a little bit more abstract. Some of the topics being discussed in behavioral science, such as racial and gender diversity, green behaviors, and all. So I think we have some concrete questions in some sectors. Financial sector is a plentiful of opportunities, but also we are walking to new fields that are challenging, but we have more information about it, and getting together many heads and practitioners and researchers can make this future more brighter. But yeah, I'm very excited for everything that's going to come.
Thank you very much, Flavia. Somewhere in your prediction, I heard the term weird. We've probably have talked about it during the conference so far, and I know that one of our other panelists have some points that he would like to share with us on making behavioral science in the field non-weird. So I'm talking about you, Pat. Pat and I share something else in common. We're both proponents of the biological view on human behavior, but the floor is yours, Pat, right now. Tell us, what is the future of behavioral science and how do we make it a little less weird?
Thank you, Elizabeth. And I'm honored to be part of such an interesting panel, and I'm enjoying Jez's fireplace in the back. We are on the opposite end of the temperature gauge, Jez, so we can enjoy cold beers while you guys battle out the cold. Yes, I'm honored to be part of this really interesting panel, and big up to Prakash for pulling off this wonderful two-day event. Just a quick note about behavioral science in Africa and Southern Africa, and I don't think in any way that I can represent Africa. I think I'm someone who's from here, most definitely born and bred. But South Africa has seen the extensive use of behavioral economics, mostly in the financial services space. However, at the policy level and NGO level, there's been little use of behavioral science, as you defined it, Leticia. And the same would apply to government programs. There's really good interest in behavioral economics, but at the same time, not much understanding of behavioral science as a field. And I would argue the same can be said for most of Southern Africa. Yeah, I think when we look to the... Sorry, I'm getting echo. Can you hear me okay? Okay, cool. Yeah, when we look to the future, they always say, let's go back and look at our history. So, Antigone, there's a quote from there that I'd like to start with, or get us to think about. And in the tragedy that Sophocles wrote around 441 BC, it says that many things are wonderful and terrible, but none more so than humans. And at the Behavior Change Agency, we believe that humans are wired for good, and I think that's something else Leticia and I actually share. And this is premised on the concept of Ubuntu. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with this concept, but Ubuntu is an Nguni term meaning humanity. It is sometimes translated as I am because we are, or humanity towards others. In more philosophical sense, it's belief in a universal bond of sharing that connects all of humanity. And Ramachandran's work that was referred to yesterday, gives a lot of credence to this philosophy, which is ages old. Of course, as behavioral science practitioners, we know that context, which is, again, everyone has spoken to extensively, is largely responsible for our behaviors. And we also know that evolution, and in fact, our biology responds to our context. So what does it mean for us as behavioral science practitioners? At BCA, we work with NGOs, private sector, and government. we believe very strongly that dysfunctional systems drive dysfunctional behaviors. So really our job is to ensure that we contribute to positive behavior change with a clear understanding of this context. This means that we need to be cognizant of the systemic drivers of our behavior and therefore the limitations of a short or medium-term interventions, or even when those of us are lucky enough to work in long-term interventions. And one of the areas that we can start to address the systemic drivers, of course there are many, many more, is in the area of poverty reduction, and it's something that's close to my heart. You know, working with many great initiatives in some governments, businesses, and NGOs, we can readily draw on work of just two of the giants of the behavioral world, Sapolsky and Moderated. And I mean, they've done a lot of exciting work, which we don't have the time to talk about. I'm just going to, I've got a couple of minutes. So Sapolsky talks about income inequality as a major predictor of rates of violent crime across America and across industrialized nations. We certainly can see this in South Africa. We really are experiencing high crime levels. Our Gini coefficient is 0.63, currently the highest in the world, so it's not surprising. And of course, given our apartheid history, it's almost kind of a natural process that we have to go through. Mulanathan goes on further to talk about how poverty impedes, cognitive functioning and reduces cognitive bandwidth. And we know that addressing poverty requires deep systemic changes over time. Given this reality, what is it that we can do in the short term as behavioral scientists? And for me, there's just three areas that I'm going to quickly touch upon. I'm not going to go into the great detail now, which you've given me just 5 minutes. The first is, of course, addressing the weird research, the issue of weird research. The fact that most of our research, field comes from Western educated, industrialized, rich and democratic nations needs to be urgently addressed. And the majority of us need to start taking this seriously, particularly those in the developing world. We need to up our ante when it comes to contributing to research in the behavioral sciences. Otherwise, we'll never really be able to understand or address our context and what successfully works in our hometowns. Next, we need to start addressing the big issues. So this, for me, is where the real future of the behavioral sciences lies. And that's the big issues like poverty, racism, health inequality. And here we can add COVID vaccine access and hesitancy and gender violence urgently by developing and implementing evidence-based behavioral science-based solution. And we've started to trial a whole lot of these things with different clients across private sector, NGOs, or government. And the behavioral sciences we've seen, lastly, is that it's really has powerful insights, and we need to start communicating these gems in a simple and salient manner to policymakers, business, and NGO leaders. Unlike in the North or in Europe or the States, I think there's a lot of education that's needed in this regard. But we all know this is easier said than done. It would be great if, for example, we can see a behavioral science module in our public service degrees and training. Or this could be a conference focus next year, Prakash. Returning to Antigone, I think that behavioral sciences, particularly in the global south, can really add impetus to start eroding the terrible and brutal things in our world, and to really strengthen our attempts to finding the beauty and humanity of our behavior. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Pat. Now I would like to bring in Jess, who has something similar with me and Pat, in that he's also interested in biology, having background in biochemistry himself. And I think that he's going to touch on some of the things that Kristen and Flavia talked about, namely big behavioral science and ecosystems, and the floor is yours, Jess.
Cool, thanks for that, lifestyle. And thanks, Kristen and Flavia and Pat. So I'm kind of going to steal, I think, each bit of your themes. So I think the future of behavioral science for me, I am a really optimistic person. So the future of behavioral science is going to be big. I really, really firmly believe that. I think that it's got a real opportunity to make the world better at scale everywhere. One, I think, sort of interesting change in the narrative, I think, from maybe sort of the 12 years, certainly I've been working in this, is the narrative in kind of emergent markets isn't necessarily wrong, but I think it's only part of the story, is that small things can have big effects. And that is true. But I think once you start to practice, you'll find that it's really, really hard to essentially replicate small changes having big effects in all of the work that you do. And I think there was a little bit of talk at the Behavioural Exchange pre-pandemic around unicorn nudges. And I think that's quite dangerous to talk about unicorn nudges. That essentially it presents these small changes as having the opportunity to be like, billion transformational, 10x. And that might be true of maybe one, where you have control over a market and you maybe make a policy and it's an opt-out. So no doubt in a very kind of narrow domain with a very defined environment, I think there's a real opportunity to do that. But I think in my world, in business, I think that behavioural science actually is moving more into sort of systems thinking. So building on some of the things you were talking about, Pat, that to change behaviour, to think that you can do it with one small intervention at scale, I think it is a narrative that I no longer believe in for the majority of practice that we work in. So I think a series of small changes and interventions that all integrate and join together and creating kind of more, Pat, I think this more systems thinking is the way that I think behavioural science is evolving. Because for a number of reasons, so Kristen, you talked about context, to think that, one intervention is going to absolutely nail, the population at scale, it's not going to happen. The context of all of those different people at different times doing different things, it is quite different. So I think having a systems way of thinking about the future of behavioural science is how we're going to get big. And I also think heterogeneity, so having different types of interventions for different cohorts of people is really, really important. So, to deliver behavioural science at scale and be big, essentially, I think it's a series of integrated systems thinking with lots of moving parts and heterogeneity in for all of the different cohorts of people to get to scale. So, how can you get to, 60, 70, 80, 90% of a particular universe to change behavior? I don't think one unicorn nudge is going to work for most sort of problems that we face. And so I'm super, super excited about behavioral science and the bigness. And but I do think it's lots and lots of small changes all working together and understanding how they integrate is the way forward. And then I think, Flavia, your particular point around different cultures, Kristen, your point around different sort of contexts, and then Pat, I think your point around systems and having the data that can join all of that together, I think is where we're going to be at. So some hopefully like loads more work, loads more behavioural science in order to make it big. But I think the narrative of small things can make big things happen all of the time in every domain to drive scale, I don't think it's true. And I think the narrative needs to change once you've started to emerge out of essentially that stage of the market. So when you're going to Kristen and Microsoft, to go in and say, look, we can solve this problem by doing this small change, you just get laughed at, So people go, yeah, that would work for 12% of my universe, but I'd like to get it up to like 90. So how do I do that? And that's very, very difficult when you don't have a policy, which is law, that makes people automatically opted in and they can't opt out. I mean, that's one of the difficulties of the private sector is it would be great if all my clients could opt all customers into their services and then they had an opportunity to opt out. It would be great, but unfortunately that is not a tool at our disposal. So that's where the future of behavioural science is for me. Scale, big systems, and a narrative shift, I think, out of essentially the start of behavioural science, something bigger and better.
Thank you very much, Jess. I share your vision about systems, and I believe that we all, as scientists and practitioners, could benefit and learn from areas and fields like chaos theory and complexity theory, because they urge us and make us to think in different ways. So most of us who have training and background in reductive thinking and complex thinking is a lot different, and probably it's the thing that we need to create this future that you're talking about. I would like to bring in Prakash right now. Same question as for everybody else. What's the future of behavioral science?
Thank you, and also congratulations, Latvia. Very, very happy for you. So the Australians are sleeping right now. The Antarctica, those guys don't count, I guess. So that leaves us with us from Asia, and Africa, Europe, North America, and America Latina. So it's fantastic to be with you all out here. So I am not a trained behavioral scientist. I'm an engineer because India. Then I also did my MBA because India. And then, in the course of that career progression, I kind of developed some kind of an approach. Like, for example, when I was going out to Brazil, I would say, I realized if I'm doing some mistakes, which I do a lot, I found it is easy to say, bom dia, tá bom, tudo bom, and then they were much more accommodating of those mistakes I was making, similar stuff like that. So these kind of stuff was what prompted my interest in behavioral sciences. I didn't even know it was called behavioral science. Working with, large teams, and you were talking about behavioral science at scale, large teams, and realizing that people come to you unhappy at the end of a year and say, you know what, you're paying attention to only the last 3 months of my performance. That's the fight they have with the managers. And then they're coming down to me and saying, I do think I'm paying attention to the entire performance. And both are right. It is just that the manager is paying a disproportionate amount of attention to the last 3 months, but is not even aware of it. So you want to divide the system where you take a review every 3 months or 4 months, and at the end of the year, you kind of average it out. Right? So you remove that. So these kind of solutions was how I kind of eventually decided to get into behavioral science. So a question like, where do you see, or what is the future of behavioral science? When I hear that, I interpret it like this. Number one is, what are the possible advancements in the field itself? Say in terms of biases, heuristics, cognitive neuroscience and stuff like that. And I'm not qualified to have an opinion on that because I don't do this research. But on the other side of the question comes, what is the future of behavioral science when it comes to adoption in public policy and businesses? And because I'm in this part of the world, I'm very, very tempted. Let me talk about this part of the world. And I'm very, very tempted to say something like, that famous quote, marketing is too important to be left to the marketeers. And I want to say behavioral science is too important to be left to the behavioral strategists. But then the reality in this side of the world is, I do not know of a single chief behavioral strategist or officer as a role, on this side of the time zone as yet. There are tiny changes. I happen to know a couple of people who have the roles of behavioral science managers, officers. We had a fantastic session today, earlier in the day, Ravi, CMO at HDFC Bank, and he was talking about how they're using behavioral economies, right? So there is a slight change coming down. And if you ask me from this perspective, where do you see the future of behavioral science? I'm curious myself. Like, where is it going? Is it becoming a field which is like a body embedded, a CBO unit within the company? Does it become, horizontal, or does it get outsourced the way creative work gets outsourced to an external agency? So which form is it going down to? I'm curious too. But I don't know, I want to be a part of the journey. And that's where I'm at, Latvia, right now.
Perfect. Thank you. That's for sure an interesting question where we're going to go. Is it going to be in-house or an agency or some combination of both? That's surely interesting. And one other point that you made, it surely applies to business, but also to behavioral science per se, that we focus far too much on the short-term interventions, and we probably should do more research and more practical applications in the field of the long term. So and it's also important that you mentioned the growth, because in this second phase of our panel and our discussion, I would like for us to talk on different topics. The first one is growth. So let's address the elephant in the room. Behavioral science is still a very small field, and I was wondering how should we grow the field and its application? Because let's face it, there are parts of the world like the UK where JES is, where there are plenty of agencies. There are people that work both inside an organization and outside as consultants. Even in mainland Europe, in Germany, there are not so many agencies and people that work in the field. Even today, when I was announcing that I will be speaking on this event, people would come up to me and say, "Okay, I'm excited that somebody who has a connection to Germany will participate in such an event." And on the other side of the spectrum, we have places like Australia, where I get the impression that, I don't know, every baker on the corner has an in-house behavioral scientist. So, long story short, how do we grow the field? How do we expose more people to the power of behavioral science? And how do we communicate its advantages and positive sides to the businesses? Jess, would you like to jump on in first? Because I believe that me and you, we share the perspective that the field as a whole has been very collaborative so far within the whole field. We exchange resources, talk to each other, promote each other, but somehow we are not so not so good, or at least there's potential to improve when it comes to how we position ourselves and the services that we provide to other agencies and companies.
Yeah, no. So I think Kristen and Flavia and Pat and Prakash should be able to talk better about public sector and not profit, because I'm not particularly good in those markets. So I can only talk about kind of the world of business. And yeah, my kind of frustration sometimes is that I think behavioral scientists are amazing behavioral scientists, like truly. But I think they make for really quite awful business people. And what I mean by that is, a senior leader. So she's CEO, she's running, an organization that's global, and she's got 5 reports, and she's got lots and lots of challenges that she's got to deal with. And essentially, she's just assessing solutions based on the cost and what the value of them are, and whether they're going to continue to deliver value. And I just don't think we're doing that particularly well. Is essentially presenting solutions that deliver value in ways and language that they understand, such that they can say, okay, I'm not going to do that with McKinsey. I'm going to do that with Irrational Labs, or that with Cowrie, or that with In Behaviour Lab, or that with a behaviour change agency, because that's who we're up against. I'm really excited about the fact that, certainly in the markets which I'm very fortunate to work in, that we're starting to have some bigger conversations, and that's what we're up against. Finely tuned, strong relationships with big management consultancies that have got really strong business cases. So, I think what we've been spending a lot of time on is trying to articulate the value in a language that the company understands. So that might be better experience for the colleagues working in the business, such that they stay within the business, they're more engaged, they're less likely to leave, less likely to be retrained, might attract other talent. So when you put that in a business case, then all of a sudden the behavioral science makes sense. If we go in to say, actually, we've got this mixed method, this is the style of intervention, and this is the statistical test we're going to use, like she's just going to get turned off. So I think to grow this, I think as senior leaders of our organizations, we've got to help our teams articulate the value that they create over and above some form of quasi-academic study. I think that's important for us and for our community, but I think it's less important for certainly the leaders that I'm interacting with now. And it's really exciting. So, I just want us to kind of step up, because, if we don't do that, then essentially we're just not going to be invited invited to the table. So that's kind of like my provocation that, you know, I think we've all got to up our game and be able to compete with some of these established brands.
Thanks, Jess. Who would like to provide his opinion, build on the things that Jess said?
I want to chime in out there on the question of growth with 2-3 observations. Again, I'll speak on behalf of this side of the time zone with whatever experience I've got, right? So the last, if I look at, I've been with 1001 Stories, we started 5 years back, 5.5, 6 years back. And in the initial years, when we started talking about behavioral science and all, it's like, just like, and so we stopped using that language. We started talking purely in terms of marketing problem or challenges. And then luckily someone helped us understand your client doesn't care. You're using behavioral science, sociology, maths, black magic. The client cares for a solution, right? So your goal is not selling behavioral science. Your goal is to sell a solution, and on your back end, you can solve using behavioral science or whatever it is. The client wants solutions. So, okay, that was the way we started, right? So you work with clients on diverse projects, and then you on the back end are using behavioral science to understand or design a solution, whether it's an ad or a feature or whatever it is. Today, if I look at it, the last 1.5, 2 years, now you can see there's a small uptake. And you have people in different industries, the HR side, the finance side, having a curiosity around this field. Funnily, also consumer insights teams. They are looking at the consumer insight getting sharpened with a very good idea of the behavioral drivers towards adoption of barriers. In my experience, I have not seen this a lot from product teams as yet, but that could be because they already have a UX team working with them or their own research happening, and they may not feel the need for it. I could be wrong, but that's what I've seen so far, right? And I am curious. I have a feeling over the next 4 or 5 years, from a growth point of view, I think we'll also see agencies, marketing agencies, creative agencies. The way you had the account planner who came down to aid the creative folks in the 90s, possibly we'll see, very possibly, see a behavioral insights team or a behavioral strategist, in a part of that team. And that is possibly one good way that the field is going to get popular out here. Will the field get popular? Will there be a growth? There's no doubt about it. But again, I'm going back to that confusion, not confusion, that curiosity which I have, right? Is it going to be driven by external consultants or by internal teams? Or is it going to be a mix? And if it's a mix, what's the ratio? 20-80, 50-50. That's where the curiosity is for me. Pat, Kristen, and Flavia, please join in with your... yes, Flavia.
Can I start? I believe I agree with Prakash and Jess, and also it's very nice because also when we help each other, and it has been a pleasure. We have Diversify Global that we are together in it, working also with Jess and learning in a few projects. So I think we can help a lot each other in different cultures and stages at the moment. But one of the points, I think, it's by demonstrating how the tools of behavioral science, what did they have to offer for different perspectives and to solve old problems also. The world is ever more complex, and sometimes an approach that emphasizes in a real behavior, realistic perspective can change. It can be very helpful. So I think when we get old problems and we look at different perspectives, it can help a lot bringing this additional view. But at the same time, just one thing, it's very important that we don't create unrealistic expectations, because behavioral science is not the magic wand. We all know here, many results can be frustrating sometimes. And I'm sure everyone has gone to some kind of problem. And when you get to unrealistic expectations and things don't go well, simply like the company or the government or that behavior units that they're building are very, they don't believe in what happened. It can not work. And I think when we defend unrealistically or we can have a problem too, I think, in growing this market. And I think there is one thing that I don't think there is competition in this market, not for us now. I don't know you guys, but there is a good competition between like good behavioral science and bad behavioral science. Yeah, and this was a discussion I had with Jenny from Busara one time, and I really like it. So I think we need to this good behavioral science and being very careful with what we try and what are the expectations that we generate. We can get to new thresholds when we are able to contextualize. So sometimes we can get a solution from another company, another partner, and contextualize for the settings we want to apply them. And I think we can do a lot together, uniting these forces.
Okay, just come in there as well. I think this, I like what Jess says in terms of how it works in the private sector, and I think it's easiest to work there, because what we found is that if you can clearly articulate the return on investment, that's the language, people love you. Never mind what you're using, as Prakash does, they don't care. They just want to see the return on investment. The challenge is, of course, and we found at GNS Africa, is when you're talking about sort of social issues, issues whether it's gender-based violence or crime or whatever the social issue may be, people are not used to actually costing that and saying, okay, how do we articulate that as a return on investment? Of course, there are ways, and I think that's one big thing, an opportunity across the board. Whether you're talking to the private sector, which is a lot easier, or when you talk to governments, which is a lot more harder. But we've got to get that argument right. And the second thing is, I think, particularly here in South Africa, we really missed an opportunity, and I think globally it is the situation as well. COVID has brought everybody talking about behavior change. It's right up there, but I'm not sure whether we've taken this opportunity to articulate very clearly what real good behavior change is, as you say, Flavia. And I think that opportunity still exists for us to do that. So it's about harnessing these opportunities and being very articulate about how we see ourselves and what the solutions that we can bring to the table.
Yeah, maybe I'll pile on. I think what we're trying to do is pretty difficult. A lot of behavior change solutions go against intuitively our model of ourselves. So we say things like, we pay attention to other people, we use social norms, and then it's very difficult because, like, am I just a sheep following the herd? Of course not, right? But and yet we say we have these interventions that assume that other people are like this, and we're loss averse, and we are we tend to have the view that kind of we take the path of least resistance, we're lazy, et cetera, et cetera. And so having that model of human behavior is maybe intuitive to the folks on the call or the people listening, but isn't intuitive to new people who are introduced to behavioral science as a field. What is intuitive is talking to one person on the ground and hearing their story, and then building interventions based on that. The identifiable victim effect is clear, we are more moved by the problems and pain of one person versus statistics. And behavioral science really is in the camp of looking at systematic irrationalities and statistics in order to drive behavior change interventions. So I think one of the reasons our field has been slow to adopt in the private or public sector is we're not actually using our own medicine as we think about trying to convince folks about our solutions and our interventions. When we were working with a large company, I used to do these quantitative mTurk studies, and then I would do usertesting.com, which is a platform that would show people going through the app or the product. And I would not talk about the mTurk studies. I would, show the usertesting.com, get people to feel that emotion, and then have another slide that said, and oh, by the way, this is real. Here's a statistic that replicates this, and we should believe it. So I think we should just get more creative in how we're pitching interventions and solutions to our partners, and really embrace the idea that it's a hard idea that people are lazy and we follow social norms and all these things that may be intuitive to, obviously we don't say lazy, we say path of least resistance. But we all, and I think this will be important as it grows, to have the field really, to have us as representatives of the field use our own medicine.
Thanks very much, Kristen. And I think that I would like for you to continue with the next big topic that we have on our agenda. And it surely helps that you have talked again about MTurk, because as the tool that I have used as well for all my experiments and research papers. And the next thing that I would like to bring on the table as a topic is education, and more precisely the question of how do we bridge the gap between academia on the one side and practice. How do we narrow it so that they work closer together? Would you like to continue right on, Kristen?
Sure. I honestly, and I'll be very transparent here, I don't have a great answer. We at Rational Labs, we developed a boot camp because I didn't have a great answer. It's like very difficult to go into the field of behavioral economics right now, because the main path, at least 5 years ago, before the Penn program and LSU and now our boot camp, really was to get a PhD, and it's very difficult to get a PhD and then go back into industry. And so we developed this 8-week self-paced boot camp and now a 4-week one, really just to fill a gap of like, people are very interested in the field, and we need some more rigorous training that combines applied case studies with academic insights. I think our boot camp is good. I don't think it's going to change the market. For folks who are interested in it and want to take it seriously as a career change, really applied experience is the best way to do that, to get your hands dirty with doing experiments on the ground, with testing different changes. And so to do that, I think we need, more nonprofits, governments, industry willing to do experiments. And so the best training for folks is just, we don't hire anyone who doesn't have applied experience doing real behavior change on the ground. And so I think we're moving there. We have the Penn program, which is a year program, LSU, as starting points for folks. And so, and they do integrate internships. So I'm confident that we're going to get to some training level that helps people move along. And then easy ones, if you're in a current job, taking an online course and then doing something in your company, right? So basically using the information you're learning in a course and then immediately applying it within the context of your company before you try to get a new job. So do that first, have an experience, have something to talk about, and then try to move to another company where you can maybe double down on the field.
Thanks very much, Kristen. I would like to bring in Jess to speak next because Kristen mentioned the program that they are organizing, and here I would like to emphasize that Kauri is also doing stuff in the field of education themselves. They have the summer program, which is big, and it attracts participants from all continents, hundreds of them. And please do check it out for the folks that are interested. Jess, would you like to speak about, to say a few more words about the program that you guys are organizing, and generally what's your take on the question of how do we bridge the gap between academia and practice?
Yes, so I think what I think is really important is that, and Prakash and Flavia, Pat and Kristen are at the forefront of this, is kind of joining up global communities such that we know what that global talent pool is and looks like. And I feel like it's very siloed and fragmented right now. So, if we wanted like a talent map of where people sat in organizations, I think Stephen Wendell's behavioral team survey, I think, is most probably the best asset that we've got right now, which is really good. And but like I'm talking about kind of named individuals and pathways, if you like. So one of the things that we've done is, we've got a global summer school, predominantly for master's level job careerists. That's kind of what it's designed for. So we had 1,000 expressions of interests, 200 applications, just over 240 people came through that system, and we hired 4. So that means there's 36 other people that were hireable, and it means there was 160 people that are equally hireable, and we've hired one of those 160 for a slightly different role. So I was chatting with some of the chief behavioural officers around the world, so Alison McLean, AIA in Australia, Antoine Ferrer, Novartis, quite a few people at kind of inside organisations. And, you know, I think we need to join up academia with organisations and consultancies and agencies and start to map out kind of what these career paths and journeys look like for people. So people can go, right, so if I've got a master's, then I could work inside an organisation like a Microsoft, you know, working with Kristen at Rational Labs, or I could go and work with maybe somebody in a government department, which might be working with Flavia in Brazil, or Pat in South Africa. But I just don't think that they've really been mapped out, and I don't think the different parties are having that conversation. So yes, I think what I'd like to see would be, you know, somebody aged 21 or somebody aged 30 or 40 could go, okay, I can see what that map looks like. I could stay in academia, I can move into organisations in business, or I can go into government departments, or I could go into external consultancies, and I kind of know that is a possible thing. And so, you know, one of the things that I found is, you know, consultants generally, well, they do like to move around, you know, by their very nature. So to think that we at Cowrie are going to hold on to people for 25 years, you know, it's going to be a struggle. You know, people are going to say, look, I'd love to work in South Africa, and I'd love to be able to go, well, what do you want to do? And I go, right, speak to Pat. Like, Pat's got, like, you know, he's got a growing business. You know, I'd love to go and work with Flavia. I've heard so much about you. Great. You know, or I'd love to go to Silicon Valley, quite a lot of those, and go and work with Kristen. So create some open networks where we can start to move talent around. And, you know, we started to do it. I think we about 40% of our team is non-UK. So we sponsor, I think it's about 15 visas at the moment in the UK. So we've got people from Indonesia, Vietnam, India, mainland Europe, South Africa, South America, and North America now. And I think, yeah, creating kind of those channels, I think, would be really good. So it's not going to happen overnight. And but yeah, I'd like to be able to have those discussions with everybody around the world in a collegiate way.
Fantastic, Jess. If you're looking forward to speak with somebody from academia, I'm there. Anyhow, is there anyone else on the panel?
I do like the idea.
All right, it's Flavia and Prakash. All right,
Flavia, if I could go forward with it, please. I like the idea of a fantastic team of experts, a diverse international team of experts getting trained in London, and then eventually saying, you know what, I think I'm back here. So good job, you know, just make life easy for us. Thank you.
That's true. One thing is, I think it's aiming for Kristen already said about that, her boot camp and her jazz summer course, and aiming for a non-formal education as opposed as a PhD or master. It's important. And one thing that I want to share is that probably most people working in the field today didn't begin their journey at the end of educational journey. For me, for example, it happened in my 15 years ago. I didn't have a master yet or any formal education. So I think they began, especially initiated, like challenging the status quo, questioning, and these are some skills that are important for us. And still many people think that they have to do a master, a PhD to get into the field. I hope this bridge starts to get like thinner, because non-formal education, if it is structured, we have a 12 weeks course also that it's capacity building, yeah. So they have workshops and all, they apply in real challenges, and we can in shorter time build and give information and good behavioral, I think, scientists, if they are the kind of people that are like questioning since the beginning. Their experience matter a lot. For our team, I always mention that, like we have specialists in each field. And it matters even more because we can teach behavioral science and we can think the way we think, but some other things it's very hard. And I think if we aim to the non-formal, we can show a little bit more how behavioral, there are some, how do you say, I don't know, it's something that people think they are, like behavioral science, it's expensive. So if we start doing things like that, I think this kind of thinking can get smaller. Yes, like, oh, the BSI is a long process inside of the organization. When we do a capacity building, a good team can build very fast and like think about experiments and studies there inside. So if we do this non-formal education, we can make it more, spread more the area also. And also another thing is that if we do the non-formal and they apply more, we can take out the idea of silver bullet, like everything needs behavioral science. So for practitioners in academia, I think when we show like results, most of us here probably didn't start doing a master and a PhD, I doubt. So, and of course we are, we do a very impactful work. So it's still doing this change, I think, will be important for the growth of the area and showing also the academics many of the questions and works that have been done by people that didn't have the formal knowledge but could get a lot of information, robust information in a shorter period of time. That's it.
Do you want to chime in, or should we continue with the next topic that I believe will be very dear to your heart, because we're going to talk about ethics? What would you prefer?
I said that's fine. We can move on. Thanks.
All right. Before I wrap it up, maybe something that I would like to share, and it's on the bridge between academia and practice. As more of a scientist myself, I've tried to work with practitioners, doing interventions with them, and also doing scientific studies. And I can tell you that my understanding of the field has been greatly improved, and my work, my academic work, has greatly benefited from me working with the guys from Ogilvy, for example, with Rory, with Jordan Buck. And I would like to encourage the folks that are scientists and work in academia to approach people in the agencies. They will be interested in your research and will welcome you warmly, and the ideas that you can get from them could be very, very beneficial for your career as a researcher as well. But let's move on to the very last topic of today, and it's again centered around the question of the future of behavioral science. And the question is, how do we ensure that we stay ethical in the future? Pat, I believe that you have some ideas to share.
You left the biggest one for last. I think it's something that we're going to be grappling with well into the future. And I think we've already started to grapple it. We've seen a whole range of interventions, at least in the political sphere in the US, and the UK. We've had our own experience here in South Africa with the UK agency, again, manipulating and using some elements of behavioral science. But I think, in terms of how, we move forward from an ethical perspective, for me, there's a whole range of things, but there's three fundamental issues or, critical points. The first is the issue of transparency, and making sure that when we, are communicating, particularly from a behavioral comms perspective, that our audiences know who the comms is coming from, that we don't hide behind fake sites, fake news sites, etc., etc. So you're familiar with that, and we've seen that, and the devastation that can actually lead. The more important thing is that it has to be transparent, because this is a very powerful science, and as we've seen over these 2 days, it's becoming more and more powerful. Those insights, in the past, the advertising agency used it extremely well. We all know the stories behind the cigarette industry and various other industries as to what happened, the infamous milk powder case in Africa, and how breastfeeding was or behaviors towards breastfeeding was shifted again. So for me, being transparent is the first big one. The second is the issue that's coming up now is around data privacy. And that's a huge debate. It's much bigger than sort of behavioral scientists. It's a massive debate. The conversation just before this, touched upon it. And I think, I lean towards the school of thought that says that maybe we should be looking at people owning their own data. But again, I think from a research perspective, Kristen, how do we make sure that the data that we source is protected, the data that we access is done with the full knowledge of the participants? And, how do we make sure that there's robust privacy protocols in place? And I think the last one for me is, well, not last, but the one for me is the ease of opt-out. Being able, as Jess touched upon, companies would like everyone, to be part of a program and then opt out. But having the ability to opt out of something quite easily, and I'm seeing it now, and we're seeing it quite a lot where, what the equivalent of what you would call payday loans. I'm not sure what it's called in other parts of the world, but the equivalent of payday loans in South Africa, where people don't necessarily have the ability to opt out of spam mails and SMSs. And we know, these tend to come at the critical part, the middle of the month, when people really need the finance, and you've got these spam of WhatsApps and emails and SMSs coming to people who really without the ability to opt out. So those are the three, and I'll just leave it there for now. I mean, of course, there's a whole range of other areas that I'm sure the team want to add. But I think if we get those three right, we're well on our way to getting the kind of right ethical framework. And lastly, I mean, I think, again, in the space, there's been a lot of work done. The Dutch NIP has produced something fairly recently, a really useful framework, on ethical principles. So yeah, let me stop there, and give others a chance to jump in.
Who would like to tackle this important question?
All right. We're talking about ethics, and there is this saying in Hindi, "Bhuke pet bhajan na hoy gopala," which means on a hungry stomach, you can't sing praises to the Lord, right? Bhuke pet bhajan na hoy gopala. What this means is when you are denied and you don't have stuff, you don't really have the luxury of being good and thinking about the Lord. You do what you can. So the idea is, if you're deprived, if you don't have much things with you, if you are developing ethics, the right way of doing things, they might seem like a luxury which you don't have. That's what it leads to, right? But on the other hand, if I look at a Facebook, if I look at the firing of 900 people over Zoom by the CEO who has got close to $1 billion funding, again, like, okay, so even when you're sorted, you can choose to ignore ethics. And all the people who are in those places have gone through tons of MBA courses, leadership courses, ethics, discussions and all, right? So if I look at it, I'm like, it sounds like a fantastic thing to talk about, but in the contextual reality that we exist, I'm not sure, right? So from this, I am not sure I look at it like this. Number one, it becomes the personal choice of the person who is implementing those interventions. And I'm talking primarily, I'm not talking about the government policies side, I will not comment that, but let's talk about a commercial, intervention. One way is to say the person, whoever is the strategist, can decide and say, I'm going to be ethical about it. I'll say, solutions I suggest need to be ethical. I'll tell my clients, let's not use these kind of effect. Let's not click all the things by default. Let's make it easier. Let's not make it difficult to unsubscribe, right? I can choose to be this person and tell it to my client. The next question is, what is my client's same response and how much money he or she is paying? And that, no one is good or bad, right? It is that game. How much is being offered to you to become unethical? Is it good enough to swing you on that side? Those are real life things that you face. So one is this angle. The other angle is, when does it become too much and you get penalized by society or by the government, right? So someone puts a fine on you and you can't do business for some time and like, oh, okay. And that becomes a warning sign for other people in that field, other clients, and like, okay, I think we should not do this. In the absence of like an ethical guideline, this is how I think I see us, many of my fellow folks in this industry dealing with the question of ethics. That's how I feel about it, Jess, Flavia, and Christine.
Thank you, Prakash. I would like to bring Kristen next because she is working with the big tech companies. And I gotta tell you, folks, one of my favorite movies ever is The Social Dilemma. And I'm ever more convinced that it's precisely big tech that has that people that work in these companies have probably the best models of human behavior and the best understanding, precisely because of the opportunity to conduct experiments on such large scales. So, Kristen, would you like to talk about big tech and ethics?
Yeah, for sure. So I also find it funny when folks are talking about behavioral scientists being ethical, and this is the conversation, when I think the real conversation should be, the growth marketers, designers, product managers at these tech companies, and how do we think more broadly about the field of behavior change. We are a very small piece of it, of what's affecting people on a day-to-day basis. And so, I would hate for us to kind of narrow the question of ethics just to the field of behavioral science. It should really be about kind of generally how what we know to be true in behavioral economics is that the environment has an outsized influence on our behavior. And so whoever controls the environment is going to have an influence on our behavior, regardless if they make good or bad decisions. This is the essence of behavioral economics. And so that doesn't just apply to us. So point one is, let's broaden the discussion. Point two is we care a lot about incentives. Good people can and do make poor decisions. And so we don't actually, when people ask us how many notifications should people send a day, it's like, it's not about the notification, it's about the incentive of the designer who's asked to do the notification and what are they measured on. And so when we start working with a company, we think about what are the KPIs that are incentivizing the team. Do we have leverage to change those KPIs? And when we add KPIs, we're usually talking about a behavior versus an outcome. So it's not about retention, engagement. Those are business outcomes that are important, and we agree that companies, in order to run and focus, have to have some of that. But our team focuses on the behavior that we're actually trying to move and aligns the team on that. And typically, most people in a company, because we are all kind of even people at Facebook want to do good, right? And so when you're thinking about a behavior you want to change, it's much easier to get people to align on a behavior that aligns with consumer good, pro-socialness, outcomes that have value that aligns with the company mission, et cetera, than having people focused on the business outcome. So the first thing would be focus on the incentive of the team that you're on. You can change your own incentive if you talk to your manager. If you're a manager, think about the incentives that's driving you. And then second is to use behaviors versus outcomes as the guiding and North Star, which is just fundamentally easier than orientating yourself around the business KPI. And that's in addition to the business KPI, given that we haven't yet been able to figure out or understand how to change the system of capitalism. So Irrational Labs has not tackled that yet. Maybe next year, 2022.
That's a great point that you're making there, because many people mistakenly believe that companies like Facebook and the like, that they're focused on specific KPIs as engagement and others, and they sell data and stuff. But the real product of these companies and what they sell is actually behavioral change, the slow and gradual change of humans. So we are running short of time. Is there anyone else that would like to jump in, but real quick?
My sort of final point on ethics would be, I think there is a framework which has been used or started to be used in public sector, which is the For Good framework. And I think Liam Delaney, part of GABS, is trying to drive forward like an initiative to do for good as a framework for the private sector. So I think one of my observations is, you know, around the world, we can't have like 257 ethical frameworks for behavioral science. Like we've got to have some buy-in at a kind of a global level about kind of what we think the key principles are. For sure, there'll be nuances, but I think alignment around some form of practice. Second point is, I think, Kristen, you're exactly right. Is like behavioral scientists like super ethical. Like honestly, they're so worried about it and so all over it. I don't think our community has necessarily got that much of a problem. I think it's actually when we start to explain and people start to use it in the wider world. So, and that came through again from some of these conversations I've had with these chief behavioral officers that, you know, that they're not worried about their team, they're worried about other people taking what they're doing and applying these things. The final thing I would say would be, you know, you've got to have like a psychological safe environment where people can talk about these things. So in the last month, Cowrie has turned down a piece of work in a region that we weren't particularly happy to work in. So we turned down that on the basis of we didn't feel it was, you know, a place in which we would like to work based on some of the human rights issues. And then the second one was a particular sector that we were approached or had a conversation with someone. We actually had a forum within our team and people were discussing essentially whether this was appropriate or not. And the consensus was that we weren't going to go ahead. So I sent that email literally 2 days ago, and I got a response from the client saying, "I totally understand your view. I disagree, and but you know, good luck and you know, blah blah blah." So yes, I think being able to have the conversations in a safe environment without that punitive sort of circumstance, I think is quite important. So you know, we've got some pieces of business. You know, we work with restaurants, and some of those restaurants might be slightly more casual dining, fast casual dining, and people don't want to work on them. We're like, yeah, that's fine. If the overall consultancy is happy with that, and the work we're doing we think is ethical, but some people say, actually, this isn't something that I want to work on, that's fine too. So I think having the debate, I think, is really, really important. And then as Prakash says, you know, you can be as ethical as you want, but if you're losing value or money as a result of that, that is the acid test. You know, principles are nothing until they cost you money or value, I think. So I think try to maybe have these conversations in the teams more frequently, you know. Yeah, it certainly helped. Yeah, I just want some commonality. I think we're all over this. I think everyone's very, very responsible. Yeah, I think there's been some smatterings of dark patterns and behavioral data science, obviously, and kind of more politics, I guess. And I think that I don't think any of us would subscribe to those practices. So I'm really happy we've got a strong community with strong values and some good people. So.
Fantastic, Jess. Flavia, would you like to jump in or should I wrap it up?
I think Jess summarized a lot what I was going to say, that it's interesting, important to have a framework. I think that for good, it's a nice one for us to consider, because having something that are global will be important. We have some gray areas, but there are other areas of consulting and labs that also have, and that it's something that we are very concerned about. So I think assessing ethics is hard. There is a lot of gray areas, and I agree that having a framework might help. I think not only locally, but globally, and we should aim for that.
Thanks, and I would like to wrap the event up. Thank you all to the panelists, to my fellow participants for the great points that you made today. We've discussed the future of behavioral science. We dug deeper on specific topics such as education and how to grow the field and ethics. I would like to thank Prakash and Reshma and the whole team at 1001 Stories for giving us the opportunity to speak. And lastly, I would like to congratulate the audience that has joined us today. By joining us today, you have demonstrated that you understand the importance of behavioral science in marketing, advertising, communications, design. public policy and other areas. And I salute you for this. I suggest that you come again next time and bring your friends.
Thank you so much, Christine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Have a great weekend ahead. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And thank you, Rashida. For people who are in the audience, we are almost done with the session for today. And as we go, I would like to introduce the team who was behind it. Please join me, Priyanka. Priyanka, can you please come online? Thank you so much, Priyanka, for all the effort. There was Pavitra with us from Chennai, Priyanka from Mumbai. This was a virtual event again for us also. Priyanka in Mumbai, Pavitra in Chennai, Amol from, again, Mumbai on a different corner. And
Reshma
then
from right of screen.
Reshma from right here, from Bangalore itself. And then with Anup, who was just about joining us. Anup was the person, the mind behind it, all helping us with the tech stream. Anup's camera just coming on right.
Yeah.
So for everyone who has been watching us from different corners of the world, this was the team that worked together to put the show for you. And thank you all for being here with us. And we'll see you again, I think, next year, hopefully.
This was immense fun, and thank you so much for being part of it. I mean, you guys are the reason that it happened. Thank you so much.
All right. Good night, good evening, good day, and have a fantastic weekend ahead. We'll see you next year. Bye.